Uchiha Menma now confronts two pivotal matters in his life. Firstly, his memory has been deteriorating increasingly, raising suspicions of early-onset dementia. Secondly, to prevent the possibility of transforming into a complete imbecile in the future, he feels compelled to record a video diary for his future self. The upcoming family trip serves as an excellent opportunity for such material. Uchiha Menma produces a mini camera he had procured from the Sound Research Institute, presses the power button, and begins his self-introduction. He clears his throat. My name is Uchiha Menma, the son of the Seventh Hokage of Konoha and the clan leader of the Uchiha, and I am 11 years old. After the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, with a period of recuperation, the Fourth Hokage, Minato, firmly established his authority, and under his governance, Konoha flourished anew. Moreover, the first movements of his yet-to-be-born son, Naruto, filled him with immense joy. Everything appeared to be thriving. A grand summer festival arrived just in time. Minato, accompanied by his wife Kushina, attended this rare celebration and encountered the Uchiha clan family along the way. What a lively scene it was, Minato mused. However, he had no inkling that an even more boisterous occurrence was about to unfold. A luminous screen suddenly emerged from the sky, inexplicably resembling an enemy attack. Just as the crowd grew wary, the visage of a golden-haired, blue-eyed boy materialized upon the screen. My name is Uchiha Menma, the son of the Seventh Hokage of Konoha and the clan leader of the Uchiha. Minato exclaimed in bewilderment. Chapter 1. Konoha, Year 91, Autumn. Uchiha Menma adjusted his hair, feeling quite unaccustomed to his freshly dyed hair color. Originally a raven-haired boy, he had been compelled by his father to dye his hair blonde to avoid drawing too much attention with his striking black hair and blue eyes, even though this golden mane was undeniably more conspicuous. With a face that unmistakably bore the Uchiha's ancestral charm contorted in dismay, Uchiha Menma puffed out his cheeks and retrieved the raccoon pouch gifted by his father, turning it inside out. I distinctly remember, it should be right here. Menma's eyes widened, nearly crushing the pouch in his grip. The video camera that Mitsuki gave me yesterday, I had definitely placed it in this pouch. Could it be that his dementia had worsened to the point where he couldn't even recall where he had placed his belongings? Menma was struck with alarm, tears almost spilling from his eyes. Little did he know, the future star of the ninja world, the illustrious Ninth Hokage, planned, the unparalleled candidate to revitalize the Uchiha clan, he, Uchiha Menma, was on the verge of becoming a fool. Initially, he had intended to use the camera to document their family's first trip together. My sincerest apologies, Naruto's father and Sasuke's father. I do not wish to become an imbecile, and I know you would be heartbroken. Yet, as my condition deteriorates, I find myself powerless. Menma, displaying a commendable sense of masculinity, rubbed his face with both hands, stifling his breath to prevent tears from flowing. As he lifted his hand, a mechanical cap the size of a grain of rice tumbled from his pocket, landing upon the grass, glinting in the sunlight. The Uchiha clan possesses inherently captivating eyes, and even amidst such sorrow, Menma discerned the reflective surface of a mechanical camera lens upon the ground. Could this not be the very video recorder bestowed upon him by Seiyue? When did it fall to the earth? Menma was both astonished and elated, his heart consumed by the thought that, I have yet to become a fool, and I can still rescue it. After retrieving the small video recorder, he clenched his left fist to rally his spirits. Hurrah! The prelude to Menma's grand self-introduction, chronicling the memories of his family vacation, is about to commence. Menma cleared his throat, his cherubic face still adorned with baby fat, yet it bore an expression of utmost seriousness. My name is Uchiha Menma, son of the Seventh Hokage of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto, and the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke. In any case, I entrust this month of my vacation to you all. Naruto concluded the call with Sakura, placing his hands on his hips as he scrutinized his disguise in the full-length mirror for any flaws. The woman reflected in the mirror boasted cascading golden locks, elegantly styled in a traditional Japanese coiffure. Her casual kimono concealed her alluring figure, while the azure orbs of her eyes bore the faint traces of maturity, enhancing her allure as a woman of experience. Naruto playfully squeezed his chest, instantly transforming the image of the sensuous and sophisticated woman in the mirror into something rather comical and lewd. Yet, he remained oblivious to this fact, finding satisfaction in the spectacle. Having not utilized it for so many years, I had no idea my seduction technique remained so exceptional. Naruto exclaimed with exuberance, grinning proudly, his reflection devoid of any feminine grace. If the lecherous sage were no, he would surely be gratified. Naruto lowered his hands and gave himself a thumbs up. All right then, for the coming month, Uzumaki Naruto, I look forward to your guidance. By the way, has Menma not returned yet? I still wish to teach him the art of seduction, so that we may form an adorable mother-daughter duo. Naruto inquired of Sasuke. Sasuke was busy organizing their luggage. As a seasoned ninja accustomed to traveling, packing was a skill he had mastered. However, this occasion was different. It marked the family's inaugural vacation together, and with Menma being only 11, more meticulous planning was necessary. Thus, the task of packing fell to Sasuke, who did not afford the absent-minded Naruto a chance to participate. Nevertheless, Sasuke's packing was hardly exemplary. Having raised himself as a child, and having been whimsically raised during his adolescence by Orochimaru, he had navigated life with a singular principle: survival was sufficient. Consequently, he had no clear notion of what would ensure that an 11-year-old child could enjoy a comfortable trip. Sakura exclaimed, "So, how can you possibly fail to prepare some common medicines?" Sasuke pulled out bandages, anesthetics, and surgical needles. A vein throbbed on Sakura's forehead as she retorted, "Not those. I mean common medicines. What if Menma suffers from an upset stomach due to unfamiliar food? And if he were to catch a cold or fever during the journey, with no pharmacy nearby, what would you do? Furthermore, if Menma is a picky eater and cannot adjust to the local cuisine, you must prepare some snacks and vitamins. Moreover, you're only traveling for a month, not a year, and you won't be venturing into the tropical rainforest. Why pack summer clothing? It is autumn, and with so many clothes, why only bring 3 towels? Towels are something that should be packed in abundance." Raising a child is indeed no easy feat, thankfully. Sakura had offered her advice. At this moment, both Sasuke and Sakura had forgotten that Menma, as a ninja, could very well manage without such indulgences. After all, did they not persevere through similar challenges at the age of 11? Perhaps having enjoyed an extended period of peace, the adults had become rather pampered. Upon returning home, Sasuke reopened the suitcase to repack. Has Menma mentioned when he will return? Naruto pressed for answers. He should be back soon. He mentioned he would bid farewell to his friends before leaving home, Sasuke replied. I wonder if Menma is willing to learn from me. Naruto mused, suddenly struck by an idea, his round eyes narrowing playfully as he leaned closer to Sasuke. Sasuke, would you like to become Sasuke as well? That way, we can form a trio of mother-daughter pairs. Fool, what are you thinking? The purpose of a transformation technique is to conceal our identities. A couple traveling with a child is a normal arrangement, but 2 women accompanying a minor. Do you wish to be followed everywhere? Although 23 years have passed since the 4th Great Ninja War, and the hard-earned peace has endured for the same duration, it remains a fact that ordinary women face certain dangers when traversing the world for extended periods. This is an unfortunate reality that necessitates gradual change. However, if one were kunoichi, such worries would be alleviated. Whether in the present or the past, ninjas are perceived as individuals whom ordinary folk dare not provoke. The only difference lies in the fact that while ordinary people once held both fear and disdain for them, contemporary society now respects and admires them, striving to keep pace. Upon hearing this, Naruto had no choice but to reluctantly abandon his whimsical fantasies of a romantic escapade. Oh, what a pity. I was so close to meeting Sasuke. If only I had been more mindful and avoided that scissor blunder, I could have won. Sasuke, did you truly not cheat with your Sharingan? Sasuke calmly disregarded Naruto's incessant muttering, methodically folding Naruto's clothes and placing them into the suitcase with an air of composure. However, his calmness was fleeting. His lips twitched involuntarily. Fortunately, his long-standing facade of indifference prevented his face from betraying him entirely. With great effort, 2 fingers grasped an indescribable item from the depths of the suitcase. What on earth is this? Naruto responded with unperturbed confidence. I need women's clothing for my disguise, of course, and that includes intimate apparel as well. Sasuke fell silent, glancing at the inexplicable pair of shorts in his hand. A wide-eyed green frog seemed to stare back at him, yet the lace trim surrounding the shorts was far more conspicuous than the amphibian itself. Does wearing this truly not provoke discomfort? Sasuke was perplexed, struggling to comprehend, and ultimately abandoned the effort to think further. He shut his eyes and swiftly buried the shorts at the very bottom of the suitcase. In the future, do not wear such things during our downtime. Why not? It dampens the mood. In the summer of the 51st year of Konoha, the shadows of the 3rd Great Ninja War had only just receded, leaving the weary populace yearning for a grand celebration to cleanse the remnants of conflict. Thus, a magnificent summer festival was about to commence. In the summer of the 51st year of Konoha, the shadows of the Third Great Ninja War had only just begun to fade, and the suffering populace was in desperate need of a grand celebration to wash away the remnants of conflict. Thus, a magnificent summer festival was about to commence. "Aren't you supposed to host the festival?" Kushina remarked with a hint of exasperation as she addressed Minato. "Do not worry about me." Minato, supporting the heavily pregnant Kushina, was reluctant to let go. "I've made all the arrangements, and the guards are already in position," he explained. "There's no need for me to supervise directly. Besides, I wish to be by your side, along with little Naruto." Minato glanced at Kushina's belly, his eyes sparkling more brightly than the stars above. Today is Naruto's first movement. He must have heard his father calling and is trying to respond. The mere thought brought tears to Minato's eyes. Observing Minato lost in his doting father emotions, Kushina could only shake her head in resignation. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted a familiar figure. "Oh, isn't that the Mikoto family?" Minato turned at the sound, confirming it was indeed Fugaku Uchiha and his family. "Good day, Hokage-sama," Fugaku greeted as he approached the couple. "It's a rare occasion for a grand feast. Everyone has come out to enjoy themselves." "Indeed, everyone is quite looking forward to it," Minato replied. "Lady Uchiha, it seems you are quite far along, aren't you?" "Almost 8 months," she responded. "Ah, that sounds quite exhausting." The two families exchanged polite pleasantries. While Minato and Fugaku interacted professionally, their personal encounters were infrequent. Kushina and Mikoto had been close in their youth, but had drifted apart over time. Thus, the two families maintained a facade of adult civility, engaging in a courteous exchange before subtly planning to part ways. However, just at that moment, an unusual luminescent curtain appeared above the river, prompting an immediate wave of panic. "Minato!" Kushina cried out. Instantly, Minato's demeanor sharpened. He signaled to the hidden guards within the crowd, who sprang into action. "Itachi, ensure your mother and the Hokage's wife are safe," Fugaku swiftly responded, nodding to Minato before calling upon the Uchiha clan members to stabilize the citizens. Having recently endured the turmoil of war, the populace was on edge. It was imperative to prevent disorder amidst the uncertainty. "What is that thing? Was it part of the program? I don't know. Could it be an enemy attack? Where's the Hokage? Where are the police? Run, run." Minato executed a body flicker technique, instantly appearing before the shimmering curtain. The sight of the fourth Hokage, adorned in his red and white garb with hair gleaming like the sun, calmed the increasingly restless crowd. "Everyone, do not panic. I am here. And the police are with me. We will ensure your safety." Ninjas bearing the fan symbol soon materialized, helping to restore calm. In the distance, members of the Umbu gestured, indicating that the barrier to protect Konoha had been activated. Minato sighed in relief. Yet, before he could fully exhale, the luminous curtain behind him began to stir. Maintaining his composure, Minato turned to observe. A young child's face filled the screen, his golden hair and azure eyes strikingly conspicuous. The camera then widened to reveal the child's entire figure, who, feigning seriousness, cleared his throat and declared, "My name is Uchiha Menma, and I am the son of the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, and the head of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha." Minato was momentarily speechless. What? Chapter 2. "This recording is a reminder from my present self to my future self," Menma spoke into the camera. "If you have forgotten, be sure to watch this video until the end. It documents 2 crucial tasks that I must accomplish in my life. The first is to inherit the will of fire and become the greatest Hokage. The second is to restore the Uchiha clan." Suddenly, Menma's expression froze, his eyes widening, his mouth twitching as if he had encountered something strange. "Menma, so you were hiding here," a woman's voice called from ahead. It sounded mature, yet brimming with youthful enthusiasm. "I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Are you ready to depart?" "Oh, Dada's outfit. Right?" He mentioned he would disguise himself as a woman. Menma turned back, about to call out to his father, but then pinched his nose and corrected himself. "Understood, Mom." The first lesson in ninja disguise: always remember your identity and that of your companions, and never reveal it without orders. Naruto gave a thumbs up. "Good job, very clever." He had initially thought Menma would need more time to adjust to his new identity, yet Menma proved to be steadier than he had anticipated. "In that case, shall we form a mother-daughter duo?" Menma replied, "Can I decline?" The video abruptly faded to black. Minato remained fixated on the image of his son dressed as a woman until the Umbu arrived, prompting him to reluctantly look away. The Umbu reported, "Hokage-sama. The first team has completed their initial patrol and found no anomalies. The second team is investigating the source of the unusual chakra, and no conclusions have been reached as yet. Hokage-sama. The third team suspects that the location of Uchiha Menma is a ruin located 10 zhang south of Konoha. Currently, no other individuals have been spotted." News from the investigation came swiftly, though it bore little value. The only useful information was the suspected location of the recording. However, the setting within the screen was clearly daytime, with the sun high in the sky, while it was currently night. Could it be an illusion? The Umbu relayed. The police team leader, along with the third team, conducted an investigation and found no traces of illusion techniques. Minato furrowed his brow. No clan was more adept at Genjutsu than the Uchiha. If they claimed it was not an illusion, then it was indeed not an illusion. The remaining possibility lay with other unknown bloodline limits. This was troublesome. As the higher-ups pondered the origin and safety concerns surrounding the curtain, the civilians were not idle. Due to the extensive promotion of the summer festival, a significant number of people had come out to partake in the festivities. With so many attendees, it was challenging for the ninjas to control their movements, and maintaining a semblance of order to prevent panic was already their utmost effort. Regarding private discussions about the curtain, the ninjas lacked the energy to intervene, provided that the discourse remained within acceptable bounds. Did you see that? That little ninja claimed to be from the Uchiha clan. A man nudged his companion. I saw it. Since he is an Uchiha, this can't be an enemy attack, right? Perhaps, the man replied, casting a surreptitious glance at the police team. After all, the Uchiha clan is part of Konoha. They shouldn't harm it. What do you mean shouldn't he harm Konoha? They definitely won T. A young Uchiha felt a vain throb on his forehead. Were it not for his teammate restraining him, he would have demanded answers. Focus on the mission. An older teammate reminded him. I understand, the young man replied begrudgingly. The third great ninja war had only just concluded, and their Uchiha clan had also paid a grievous price, with even the clan leader's son taking to the battlefield. The number of fallen clan members was countless. How could they not be regarded as heroes of Konoha, yet be denied even the most basic trust? Was it not a tragedy? The young Uchiha seethed with anger. The only comfort lay in the fourth Hokage's reassurance that the police and he would protect Konoha. At least the fourth was willing to place his trust in them. The young ninja proclaimed himself the son of the seventh Hokage. But is our village not home to only 4 Hokages? Where, then, did this seventh come from? Surely this is a fabrication. It is quite absurd. Deceivers should at least verify their claims before attempting to fool us. Moreover, they have cast a fair-skinned child in the role of a ninja. How ludicrous. Ninjas do not appear as pristine as he does. He unmistakably resembles a noble's offspring. I too believe he is the child of some aristocrat. Did you catch a glimpse of that child's mother? Her appearance and stature, particularly her attire, are far beyond what an ordinary person could possess. Are you suggesting that some noble from who knows where intends to launch an assault on our Konoha? Have we offended any noble? The mere mention of a suspected noble declaring war on Konoha sent ripples of panic through the crowd. However, it was not long before someone raised a question. Yet this recording does not seem to depict an assault. Indeed, the child in the footage even spoke of inheriting the will of fire, which implies a certain fondness for Konoha. No one would extend such kindness towards an enemy. Thus, what, precisely, does the figure on the screen intend to convey? A wave of confusion enveloped the crowd. It was not until the official commencement of their journey that Menma found an opportunity to replay the recording. He affixed the small device to his collar, cleverly disguising it as an accessory. This way, he could record openly, while their fathers had yet to board the carriage. Menma activated the recording switch and offered a brief introduction. Menma, in short, we are about to embark on a family trip. The principal members include my father, Sasuke Uchiha, my mother, Naruto Uzumaki, and myself, Menma Uzumaki. Indeed, for the sake of our safety during this journey, our family has adopted false identities. Our next destination is the village of Cloud in the land of lightning, and along the way, we shall pass through the village of Hot Water. It is said that their hot springs are exceptional, a renowned attraction, and I can hardly wait. What? People exchanged bewildered glances. Wasn't he the village of Hot Water destroyed during the Third Great Ninja War? A young man could not contain himself, stating, my sister mentioned that she passed through the village of Hot Water a week ago, and it has already become ruins. How can there still be attractions? Exactly. And who would venture to other ninja villages for leisure? Are they not afraid of being captured as spies? Thus, one could conclude that this individual was merely jesting. Since it was all a joke, they could relax, no longer burdened by the fear of an enemy ambush. The common folk sighed in relief. Yet, some grew more vigilant. The audacity to adopt the surname of the wind was startling. Nara Shikaka gasped, and the credibility of his suspicions escalated. The surname of Uzumaki is not particularly distinguished. Aside from Konoha, it is not unusual to find others bearing the name in different villages. However, when one links Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Hokage together, one can only think of the current 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. I wonder if the Hokage has also discerned this possibility. Nara Shikaku gazed at the inscrutable expression of Minato Namikaze before him, hesitating to approach with questions. The screen continued to play. This time, a new figure emerged. A strikingly handsome man, his left eye covered by a bandage, parted the curtain and handed Menma a small bag. It will take about half a day to reach the next village, so if you grow hungry, have some snacks to tide you over. Menma opened the bag to find an assortment of his favorite treats. He beamed with joy. All right. By the way, Dad, where's Mom? Sasuke paused, clearly still adjusting to Naruto's transformation into Naruto. After a few seconds, he replied, she's changing. Wearing a skirt is not convenient for riding a carriage. Oh. Upon mentioning the carriage, Menma's eyes sparkled. In truth, they need not endure the hassle of a carriage ride to the land of hot water. There is a direct train from Konoha that only takes 2 to 3 hours to reach the village of hot water. However, before their departure, Sasuke had asked whether he preferred to travel by train or choose another means to the land of hot water. Menma had insisted on a carriage adventure, influenced by Naruto's tales of his youthful training journeys, which had long since inspired Menma's desire to traverse the world by carriage. Naruto remarked, but my training back then was all about running. I rarely rode in a carriage. Menma countered, but I've seen on television that those adventurers ride in carriages. How cool and heroic. Naruto replied, television is not reality. Besides, carriages cannot move as swiftly as one can on foot. Menma's enthusiasm waned. However, Naruto's heart softened as he tousled his son's hair and calculated the time. All right then, we shall take the carriage. Fortunately, aside from the train, there were 2 direct roads to the land of hot water. One of these routes had been newly constructed in recent years, wide and smooth, perfectly suited for carriage travel. Naruto soon emerged, clad in athletic gear, his hair tied back into a golden ponytail, a whip in hand. All right, then let this esteemed lady pave the way for you. With a graceful leap, Naruto deftly seated himself at the front of the carriage. I want to sit up front. I want to sit up front. Menma waved his hand excitedly. Did Menma wish to drive the carriage too? Naruto grinned, producing another whip. Fortunately, I came prepared. Let us drive together. Hooray. Sasuke relinquished his position to Menma, yawning before retreating into the carriage. You've all worked hard. It was a scene that seemed quite ordinary. Yet a faint sound of weeping emerged from the crowd. How wonderful. They truly are happy. Indeed, a family of 3, none missing. What bliss. How splendid. Minato Namikaze echoed the sentiment. How splendid. They are a fortunate family of 3, filled with happiness. Chapter 3. The scenery along the way was magnificent, adorned with towering trees and vast meadows. However, what captivated Menma's attention most was the carriage before him. Mom, I think I've learned how to do it. Menma shouted excitedly, urging the carriage forward. Naruto, ever the supportive father, always magnified his son's achievements, and this time was no exception. He transferred control of the carriage to Menma, nodding vigorously. No doubt, my son is remarkable. Hee. After a while of wild racing, Menma finally felt satisfied as the carriage began to settle into a smoother pace. After engaging in some light-hearted conversation with Naruto, Menma gazed at the flat, expansive road ahead and suddenly recalled something. By the way, Mom, you helped construct this road, didn't you? It was a collaborative effort between Konoha and the village of hot water, with the latter being the primary contractor, Naruto clarified. I merely signed the contract. But I heard from my teacher that you helped build this road too, Menma recalled, tilting his head. Yes. The textbook mentioned that the successful construction of the Golden Road was one of the most significant events in the village of hot water during the 1980s. It marked the village's liberation from the control of the aristocrats, drastically reducing the costs of communication and interaction with the outside world, leading to a rapid economic boost for the village of hot water. Konoha played a crucial role in the construction of the Golden Road, and the Seventh Hokage personally oversaw its building. As a token of appreciation, the village of hot water named this road the Golden Road. Naruto felt a bit bashful, scratching his cheek. Menma, you're quite diligent in your studies. I believe this segment is not on the exam. Well, since it was about Mom, I couldn't help but remember it after reading it a couple of times. Upon hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but ruffle Menma's hair, his eyes squinting with joy. Menma clasped his hands over his head to protect his hair, attempting to divert Naruto's attention. So, which part of the Golden Road did you personally construct, Mom? Well, I only worked on a small section. It was quite some time ago, so I'm not sure. Naruto replied, glancing around. We're not there yet. We still have 10 miles to go before reaching the point of intersection with the land of hot water. Sasuke picked up the whip that Naruto had carelessly tossed onto the carriage, taking the reins as he directed the horses. Engaged in conversation with Menma, Naruto seemed oblivious to the fact that the carriage was veering off course and would soon plunge into the woods if left unattended. If you're tired, you can rest inside the carriage, Sasuke sighed in resignation. However, Menma was far from fatigued. He had yet to satiate his desire for play. Dad, how do you know so much? Have you traveled this road with Mom before? Menma exclaimed, tugging at Sasuke's hand in an attempt to seize the whip from him. I haven't traveled this route. I merely assisted a fool who got so engrossed in playing in the mud that he forgot to be vigilant against enemies. Sasuke deftly evaded Menma's grasp, his left hand flicking the whip against the side of the carriage wheel, guiding the errant vehicle back onto its path. Hey, what do you mean by playing in the mud? There were reporters present, broadcasting live with cameras. How could I abandon half-finished repairs to chase after those attackers? Naruto protested, extending his hand to help Menma in his quest for the whip. All right, Mom, you attack from the right, and I'll handle the left, Menma declared, springing to his feet in a mock-offensive stance, his eyes fixed intently on the whip in Sasuke's grasp. In stark contrast to the focused Menma, Sasuke and Naruto appeared rather nonchalant, even allowing a bit of space for Menma to stabilize himself and make his move. With a sudden burst of energy, Menma lunged forward, his hands working in unison to grasp the whip. Naruto strategically blocked Sasuke's right flank, creating an opportunity for Menma. With a swift flick of his wrist, Sasuke sent the whip soaring into the air, just as Menma was about to seize it. Yet he remained unfazed, a triumphant grin spreading across his face as he anticipated Sasuke's move. I knew Dad would do that. Now is my chance. He leaped gracefully, using the carriage's support beam to propel himself, his body shifting direction, inching closer to the whip. Menma's eyes were locked onto the airborne whip, his left hand stretching desperately, fingers almost grazing the very tip of the whip. I got it, he exclaimed, only to be met with a painful thud as the whip descended, accompanied by a branch that broke upon impact. Naruto sighed regretfully. You were so close to getting it. Sasuke caught both Menma and the whip in one fluid motion. And once Menma was settled, he guided the horses back to the center of the road. With a click of his tongue, he remarked, You've made progress since before. But you still fall into the old habit of fixating solely on what you want, neglecting to observe your surroundings. Menma cradled his head, whimpering as tears threatened to spill. I know, I won't make that mistake again. It hurts. He pondered his declining memory, fearing that if he collided with something else, he might truly become foolish. After steering the carriage back onto the correct path, Sasuke ruffled Menma's hair and handed him the coveted whip. At last, Menma realized his dream, wielding the whip in both hands as he set about driving the carriage. The spectators, devoid of ninjutsu skills, found great amusement in Menma's antics over the whip. However, the ninjas exchanged worried glances, having initially believed Menma's identity as a ninja to be a facade, for he bore no resemblance to a true ninja in appearance or attire. As whispers circulated among them, it was clear that he resembled more of a noble youth than a ninja. Yet, the physical prowess and judgment he exhibited during the whip's capture were undeniable indicators of his competence, suggesting he was not merely a novice but possessed a skill level equivalent to that of an exceptional genin. Meanwhile, the abilities of his parents remained inscrutable. The fact that the carriage continued to move steadily forward, without tipping due to uneven weight distribution, was already a noteworthy feat. Yet, throughout Menma's acrobatics, his parents remained relaxed, their most significant action being the occasional wave of their hands. Despite the seemingly trivial skirmish over a whip, seasoned ninjas could discern the true caliber of their opponents. At the very least, both had achieved the level of jonin, they surmised. The crux of the matter, however, was Menma's dialogue with his mother, the Seventh Hokage. Regarding the Golden Path, Nara Shikaku sighed inwardly, furrowing his brow as waves of unease washed over him. I must speak with the Fourth Hokage. Please take care of yourself, he instructed his wife. You should return home and not linger. With that, he rushed to the side of Minato Namikaze. Upon arriving, his first words were, Lord Hokage, we must evacuate the crowd and secure the barrier. Minato, equally troubled, nodded in agreement. I understand. I have already instructed the evacuation of the civilians. Not just the civilians, Shikaku emphasized. Everyone, including ninjas you do not trust, must be removed. This barrier reveals information that must be handled with utmost caution. It not only divulges the future, but may also bring forth immense peril, potentially threatening the very existence of Konoha. Chapter 4. In the depths of night. The Hokage Tower remained aglow with light. Have all the villagers been evacuated? Yes, the area surrounding the barrier has been secured within a 20-meter radius, with the third Hokage personally overseeing the construction of the barrier, and Umbu reported. Good. Thank you for your hard work, Minato replied, rubbing his forehead. When he lifted his gaze again, the lines of worry remained etched on his face. If anyone has thoughts to share, please do so. After a brief pause, as if to emphasize his trust, he added, I have faith in all of you here, so feel free to speak candidly. Shikaku surveyed the room, mentally assessing those present. Aside from himself, there were Asuma Sarutobi, the third Hokage's son, a familiar presence, Fugaku Uchiha, who was rightfully present, given the Uchiha clan's prominence in the barrier, and Hayashi Hyuga, an expected presence among Konoha's three great clans. Lastly, He noted, Lord Jiraiya, you have returned to Konoha. Jiraiya sighed deeply. His brow furrowed more deeply than Minato's, his expression resembling that of a bitter gourd. He regretted his decision to join the commotion, lamenting, "Why did I stop to watch the summer festival when my potential studentess grandson appeared in the barrier? Now I find myself entangled in this mess. If it weren't for Minato dragging me back, I would have left long ago. Politics are the bane of my existence." At this, everyone cast sidelong glances at Jiraiya. Shikaku's lips twitched in silent disdain, inwardly scoffing, "You find it bothersome? Do you think I don't? As one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, renowned for his combat prowess, could you exhibit even a modicum of political awareness and foresight? Stop leaving the aftermath for your disciples and subordinates to clean up." Minato hesitated before explaining. "The reason I called you here, Sensei, is to inquire if you have any knowledge regarding the origin of the barrier. If you wish to refrain from further involvement, that is entirely understandable." Shikaku interjected, "Very well, if the disciples burdened with the aftermath do not complain, then what more can be said?" Hearing this, Jiraiya exhaled in relief. Quickly relaying what he knew, "It bears some resemblance to the traces of space-time ninjutsu, but I cannot be certain. I'm not well versed in that area. Perhaps you should consult Orochimaru? I have a hunch he might know something." "Space-time ninjutsu, you say?" Minato mused, nodding. "I understand. Since you do not wish to partake in the upcoming discussions, I shall begin searching the vicinity of the village for any abnormalities. Given the urgency, I want to be attending the meeting." With that, Jiraiya attempted to make his exit. "Stay right there." Sarutobi Hisashi leaped through the window, pulling back the escaping Jiraiya. "You need not concern yourself with patrolling the village. Remain here for the meeting." Jiraiya grimaced, "Teacher, why must I be involved in this political analysis? I neither comprehend nor wish to comprehend." Had he truly possessed political acumen, the individual currently occupying the position of Hokage would not be his student, but rather himself. Why did the teacher not summon Orochimaru? Orochimaru has a greater affinity for and expertise in such matters. Sarutobi Hiruzen disregarded Jiraiya's woeful expression, casting a sharp glance to remind him to behave himself. Was it that he did not wish to call Orochimaru over, or was it simply that he could not? Orochimaru had long coveted the position of Hokage, viewing Minato as a thorn in his side and a formidable rival, in such a delicate moment. What motive could there be for inviting Orochimaru? Asuma Sarutobi looked up at the ceiling. Uchiha Fugaku cast his gaze down to the floor, while Hyuga Hisashi found the scenery outside rather pleasing. In any case, the three foxes feigned ignorance, entirely uninterested in intervening in the quarrel between the third Hokage and Jiraiya. On the other hand, Minato Namikaze found himself in a dilemma, uncertain of whom to support. Nara Shikaku lamented, "This is utterly exasperating." Only when Jiraiya relinquished his struggle did they finally commence the official meeting. First on the agenda was the identity of the protagonist within the light screen. Jiraiya, visibly frustrated, impatiently interrupted Nara Shikaku. "Surely there is no need for an introduction. The individual has already proclaimed himself as the son of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke." Jiraiya winked at Minato. "Minato, it's your daughter." Minato beamed with pride, straightening his posture. "Naruto takes after her mother. Naturally, she is exceptionally beautiful." A wave of doting paternal energy swept through the office. "She is indeed a great beauty, yet Minato, you have bestowed upon her a masculine name. How delightful it would be to name her Naruto." Jiraiya exclaimed. "Ah, but that would mean she shares a name with the protagonist of your own story, destined to become a towering hero just like him." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's face lit up with joy. Asuma Sarutobi, unable to suppress his inquisitive nature, nudged Uchiha Fugaku beside him, winking. "Naruto's husband is your son, right? That child is your grandson, isn't he?" Hyuga Hisashi subtly remarked. "Congratulations, they make a splendid pair. The boy is quite remarkable as well." A hint of amusement flickered across Uchiha Fugaku's typically stern countenance as he nodded demurely. "Thank you." Though he already had a son labeled a genius, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not eager for the child growing in Mikoto's womb. Despite not understanding why the position of clan leader was bequeathed to the younger son rather than Itachi, it must be because the younger son is sufficiently exceptional. Another wave of doting paternal energy began to permeate the office as the two proud fathers exchanged glances. Minato extended his hand to grasp Uchiha Fugaku's, solemnly declaring, "In-laws." Alas, he had yet to see even a glimpse of his beloved daughter before she ran off with someone else. No matter, as Hokage, he must remain strong and magnanimous. For the sake of his darling daughter's future, he must foster a good relationship with his in-law, by proud father number one, Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Fugaku likewise reached out to clasp Minato's hand, gravely stating, "In-laws." It was an unexpected turn of events to become in-laws with the Hokage. While it wasn't his own clan member attaining the position, marrying the Hokage seemed quite sufficient. For the sake of his son's future, They would now become allies of the Hokage, by proud father number 2, Uchiha Fugaku. Jiraiya and the others on the sidelines erupted into applause, collectively witnessing this profoundly significant political alliance. Nara Shikaku interjected, "What I meant by political analysis was not this, for heaven's sake." He sighed, "Forget it. I'm too tired to deal with this." The next scene on the light screen appeared the following evening. The riverbank had long been encircled by ninjas, preventing any civilians from viewing the spectacle. Even the ninjas guarding the light screen had been meticulously selected, rendering it inaccessible to the general populace. "Your grandson is quite considerate." Having chosen a convenient time to broadcast, Jiraiya muttered as he arrived beside Minato. Minato continued to wear his proud father smile, nodding repeatedly. Naruto certainly appears to be very well behaved. However, his expression quickly morphed into one of astonishment. The location depicted on the light screen was the Valley of the End? How had the statues of those two transformed into Naruto and Sasuke? Naruto stood atop her father's statue, specifically, the statue of her father Naruto, hands on her hips, gazing at the majestic waterfall ahead. A sense of superiority washed over her. Adjusting her wind goggles, accompanied by the thunderous sound of cascading water, she felt a whirlwind of emotions, letting out a cold laugh. Indeed, this world is. Wow. Dad, Mom, why did you suddenly hit me? Naruto exclaimed, clutching her poor head, tears of sorrow nearly spilling. Naruto awkwardly retracted his hand, feeling a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his face. I just couldn't help myself upon seeing you like this. It must be habit." Having said that, he stealthily stole a glance at Sasuke behind him. Sasuke scoffed, "Is that so? It appears you are quite eager to relive that habit." Naruto retorted, "I told you not to come here. Every time we do, it turns into a brawl. I'm developing a psychological trauma over this." Naruto, still holding her head in despair, couldn't help but interject, "But this is the place where you and Mom fell in love, right?" It's said that the statues of the two great lords, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, used to stand here, but after their destruction, it remained unrepaired until Mom became Hokage and had it rebuilt. It's now become a must-visit spot for couples, as long as they etch their love declarations here. They receive the 7th Hokage's blessing to be together forever. Naruto pointed to a particularly uncouth area at the statue's edge, covered in graffiti. All these declarations of love for so-and-so and so-and-so, claiming they are destined to be together forever and ever. Naruto grimaced. "I commissioned the repairs, but I never anticipated they would alter the statues to depict us. I clearly stated that everything should remain as it was." "And what do you mean? A place of love? Who would consider this a romantic spot? Couples coming here isn't a wise choice. Aren't they afraid of fighting and breaking up the moment they arrive? Look, Sasuke appears as if he is itching for a fight with me right now. There must be some bizarre curse here that compels best friends to engage in a violent brawl and then suffer a painful breakup the moment they arrive." Sasuke recalled the time they had repaired the Valley of the End. At that time, there had been no hint of any romantic relationship between them, yet inexplicably, rumors of their supposed love affair spread like wildfire, reaching even him, who was far away. The tale of the 7th Hokage and the rogue ninja Uchiha's tragic romance made him ponder life while sitting in the snow, questioning if there were other clan members named Sasuke. The source of the moniker Place of Love, you might ask, who was responsible for that? Naruto, with a toothy grimace, asserted, "In any case, that person was definitely not me." Minato wore an amused smile. "So it's a place for two young lovers, is it?" He chuckled with satisfaction. "It's heartwarming that someone even went to the trouble of erecting a statue for them. It seems Naruto has a promising future ahead." Minato grinned with pride. Could it be that he became a great hero during the 4th Great Ninja War, earning the adoration of the people, thus deserving a statue? Suddenly, Minato gasped, "4th Great Ninja War?" Nara Shikaku exclaimed, "Thank heavens, you've finally grasped the crux of the matter." Chapter 5. The 4th Hokage's crew was in a frenzy, anxiously circling the term 4th Great Ninja War, eager to dive into the light screen for clarity. Meanwhile, Naruto's live broadcast continued unabated, as she was thoroughly enjoying herself. Naruto urged them to hasten their departure from the Valley of the End, fearing that a heart-to-heart battle would ensue if they lingered even a moment longer. As a man in his 40s, Naruto categorically rejected such a midlife crisis. For the sake of family harmony, it was best to make a swift exit. Ahead lay the Golden Avenue. Naruto gazed upward, eyes widening in awe, mirroring Naruto's round blue eyes. She was filled with wonder. "How beautiful!" she exclaimed, as the flat, expansive road was bordered by a sea of rice paddies. The wind whispered through the fields, causing the golden wheat stalks to sway gently, reminiscent of undulating waves of gold. "The Golden Road," murmured Menma, aptly named. I remember now," Naruto exclaimed, snapping his fingers as a thought struck him. He reminisced. The people from the hot spring village had proposed to erect a statue for me along this road. But I declined. It seemed rather peculiar to place a statue on a path. Moreover, this road was not constructed solely by my efforts. It was those uncles and aunts, their feet caked in mud, who truly bore the brunt of the labor. I contributed little, so it would be unjust for the credit to solely belong to me. Thus, I suggested to the hot spring village folks that if they wished to commemorate something, they could plant rice along both sides of the road, with us providing the seeds. This way, the barren lands beside the road could be utilized, and those uncles and aunts would have a place to settle after completing their work. Menma pondered this, so promoting the economic development of Hot Spring Village means not only having a road to the outside world, but also being able to export agricultural products? Indeed. Naruto replied with a smile. Hot Spring Village has become quite renowned as a grain-producing region. Back then, we toiled for quite some time to cultivate the wasteland. There are relatively few ninjas in Konoha skilled in earth style. This is an area where the rock village excels. The meticulous task of tilling the land requires precise chakra control. A misstep could ruin the soil. In hindsight, that labor was certainly worthwhile. This land, after all these years, still yields such an abundant harvest. It is truly remarkable. Wow, Mom is amazing. In the Hokage conference room, silence reigned. This was the most shocking moment since the appearance of the light screen, even more so than the revelations brought forth by the Fourth Great Ninja War. Jiraiya could no longer contain himself and spoke first, gazing at everyone in astonishment. Ninjas can farm? No one could respond to him. Yet, before witnessing the light screen today, he had been fully aware of the truth. Ninjas were born as instruments of war. They were blades, weapons for killing, tools for completing missions. They were certainly not farmers, workers, or merchants. Throughout the warring states and the Third Great Ninja War, no one had ever suggested that ninjas could utilize their jutsu to produce food or construct buildings. Yet Jiraiya's eyes brightened, as if the fog had lifted, and his thoughts became unprecedentedly clear. If they could live like ordinary people, who would choose to remain a tool of slaughter? Moreover, having just emerged from the Third Great Ninja War, they desperately needed peace. We can do it too. Nara Shikaku interjected calmly, interrupting Jiraiya. I'm sorry, but we cannot. Why? By what right? The third Hokage sighed deeply. Minato's expression was grave. Uchiha Fugaku, and others, too, began to awaken to the implications of Shikaku's words, their faces shrouded in ambiguity. Because our land belongs to the nobility, Shikaku stated. Not only does our land belong to them, but even the grain produced is, in name, owned by the nobility. Only nobles can bestow seeds upon farmers, enabling them to grow crops. Jiraiya felt as though something had gripped his throat, rendering him speechless. The nobility were the true masters of the land. Ninjas were merely tools for maintaining the nobility's dominion. This reality was unbearably harsh. Minato remained silent for a long while before asking, so, when you said that the light screen might bring us disaster, was it because of this? Did you suspect all along that my son, Naruto, the seventh Hokage of Konoha, might one day overthrow the rule of the Fire Country's king? As they traversed the Golden Road, they soon approached the vicinity of Hot Spring Village. The number of pedestrians on the road steadily increased. I thought everyone preferred to travel by train nowadays. I didn't expect to see so many people driving, Naruto remarked, lifting the carriage curtain. Beside them was another carriage, one that appeared far more luxurious, indicative of an affluent family's outing. Sasuke replied, the tourism promotion from Hot Spring Village is driving this. The fire festival is in a couple of days, attracting many visitors. Look, a parade. Menma pointed to a promotional poster for the festival. Yes, there will be a grand carriage parade in the afternoon during the fire festival, Naruto said, ruffling Menma's hair. Do you want to go watch? Yes. All right then, let us stay until after the festival before heading to our next destination. We can join the parade together. Yay. Sasuke shot Naruto a glance, and once Menma had entered the carriage, he asked Naruto, who would be handling the carriage. Will you have time to join the parade in the afternoon? Naruto pondered momentarily. Gaara will probably arrive tomorrow. We scheduled our meeting for the day after. We can surely wrap it up in a morning, right? We've discussed it many times before. Sasuke didn't press further. But tomorrow, I need to meet up with Konohamaru and the others to prepare for the meeting the day after. It might take a while, Naruto added, joining his hands in prayer and giving Sasuke a playful wink. I'm counting on you to take Menma shopping. That doesn't help to say to me. However, after years of friendship, Sasuke was no longer swayed by Naruto's charms. You should tell Menma yourself. Oh, come on. Upon entering Hot Spring Village, Naruto guided the carriage to a familiar inn. The innkeeper efficiently assisted them with the check-in process. Welcome to Hot Spring Village. The fire festival the day after tomorrow will be quite lively. We invite you to come and enjoy. The innkeeper handed them their room key and promotional flyers. Thank you. A melodious young voice prompted the previously busy innkeeper to glance up, her eyes sparkling. Oh my, what an adorable young handsome boy. The Uchiha family's striking features seemed to garner admiration everywhere. Menma, accustomed to such compliments from strangers, flashed a bright smile and expressed his gratitude. His golden hair is the same color as the Seventh Hokage's, the innkeeper remarked, her heart fluttering with delight. Madam, you too, have golden hair. Upon seeing Naruto's face, the innkeeper paused momentarily. This countenance at a glance resembles a gender-swapped version of the Seventh Hokage. Naruto did not shy away from the innkeeper's scrutinizing gaze, naturally wrapping his arm around Sasuke's, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, the child's hair color is inherited from me. Good looks? That would be from the child's father. The child's father remained composed, allowing Naruto to embrace him, his calm and serene gaze snapping the innkeeper back to reality. Oh. The innkeeper, momentarily dazed, nodded in response, her thoughts consumed by the handsome faces before her. Wow, what a feast for the eyes today. Handsome men, beautiful women, and an adorable little brother. Such a stunning family. After bidding farewell to Naruto's family, the innkeeper returned to her post, patting her face as she murmured to herself. I can't believe I momentarily thought that lady was the Seventh Hokage. Haha, I must be overthinking it. That esteemed person wouldn't be so idle. Yet, the innkeeper could never have imagined that her musings would be overheard by the already distant Sasuke and Naruto. Not that idle, Sasuke repeated, your unexpected talents remain impressive. Naruto beamed with pride. The more apparent the disguise, the less believable it becomes. This is the wisdom I've garnered from years of subterfuge. As for what he called disguise, it was merely a desire to play, Sasuke thought. However, he refrained from exposing Naruto. Chapter 6. I'm so sorry, Menma, Naruto lamented. Wiping away tears, I can't accompany you to shop today. I have to work overtime. Menma's eyes widened in shock. Lord Shikamaru has come all the way to Hot Spring Village just to drag you back to work. Remembering the myriad of methods Shikamaru had to compel Naruto to work, Menma felt the prospect of a month-long vacation seemed highly unlikely. Indeed, it is no surprise that he is hailed as the foremost advisor of Konoha. Menma holds him in high esteem. Naruto. That's not Shikamaru. Naruto, touching his conscience, resolves not to cast blame upon his diligent subordinate who is currently preoccupied with official duties. Oh dear, after so many years as Hokage, he is still capable of such benevolence that even Naruto finds himself moved by his own conscience. This task had been predetermined and would likely consume half a day. He would need to work overtime tomorrow morning as well. However, he assured them that he would certainly carve out time to accompany them in the afternoon. I see. Well then, good luck with your work, Dad. Sasuke and I will head out to play now. As Naruto was off to work, he refrained from employing his transformation jutsu to disguise himself as a woman. Hence Menma retained his usual form of address. It must be noted that Menma is quite adaptable when it comes to Naruto's transformations. Although it is somewhat regrettable, as the Seventh Hokage, it is not unusual for his father to be preoccupied with work and often put in extra hours. Menma displays great understanding. He waved his hand reassuringly and said, You've worked hard, Dad. I'll remember to bring you some special ramen. Thank you, Menma. I will return as swiftly as I can. After bidding farewell to Naruto, Menma took Sasuke out for some fun, conveniently turning on the camera. Where would you like to go first? Sasuke inquired. To blend in as tourists. They both donned oversized kimonos. Sasuke wore a deep blue ensemble adorned with silver cloud patterns, exuding an air of cool elegance. His left eye was covered with a discreet forehead protector, making it difficult to discern whether he was a ninja or an ordinary person, adding to his mystique. Menma's attire mirrored Sasuke's, unmistakably a parent-child outfit, yet his fabric featured more intricate patterns, including a playful little raccoon design in the corner, perfectly suiting the lively character of a young boy. Despite Menma's golden hair and blue eyes, the striking resemblance between the two was evident as they held hands. Easily recognized by passers-by as a father and son. Let me see, the festival grounds are still being set up, and the specialty ramen shop won't open until noon. As for the hot springs, it's best to enjoy them together in the evening. Is there somewhere else Dad wants to go? Menma pondered, momentarily unsure of where to head next, and thus posed the question back to Sasuke. Given Sasuke's extensive knowledge of culture and geography, having traveled to most regions, he surely knows the best places to visit in Kuni. Menma mused. Sasuke indeed had a suggestion. You should check out the Jisei Street. I think you'll like it. Jisei Street, located on the western side of Kuni, is one of its renowned tourist attractions, adorned with golden ears of rice that create a striking visual. Besides the golden motifs, the most prevalent sights are the banners emblazoned with the whirlpool emblem representing Konoha, which also bear the words of the Seventh Hokage, still lingering in the solemn atmosphere from the previous night. The sight of Konoha's symbols permeating Kuni brought a sense of relief. It seems that Minato, your child's future accomplishments will surpass our expectations. The third Hokage remarked with a smile, puffing on his pipe. Look, even the influence of Konoha has spread to neighboring ninja villages. There's no need to be so serious, nor to worry so much. The achievements of these children far exceed what we, as old bones, have accomplished. We are no match for Naruto. Minato replied. Your humility is commendable, third Hokage. Despite his words, Minato felt a slight easing of his heart. The Hokage, beloved by other ninja villages, had not anticipated that his own child would achieve such greatness. However, he remained cognizant that without corresponding strength, even the greatest influence could become a mere facade, inciting envy. As the fourth Hokage, he possessed a keen intuition, which led him to concern for Naruto. He wondered about Naruto's strength and whether he could withstand the accolades that came with it. If not, the formidable might of Konoha's ninjas would serve to protect Naruto. Minato, you're overthinking it. Naruto's strength is certainly formidable. Wouldn't you, as his father, teach him with all your might? Jiraiya remarked, perceiving Minato's worries as that of a foolish father, caught up in his own concerns. Moreover, if your teaching methods fall short, my expertise is certainly sufficient. I shall assist you in guiding Naruto. Upon hearing this, Minato couldn't help but smile. Indeed, with a teacher's guidance, Naruto's abilities will surely surpass mine. Furthermore, he is supported by the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku nodded with restrained pride, his clan's emblem on his fan drawing attention. Indeed, with his own lineage, the guidance of Jiraiya, the esteemed Uchiha clan, and other powerful ninjas from Konoha, Naruto would undoubtedly possess the requisite prowess to pursue his dreams. Minato set aside his worries from the previous night and allowed himself to relax. Thus, he could continue watching the unfolding spectacle with peace of mind. The streets were bustling with tourists, and Menma and Sasuke blended in seamlessly, hardly drawing attention. At most, passers-by would pause to admire the striking looks of the father and son. In the middle of the street was a large electronic screen, seemingly a recent high-tech product from the Sound Village, captivating the crowd. The beloved Intimate Paradise author presents yet another sequel, Bonds of Rain on the Rooftop. The only designated sales point in Kuni, with a limited release of 10,000 copies. First come, first served. Don't miss out. The announcement on the screen caused many to halt in their tracks, looking up in anticipation. Following this message was a short promotional video showcasing the novel-esque content. Underneath a rooftop, rain poured heavily. A blonde woman, clad in a crisp short shirt and possessing a stunning figure, held an umbrella. Her expression animated as tears streamed from her sapphire blue eyes. She seemed to be questioning someone sheltered beneath the eaves. The camera shifted, revealing that the person confronting the blonde woman was another woman with black hair and dark eyes. This black-haired woman was exceedingly beautiful, her demeanor cold and aloof, reminiscent of a snow-capped mountain. Yet, when she gazed at the blonde, her expression softened, resembling melting snow, tinged with sadness. As the camera zoomed in, the blonde woman approached the black-haired woman, the rain cascading behind her. In the downpour, the contrasting hues of azure and obsidian were striking. Though they had ample time to act, an inexplicable atmosphere began to rise, prompting speculation about their relationship. Their faces drew nearer, and as their pale and crimson lips were about to touch, the screen abruptly went black, and the title Bonds of Rain on the rooftop slowly emerged. Onlookers couldn't help but lament. Oh no, Miss Haruko and Miss Yuri were about to kiss. How can they interrupt at such a moment? Indeed, I hope to see Miss Haruko and Miss Yuri share a kiss while watching the prequel of Bonds. Sasuke, at last. I understand why Naruto whimsically proposed a bet to disguise himself as a woman. Menma, still quite young, found little interest in the short film, his attention more focused on the title displayed on the screen. How peculiar. It seemed he had seen a similar title on his mother's desk previously. Sasuke instinctively covered Menma's eyes, his tone calm. No, you haven't. You must have seen it wrong. Menma, oh? Why does Dad's demeanor seem a bit strange? Chapter 7. After the short film concluded, the line outside the bookstore swelled with eager customers, rapidly transforming into an endless queue. I must obtain the first edition bonus of Bonds of Rain on the rooftop. The patrons raised their cash, their eyes filled with anticipation. Menma had initially considered entering the bookstore, but upon witnessing the scene, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. Sasuke, we could go have lunch first. Afterward, the crowd should thin out. That made sense, after all. The throng was merely there for Bonds of Rain on the rooftop, and since Menma had no interest in the book, being 18 and too young to read it, they could always return later. Thus, they continued their exploration, eventually arriving at a uniquely charming restaurant for their meal. Menma felt that book looked familiar, but someone else found it even more so. Konoha's Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Is Intimate Paradise your work, master? Upon uttering these words, all eyes in the room turned toward Jiraiya. To their astonishment, the legendary sage, one of the famed 3 legendary ninjas, was indeed such a person. The expressions on everyone's faces conveyed a shared sentiment. Among them, the third Hokage's reproachful glare was the most pronounced. Yet, Jiraiya displayed no signs of embarrassment or awkwardness. Instead, he cleared his throat and proclaimed with pride, "My reputation remains untarnished." The crowd murmured, "Is it truly something to celebrate to gain fame from writing adult novels?" Minato placed a hand to his forehead, feeling the weight of a headache. He had not anticipated that the revelation regarding their futures would include not only Kakashi as Naruto's teacher, but also Jiraiya's rise to fame through his adult-themed novels. Furthermore, Master, you even wrote about a romance between two women? It was not that he held any objections to same-sex relationships. But Minato couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that the two women in the short film bore a striking resemblance to Naruto and Sasuke. His gaze turned accusatory. For once, Jiraiya felt a twinge of guilt. Well, love transcends gender and surpasses all boundaries. Ahem, in any case, I merely intended to explore this theme, with no other implications. Did he truly harbor no ulterior motives? Jiraiya silently averted his gaze from his disciple, questioning his own heart. He too found the two women in the film eerily reminiscent of his disciple's daughter and son-in-law, though oblivious to the precise content of the novel. The coincidence of the blonde and brunette characters was uncanny. But why would he write a scandalous plot involving his disciple's daughter and son-in-law? Jiraiya reflected inwardly. Even if he were to live recklessly, including his disciple's daughter in an adult novel was far too audacious. Therefore, the characters could not possibly be based on Naruto and Sasuke, right? Surely not. Coming to this conclusion, Jiraiya regained his confidence, dismissing Minato's accusatory gaze. He even dared to challenge the stoic Uchiha Fugaku, who appeared on the verge of freezing. "What's the matter? Do you take issue with my literary work?" Uchiha Fugaku responded with a cold demeanor. "The union of man and woman is the rightful path. Illicit affairs are an affront to nature and a detriment to humanity." Jiraiya, unfazed by the young man's antiquated views, stood his ground. "What do you understand of love?" Uchiha Fugaku retorted. His Sharingan was nearly activated in his indignation. Minato's headache intensified. "Master, please, even the most open-minded individual cannot endure having their son portrayed in a gender-swapped adult narrative." However, witnessing Jiraiya's defiance toward Fugaku, Minato speculated that the resemblance of the two women was merely coincidental. Uchiha clan leader, adhere to strict family regulations and a disciplined demeanor. Thus I cannot appreciate the romantic entanglements depicted in Lord Jiraiya's writings. The noble Uchiha leader responded sternly, his straight posture and the deep lines on his face exuding the dignity and grace of the esteemed Uchiha clan. "Eat your vegetables, don't be picky," Sasuke admonished as he tapped his chopsticks against his son Itachi's hand, interrupting the latter's attempt to pick out the greens from his bowl. Itachi pouted, "Ugh, you caught me. But this vegetable is bitter, it tastes terrible. Regardless of how it tastes, you must finish it. Don't think I will indulge your pickiness like Naruto does," Sasuke firmly insisted. With a grimace, Itachi reluctantly picked up a piece and chewed it slowly, glancing at Sasuke several times. When he saw his father was no longer watching, he swiftly dumped the greens into his dog's food bowl beneath the table. He even whispered encouragingly to the dog, "Come on, buddy, eat up." Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he observed the scene. His right eye began to spin silently, turning crimson. "Itachi, I'm sorry, Dad. I just felt sorry for the dog. It wanted to eat too, right?" Itachi exclaimed in terror, staring into his father's blood-red Sharingan. "Dad, what are you going to do?" In the blink of an eye, Itachi found himself in an empty, brightly lit room. There was nothing but a table with a large plate of greens on it, lush and vibrant. Itachi searched desperately for an exit, but to no avail. The cold, mocking voice of his father echoed around the room. "You shall not leave until you finish every last piece of your vegetables." The audience's attention shifted from Jiraiya to Uchiha Fugaku. Jiraiya voiced the collective curiosity. Is the strict adherence to Uchiha clan rules and disciplined conduct truly exemplified by using the Sharingan to teach one's child to eat their vegetables? Uchiha Fugaku responded vehemently, "Of course not. Who would discipline their child in such a manner?" Nearby Uchiha clansmen were eager to defend their leader. "And it's merely a simple genjutsu. There's no need to employ the Sharingan for such trivial matters. Who would misuse the Sharingan in that way?" Chapter 8. While waiting for Naruto's arrival in the Konoha branch of the Soup Ninja Village, Konohamaru eagerly pulled out a copy of Bonding Under the Rain at Night that he had just acquired. Moegi looked on disapprovingly. "Hey, you didn't apply for this mission just to snag the first edition, did you?" "Of course not. How could you think that of me?" Konohamaru retorted. In public, reading an adult-themed gender-swap story featuring the Hokage and Uchiha was quite the spectacle. Moegi scoffed. "Come on, you're not that person." With a decisive snap, Konohamaru closed the book, his expression turning serious as he emphasized, "Miss Haruno and Miss Yamanaka have no real-life counterparts. Their bond is unique." I asked Naruto and he assured me that the story is entirely original. Original plot, original protagonists, right? Udon, who had been fixated on the book cover, couldn't help but ask. By the way, the author's identity has never been disclosed. How can you be so certain that the Hokage is the author? This soul-searching question left Konohamaru speechless. Moegi chuckled. Exactly. Konohamaru, why would you ask the Hokage about the source of the story? How can you be sure the Hokage knows the author's creative process? Would he even say that Naruto and II is definitely the author? If someone inquired how he came to that conclusion, would he admit that the two protagonists could only be crafted by Naruto and II? That would force him to acknowledge that the characters have real-life inspirations. Konohamaru found himself at a loss for words. Haha, what a lecherous old man. Konohamaru, incensed, shot back. Is it wrong to appreciate the sincere love between people? Udon quickly attempted to redirect the conversation. As for the identity of the author of Bonding Under the Rain at Night, we cannot be sure it is the Hokage. After all, the Hokage has only acknowledged that one work as his own, described as the finest interpretation of the legacy of fire, a profound manifestation of the Seventh Hokage's spirit, and a monumental work heralding a new era in Konoha. Konohamaru continued. It reveals the truth behind the Fourth Great Ninja War, exposes the corruption within Konoha and the ninja world, condemns the brutality of war, and illuminates a path forward. It was none other than the Chronicles of Naruto Uzumaki, My Early Life. As he proclaimed this title, the light in Konohamaru's eyes shone brighter than the sun outside. Moegi interjected. That book is also informally referred to as the proper way to defeat the Uchiha clan's genius. Udon chimed in. Isn't it more like the 3 lifetimes of love with my closest friend? Meng Huang, I have been rather subtle. A declaration of love, 360 ways to praise Uchiha Sasuke, and 800 classic phrases to declare affection. Udon, the Hokage truly is magnificent. It is said that after the release of this book, the hand-holding rate among couples in Konoha skyrocketed, with declarations made using phrases from the book leaving their beloveds utterly moved. Konohamaru, be quiet, you too. Found it. Menma squeezed through the crowd and, thanks to his agile figure, managed to snatch the book he desired. It is this one, The Chronicles of Uzumaki Naruto. On the cover, a golden-haired figure stands atop a tower, arms crossed. The design is quite innovative. Amidst the golden silhouette, only those eyes are highlighted. Although the specific features of the figure remain obscured, those eyes vividly portray determination and fearlessness, stirring the hearts of all who gaze upon the cover. Finally acquiring the coveted deluxe edition of the Chronicles of Naruto, Menma clutched the book tightly, his eyes squinting with joy. He only possessed the standard version at home, having given away all the deluxe editions, and he truly lamented not keeping one for himself. What is the difference between the deluxe and standard editions? The content is the same. Sasuke pulled Menma out of the throng and led him to the checkout. Menma insisted, of course, there is a difference. The deluxe version has far more illustrations than the standard one, along with a bonus poster and tailed beast stamps. Collecting all 9 different tailed beast stamps could even win you a limited edition Hokage figurine. Such are the traps of consumerism. Despite having previously educated others on similar matters, Sasuke found it somewhat disheartening that Menma could fall for it. However, seeing Menma's excitement, he refrained from voicing further objections. Tuning Village indeed excels at tourism. Even the books in their bookstore are priced at double that of other places. Today, the store is running a promotion. Purchase the new book Bonding on a Rainy Rooftop and receive a 20% discount. The cheerful cashier informed them that only 1 copy remained. Would the customer like to take it? Upon seeing the golden-haired and dark-haired women's profiles on the cover, Sasuke's eye twitched. He promptly refused, stating, no need. I will only buy 1. The remaining copy is mine. Another golden-haired woman rushed past Sasuke, pressing down on the cashier's Bonding on a Rainy Rooftop regardless of the price. I will pay triple to secure it. The cashier responded expertly, calm down, ma'am. This gentleman is not competing with you. If you wish to purchase it, you may do so after he completes his transaction. Wonderful. The woman named Temari sighed in relief, then turned to see the novel's inspiration present on site. Temari. Sasuke. Temari blurted out. Gaara told me he was quite curious about the content of this novel, so I'm buying it for him. Sasuke, Gaara, who had just arrived a moment too late. Dear sister, could you not throw me under the bus in front of the person involved? Only the innocent Menma remained cheerful, greeting them. Aunt Temari, Uncle Gaara, it's been a while. Perhaps no one else dared to poke fun at him. Jiraiya was currently quite animated. Look how open-minded the future generations are. My novels are so popular, even the girls enjoy reading them. While an open mind is commendable, Asuma Sarutobi hesitated to speak, wondering if the popularity of his 18 novels was truly something to celebrate. Minato Namikaze coughed lightly, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. Tuning Village's economy is thriving. The bookstore is filled with common folk, yet they can afford these rather expensive items. In this era, the prices of such books can indeed be considered steep. Yes, only when one has enough for food and clothing will they contemplate purchasing other items. Yet, they seem to manage it quite comfortably. The future of Tuning Village is incalculable. Jiraiya sighed again. Having traveled extensively, he had encountered numerous villages and their inhabitants. Honing a keen eye for such matters, it is a rare sight to witness ordinary people affording entertainment beyond mere survival. Such scenes I have only observed in some capital cities, almost never in a ninja village. A silence fell over the group. At this moment, they all pondered one thing. What of Konoha? In the future, will Konoha flourish like Tuning Village? Will it outshine the capital of the Land of Fire? Surely it will. After all, that Seventh Hokage is a figure celebrated in textbooks, adored by Tuning Village. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, deep in thought, his mind swirling with Menma's mention of the tailed beast stamps. 9-tailed beast stamps. Could it be the tailed beasts he was thinking of? How could people of the future treat such malevolent, uncontrollable, and fearsome tailed beasts as mere commodities, as if they were trifles? Are the common folk unafraid? Do the ninjas feel no terror? The third Hokage could not comprehend. It is inconceivable that someone could control all 9-tailed beasts, making them obedient and docile as pets. Such a scenario is something the third Hokage could never accept. Not to mention, the tailed beasts possess immense power, each requiring the combined strength of an entire village to seal, and most importantly, possessing a tailed beast signifies the strength and status of a ninja village. Portraying tailed beasts as terrifying and evil serves as a deterrent and warning to other ninjas. Do not covet what you should not. Thus, the sudden emergence of a tailed beast stamp in the future left the third Hokage bewildered. The political value of the tailed beasts had suddenly become perplexing. The others did not dwell on such thoughts. They were discussing the new characters presented at the end of the light curtain. Although those two did not wear the village headbands, their mannerisms and gait suggested they were likely ninjas. Could they be Konoha ninjas known to Menma and the others? Gaara and Temari refrained from revealing their surnames, making it impossible to discern their affiliations. After a round of discussion, they yielded no conclusive results. However, the light curtain soon provided them with answers. Old friends reunited. How wonderful it is to gather once more. Gaara invited Sasuke to join him at the tea house next to the bookstore, and Sasuke did not decline. Menma and Temari, being more familiar with each other, soon moved to the other side of the table to play. It was certainly not due to any sense of awkwardness on Temari's part, as she boldly placed the novel on the table, showing no signs of embarrassment whatsoever. Since Sasuke-kun has arrived in Tuning Village, it indicates Naruto must be here as well. Why don't I see him? He.s. busy working. Ah, now I understand. Gaara chuckled, realizing the implication. Naruto is quite cautious, with both of you present. Who would dare cause trouble tomorrow? Sasuke, not necessarily. Naruto and I have disguised ourselves. They are unaware of our arrival. Gaara looked perplexed. Disguised? He scrutinized Sasuke closely. Finding no signs of disguise, Sasuke calmly sipped his tea. I used an alias, Menma dyed his hair, and Naruto has also assumed a false identity. Gaara, I don't quite grasp the point of your disguise. As the Kazekage, you draw more attention than us. Sasuke seemed to recall something, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Compared to Naruto, they are even less inclined to want your presence. Tuning Village sincerely invited me here. Gaara remained unfazed, regarding those lurking in the shadows with indifference. Rather, I am more curious about what identity Sasuke-kun is here under. Are you the leader of the Sound Village, or do you hold another title? Gaara's gaze inquired. The leader of the Sound Village is Karen, and Naruto's bodyguard is a Konoha ninja. Sasuke replied calmly. As for me, I am simply a visitor intending to participate in the Fire Festival. Gaara understood. Sasuke meant he would not intervene in the Fire Festival under any other identity and would not officially appear. However, any discerning individual who inquires will inevitably uncover his clandestine presence. Just as he has done for the past decade and more, he chooses to subtly manipulate the situation. After discerning Sasuke's stance, the matter regarding the festival tomorrow is put to rest. Some discussions need not delve too deeply. It suffices to acknowledge the alliance between them. Thus, Gaara shifts the conversation to a safer topic. As a man of maturity, there is scarcely a subject more worthy of discourse than family and the education of children. Gaara observes the amiable interaction between Himawari and Hanabi, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Isn't Himawari nearly 12? Remarkably patient with her elders. Shirori, Kankaro's child, is also 12 this year, yet he seems to have already entered adolescence, leaving one perplexed daily with his antics. My brother has grown so weary that he has entrusted the task of discipline to me. Truth be told, I have little experience with children. Might Sasuke have any wisdom to impart on education? Adolescence. Sasuke falls into contemplation. The vexing issue of educating children during their teenage years weighs heavily on countless parents. As a responsible guardian, he has naturally pondered how to guide Himawari through this tumultuous phase, particularly given that she has inherited the Uchiha lineage. It is evident that managing her will pose challenges far exceeding those of ordinary children. Communicate effectively? If all else fails, a good thrashing might suffice. After much reflection, Sasuke recalls his own youth, concluding that there is perhaps no better means of communication than a good fight. Gaara interjects, "Have you struck Himawari?" Unlike their previous acquaintance, which was almost estranged, the bond forged over the years has transformed Gaara and Sasuke into friends, with a profound understanding of Naruto's family. To his knowledge, Himawari has never endured a beating from her parents. Sasuke recalls the incident at noon when he reprimanded her, justifying his actions. "I can be quite stern." He recounts the episode of using Jinjutsu to compel her to consume her vegetables. Gaara queries, "May I ask, when you finally released Himawari from your Jinjutsu, did she finish her vegetables?" Sasuke falls silent. Gaara understands. Matters of child-rearing should not be discussed with those who indulge their offspring excessively. Chapter 9. The Future Kazekage. The Future Kazekage. Everyone gasps in astonishment. They had not anticipated that their earlier speculations were erroneous. He was not a ninja from Konoha. Moreover, the future Kazekage appears to share such a close rapport with our Konoha. Minato muses, observing the dialogue between Gaara and Sasuke. It is evident that their camaraderie transcends the typical official exchanges between leaders. At the very least, it is a political alliance devoid of conflicting interests. Thus, in the future, have we formed an alliance between Konoha and Sunagakure? It is surprising, considering that during the Third Great Ninja War, our relations were far from cordial. Even now, they are not particularly amicable. Did not the Fourth Hokage's inauguration ceremony witness their leader's absence? Humph, decades hence, they will still need to mend their relations with us. Unbeknownst to them, the Kazekage of a future generation is already conferring with our Seventh Hokage on matters of child education. A fervent discussion ensues among the group, and someone exclaims, prompting everyone's gaze to discreetly shift towards the Uchiha clan, particularly focusing on Fugaku Uchiha. Whispers arise once more, and unlike their previous cautious and suspicious tones, this time their murmurs are laced with mockery directed at the Uchiha. Is it true that the Uchiha's parenting methods leave much to be desired? Indeed, let us not forget. The Uchiha Sasuke depicted on the screen employs Jinjutsu as a means of child rearing, and it seems he has not succeeded, as I just witnessed Himawari picking the vegetables from her plate. TSK, at 11 years old, she is still so coddled. It is no wonder the Kazekage wore such a perplexed expression. Setting aside Himawari, even the Uchiha clan leader's parenting appears questionable. Just look at his son. Yes, at not yet 7 years old, he resembles his father, a stoic countenance. What lies ahead for him? No girl will be drawn to a stoic. At 7, he is already destined for solitude. How tragic. Furthermore, the other children of the Uchiha clan seem no better off. Amidst a flurry of gossip, they arrive at a consensus. The Uchiha's approach to parenting is indeed abysmal. Fugaku Uchiha, this is nothing but slander. Pure, unfounded slander. Such accusations, especially when directed at the accused, seem excessively harsh. Among those surrounding Fugaku, some stifle their laughter, while others unabashedly burst into guffaws, notably Jiraiya. Only Minato, kind-hearted Minato, offers a sympathetic pat on Fugaku's shoulder. "I know Itachi is a fine child. You have raised him excellently," he reassures. And Sasuke, too, is imparting admirable lessons to Himawari. How can one call it coddling when one loves their child? Fugaku, wait, Hokage-sama, are you implying that you also? Minato, parents ought to cherish their children. When a child errs, gentle guidance is all that is required. How can one resort to violence to compel change? Alas, Sasuke's methods may be a tad too forceful. Employing Jinjutsu to coerce Himawari is not the gentlest approach. Children are often unknowing. They must be taught gradually. The assembly gasps in disbelief. Hokage-sama, you understand the meaning of indulgence. Fugaku, I was on the verge of questioning my own qualifications as a father. However, in comparison to Hokage-sama, I now see I am far from adequate. The leader of the Tanuki village, Kitahara Kanami, had just settled into the reception room when he inquired whether everyone had arrived. Before he could finish, another elder from the Tanuki village could no longer contain himself. Elder Takeda Kunin coldly replied, "Sir, the Konoha representatives, including Jonin Sarutobi Konohamaru, have yet to arrive." He emphasized the name Sarutobi Konohamaru with great weight, clearly hinting at Kitahara Kanami. Kitahara Kanami glanced at Elder Takeda, but refrained from responding. Elder Takeda, short in stature and gaunt in appearance, nevertheless possessed a robust voice that resonated throughout the conference room with each utterance. He continued, "Sir, tomorrow you are to announce at the Fire Festival the formal separation of the Tanuki village from the Land of Water, establishing a new capital. Konoha previously assured us of unwavering support and an alliance. Yet look, for your inauguration ceremony, they have only sent a Jonin as a representative. The Hokage himself has not deigned to attend. Even the Kazekage has graciously come forth, while our esteemed Seventh Hokage has merely dispatched a handful of Jonin. Elder Takeda's remarks fell upon the assembly like a shroud of silence. Subtle glances drifted toward the young Kitahara Kanami, who found himself in a quandary. Ever since the Seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, assumed office, a series of reforms have been enacted. Konoha's strength, both in terms of hard and soft power, has surged. In collaboration with the erstwhile Sound Ninja, now the de facto ruler of the Sound Ninja research base, Sasuke Uchiha, no organization or faction could hope to impede their alliance. In a matter of years, Konoha would declare its separation from the Land of Fire, establishing a new capital. Of course, this is the official narrative. The unspoken truth is that Konoha has become the new capital of the Land of Fire, with the Hokage as its actual sovereign. One must acknowledge that such actions, in their time, were nothing short of revolutionary. For centuries, there have been 4 world wars. Yet never before has any ninja dared to aspire to rights and status beyond their station. Kings and nobles, commoners and ninjas, these distinctions have always been stark. Akin to an insurmountable chasm, no one has ever crossed that divide to declare an end to noble rule and seize their own destiny. Never, except for the Seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. At the time, countless skeptics emerged, many observing with derision, and some even boldly proclaiming that, regardless of Naruto's invincibility, Konoha would meet its demise within 3 years. Later on, it became evident that the world now recognized only Konoha. The identity of the Fire Country's king was a mystery, unknown and unseen. The success of Konoha's model illuminated a beacon of hope for many oppressed villages, unveiling a novel path before them. Gradually, a wave of independence swept through the eastern and southwestern regions, centered around the Fire Country. Intriguingly, this transfer of power unfolded largely through peaceful and stable means. Those with discerning minds cast apprehensive glances towards the direction of the Sound Village, silencing their tongues in fear. Thus, following the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War, a peace lasting over 20 years was maintained, and the world, or at least the majority of it, began to flourish. Now, the baton of resistance against noble oppression had passed to the hands of the town village. After years of simmering potential, it was finally the turn of the newly appointed village leader, Kanami Kitayama, to embark on a new journey. However, would the Hokage truly be absent this time? After all, we had pledged to join the alliance at the very first opportunity. Even if the town village's strength pales in comparison to the great nations, we should not be so coldly disregarded. Perhaps the Hokage merely looks down upon the contract we promised. Kanami paused, her hand resting on her forehead, her gaze subtly assessing the individual beside her, her hair just concealing her icy eyes. Elder Iwakura, what do you mean by that? Elder Tokita, known for his impatience, was the first to press for clarification. Perhaps I am overthinking it, Iwakura murmured, lowering his head to evade further inquiries from Tokita, lapsing into silence once more. Elder Tokita nearly burst with frustration, feeling he might unleash a fireball had he possessed the fire release technique. All right, enough of the bickering, Kanami interjected. Since the Konoha representative has yet to arrive, there is no need for us to wait. Time is of the essence. Let us commence the meeting. After the meeting concluded, Kanami, along with the elders, departed, later finding herself alone in a more secluded parlor. Upon entering, she encountered the person the elders had been reminiscing about, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto had dispensed with his transformation jutsu, reverting to his original form, clad in a light blue kimono, his golden hair framing eyes as vast and deep as the ocean, capable of encompassing all. Governor Kitayama, it has been a long time. Kanami felt a wave of relief wash over her, and a smile blossomed upon her lips. Hokage, tomorrow marks my inauguration. It is premature to address me as governor. Please, just call me by my name. It won't be long now, Naruto remarked with a hint of nostalgia. It has been nearly a decade. You are finally about to realize your aspirations. Kanami recalled her first encounter with Naruto, when she was still a reckless girl, unaware of the world's vastness. Seeing Naruto, who appeared only slightly older than herself, she had boasted that one day she would become the leader of the town village, guiding her people toward a new life. Little did she know that fulfilling such a promise would take nearly a decade. Her eyes grew misty as she reflected on the journey, grateful for his and Konoha's support. Naruto patted Kanami's shoulder, shaking his head with a smile. I merely offered a bit of assistance. The progress of the town village is due to your efforts and those of your villagers. Keep it up, Kanami. The road ahead demands continued diligence. Indeed, another battle awaits, and I shall give it my all. Upon returning to the inn, night had fallen. Here's the ramen I brought you. Sasuke indicated toward the box on the table. Naruto ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Appearing far from the dignified Hokage he had just been, much like a parent burdened with guilt for neglecting their child. I had hoped to join you for a soak in the hot springs tonight, but time slipped away from us. I suppose Mina has already gone to bed. I wonder if he's upset with me? Not at all. Sasuke paused momentarily, his expression unreadable. I ran into Kakashi on the street earlier. Mina seemed to be enjoying himself with them. Naruto lifted his gaze from the box, momentarily stunned. Kakashi-sensei, they came to the town village? For a visit? Yes. Sasuke replied tersely. Hey, Naruto, he said, diving into the ramen. The noodles were still warm, fragrant, and had not clumped together, having clearly been reheated with care, a sight that whetted the appetite. After a brief moment of contemplation, Naruto wondered if Kakashi's presence in the town village was merely coincidental. But the delectable aroma of the ramen quickly captured his attention, causing him to forget everything else. Wow, this is amazing, he exclaimed, his words muffled by the noodles. Sasuke poured him a glass of water. Shut up and enjoy your meal. He then stood to leave. Naruto hastily swallowed his mouth full of ramen, asking, Where are you going at this hour? Don't tell me you're still seeking someone to spar with in the middle of the night, Naruto fretted. I'm heading to the hot springs. Going to the hot springs at this hour seems like a way to unwind from some frustration, Naruto concluded. He quickly finished his ramen, tossed the empty box aside, and gulped down his water before darting off to the hot springs. The inn offered private hot springs. Yet at this late hour, the communal baths were relatively empty. Utilizing his chakra senses, Naruto swiftly pinpointed Sasuke's location and pushed open the sliding door, confirming his hunch. Sasuke lounged in the hot spring, eyes closed, unperturbed by the sound of the door opening. Without a doubt, the newcomer was Naruto. The warm water exuded a gentle steam, inviting one to wash away the day's fatigue. After a long day of meetings, even those not feeling weary could not resist the allure of a hot spring. As Naruto began to disrobe, his clothes piled at his feet, he glanced at the spring so tantalizingly close, then at the garments entangling him, and made a choice. With a sudden leap, he plunged into the water with a splash, sending waves cascading across the surface. The sudden eruption of water struck Sasuke's face, shattering his moment of tranquility. Now, this is ruined, he exclaimed, veins popping on his forehead. Is it that difficult to undress? It's just water, what is there to fear? Naruto retorted, swimming over to grab the towel resting on the steps behind Sasuke. Their sun-kissed bodies drew near, the warmth between them more enticing than the hot spring itself. It was a moment ripe for something profound to occur. However, owing to Naruto's irreverent tone and the water dripping from his hair, Sasuke, after a brief moment of contemplation, decided otherwise. With a swift motion, he thrust his left hand forward, plunging Naruto's head beneath the water with the precision he was known for. Naruto, damn it. A sneak attack? Just you wait. Much like Naruto's earlier concerns while eating ramen, Sasuke indeed sought out a fight. However, the opponent was none other than himself. Thus, the illustrious, world-shaping Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, clashed within the confines of a small hot spring in the town village with the enigmatic puppeteer of world affairs, Sasuke Uchiha. Thus began the first night in the hot springs, marked by their water-splashing skirmish. Chapter 10. Once again, an assembly gathered to observe Mina's travel livestream. Aside from the vigilant ninjas stationed in the shadows, sitting by the riverbank to openly view the luminous screen were still those few led by the fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze surveyed the surroundings, pondering whether he should increase the number of viewers to analyze Mina's videos from various perspectives. As the information regarding Konoha's future was still somewhat lacking, given that Mina was currently in a foreign ninja village. As Minato contemplated potential candidates to invite, the screen presented him with an option. Mina grimaced at the sight of the vegetables before him, his expression filled with doubt. Teacher Kakashi, what were you saying just now? Without lifting his gaze, Kakashi remained absorbed in the ostentatiously covered book in his hands, a smile gracing his lips as he replied. The dessert shop has introduced a new promotion. If you finish a plate of their featured greens, you will receive a complimentary mysterious dessert. It is said that the mysterious dessert is exceptionally delightful, but supplies are limited each day, available on a first-come, first-served basis. Mikado's face contorted in dismay. Why on earth would a dessert shop feature greens on their main menu? Isn't it a bit excessive for the owner to overstep their culinary boundaries? Well, this plate of greens is a newly cultivated variety from the village of Hot Springs, and with the influx of tourists for the Fire Festival, they are fervently promoting it. Even dessert shops are serving it now. But this new variety is bitter. Mikado exclaimed, my father compelled me to taste it yesterday, and it was utterly dreadful. Who would enjoy bitter greens? Kakashi, maintaining his leisurely tone, casually turned a page of his book, his next words nearly prompting Mikado to leap from his seat. Alas, another mysterious dessert has just been claimed by a customer. It seems there is only one left now. Mikado, It appears you won't be indulging in the mysterious dessert today. Mikado swiftly turned his head, and indeed, he spotted 2 customers at the front desk, each clutching a plate of tantalizing desserts. The sweet, fragrant aroma wafted towards him, and he yearned to seize a fork and dive in. How infuriating! As a dessert enthusiast, witnessing those enticing treats slip from my grasp is pure torment. Yet, he wrestled with the decision to force himself to consume the bitter greens before him, finding it a struggle to resolve his dilemma. How could such a predicament exist in this world? Kakashi rolled his eyes, and, after savoring Mikado's expression of angst, tapped gently on the table before him, prompting, "Do you see the customer behind you? Their greens are nearly finished." Mikado gasped. This is not the time for hesitation. A man must endure bitterness to earn sweetness. Enlightened, he grasped his chopsticks and shoveled a generous handful of greens into his mouth. His eyes shut tight, his face contorted as if he were embodying the essence of self-sacrifice. Kakashi stifled laughter behind his mask for quite some time. Somewhere nearby, a scoff echoed, laced with an unmistakable sense of exasperation. Kakashi's smile widened. It was remarkable that Naruto and Sasuke, 2 fathers who indulged their children, had not spoiled Mikado. Instead, they had nurtured him into someone so amusing. When Naruto leaped through the window, he was met with the sight of Mikado furiously stuffing greens into his mouth. He beamed with pride. "Mikado, you've grown up. You're eating your greens without even needing encouragement. How splendid." A disgruntled grinding of teeth echoed from somewhere else. With tear-filled eyes, Mikado gazed at Naruto, hesitant to speak, fearing that if he opened his mouth, he might expel the greens within. After forcing them down, he performed a dramatic roll and dashed toward the front desk. "Woe is me, mysterious dessert, here I come." "Ah, Kakashi, you truly have a way with things," Naruto mused, shaking his head in admiration. He took a few strides and settled down before Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi finally beheld Naruto in his entirety, dressed in a kimono, feminine attire, long hair, and a figure that was strikingly alluring. Kakashi remarked, "I find it difficult to comprehend the thoughts of today's youth." "Oh no, I mean the thoughts of today's middle-aged individuals." However, Kakashi, seasoned by the world, remained unfazed by the sudden stillness that enveloped the surroundings. He maintained his composure, merely offering a slight smile while beneath his mask, one could only speculate the expressions he wore. "You surpass expectations. Your unexpected talents remain unparalleled." Naruto, displaying humility, responded, "Oh really? It's merely average, haha." He produced a lavish folding fan from his pocket, elegantly unfurling it to partially conceal his mouth, exuding an air of grace. Kakashi began to reminisce about teaching Naruto the art of ninja disguise, wondering if Naruto had truly taken it to heart. He distinctly remembered that during the lesson, only Sakura diligently took notes, while the other 2 were preoccupied with bickering. Truly, the student had outshone the teacher. "By the way, Kakashi, weren't you supposed to be traveling the world? What brings you to the village of hot springs?" "We are indeed traveling the world. Half a year ago, we reached the farthest north, then made our way south. Upon hearing of the festivities in the village of hot springs, we decided to take a break and enjoy the spectacle," Kakashi replied with a cheerful smile. "Is that so?" Naruto mused, stroking his chin. The fire festival in the village of hot springs indeed promised excitement. However, a glimmer of mischief sparked in Naruto's eyes. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat as he sensed impending trouble. As a teacher, he was all too familiar with the mischievous expressions of his students. "How about this, teacher? To ensure you witness the festivities firsthand, you could attend the fire festival in the village of hot springs as the 6th Hokage. What do you think?" Minato's eyes lit up, mirroring Naruto's enthusiasm. "Ah, so Kakashi has become the 6th Hokage." Coincidentally, it was Kakashi's turn on duty in the Anbu today. With a wave of his hand, a youthful Kakashi, adorned in a fox mask, materialized before Minato with astonishing speed, drawing the attention of all present. Such skill at such a young age was truly impressive, exuding an air of reliability. Could he truly be the future 6th Hokage? Memories of the exceptional Hatake clan flooded everyone's minds, and they nodded in silent agreement. Indeed, a remarkable talent. "Kakashi, I am certain you will be an outstanding Hokage." Minato's smile radiated both pride and affection. With Kushina's Naruto yet to be born, Minato's paternal affections were generously bestowed upon his students. Alas, with 2 of the 3 students he cherished now grown, all of his affection had to be entrusted to Kakashi. Such is the bond between a teacher and a father. "Kakashi, I am overjoyed that you have not only become an exemplary Hokage, but also a remarkable teacher." Minato placed a hand on Kakashi's slender shoulder while wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye. "I trust you completely with Konoha." Kakashi silently gazed at Minato, uncertain of how to respond. He turned his gaze back to the image of himself in the light screen, feeling increasingly perplexed. Was he truly the future version of himself? Would he really become Hokage? That was Obito's dream. Had he inadvertently fulfilled Obito's aspirations? Kakashi instinctively touched his left eye. Though his teacher had always encouraged and praised him, he still felt a sense of unreality, as if it were all a facade. The Kakashi depicted in the light screen exuded maturity and composure, his age indiscernible, effortlessly persuading Mikado to eat the unpalatable greens, embodying the qualities of an exceptional teacher. Yet, his words were flippant, and his demeanor frivolous, as he brazenly read an inappropriate book in front of children in a public setting. The youthful Kakashi could never have fathomed that he would evolve into such an eccentric elder. Was he truly the future version of himself? The young Kakashi questioned himself once again, uncharacteristically doubting his own reliability. Upon hearing Naruto's suggestion, Kakashi maintained his calm demeanor, smiling subtly. The Seventh Hokage, beloved by the entire village of Hot Springs, cannot possibly attend the fire festival in the capacity of a retired elder. Ah, teacher, you are being overly modest. You contributed significantly during the reconstruction of the village of Hot Springs. The villagers have always been grateful for your efforts. Years had passed, and it seemed the position of Hokage had indeed tempered people, for even Naruto had mastered the art of flattery to compel others into action. Yet, as a former Hokage, Kakashi possessed a wealth of experience. The two engaged in a playful back and forth of polite refusals and invitations. Menma dashed over, carrying a dessert, interrupting their futile exchange of compliments. Mom, look. This is the spoils I acquired through perseverance and resilience. Before Kakashi could utter another excuse, he was momentarily taken aback by Menma's casual address of Mom. Truly, as expected of Naruto's child, her emotional fortitude was surprisingly high. Seizing the moment while Kakashi was still in a daze, Naruto decisively declared, "It's settled then. The fire festival at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and you, sensei, shall represent Konoha as the illustrious 6th Hokage." Menma, lifting her head from the sea of desserts, cheered. Is Kakashi-sensei actually attending the fire festival? Hooray! That means Mom can join us to watch the ceremonial festivities. Kakashi, feeling like a mere tool in the hands of his students, maintained his good-natured demeanor without irritation. Resting his chin on one hand, he tapped the table thoughtfully for a few seconds before breaking into a smile. Since you've put it that way, I suppose I can't refuse the order of the Hokage. However, it is only fair that you provide me with some form of compensation for dragging a retired teacher back into duty. What does Kakashi-sensei want? I'll find a way to get it for you. Menma exclaimed eagerly. The first edition of Bonded Under the Rain on the Rooftop. Naruto abruptly closed his mouth, swiftly covering Menma's ears with his hands, leaving her looking utterly confused. Kakashi, feigning innocence, remarked, I had intended to rush to Hot Springs Village to purchase it, but the crowd was overwhelming, and I couldn't secure a copy. Surely, Naruto-kun wouldn't deny his pitiful teacher such a humble request. Naruto fell into contemplation. He pondered for a few seconds, still keeping his hands over Menma's ears. Finally, with a face full of righteous conviction, he proclaimed, although I don't know who the author of Bonded Under the Rain on the Rooftop is, if Kakashi-sensei desires it, I, Uzumaki Naruto, shall dig 3 feet into the ground to find a first edition for you. Kakashi hesitated, repeating, you don't know who the author is? Naruto resolutely replied, no. Really don't know? Really don't know. Naruto gazed at Kakashi with unwavering sincerity, his innocent demeanor rendering Kakashi speechless, unable to voice another doubt. Kakashi couldn't help but reflect. The position of Hokage truly tempers one's character. Indeed, the student has surpassed the master. At that moment, a woman with a slender figure, yet audaciously dressed in a sailor uniform, appeared. Her outfit boldly showcased her legs, and although she wore a swirling mask, her alluring movements were impossible to conceal. She sashayed over, bending slightly to entwine her arms around Kakashi's neck, pressing herself into his embrace. Oh, is that not my dear Kakashi? Kakashi, darling, you promised to accompany me to the hot springs this afternoon. How could you just leave me all alone? Naruto cast a knowing glance at Kakashi, his expression conveying a mix of confusion and respect, as he covered Menma's eyes as well. Kakashi, the youthful version of Kakashi, Minato, filled with affection and pride. Everyone who had just been silently evaluating Kakashi's abilities. He was right. The future version of himself is indeed unreliable. Another silent day for those watching the spectacle unfold. Chapter 11. Until Naruto took Menma away, Obito remained in his sailor outfit, albeit with the swirling mask finally removed. Beneath his short hair, one half of his face bore distinctly masculine features, while the other was marred with scars, all complemented by the sailor uniform. Kakashi silently lowered his gaze to the book in his hand, his tone laced with resignation. Now that everyone has left, do you still intend to wear that outfit? Humph. So why dress like this? Kakashi shook his head. Menma thinks you're a strange person and is hesitant to approach you. He had come specifically to meet Menma. Kakashi recalled having learned recently that Naruto's family would be visiting Hot Springs Village, and someone had subtly urged him to change his route and hurry over. The result was a grand surprise for Menma during their first meeting. Obito crossed his arms, abandoning the sugary tone, reverting to his original voice, which was hoarse and rough like a weathered whetstone. He adamantly denied, "I didn't come here just to see that little brat. Besides, would he dare to appear in his true identity?" He coldly continued, "I cannot afford to offend Lord Uchiha Sasuke, lest I find myself hunted down by the Sound Village for something as trivial as buying a bottle of water." In summary, it was absolutely not because he was startled by Naruto's transformation jutsu, prompting thoughts of retaliation. Nor was it due to his annoyance at Kakashi for accepting the task to cover for his students, disregarding their leisure plans, that he had chosen to tease Kakashi. No, it is certainly not for those reasons. Regarding the first half of Obito's statement, Kakashi refrained from commenting, but he felt compelled to defend his student regarding the latter half. Sasuke had no intention of preventing you from meeting Menma. This morning, he even sent Menma over for Kakashi to take care of. Kind-hearted Kakashi refrained from voicing the second half of his thoughts. If Sasuke had wanted to intervene, he would have already dealt with Obito the moment he set foot in Hot Springs Village. However, if Obito continued to dress like this, a confrontation might indeed be on the horizon. Obito scoffed, hesitating before finally redirecting his ire towards Sasuke and Naruto. Will those two even know how to raise a child? You managed to lure that little brat away with just a plate of ice cream, utterly humiliating the Uchiha clan. Kakashi blinked, deciding to cruelly reveal the truth. Strictly speaking, Menma doesn't even bear the Uchiha surname yet. Naruto previously mentioned that while Menma wishes to adopt Sasuke's name, Sasuke declined. He suggested that Menma decide after reaching adulthood whether to take the Uzumaki name or his. What? Obito's fury ignited. That guy is so desperate to become the nominal head of the Uchiha clan that he nearly snatched my Sharingan right there. Wasn't he to have the little brat's name officially recorded in the family tree? Then why was he in such a hurry to inscribe his own name in the clan register? It was worth noting that aside from Menma, the only living Uchihas were the two of them. They could barely muster a fourth pair of Sharingan. Sasuke might claim to be the head of the Uchiha clan, but in reality, he was no different from a lone commander without any troops. A few hellish jokes unfolded. Sasuke, indeed, I am the current head of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke, however, aside from myself, there are no other members of the Uchiha clan. Menma, being underage, does not count as a formal Uchiha. As for Obito, he had long been expelled from the Uchiha clan by the current head. Well, Kakashi hesitated, recalling the astonishing event that transpired 20 years ago when Sasuke became the clan leader, sinking into silence. At that time, Obito was buried underground, awaiting rescue, and thus was unaware of past events. The memories of that chaotic scene still gave Kakashi a headache. The thought of covering for his truant students this afternoon only exacerbated his discomfort. To maintain a relatively stable mental state, Kakashi sincerely advised Obito, why not revert to your original attire? As a highly anticipated Hokage, do you truly not intend to make an appearance at the ceremony? Kakashi had asked Naruto this, confident that Naruto, as a competent Hokage, would not casually decide to skip work without reason, as there were deeper implications at play. To my knowledge, there are some individuals in Hot Springs Village who are rather unstable, subtly engaging in underhanded activities. If you are absent from the festival this afternoon, our alliance is likely to feel quite unsettled. Naturally, some may even find it to be a cause for celebration. After 20 years as Hokage, Naruto had become the steadfast anchor in the hearts of the people, not merely the inhabitants of Konoha, but also those from the Land of Water and the Shinobi Alliance, as well as adversaries, regard him as an indomitable pinnacle. Whenever he makes an appearance, a sense of reassurance envelopes all, and no foe dares to act recklessly in his presence. This is precisely why the elders of the Land of Water are so concerned about Naruto's attendance at the upcoming festival. Without the Seventh Hokage in attendance, even in their own territory, they remain uneasy. Naruto gently shook his head and calmly elucidated, I have arranged for personnel, the intelligence from the Sound Research Team, as well as Konohamaru and his team, are in place. Konoha's support for the Land of Water has never wavered, and my presence does not significantly influence the outcome of this ceremony. In fact, my absence might even be more beneficial for the Land of Water. They must forge their own path. Kakashi was somewhat taken aback, pondering Naruto's profound insight. For a moment, he was at a loss for words and, in a moment of reflection, jested, are you contemplating retirement at such a young age? The members of the Shinobi Alliance would be quite disheartened. Not exactly for retirement. Naruto scratched his cheek. I simply don't want everyone to perpetually look up to me. After being at the pinnacle for so long, I wish to descend. Moreover, if they gaze upward for too long, they might forget that they too are carving out their own paths, which is detrimental for everyone. Clearly, they are all striving diligently. Thus, Kakashi-sensei, I implore you to assist me just this once. Since you have asked so earnestly, I suppose I must acquiesce, Kakashi replied with a smile. He mused. Regarded as the greatest Hokage, that whether 20 years ago or 20 years hence, Naruto would be worthy of such an honor. Sensei, you must be proud from beyond the grave. Sasuke received the documents and casually perused them before inquiring of Suigetsu. Why have you personally delivered the intelligence this time? Normally, Suigetsu would not engage in such trivial matters. As the prominent leader of the sound research team, he seldom leaves the base. Suigetsu recalled the chilling scene and terrifying conversation he had overheard between Karen and Orochimaru regarding their latest research findings before he had left the base, an episode that still unsettled him. He mumbled evasively in response to Sasuke's inquiry. Sasuke, not paying close attention, assumed Suigetsu sought a vacation and did not pursue the matter further. Upon verifying the documents, he noted no new factions had emerged. The same few individuals continued their covert maneuvers. Sasuke tucked the papers away, preparing to reunite with Naruto and the others. I'll take my leave. Wait, Suigetsu called out to Sasuke. Is there something else? Sasuke observed Suigetsu's troubled expression, assuming he encountered some difficulty. Suigetsu fidgeted, hesitantly stammering. Sasuke, do you know what Orochimaru has been researching lately? Orochimaru? Sasuke recalled. Ever since he took control of the Sound Village and transformed it into a technological research base, Orochimaru had been under his watch. Each of Orochimaru's new research initiatives required dual confirmation from both himself and Karen before experiments could commence. He remembered that Orochimaru had been investigating space-time ninjutsu and artificial beings, the former being his request, while Orochimaru had long been delving into the latter. The healthy growth of Mitsuki served as the most successful testament. The birth of Kinshiki was also related to this. Thus, Sasuke replied, I am aware. Suigetsu, incredulous, blurted out. So Orochimaru's research on ninjutsu that enables men to bear children was approved by you. He suddenly realized. Could it be that Mitsuki's existence is a result of this ninjutsu? Sasuke. Before Sasuke could deny it, Suigetsu had already embarked on a series of wild conjectures, pondering the foremost unsolved mystery of the sound research team, how Mitsuki came into existence. Suigetsu believed he had grasped something significant. So, was Mitsuki born of you or Naruto? Who exactly is the parent? You or Naruto? The fear in Suigetsu's expression grew as he scrutinized Sasuke from head to toe, his gaze fixating on Sasuke's abdomen. Could it be? Sasuke could no longer endure. Shut up. Hey, Dad, over here. Mitsuki exclaimed, bouncing up and down on the opposite street, waving his hands excitedly, while Naruto stood behind him. With just a few hours remaining until the festival commenced, the influx of visitors surged. Even with the streets separating them, the throngs of people could easily drown out everyone's calls. Yet Sasuke still heard Mitsuki's voice. He leaped through the crowd and reached his family. Dad, I brought you some wood fish rice balls. Mitsuki handed Sasuke a plastic bag. You left early this morning, and I figured you hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Sasuke accepted the bag, feeling the warmth of the rice balls in his hand, and smiled, ruffling Mitsuki's hair. Thank you. Have the arrangements for the festival ceremony been taken care of? He asked Naruto. Naruto proudly placed his hands on his hips. All set. I managed to convince Kakashi-sensei to cover for my class. Sasuke recalled something and lowered his head to ask Mitsuki, you didn't encounter any peculiar individuals while near Kakashi, did you? Peculiar individuals? Mitsuki scrunched his face. Are you referring to that lady with the spiral mask and odd clothing? Is she Kakashi-sensei's girlfriend? In Mitsuki's mind, Kakashi had always been a gentle and serious teacher, so he found it challenging to accept Obito's bizarre entrance. However, his father had advised treating those who differ from oneself equally. As long as no laws were broken, even if one could not accept it, they should respect others' choices. Hence, Mitsuki's initial impression of Obito was one of shock and confusion, yet he respected and wished him well, while keeping his distance. Sasuke's brow furrowed intensely. Girlfriend? Wearing something odd? Yes, and when she first met Mitsuki, she immediately wanted to pinch his cheeks. Naruto hastily covered Mitsuki's mouth, chuckling to ease the situation. That person must have been excited to meet Mitsuki for the first time. It's been a long while since she saw family, so it's only natural for her to act a bit inappropriately. Mitsuki's eyes widened in surprise. Family? What? He has other relatives? Are they on your father's side or Naruto's? The more Sasuke listened, the darker his expression grew, his face cold enough to freeze. He is not. It was clear that he should not have shown Kakashi any leniency. Next time, he ought to deal with Obito directly, perhaps even bury him. The river in the land of water that they had passed earlier would serve as a fitting place for such an endeavor. Naruto nudged Mitsuki. Aren't there places you wanted to visit? Let's go. Before the ceremony begins, we should check in. In any case, they should cease this conversation. He was at a loss whether to inform Obito to flee or to convince Kakashi-sensei to continue covering for his class. Mitsuki grasped Sasuke's left hand and Naruto's right. And the three of them darted through the crowd like little airplanes, with Mitsuki leading the way. They finally halted in front of a bustling shop. Dun dun dun. This is the place. I saw their advertisement on a poster and have been eager to come. Dad, Mom, let us take a family photo. As Mitsuki's words fell, Sasuke and Naruto looked up to see the shop's name. Seventh Hokage Photography Studio. The Nine Tails is with you. Beneath the dazzlingly colorful lights, young people adorned with various cat ears, fox ears, and fluffy tails abounded, the majority of whom were women under 20. Sasuke, Naruto, Mitsuki, still bubbling with excitement, continued, their shop is said to be officially authorized by Kurama, featuring life-sized Kurama dolls. When we take our photos, we can choose the Kurama version of fox ears and tails. Plus, there are professional makeup artists to help recreate the 7th Hokage's signature fox whiskers. And most importantly, today, there is a chance to win a Kurama doll in a raffle for those who take photos. Sasuke, Naruto, come on. Let us take a group photo. I want to enter the lottery. If we take a picture with 3 people, we can enter 3 times. Son, if you desire a life-sized plushie of Kurama, you must tell your father. Once Kurama returns from his journey, he can gather the fur that he sheds. And we could create an authentic life-sized plushie of the Nine Tails. Naruto silently shouted in his heart. However, upon witnessing the eager, starry-eyed gaze of Minato, he found himself unable to voice a refusal. Thus, he grasped Sasuke by the arm and whispered conspiratorially, "You must reject Minato." Earlier this morning, after he finished a plate of vegetables, I promised him I would grant one of his wishes as a reward. I cannot say no. You must speak up and refuse. Minato had once again fallen victim to consumerism. Just yesterday, he had reminded himself while collecting stamps, yet he had forgotten so quickly. It appeared he needed to give Minato a refresher course on economic fundamentals. As Sasuke contemplated this, he listened to Naruto's justifications. Then, silence ensued. Naruto, could it be? When I dropped Minato off at Kakashi's this morning, I had promised him I would make it up to him. Sasuke closed his eyes in despair. The excited chatter of surrounding girls filled the air, their fluffy animal ears and tails of various colors swaying before him, while passers-by cast puzzled glances. The advertisement blared its message repeatedly. Get the Nine Tails tail and the same fox whiskers as the 7th Hokage. You deserve it. At this moment, the 2 greatest heroes of the ninja world felt acutely the weight of being caught in a dilemma. Naruto exclaimed, "Damn it, even if Kurama has personally authorized this, I have never sold my fox whisker image. This shop is infringing on my rights." Outside the hologram, the 3rd Hokage remained silent. The good news. The previous fox stamp was indeed the Nine-Tails stamp, just as he had suspected. The bad news, not only was there the Nine-Tails stamp, but also the officially licensed Nine-Tails foxtail. What did official authorization from the Nine-Tails even mean? Was it what he thought it was? Why would a tailed beast, regarded as a weapon and sealed away, have such authorization? What on earth were the future of Konoha and the future 7th Hokage doing? Chapter 12. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere surrounding the 4th Hokage and his companions in front of the hologram, the ninjas on guard whispered among themselves. Does Kurama mean the Nine Tails? It must be, right? The Nine Tails even has a name? A swift-minded ninja quickly realized something was off. A tailed beast has a name? Can they actually comprehend their own names? Could it be that tailed beasts, like humans, possess their own consciousness? The ninja's astonishment caused his voice to rise uncontrollably. As soon as he spoke, the hushed group fell silent, an eerie quiet enveloping them. They exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a shared sense of bewilderment and fear. At some point, tailed beasts had come to be regarded as inherently evil. Their appearance signified inevitable calamity. They were thought to lack reason, driven solely by the instinct to harm humanity and destroy everything in their path. Communication was impossible. They could not be killed, only sealed away. However, sealing away a tailed beast always exacted a tremendous cost. Over time, the mere mention of tailed beasts caused people to recoil. Now, the hologram was telling them that tailed beasts could have names, which contradicted their understanding and suggested that tailed beasts might possess reason and could communicate. How could this be possible? After a long silence, another ninja broke the stillness. He mumbled, "It must be a misunderstanding. The so-called official authorization probably refers to the Jinchuriki, who sealed the Nine Tails, not Kurama personally authorizing it." Exactly, that's right. How could a wicked creature like the Nine Tails possibly have self-awareness? The others nodded in agreement, seemingly satisfied with this explanation that aligned with their existing beliefs. Yet, the ninja who had first shouted could not restrain himself again. But those villagers, those girls, are they really idolizing the Nine Tails merchandise? Isn't that strange? Don't they fear the tailed beasts? Once more, silence enveloped the group, and they turned their accusatory glares toward the ninja. Damn it, Fujino, I know you're quick-witted. But don't you realize that some things are better left unspoken for the good of everyone? Young Fujino, quick of thought, opened his mouth to say more. However, his companion swiftly covered his mouth to silence him. For the sake of everyone's mental state, you should just keep quiet. Moreover, the matters concerning tailed beasts are not for you to ponder, understand? So, who should delve into the mysteries of tailed beasts? Fujino nodded in acknowledgement, casting his gaze toward the prominent figures closest to the hologram. His attention finally landed on the golden-haired figure standing at the center of the crowd, Minato Namikaze. Minato gazed at the scene of young girls clutching Ninetales plushies in the hologram, lost in thought. He found himself reminiscing about Kushina. When she was barely of age, she was chosen to become the vessel for the Ninetales. She once confided in Minato that when she learned she would be the host for the Ninetales, she nearly broke down. The evil, terrifying, and cruel tailed beast was to reside within her, coexisting with her from that moment on. That future was nearly suffocating for her. Yet, in an ironic twist of fate, the fact that she was a Jinchuriki for the Ninetales remained a secret, known to very few. This way, nobody will fear me. I will be the monster, she had said. As she recounted that experience, Minato felt an ache in his heart, yet he felt powerless to change anything. The Ninetales had to be sealed away, and as a member of the Uzumaki clan, possessing special chakra and physique, Kushina was the best candidate to be the host. So, he could only hold her tightly and assure her that he would never fear her because of the Ninetales. But now, the hologram revealed another possibility. Minato's words about the Ninetales were abruptly interrupted by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Minato, choose your words carefully. Hiruzen, rarely setting aside his ever-present pipe, fixed a keen gaze upon him. As Hokage, you must understand the true significance of tailed beasts. Regardless of whether Kurama has a name or self-awareness, that is inconsequential. What matters most is that it belongs to Konoha. It is the tailed beast of Konoha, the strongest of the 9 tailed beasts, belonging to Konoha. As soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, the leaders of the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, the Nara clan, and Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, all turned their attention to Minato. Gritting his teeth, Minato remained silent, the echoes of Kushina's words reverberating in his mind. Minato, let me tell you a secret. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but sometimes I feel like the Ninetales seems to understand what I'm saying. When I'm in danger, it appears to protect me in secret. The image of Kushina, filled with confusion and hidden hope, surfaced in Minato's mind. She murmured, if only the Ninetales could truly communicate. We could negotiate with it, allowing it to coexist peacefully with everyone. It wouldn't have to be imprisoned in my body. Living confined within a vessel, regarded as a monster, must be unbearable. The vivid scene of young girls holding Ninetales plushies in the hologram contrasted sharply with Kushina's forlorn expression, leaving Minato at a loss for words. In the end, Minato remained silent, merely raising his eyes to gaze at the hologram. Hiruzen sighed, choosing not to say more and joining Minato in observing the hologram. The future without the overwhelming power of tailed beasts. Let me see what you can truly achieve. Sasuke and Naruto ultimately failed to find a suitable reason to refuse Minato. Upon entering the store, it became crucial to find a suitable accessory. Menma had already dashed to the center of the shop, standing beside the towering 9-tailed figurine, completely immersed among a throng of young ladies, all entangled in an array of beast ears and tails. Alas, I am not here to snatch a headband. I merely wish to capture a photograph with the Kyuubi. Unfortunately, Menma's cries went unheard. When he finally squeezed his way out of the crowd, he found himself adorned with several signature headbands and a large tail. Dazed, Menma realized he hadn't taken a single photo, yet numerous young ladies had stuffed their acquired accessories into his arms. What an adorable little brother. Would you like a foxtail like the Kyuubis? Here, let me give you one. Menma replied, though I am grateful to the sisters. I just want to take a picture with the 9-tailed figurine. Naruto glanced at the accessories in Menma's hands, and with swift hands and sharp eyes, he snatched a modest, unassuming pair of small black cat ears from a flamboyant array of earrings. Perfect. This one seems relatively inconspicuous. I'll use these cat ears for the photo. Just as Naruto prepared to take the cat ears, he suddenly felt a weight upon his head. Looking into the mirror across from him, he was astonished to find Sasuke had adorned him with a striking golden-red fox ear accessory. The fox ear perched atop his golden hair, extravagant and eye-catching. His layered golden locks concealed the headband's frame, and when Naruto scratched the fox ear, it even wiggled slightly, giving the illusion that the golden-red fox had sprouted from his head. Seizing the moment, Sasuke stealthily relieved Naruto of the cat ears, saying, "These suit you better." Naruto protested. "What do you mean they suit me? You're just coveting the cat ears." Irritated, Naruto did not wish to wear such an ostentatious beast ear. It looked rather juvenile. Besides, they were supposed to take a commemorative photo. If anyone discovered that he, the Hokage, was secretly wearing a fox ear, Kurama would surely laugh himself silly. Thus, he reached out to snatch the cat ears back from Sasuke. Sasuke sidestepped swiftly, evading Naruto's attempt. Just then, a space appeared between them, and a girl in a staff uniform expertly squeezed into the gap, lifting an eyebrow pencil and professionally inquiring, "Dear customer, would you like the professional makeup with the 7th Hokage's fox whiskers?" In unison, Sasuke and Naruto exclaimed, "No." Ultimately, the trio managed to snap a photograph together. In the picture, Sasuke sported the black cat ears, Naruto was reluctantly wearing the fox ears, while Menma donned a pair of calico cat ears, cradling a Kyuubi plushie in his arms. All three had been adorned with the 7th Hokage's signature fox whiskers, but it was Menma who beamed the brightest in the snapshot, for he had finally obtained the coveted life-sized Kyuubi figurine. Upon reviewing the photo, Naruto scrutinized it closely, realizing that even if Sasuke had snatched his black cat ears, they were quite evenly matched. Sasuke's black hair combined with the black and pink triangular cat ears suited him even better, resembling a transformation technique. Not a big deal. However, Naruto retorted, "I've said it before, there's no authorization for the 7th Hokage's fox whiskers. Darn it. This store better watch out for a lawsuit for infringement." Though he thought it was for the kids, as an adult, he still felt a bit embarrassed. Fujino was once again firmly covering her mouth with her hands. Her companion chided, "I told you, don't say what you shouldn't." Chapter 13. As the afternoon festival was about to commence, Sasuke and Naruto brought Menma to a 5-story tea house. This establishment had an excellent view. Gazing out the window, one could see the location where the festival ceremony would ultimately take place. When the proprietress led Naruto and the others to their reserved private room, she discreetly observed them several times. Menma curiously inquired, "Sister Jingchuan, have we met before?" The proprietress, Mrs. Jingchuan, was a somewhat older lady. Given her age, Menma calling her sister was rather surprising. Upon hearing Menma refer to her as such, her face blossomed with a radiant smile. A bit embarrassed, she explained, "I apologize. Little brother, it's just that I find your mother somewhat familiar. Perhaps it's my age, my eyesight isn't what it used to be. The first time I saw you, I thought it was the Hokage himself who had arrived." Mrs. Jingchuan offered her apologies to Naruto. Upon hearing her explanation, Naruto awkwardly chuckled a couple of times, feeling slightly guilty. He could sense Sasuke beside him giving a light click of his tongue, and without looking, he knew Sasuke bore an expression of "I knew it." After all, aside from transforming into a woman using his unique technique to cover his birthmark, Naruto had never done any other disguises. Not to mention, his fame was so widespread that common people from the elderly to toddlers had heard his name. In the land of soup, posters of his likeness were nearly plastered all over the streets. Finding her familiar was perfectly normal. However, Naruto had his own way of handling such situations. Skillfully, he wrapped his arm around Sasuke's, leaning his head naturally against Sasuke's shoulder, their bodies closely pressed together. Naruto raised his hand, demurely covering his mouth, and let out a sweet giggle. Menma turned to look at Naruto, his face a mix of shock and admiration. "No wonder he is my dad. His response is so quick. Truly impressive. Oh my, hearing you say that makes me so happy." Naruto winked at Mrs. Jingchuan, and then at Menma, smiling. To resemble the legendary Hokage is indeed an honor for us commoners. The corners of Sasuke's mouth lifted slightly. Naruto tightened his grip on Sasuke's arm, reminding him not to get too caught up in the spectacle. Sasuke complied and added, "It is indeed surprising. However, if the Hokage were to hear someone say they resemble my wife, he might feel a bit self-conscious. For instance, he might feel a bit sheepish right now." Upon seeing Naruto leaning shyly against Sasuke, Mrs. Jingchuan diverted her gaze, thinking to herself that she had indeed mistaken him. How could that esteemed personage behave so coyly? Yet, there were some statements with which she disagreed. The Hokage would not mind. Mrs. Jingchuan sincerely countered, "The Hokage is broad-minded, approachable, and the best person in the world." Naruto was taken aback. After being revered for so many years, facing the straightforward words of a stranger made him feel somewhat bashful, his cheeks tinged with red. Sasuke's smile widened, glancing at Mrs. Jingchuan with certainty. "Have you met the Hokage?" "Yes, I had the chance to meet the Hokage once, albeit briefly. I doubt he would remember me," Mrs. Jingchuan reminisced, her eyes sparkling as she spoke of Naruto. "However, for me, it was a precious experience. You may not believe it, but I was once a ninja and participated in the 4th Great Ninja War. Unfortunately, due to health reasons, I had to retire early." Sasuke and Naruto had long since discerned that Mrs. Jingchuan had once been a ninja. Even Menma seemed to sense it. For even after living a mundane life for so long, remnants of her past as a ninja were still apparent. That was a long time ago, perhaps over a decade. Mrs. Jingchuan reflected with a hint of melancholy as she spoke of the 4th Great Ninja War. Although the war had ended over 20 years ago, the scars it left on survivors remained deep and vivid, impossible to erase. However, fortunately, while the scars remain, the wounds have long since healed. Our village has always had few ninjas, and the outbreak of the Fourth War led to a significant loss of talent, causing our status to plummet. At that time, both civilians and ninjas struggled to make ends meet. Yet, the feudal lord of the Land of Soup not only increased taxes that year, but also demanded our village pay reparations. They claimed that the war's destruction of ninja techniques had devastated the noble-s forests, leading to significant losses in their hunting grounds. And this compensation must be borne by our Soup Ninja Village. Recalling the scene of the noble-s subordinates showing off their power in Soup Ninja Village, Mrs. Jinchuan clenched her teeth in indignation. At that time, we couldn't even afford to pay taxes. Even the Kitayama village head's family was left without rice for cooking. The audacity of the great nobles to demand unreasonable reparations from us stems solely from their perception of the dwindling number of ninjas in our village, deeming us devoid of any utilitarian value. Tang Ninja Village is a modest ninja settlement, with only a handful of elite jonin nurtured from its ranks. The bedrock of our village's strength is, in fact, the overwhelming majority of chunin. Lady Kinkawa was once among those chunin. Alas, the mortality rate among chunin during the Fourth Great Ninja War was alarmingly high, particularly following the emergence of a certain Uchiha clan. Lady Kinkawa vividly recalls the harrowing moments of confronting the Uchiha, and the memories still constrict her throat with fear and trepidation, like a serpent. Yet, she resolutely refuses to succumb to the shadows of that war, for that foe has been dead for many years. Presently, there exists but one Uchiha in the world, and that esteemed individual evokes sentiments of admiration and reverence, far surpassing the dread and disdain once associated with the Uchiha name. Lady Kinkawa's thoughts drift to the shadow that looms in the darkness, observing all with keen eyes, and she feels an indescribable awe mingled with a desire for distance. She then recalls with gratitude, fortunately, the Hokage arrived in Tang Ninja Village and saved us. At first, the arrival of Naruto Uzumaki instilled panic among the villagers. The oppression of the great nobles and the sudden decline in combat prowess made us appear as a soft target, ripe for the taking with minimal effort. Even though Naruto is a hero of the Fourth War, he also embodies the Hokage of Konoha. To consume a trivial, seemingly worthless small ninja village for the sake of Konoha would be indefensible, even for Lady Kinkawa, had she hailed from another village. However, as a resident of Tang Ninja Village, where the village head raised her, she cannot afford to remain indifferent or calm in the face of such circumstances. Village head Kitahara, I vow to protect our village with my life. The still youthful Lady Kinkawa straightens her frail body, her face filled with defiance. Even if it means facing the Fourth War hero, Naruto Uzumaki, I shall not allow our village to be extinguished. Until my last breath, I will not retreat. Old village head Kitahara can only shake his head in resignation, sighing, I know you will swear to protect our village with your life. Thus, you must survive to preserve the spark of our ninja village and prevent it from fading into oblivion. Such self-sacrifice for the village's benefit is a burden better suited for an old man like me. Lady Kinkawa and the others present were overcome with tears, their hearts heavy with despair. In truth, we have underestimated the Hokage's character. Not only did he refrain from annexing our ninja village, but he also took the initiative to help us navigate through perilous times. Lady Kinkawa shook her head in disbelief, exclaiming, surely, there is no one kinder than the Hokage. He even plowed the outskirts of our land himself to ensure we could grow crops. It is accurate to say that without the Hokage, there would be no Tang Ninja Village as it stands today. The Hokage has truly revitalized us. Naruto cleared his throat twice, interrupting Lady Kinkawa's heartfelt speech, fearing that continued praise would render his face crimson. You all have played a pivotal role in rebuilding Tang Ninja Village yourselves. I merely lent a helping hand. He said with a chuckle, the current prosperity of Tang Ninja Village is a collective achievement. Even so, Lady Kinkawa interjected, as residents of Tang Ninja Village, we hold a different opinion. Just look at the golden wheat on Yashue Street. Moreover, as if recalling something, Lady Kinkawa gently touched the golden hair of Menma, letting out a wistful sigh. This year, the Hokage is over 40 years old and still solitary, dedicating himself to making the world a better place. It is both touching and, at times, sorrowful to contemplate. Although it is said that the Hokage has a child, I distinctly remember he remains unmarried. And you, dear lady, possess a perfect family. Huh. Perhaps the Hokage has someone of utmost importance by his side, and he does not feel lonely, Naruto remarked, glancing at Sasuke and Menma beside him, a smile gracing his face. Wait a moment. Unmarried. Alone. Unmarried. Has a child. Unmarried. Menma is an illegitimate child, Minato Namikaze exploded. He enunciated each word meticulously, his gaze fixed on Fugaku Uchiha, the flames of anger igniting in his eyes, causing even the Uchiha, masters of fire techniques, to tremble in fear. Is he truly such a reckless individual? Allowing his daughter to bear a child of the Uchiha clan without any recognition. Alone. Raising a child all by himself. For 11 years. Each word ignited Minato's desire to breach the barrier of time and confront Sasuke Uchiha directly. Yet, lamentably, he could not traverse the fabric of time to personally chastise the true culprit. Instead, he resolved to confront Fugaku Uchiha. After all, the failure of a son reflects upon the father. Fugaku Uchiha was equally aghast. He prided himself on not being a paragon of virtue. Yet he never imagined that under his guidance, his son would commit the irresponsible act of allowing the Hokage's daughter to give birth without any acknowledgement. As Minato Namikaze approached him with palpable menace, Fugaku snapped back to reality, raising his hand in a vow. The Uchiha clan has no such disgraceful family traditions. Sasuke, my son, must have his reasons for not marrying Naruto. Panic gripped Fugaku's heart. I swear by the honor of the Uchiha clan that my child is not the type to act irresponsibly. Sasuke, my son, you would never engage in such reckless behavior. Would you? Chapter 14. Beneath the shimmering curtain, the two fathers exchanged incredulous glances, one filled with rage and the other with guilt. Among those equally furious were Jiraiya and Kakashi. Though Kakashi was still young at this moment, having just entered the Umbu and not yet having trained any students. He felt an inexplicable surge of protective instinct upon hearing the future Naruto refer to him as teacher. After all, she was the daughter of his teacher. Kakashi thought. Perhaps Naruto would one day be the child he raised, and as her future teacher, he would naturally protect his students as fiercely as Minato had. Furthermore, Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Fugaku Uchiha, muttering under his breath. Sasuke Uchiha is not my future disciple. The Uchiha clan would never leave the education of their clan leader's son to someone outside, especially since their next clan leader is not my own disciple. It is inconceivable for me to stand in defense of Sasuke Uchiha. However, Kakashi remained silent, partly due to his current status being insufficient among those present, and partly because someone else was quicker to speak. Jiraiya simply stated, Naruto will be the Hokage in the future. This statement seemed to convey everything. Jiraiya and Minato exchanged glances, then shared a knowing look with Fugaku Uchiha. Fugaku's expression shifted from guilt to anxiety. Minato, on the other hand, ceased to be angry, his demeanor becoming pensive. All present were cunning foxes, aside from the still youthful Kakashi, who had an inkling but had not fully grasped the implications. The others immediately understood that Jiraiya was subtly hinting at something. The Uchiha clan had ambitions for its members to ascend to the position of Hokage, a sentiment well known among the seasoned veterans in the room. Now, the shimmering curtain clearly indicated that Naruto would become the seventh Hokage, Kakashi the sixth. While the identity of the fifth remained uncertain, though the likelihood of it being an Uchiha was slim. Sarutobi Hiruzen even believed that Tsunade stood a better chance of becoming the fifth Hokage than any Uchiha. The third Hokage and Jiraiya exchanged knowing glances. While the Hyuga clan leader felt a mix of surprise and delight, Nara Shikaku internally lamented the impending trouble. The Uchiha clan's aspirations for Hokage status were dashed. And yet the clan leader and the seventh Hokage had forged a tangible bond, complete with a child. Yet, astonishingly, they remained unwed. Given the fervent ambition of the Uchiha clan to ascend to the position of Hokage, it is only natural to speculate that if they were aware of the Hokage's preference for their clan leader, they would have made grandiose announcements of a marriage to the Hokage, thereby proclaiming it to the world. After all, if one cannot become Hokage, being the spouse of the Hokage is nearly equivalent. Moreover, Naruto, as Hokage, possesses exceptional governance skills and is deeply beloved by the populace. Bolstered by the legacies of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the sixth Hokage, Kakashi Hitaki, and Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. With such a formidable background, should she wish to marry anyone in Konoha, none would dare to refuse. Yet, Uchiha Sasuke has not taken this path. What does this signify? It implies that in the future, the Uchiha clan's public relationship with the Hokage is rather tenuous. It may even suggest that their ties with Konoha have reached a precarious state, leading to the union of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto being met with universal opposition. Hence, they remain unmarried to this day. The cause of this rift might well stem from the clan's failure to have one of its members ascend to the Hokage position. If we delve deeper, in order to prevent a complete schism between the Uchiha and Konoha, could the birth of Sarada be the result of a political compromise between the two? Upon this realization, Uchiha Fugaku was struck with shock, and a profound sense of desolation washed over him. How has the Uchiha clan fallen to such depths? Is there a future more dire than this awaiting them? Minato's expression darkened further, extricating himself from the mantle of fatherhood. He perceived Fugaku's implication as the fourth Hokage. Are you suggesting that Naruto and Sasuke do not even harbor love for each other? Is Sarada merely a pawn of the Uchiha, a hostage to Naruto's status as Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku chose not to respond, quickly concealing his expression. Minato, however, was clearly in disagreement. I shall not allow my daughter to be reduced to such a fate. Furthermore, their relationship is not devoid of affection. Even if he was previously dissatisfied with Sasuke not marrying Naruto, Minato could still discern the camaraderie and chemistry between them, which resembled that of lovers. However, the Hyuga clan leader interjected, casting a glance at Fugaku, and added, did they not engage in numerous battles at the Valley of the End? As the Seventh Hokage mentioned when we passed by, the skirmishes were so intense that they shattered the statues of those two great figures, necessitating their repair. Both Minato and Fugaku were taken aback. They had claimed the Valley of the End as a place of romantic significance. Yet they had shattered the very statues that marked its essence. What kind of confrontation could have led to such destruction? As shinobi, they were acutely aware of the gravity of their battles. It must have been a fight to the death, indeed, given the severity of the conflict. Even Minato could no longer assert that Naruto and Sasuke's relationship was merely one of mutual admiration. His countenance mirrored that of Fugaku, devoid of expression, leaving no one able to discern his thoughts, though it was evident that he was not at ease. Jiraiya sighed, offering solace. The two children may have had a troubled past, yet love is cultivated through shared experiences. My keen eyes reveal that during the time spent within the illuminated realm, there was indeed an affectionate bond between Naruto and Sasuke. You need not worry about this, Minato. Their union is not solely a political alliance. TSK, not even a true alliance, Jiraiya mused inwardly, then added, perhaps after this familial journey, they will return to Konoha to wed. Thank you, sensei, but regrettably, that does little to comfort me, Minato thought, his expression grim and unresponsive. Once again, Minato and Fugaku exchanged a knowing glance, both pondering the pressing question, will the Uchiha clan continue to ally with the fourth Hokage? Let us observe the illuminated realm further. It was uncertain who voiced this suggestion, but the two men, burdened with anxiety and contemplation, once again directed their gaze toward the luminous display. When Gaara encountered Kakashi, adorned in the robes of the sixth Hokage, he was taken aback. The governor of the north had mentioned a mysterious guest, and it turns out he referred to you? Kakashi, holding a signed edition of Bond's Night Rain at the rooftop, looked up to greet Gaara. I was coerced into substituting for a troublesome student. Gaara inquired with curiosity, which troublesome student, Naruto or Sasuke? Kakashi sighed. Both, in fact. One deliberately pushed Sarada onto me, the other, in Sarada's presence, made a request that I could not refuse. After years apart, their collaborative efforts to ensnare their teacher have grown increasingly adept. Only upon receiving the prepared sixth Hokage robes from Konohamaru did Kakashi deduce that Sasuke's early morning visit with Sarada was not sincere. He had genuinely believed that after all these years, Sasuke would take a step back and allow Obito and Sarada to become acquainted. To his surprise, the two barely exchanged a few words, and he, as the observer, found himself coerced into paying the price prematurely. The retired shinobi was forced back into service. When Kakashi beheld the sixth Hokage robes, the emotions within him were indescribable, a blend of laughter and tears. Meanwhile, Obito was doubled over in laughter. Silly Kakashi, we should have been soaking in hot springs. Instead, you let your compassion lead you astray. Look, you've been deceived. Truly, foolishness abounds. Kakashi, truly, the student surpasses the master. Both of them. Gaara politely expressed his regrets while secretly noting this tactic, intending to employ it on his own siblings when he sought to evade responsibilities. After all, his brother Kankuro unceremoniously thrust his son upon him to raise, and his sister Temari seemed eager to do the same, having hinted that her other nephew has been yearning for his uncle. One must reciprocate to his beloved siblings. After all, in any case, the ceremonial festivities should commence soon. After stowing away the book, Kakashi adjusted his attire and quickly readied himself mentally. As long as he could endure until the conclusion of the ceremony, he would witness a splendid spectacle, and his task would be complete, right? The two proceeded to the festival venue. Gaara added, not only that, the afternoon ceremony is merely the beginning. Following the governor's formal announcement of his appointment, in accordance with the traditions of the Hot Springs village, there will be a celebratory event lasting 2 weeks. As an invited member of the Allied Coalition, you will likely be required to remain until the festivities conclude. Konohamaru emerged from the shadows, confirming Gaara's assertion. Kakashi-senpai, your accommodations for the next 2 weeks have been arranged. He winked at Kakashi, reassuring him that the lodging is spacious and the bed ample. Kakashi, in a darkened corner, the laughter grew louder. Next time, regardless of how Naruto and Sasuke might jest, Kakashi vowed he would not be deceived again. Gaara glanced towards the source of the laughter, raising an eyebrow but choosing not to delve deeper. Shifting the topic, he remarked, however, I imagine Naruto and the others will still appear near the ceremony, right? Sasuke-kun mentioned that they would don disguises to conceal their identities, though the disguises seem rather rudimentary. Gaara recalled his previous conversation with Sasuke, realizing that Sasuke had been able to remain under the radar in recent years, allowing the newer generation to gradually forget his existence. Thus, he brazenly appeared in the Hot Springs village with merely an eye cover and a surname change. Had this been 10 years ago, the mere arrival of Uchiha Sasuke would have sent ripples throughout the Hot Springs village, let alone his presence alongside Naruto. It was likely that the other Kage would have to be present, lest the other prominent figures dare to close their eyes in slumber. I wonder what sort of disguise Naruto has devised. Gaara pondered aloud. After all, Naruto's fame and visibility far exceed that of Sasuke. Surely he cannot merely change his hair color and call it a day. Kakashi gestured towards the tea house across the way, replying, "There he is. Take a look for yourself." Gaara lifted his gaze and beheld a woman with flowing golden locks, her hair elegantly arranged in a traditional bun, adorned in a kimono that accentuated her alluring figure, leaning gracefully against the window. Upon noticing Gaara's glance, she cheerfully waved at him in greeting. Konohamaru, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "It's the seduction technique." Truly, Naruto's signature move retains its formidable prowess. Gaara responded, "I truly fail to comprehend your masquerade." Truly. Chapter 15. After exchanging pleasantries with Gaara, Naruto did not forget to extend a wave to Kakashi as well. Kakashi chuckled softly, even beneath his mask and Hokage hat. His perpetually vacant expression of dead fish eyes was unmistakably clear to Naruto. After all these years, Uchiha T felt a twinge of guilt. "Have you, dear teacher?" Naruto pondered for a moment. Perhaps, he mused, instinctively pressing a hand to his chest, contemplating. What should I do? It seems I might indeed feel something. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, emphasizing, as a retired teacher who has endured over 20 years of injuries and now requires substantial recuperation, Naruto, do you truly feel no remorse? Oh, it seems so. Naruto hesitated, then decisively shook his head, regretfully mouthing to Kakashi, "Not at all." Kakashi sighed, "Then I leave everything in your hands." In a flash, Naruto vanished from the window. Mikazuki curiously peered out from the window, and upon spotting Kakashi, he excitedly beckoned him, "Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi's vacant expression softened instantly. Gaara tilted his head to regard Kakashi, remarking, "It appears you are entirely at the mercy of your own students." Kakashi replied, "Such is the misfortune of a teacher." A crow cawed overhead, leaving behind a series of sounds reminiscent of human speech. Clumsy Kakashi, clumsy Kakashi. Mikazuki, bewildered, turned to Naruto in the adjacent room, asking, "Why does Kakashi-sensei look so strange? It's like he has little bugs biting at his eyes, twitching about. He seems quite uncomfortable." Naruto, feeling a pang of guilt, pulled Mikazuki back. Perhaps he truly does have bugs in his eyes." "Really?" Mikazuki queried, to which Naruto affirmed, nudging Sasuke beside him. Right. Sasuke, unfazed, replied, "How would I know? I didn't check." Naruto covered Mikazuki's ears to shield him from the adult scheming. "Just now, Kakashi-sensei pressured me, saying that forcing an elderly, injured retiree back to work, wouldn't that weigh on our conscience? Though he says that, I feel a slight sting." Naruto lamented, moved to tears once more. After so many years as Hokage, it turned out he still possessed a conscience. He had assumed his conscience had vanished long ago, along with the hair of Shikamaru, whom he had relentlessly coerced into overtime. To his surprise, he realized he could still feel pain. As he concluded, he wiped away his tears. Sasuke observed him with calm detachment. Naruto, still caught in his emotional turmoil, reached out to touch Sasuke's chest. "What about you? Does your conscience hurt?" Sasuke scoffed. "Not at all. Kakashi-sensei would be upset." Naruto wagged a finger in reproach. "After all, you are his most devoted student." Sasuke chuckled. "I'm not the first to lead him into a trap." They exchanged glances and burst into laughter, devoid of any guilt. Indeed, it was Sakura who lured him to Hot Springs Village with a letter. Kakashi-sensei likely never anticipated that even Sakura would join in this scheme. His 3 students have conspired against him. They laughed heartily. He has only himself to blame for disregarding medical advice and neglecting his medication. Now relying on the private medicinal baths of Hot Springs Village for treatment, Sasuke teased. Sakura will be arriving in a few days. Just think of the fury she will unleash on him. Naruto shivered, relieved that they merely needed to devise a plan to keep Kakashi occupied until Sakura arrived, thereby evading her wrath. In any case, Naruto gave a thumbs up, announcing the 7th Squad's bell-snatching operation. Success. The young Kakashi mused, "Wait a moment. Is Uchiha Sasuke also one of my students? The most devoted disciple? Did the Uchiha clan not send someone to instruct him? How could they entrust their next clan leader to my tutelage? Furthermore, what do they mean by saying that his 3 students conspired against him?" Kakashi, for once, transcended the passage of time, deeply resonating with his future self. Truly, such was the misfortune of a teacher. As the time for the festival ceremony drew near, the crowd below the tea house swelled. The lively throng gathered, their cacophony of voices even reaching Mikazuki on the top floor. Unable to resist his nature for excitement, Mikazuki peeked out once more. Wow, so many people. Look, Mom, is that the carriage of Yukigekyu's princess? Naruto reminisced, chuckling, indeed. I once escorted the queen of the land of snow back to her homeland when she was still a renowned actress. Really? I hadn't heard that before. Mikazuki exclaimed. Hee, I even have her autograph. His eyes widened in astonishment. I've heard that the queen is a beautiful lady, and outsiders rarely see her. But she has always been kind to visitors from Konoha. Your autograph must be quite a treasure. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, who was calmly sipping tea, and grinned. It's merely a testament to my charm. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, letting out a soft grunt, uninterested in countering him. Naruto encouraged Mikazuki to continue observing the bustling crowd below, seizing the opportunity to teach him about the various clan leaders. That one represents the land of water. And over there, that emblem denotes a Wagakure. After identifying a few, Naruto gauged that Mikazuki had reached his limit of memorization and ceased his instruction. So, did you remember them all? Mikazuki nodded vigorously, confidently declaring, I got it. Mom, let me count for you. This one is, huh? Mikazuki shook his head as if trying to dispel confusion, murmuring, I know I remembered them all, so why can't I recognize any of them now? Could it be that he was developing early onset dementia? A chill ran down Mikazuki's spine. He had been so joyous lately that he had forgotten he might be afflicted with a grave illness. Wait, forgetting that I'm sick, could that be a symptom in itself? The thought sent him into a panic, rendering him unable to stand. In his distress, Mikazuki momentarily forgot his temporary disguise, rushing into Naruto's embrace with tear-filled eyes. Choking back sobs. Mikazuki, what's wrong? Naruto held him close, offering comfort. Is something bothering you? It's all right, we're here for you. Sasuke set down his teacup and approached them, kneeling to gently pat Mikazuki's head, asking, what's the matter? Mikazuki, fighting back tears, grasped Sasuke's hand, resting his head against Naruto's arm, explaining, I think I might be developing dementia. My memory has been terrible lately. He recounted his recent struggles with memory and the ailments he had read about online. Memory decline? Naruto furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing something, and looked up at Sasuke. Could it be? Sasuke raised his left hand, placing it on Mikazuki's head, green chakra swiftly enveloping him. After a moment, Sasuke nodded at Naruto, affirming, indeed. Sasuke reassured Mikazuki. You are not suffering from dementia, but my memory is indeed failing. There is a reason for it, Sasuke clarified. But I'm afraid I cannot disclose that reason to you just yet. Really? Mikazuki asked, bewildered. So I'm not sick? Correct, Sasuke reiterated emphatically. Menma exhaled a sigh of relief, wiped away his tears, and nodded in acquiescence. Well, since Dad has said so, I shall refrain from further inquiries. As long as it wasn't dementia, he had nearly convinced himself he might become a fool. Menma, ever agreeable, found that his initial fear had morphed into contemplation about how he would survive should he indeed turn into a simpleton. Yet, when Sasuke assured him it was not an illness, even without divulging the specifics, Menma felt no anger. After all, his father would never wish him harm. Suddenly, a lively melody filled the air, heralding the imminent commencement of the festival. Menma turned away from his earlier sorrow, excitement bubbling within him as he peered once more at the opening of the ceremony. Naruto leaned closer to Sasuke and whispered, is it that ninjutsu? Indeed. Sasuke affirmed with a slight frown, a hint of concern flickering across his features. It should be happening in just a few days. We must be prepared then, Naruto replied, appearing more composed than Sasuke. After all, Menma's true journey was about to begin. With the festival's ceremony underway, the crowd began to engage in fervent discussions. I wonder if the Hokage will attend today's ceremony? Indeed, it would be reassuring to have him present. Absolutely. I heard that the leader of Kitahara will formally announce the independence of the Soup Ninja Village at the ceremony. While it is a momentous occasion worthy of celebration, I cannot help but worry that opposing forces might attempt to disrupt our event. Despite the village's strength having improved over the years, it still paled in comparison to the other allied nations. I genuinely fear whether the Kitahara leader can handle the situation. If the Hokage were here, no one would dare oppose us. Menma pondered, Mom and Dad, the villagers of Soup Ninja Village are eagerly anticipating your appearance. Naruto gazed down at the crowd, who were animatedly discussing his potential arrival, completely unaware that the Hokage they awaited was standing just above them. Even if someone occasionally glanced upwards and caught a glimpse of Naruto's face, they would marvel at his looks, never suspecting that this gentleman was none other than the greatest Hokage of the age. Menma mused whether such anticipation was truly beneficial for the people of Soup Ninja Village. At that moment, Naruto was not his usual boisterous and exuberant self. When he smiled, his azure eyes resembled the depths of the ocean, embodying the dignified presence expected of the greatest Hokage. Menma furrowed his brow in contemplation. While I am indeed pleased to see them idolizing Mom, I recall you once told me, Mom, that relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Thus, I wonder if the same principle applies to Soup Ninja Village? Indeed. You are correct, Naruto replied, ruffling Menma's hair. It is akin to when you were a child and had your ice cream pilfered by Kurama, and we had to help you reclaim it. But as you matured and honed your physical prowess, you no longer allowed Kurama to take your ice cream, did you? It is a similar principle. Menma realized. So, this is why you had Kakashi-sensei substitute for you? He continued, but they say there might be those who will oppose us. What if enemies launch an attack? Well, Naruto chuckled, just keep watching, and you will find out. As Kitahara made a grand entrance, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. When the leader of the allied nations appeared, the excitement reached a new pinnacle. It's the queen of the land of snow. It's the wind shadow. Has the Hokage arrived? Yes, he has come, but not in the form you were hoping for. Kakashi, attempting to suppress his vacant stare, adjusted his attire and stepped forward. The crowd's cheers momentarily faltered before erupting again. Is it the sixth Hokage, Kakashi? It has been ages since we've seen him. Wow, Kakashi. Look this way. Kakashi was taken aback by the unexpected enthusiasm directed towards him after so many years of absence from public view. Wait, what are those items they are holding? Those are the latest Hokage blind box figurines, Gaara explained to Kakashi. The Hokage blind boxes are sold once a year, and this year happens to feature the hidden variant of the sixth Hokage. It is said that if one collects all the hidden Hokage figurines, they can exchange them for a signed autograph from all the Hokages. The crowd had gone wild over them. All Hokage's autographs. How would the deceased Hokage sign anything? Surely, we cannot summon them back just for a signature, Kakashi thought, recalling some of the more terrifying memories of the Edo Tensei. Gaara fell into contemplation, realizing that the blind box economy indeed spurred consumption and wondered if the Sand Village could replicate this success. Kakashi glanced at the figurines being waved by the crowd and mused that he should never have easily trusted Naruto with the copyright agreement. However, adhering to the principle that no event is too chaotic, Kakashi sincerely suggested, you could have people create figurines of your likeness from different periods as hidden variants in the blind boxes. I bet they would sell like hotcakes. After over a decade of effort, they had finally liberated themselves from the constraints of the land of soup. With Kitahara standing tall to announce a declaration that stirred the hearts of many, in the presence of the allied nations and esteemed guests, I hereby declare the official independence of Soup Ninja Village. Boom. A sudden, thunderous noise interrupted the jubilant atmosphere. The crowd fell silent, glancing towards the source of the sound with expressions of alarm. A group of figures clad in black appeared, and before anyone could react, one dashed straight towards Kitahara. Kitahara. The assailant brandished a kunai, its sharp blade glinting ominously. Elder Tokita, standing beside Kitahara, trembled and stammered. It's a jonin. Soup Ninja Village, being a small settlement, possessed only a handful of ninja with jonin-level strength. Yet, the attackers were all jonin. For them, this was a formidable adversary. Just as the assailants were about to reach Kitahara, Elder Tokita lunged forward to shield her. Governor, flee. Yet Kitahara appeared far calmer than Tokita. She raised her hand slightly, and a ninja dressed in the Soup Ninja Guard's attire leaped from the crowd, forming a protective barrier around them. However, they were merely chunin. How could they possibly contend with jonin-level attackers? The crowd shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending tragedy. A thought passed through their minds. Indeed, they were far too weak. If only a powerful ninja could protect them. If only the Hokage were here. A crackling sound of electricity ensued, accompanied by screams and the acrid scent of charred flesh, along with the cries of the injured assailants and the warnings of the guard. What is happening? Could it be that the guard, comprised mainly of chunin, is actually holding their ground against the attackers? As the crowd opened their eyes, they were astonished to see that the guard was not merely holding their ground. They were overpowering the assailants. It's scientific ninja tools, Menma exclaimed. As he witnessed the attack on Kitahara, he excitedly leaned forward, his entire upper body protruding from behind the safety of the crowd. If an unknowing observer had seen him, they would have thought he was about to tumble from a 5-story building. Menma, however, harbored no concerns for his safety, for both of his fathers stood nearby. What in the world could possibly harm him? Menma let his curiosity and desire for exploration run wild, casting aside any thoughts of danger or conflict, focusing solely on the unfolding battle. Upon seeing the mechanical insignia on the arm of a soup ninja, he shouted even more enthusiastically, "Dad, those are scientific ninja tools from the Sound Village." An assault on Soup Ninja Village had commenced. Minato furrowed his brow. He was not surprised by this outcome. In fact, Given the displayed strength of Soup Ninja Village within the light barrier, he would have found it odd if no opposition had emerged. But scientific ninja tools? What on earth could that be? The fact that a Chunin could contend with, and even gain the upper hand against a Jonin, is nothing short of astonishing. At this moment, those who were previously concerned about the future relationship between Naruto and Sasuke have shifted their focus entirely onto the scientific ninja tools. Jiraiya leaned closer to the light screen, scrutinizing intently. Was that the silver iron gauntlet worn by the Teninja's guard? Its material remained indiscernible. Yet the electric shocks emanating from it undoubtedly originated from lightning release. There was no doubt. Jiraiya was confident in his assessment, given his expertise. None would dare question his discerning eye. But how could lightning release be sealed within an iron gauntlet? Moreover, how could it be released so consistently? Kakashi's brow furrowed deeply. Without a doubt, he was well acquainted with lightning release, especially after having invented the A-rank technique, Raikiri. He was quite the connoisseur in this regard. Thus, he found it particularly perplexing. Lightning chakra is notoriously volatile and challenging to control. When employing lightning techniques, one must possess exceptional control to maintain a steady output of lightning chakra and execute the technique effectively. Despite this, even the most adept lightning users can inadvertently harm themselves while utilizing lightning release due to carelessness. How could this iron gauntlet achieve such stable and continuous output? Could it be an Ultra S-class sealing technique? Yet, considering the Teninja village's inability to cultivate even a handful of Jonin, possessing an Ultra S-class sealing technique seemed implausible. While Kakashi remained engrossed in the technical and scientific aspects, the more seasoned veterans pondered deeper implications. Is this what the future of the ninja world, and indeed the future of ninjas, will look like? Uchiha Fugaka murmured. Utilizing such bizarre and intricate techniques is an affront to the very essence of a ninja. Hyuga Hayashi seethed. Yet, this heralds a monumental transformation within the ninja realm. Nara Shikaku refrained from vocalizing his thoughts. Others were more qualified to articulate them. If such iron gauntlets could be mass-produced, it would indeed signify a seismic shift for ninjas. It is a remarkable development, Minato said slowly, disregarding the darkened expressions of Hayashi and the others. Confusion and astonishment intertwined upon his visage, culminating in a breath of admiration, regardless of who instigated this change. It is undoubtedly a boon for the majority. However, for the esteemed clans of ninjas, particularly those who have historically dominated ordinary ninjas through their bloodline limits, this is far from advantageous. The individual responsible for crafting these scientific ninja tools dares to challenge the collective resistance of the ninja clans, suggesting they do not hail from a traditional clan. Who possesses such audacity to not only create this so-called scientific ninja world, but also disseminate it for others to utilize? It is truly audacious. Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow in contemplation. Odo Research, that name sounded familiar, having appeared previously on the light screen. Regrettably, at the time, he had not grasped the magnitude of Odo Research's existence, and thus had not made a conscious effort to remember it. Who could be the mastermind behind Odo Research? Elder Tokita stood before Kitahara, prepared for sacrifice. After all, what was his life in the service of the Teninja village? However, he had not anticipated that, in an instant, the tide of battle would turn. Elder Tokita gazed at the electromagnetic mechanical arm adorning his companion's limb, falling silent. The scientific ninja tools from Odo Research made Elder Tokita's eyes widen, his beard trembling. Kitahara, you collaborated with Odo Research? You also allied with that Uchiha? By the end, Elder Tokita's face contorted in disbelief. That was the Uchiha. It has only been over 20 years since the Fourth Great Ninja War, which was ignited by the Uchiha clan. Witnessing the Teninja guard regain control of the situation, Elder Tokita could no longer contain his agitation. He seized Governor Kitahara, questioning vehemently. When did you begin collaborating with Odo Research? You must understand that working with them and utilizing their scientific ninja tools comes at a price. His anxiety escalated, nearly causing him to tug out his beard in distress. Odo Research's technological development laboratory appears to be merely a large facility dedicated to pioneering technology and selling research products. Yet, we both know who controls it from behind the scenes. Setting aside the events of over 20 years ago during the Fourth Great Ninja War, since its conclusion, that individual who forcibly subdued the criminal Orochimaru, controlled the Sound Village, and took in numerous war orphans. None know what he truly did in the Sound Village. It is the very place where Orochimaru resides. The crimes committed by Orochimaru have been well documented, and the transgressions of the Uchiha clan are equally notorious. Moreover, are these scientific ninja tools truly so reliable? Elder Tokita recalled various rumors. Originally weak factions, upon acquiring the scientific ninja tools from Odo Research, attempted to attack weaker groups to expand their own power, only to find that during their assaults, the once infallible scientific ninja tools malfunctioned entirely in an instant. The attackers were defeated, suffering severe losses. Such incidents were not isolated. They had occurred numerous times. If one were to claim that the quality of the scientific ninja tools was at fault, it was notable that ordinary individuals, who had no malicious intent and merely used them for self-defense or labor, had never experienced such malfunctions. Only those with ulterior motives found their scientific ninja tools failing. This is indeed terrifying, an unthinkable notion. It is akin to the dread of the Uchiha encircling a million-strong coalition during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Once, someone, emboldened by their strength at the level of a Kage, believed they surpassed the leader of Odo Research, Karen, and sought vengeance. Yet, before they could reach the gates of Odo Research, they spotted the Uchiha clan's fan insignia high above the entrance. Those seeking trouble trembled at the sight, breaking into a cold sweat, turning on their heels to flee without a moment's hesitation, fearing that even a moment's delay could lead them to cross paths with the sole Uchiha of this era. Consequently, those who wished to purchase scientific ninja tools would contemplate the price they must pay, weighed against their apprehensions and trepidation. Would acquiring scientific ninja tools provide them more advantages? Or would they choose to forego the shortcut and confront their enemies head-on? In any case, it was inconceivable to choose to oppose Uchiha Sasuke. It was simply too terrifying. Those of the Uchiha, truly, they are terrifying. Elder Tokita lamented. How could one even consider collaborating with the Uchiha? Governor Kitahara regarded Elder Tokita's fervent rebuke and slowly attempted to clarify. I am collaborating with Odo Research. The leader of Odo Research is Lady Karen. Elder Tokita was incensed. What difference does that make? If you believe there is no distinction, then Governor Kitahara gazed skyward, questioning his very soul. What sets our alliance with the allied forces? Venerating the Hokage as the leader of the alliance, apart from collaborating with the Uchiha? Although Uchiha Sasuke had long declared the Uchiha separation from Konoha, and that there was no longer any connection, anyone who could read and comprehend the words in the widely sold book, The Chronicles of Naruto Uzumaki, would not dare claim that the Seventh Hokage and the Uchiha had no ties whatsoever. Not to mention the peculiar cooperative relationship that had existed between Konoha and Odo Research over the past 20 years, with their leaders frequently appearing in each other's territories. It was utterly disheartening. In a fit of anger, Elder Tokita blurted out, of course it is different. Konoha has not entered into a same-sex marriage agreement. They are not even married yet. Governor Kitahara, Elder Tokita, you are merely comforting yourself. Elder Tokita was furious. Yet the other villagers of the Teninja village were not at all displeased. In fact, they were elated, even exhilarated. Their eyes widened, unwilling to miss a moment of the riveting battle, oblivious to the perilous surroundings, where life and death clashed. So, we can also prevail over others? An elderly man murmured, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Can we protect ourselves? Another middle-aged man questioned himself in disbelief. No longer reliant on others, they could defend themselves against enemy assaults. The villagers gazed upon the Teninja guard, their eyes brimming with hope and anticipation. The battle between the two parties swiftly transitioned to a different arena, yet Menma could not satiate his gaze. Over the years, the broader atmosphere had remained remarkably stable. Konoha had enjoyed over 2 decades of peace. An increasing number of villages had joined the allied shinobi forces, coexisting harmoniously with one another, rendering disputes exceedingly rare. In the past decade, the Chunin exams had evolved into the sole opportunity for ninjas to engage in fierce competition, and even then, it was merely a contest of skill rather than a struggle for life and death. The latest regulations from the allied forces stipulated that fatalities were strictly prohibited during the Chunin exams. The age for graduating from the Ninja Academy had even been raised to 15, mandating that participants in the Chunin exams be at least 15 years of age. Thus, Menma's excitement was palpable. This was his first encounter with a life-and-death struggle among ninjas. It was not that he reveled in such brutal combat. Rather, at his age, he was in pursuit of thrill and exhilaration. In his fervor, he strained to discern the offensive maneuvers of both sides, his eyes whirling with intensity. The rotation of his pupils quickened, and in the blink of an eye, his azure irises transformed into a vivid crimson, a single tomo swiftly manifesting within his gaze. It seemed as though everything became clearer, and the opponents appeared to move in slow motion. Menma blinked and squinted slightly, striving to enhance his vision. It was the Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku, as a legitimate member of the Uchiha clan, was the first to notice Menma's awakened Sharingan amidst the spectacle. Had Menma truly unlocked the Sharingan at just 11 years of age? Uchiha Fugaku nodded in satisfaction. While he could not compare to his elder son, Itachi, who had awakened his Sharingan at 6, he acknowledged that such prodigious talent was rare even within their clan, where many adult ninjas had yet to unlock their eyes. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku felt quite content. The awakening of the Sharingan required sufficient stimulation, with the most common trigger being moments of life and death. Initially, he believed that due to Menma's ordinary living conditions, devoid of extraordinary stimuli, he would not meet the criteria for awakening. To his surprise, Menma had indeed awakened. His son Sasuke, who appeared to dote on Menma, had not shown leniency. He had fulfilled his paternal responsibility by urging Menma to awaken his eyes at an early age. Well, that was commendable. The tomo within Menma's eyes spun rapidly, increasing in velocity until the motion became imperceptible to the naked eye. Wait a moment. This appearance suggested more than just a single tomo. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened, sensing something amiss. Eventually, the tomo within Menma's eyes blurred into indistinction, forming a faint black line. Splendid. The movements of the combatants slowed further, making everything increasingly clear. Menma felt as though he could simply extend his hand, and the distant combatants would come to a halt, even approaching him at his beck and call. This could not possibly be merely a single tomo. Uchiha Fugaku's heart raced, prompting his own Sharingan to manifest. His tomo began to spin with comparable speed, evolving into 3 tomo. Should someone compare the rotational speed of Uchiha Fugaku's tomo to that of Menma's, they would be astounded to find Menma's spinning far swifter. What was happening? This did not appear to be the speed characteristic of a 2-tomo Sharingan. At his age, it was implausible for Menma to have attained a 3-tomo Sharingan. He had never pressured Itachi to achieve such a feat at 11. Was it possible that his son Sasuke was, in fact, an exceptionally stern parent, compelling his child to endure life-threatening trials to foster growth and awaken his eyes? How unexpected. Uchiha Fugaku was at a loss for words. Rationally, he did not consider himself the type of parent to indulge his children excessively. He had often disagreed with Sasuke's educational methods. Yet, the notion of forcing a child to realize their potential seemed overly harsh, tugging at his heartstrings. Thus, he remained fixated on the screen, striving to discern exactly how many tomo adorned Menma's eyes. Just as the interconnected black line was about to come to a halt, Sasuke reached out and covered Menma's eyes. Menma looked up, bewildered. After a moment, Sasuke lowered his hand. "Dad, what are you doing?" Menma inquired, feeling a slight ache in his eyes, tempted to rub them. After Sasuke interrupted his observation, the desire to scrutinize the battle dissipated, replaced by a growing discomfort in his eyes. Sasuke prevented Menma from rubbing his eyes, producing a bottle of unmarked eye drops, which he administered with 2 drops before handing them to him. "Here, look at your eyes," Sasuke instructed. "Oh," Menma replied, receiving the mirror. Upon glancing into it, he gasped in astonishment. "Wow, this is..." "Indeed," Sasuke applauded, a proud smile illuminating his face. "You have successfully awakened your Sharingan. It is a single tomo. Menma is truly impressive, splendid." This was the unmistakable tone of a doting parent. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku. At this moment, even the seasoned 3rd Hokage found himself baffled. Was the awakening of the Sharingan truly this effortless? Uchiha Fugaku, to be honest, I am questioning my own understanding as well. Chapter 17. As the festival ceremony concluded splendidly, Menma remained engrossed in examining the newly awakened Sharingan in the mirror. The black tomo spun within his blood-red irises, his face inching ever closer. Ultimately, his eyelashes almost brushed against the mirror's surface, causing both of his eyes to resemble a pair of fierce Sharingan. He suddenly toppled backward onto the chair, feeling dizzy. My eyes hurt, and my head aches." Naruto steadied Menma, channeling a similar green chakra as Sasuke had previously used to check on him, enveloping Menma's head with his chakra. Why did he suddenly feel dizzy? "Sasuke, you've stared at the Sharingan for too long. You lost control of your chakra, inadvertently activating a genjutsu that left you disoriented." Naruto. "I don't quite grasp your Uchiha ways. Does gazing into a mirror for too long lead to ensnaring oneself in one's own genjutsu? Moreover, Sasuke, you appear rather experienced in this regard. Had he, too, once succumbed to his own genjutsu from gazing in the mirror for too long?" Naruto chuckled at the thought of young Sasuke, aloof and cool on the outside, often responding to his provocations with disdainful expressions, striking poses that screamed of hours spent perfecting his image before a mirror. It was easy to imagine him, like Menma, collapsing onto his bed, dizzy from his own reflection. Being cool is no easy feat, Naruto mused. Suddenly, Menma was left bewildered. What did he mean by being cool? He was not trying to be cool at all. Sasuke clicked his tongue, knowing without a doubt that Naruto was merely concocting wild fantasies once again. He approached Menma. "Menma, look up at me." Menma obediently turned his gaze. In that instant, Sasuke's right eye swiftly transformed into 3 tomo. "Release." Menma shook his head in surprise, exclaiming, "I'm not dizzy anymore." Indeed, the genjutsu has been dispelled. Kakashi observed the scene with a perplexed expression. As an outsider possessing a Sharingan, he sincerely inquired of the Sharingan expert Uchiha Fugaku. "Is it necessary for a 3-tomo Sharingan to dispel a genjutsu cast by a single tomo?" Was it not merely a low-level genjutsu? Given the Uchiha clan's expertise in such techniques, should it not be a simple task to dispel? Was there something unique about the genjutsu cast by a single tomo that set it apart from ordinary genjutsu? The copy ninja Kakashi asserted, I, too, possess a Sharingan. Do not attempt to deceive me. Uchiha Fugaku. He recalled instances where Sasuke had used his Sharingan to compel Menma to consume his vegetables. Confirmed. His second son, the heir to the Uchiha clan, whom he held in high regard, was evidently not well versed in the clan's heritage. He relied solely on the innate talents of the Sharingan. Furthermore, to fall prey to such a basic error as being ensnared in one's own genjutsu from gazing into a mirror was a mistake that any child educated within the clan would avoid. What on earth was Sasuke thinking for not having taught Menma earlier, coupled with the fact that Sasuke's teacher was the copy ninja Kakashi? Rather than a distinguished member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brows in contemplation. He simply could not make sense of it all. It cannot be that Sasuke has been ostracized by the Uchiha clan, can it? That seems implausible, considering he is still in line to become the clan leader. The logic evades Fugaku Uchiha entirely. The relationship between his second son and the seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, only adds to his mounting concerns. The future remains shrouded in mystery. Intricately convoluted. The Hokage Tower convened yet another clandestine meeting. The attendees were the same familiar faces, and Kakashi was fortunate enough to secure an invitation. Nara Shikaku presented a whiteboard, upon which he inscribed the title pertaining to the future circumstances analyzed from the recent projections. Firstly, he noted the most significant news. The Nine Tails has been released by Konoha and is currently unaccounted for. A collective gasp filled the room. The opening revelation was nothing short of explosive. Hinata cautiously inquired, did something happen to Konoha's Jinchuriki? The identity of the Nine Tails host is a closely guarded secret. Among those present, apart from the third and fourth Hokage, it is likely that only Jiraiya is privy to the host's true identity. It is no surprise that Hinata pondered this. Apart from the possibility of an incident involving the Jinchuriki that necessitated the release of the Nine Tails, they could scarcely conceive of any other scenario that would lead to its liberation. After all, while the Nine Tails possesses sentience, Konoha relinquishing its control over the beast is an entirely different matter. Without a moment's hesitation, Minato Namikaze countered, that is impossible. As long as I am here, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails will not encounter any misfortune. However, he gestured for silence, indicating that further discussion was unwarranted. The identity of the Jinchuriki is of a delicate nature, and I cannot divulge her identity to you all. Yet, I can assure you that our fates are intertwined. Should she encounter peril, I too would be in grave danger. A hushed silence fell over the group, astonished by the fourth's declaration of shared fate with the Jinchuriki. Moreover, his reference to her as she raised eyebrows. Could it be that the Nine Tails host is? Kakashi's heart raced as he thought of Kushina, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina possessed remarkable vitality and was well versed in the clan's sealing techniques. This line of thought indeed made her an ideal candidate for the role of Jinchuriki. If the Nine Tails host is indeed Kushina, then Minato's earlier statement begins to make sense. Given the bond between them, it would be nearly impossible for the Nine Tails to pose a threat unless both faced calamity together. In the current world, it seems unlikely that anyone could bring misfortune to both Minato and the Jinchuriki. Thus, it stands to reason that the release of the Nine Tails was an intentional act by Konoha. Jiraiya sighed, reluctantly confronting the reality of the situation. Yet, as he prepared to voice his thoughts, he caught sight of Minato's youthful visage and could not bring himself to speak the harsh truth. Perhaps it is because Konoha has grown strong enough that it no longer requires the Nine Tails as a deterrent to solidify its position. He contemplated the future, where the land of water holds Naruto in high esteem, and mused that the seventh Hokage's standing is unassailable. The Nine Tails, for them, is merely a means to bolster economic growth. As the image of the Nine Tails plush toy and its foxtails crossed their minds, their expressions twitched, and they could not help but murmur. Who knows if the youth of the future are truly audacious or simply ignorant? The third Hokage, more forthright than Jiraiya, seized a pen and inscribed the second significant future event on the whiteboard, the Fourth Great Ninja War. The group gasped in shock. Indeed, the only circumstance that could potentially jeopardize both the Fourth Hokage and the Jinchuriki is the Fourth Great Ninja War. Although the projections did not specify the timing of the war, conversations from the Namikaze family during their passage through the Valley of the End imply that it occurs before Naruto ascends to the position of Hokage. The Fourth Great Ninja War. It is certain to be as devastating as the preceding three wars, bringing untold suffering to the world. Minato fell silent, his expression a tumult of emotions. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. While the reasons for the outbreak of the Fourth Great Ninja War remain unclear, it is likely that both the Jinchuriki and I will lose our lives as a result. Following this, The fifth Hokage will succeed me, and Kakashi will take up the mantle. Perhaps the Nine-Tails' newfound freedom stems from the fact that it aided in the war effort. The room fell into a stunned silence. The first half of Minato's statement was something they could all surmise, yet the latter half was undeniably shocking. The Nine-Tails cannot be. Minato remained calm. Kushina had long since informed him of the Nine-Tails' sentience and its amicable disposition towards her. Should their relationship evolve into one of greater harmony, a collaboration with Konoha during the Fourth Great Ninja War would not be outside the realm of possibility. Moreover, the Nine-Tails is not without its vulnerabilities beyond the Uzumaki sealing techniques. Minato exchanged a glance with Fugaku, their eyes mirroring the complexity of their thoughts, as if they could understand each other's unspoken concerns. In the aftermath of the Fourth Great Ninja War, life for the Uchiha clan would likely be fraught with difficulty. The Uchiha Sharingan can control the Nine-Tails, a fact that is no secret to those present. It is also common knowledge that the Uchiha clan seeks a Hokage of their own. In the future, as the Uchiha clan realizes that the Hokage position is beyond their grasp, their frustration may lead them to take drastic actions, perhaps even severing ties with Konoha. However, once the Fourth Great Ninja War erupts, all will be drawn into its chaos, the Uchiha included. War is a relentless beast, indifferent to strength or weakness, and a moment's carelessness can lead to annihilation. Even the formidable Uchiha are not exempt. Misfortune can befall them just as easily. Fugaku sighed. Suddenly, everything began to make sense. Why had Sasuke not received a proper familial education? Why had Kakashi become Sasuke's mentor? It was because the Uchiha clan was plotting something during that time, prompting Konoha to assign Kakashi to monitor the Uchiha descendants. Why was the relationship between Sasuke and Naruto so intricate, with years of unresolved feelings and offspring? Because after the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Uchiha clan's power waned significantly, necessitating political alliances to preserve their strength and mend relations with Konoha. The release of the Nine-Tails may very well symbolize such an alliance. With the previous Jinchuriki deceased, the Nine-Tails could no longer be sealed, making the Sharingan's capabilities all the more critical. Perhaps Konoha did indeed reach an agreement with the Nine-Tails, but the Sharingan also serves as a deterrent. With the Sharingan in play, granting the Nine-Tails freedom would not incite retribution against Konoha. The Fourth Great Ninja War has undeniably altered the destinies of many. The group exchanged glances, understanding one another's thoughts with a mere look. Minato and Fugaku shared a profound sense of empathy. Their children have become the unwitting victims of their political machinations. While the futures of their offspring may appear loving, it does not imply that their beginnings are devoid of turmoil. In fact, it could be described as a chaotic mess. Fugaku began to question himself. In their pursuit of the Hokage title, did they truly err in their methods? Minato too began to reflect. After so many years as Hokage, why had he failed to manage the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha? In conclusion, both fathers exchanged another glance, harboring a shared conviction, at the very least. They could still alter the future depicted in the projections. Chapter 18. Nara Shikaku inscribed the third significant future event, scientific ninja tools and the sound research. Following the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Seventh Hokage's administration initiated reforms, gradually liberating the ninja world from the oppressive rule of nobility and feudal lords. Shikaku remarked that the role of scientific ninja tools and the sound research cannot be overlooked. The combination of sustenance and powerful, convenient ninja tools is a formidable weapon discovered in the land of water, capable of liberating them from noble dominion. The origins of the food remain shrouded in mystery, yet the scientific ninja tools stem from the realm of sound research. A flicker of dark light passed through the third Hokage's eyes. The increase in food production may not be unrelated to sound research. Science. What if this so-called science could indeed enhance food yield? The one who holds dominion over sound research would concurrently command the ninja world. No, it is more than that. If these scientific ninja tools are accessible even to the common folk, then he would wield control over the entire world. Upon uttering these words, shock enveloped the room. Cold sweat trickled down their backs. Previously, through observing the conflict between the middle ninja of the Hot Springs village and the attacking upper ninja, the role of scientific ninja tools became evident. It would not be an exaggeration to deem it a subversion of the ninja world. Just imagine, if even the commoners, devoid of chakra, could be well-fed and armed with scientific ninja tools, forming an army to employ a tactic of sheer numbers. Which ninja village could withstand such a force? It is akin to having a cheat code. The individuals who had just emerged from the Third Great Ninja War were undeniably haunted by traces of PTSD. The mere thought of someone capable of controlling the ninja realm through scientific ninja tools, and this person being unrelated to Konoha, sent shivers down their spines. During the Third War, the major ninja villages fought tooth and nail for resources, vying for supremacy. And now, it seems, all that strife was in vain. Being first would mean nothing when the future overlord of the ninja world could emerge from an obscure ninja village. At this moment, everyone's mind echoed the same question. Where exactly is sound research, and who established it? It is truly disconcerting. Can Konoha withstand the might of scientific ninja tools in the future? Naruto once again showcased his wisdom. Pondering for a moment before responding, Konoha possesses something that might rival the dominion of the sound research overseer. He inscribed a few bold characters on the whiteboard, the United Alliance. What is this? Namake's Minato inquired. Is this the organization mentioned by the fourth Hokage? Naruto affirmed. Indeed, based on my deductions, the Hot Springs village has also joined the United Alliance. Furthermore, from the conversation between the Wind Shadow and Uchiha Sasuke, it is not difficult to deduce that the Sand Village, as an ally of the Hot Springs Village, has similarly joined the United Alliance. Those shadows who attended the festival in the Hot Springs Village also have close ties to the United Alliance. The five great shadows cannot possibly have only one shadow within the alliance. Has Konoha also joined the United Alliance? Naruto made a startling remark. I suspect Konoha is the organizer of the United Alliance, or rather, that the seventh Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, is the leader of the United Alliance. Everyone gasped in astonishment once more. The name United Alliance carries an extraordinary weight. Considering that all the major ninja villages seem to have ties to this alliance, it indicates that in the future, this alliance's standing will undoubtedly be significant, perhaps even colossal. Naruto stated that this formidable alliance is led by the Hokage of Konoha. It is not entirely implausible. Reflect on how the Hot Springs village holds the seventh Hokage in such high regard. Could it be that Konoha's status is so elevated in the future? If the United Alliance truly is, as they speculate, a coalition of numerous ninja villages with the seventh Hokage at the helm, then Konoha may well stand toe-to-toe with the forces of sound research. The third Hokage let out a slow breath. Although all of this is merely conjecture, the thought that Konoha might not fall behind or be controlled by another brings him a measure of relief. Namake's Minato still wore a furrowed brow. So, who exactly is the leader of sound research? I hope he does not become an enemy of Konoha. Night had fallen. The little one, having played joyfully throughout the day, succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep on Sasuke's back before they could even return to the inn. Once they arrived at the inn, Sasuke gently placed him in bed and cast a spell to ensure his peaceful slumber. Seeing the little one fast asleep, he felt a sense of ease. He lightly tapped the water pipe, twisting the faucet. Yet, instead of water, a head emerged from the pipe. Mizuki smoothly flowed out, his entire body filling the basin with water. Only when the basin overflowed did he leisurely rise, regaining his human form. I've been waiting, Mizuki remarked. Just arrived. And here's what you requested. With that, he reached into his own chest and pulled out a sealed scroll, which bore a design resembling a pinwheel. Thank you. Sasuke accepted the scroll, releasing a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it arrived in time. With this, there were a total of 3 sealed scrolls, which should suffice to protect the little one. Mizuki completed his task and did not rush to leave, hesitating for a moment. His expression torn much like when he asked that outlandish question about the little one's parentage. Sasuke noticed and felt a shiver. That's Sasuke. Here we go again. Another absurd question. I have relayed your instructions to Orochimaru. He mentioned that the research on that childbirth ninjutsu was commissioned by you. So, you and Naruto truly intend to have a second child? Sasuke's temples throbbed. You only heard half of it. What I asked Orochimaru to research was a ninjutsu for increasing livestock production, aimed at boosting the yield of livestock for the common folk. It's about livestock production, to increase the meat supply for the populace, not some bizarre male-male childbirth technique. After a moment of contemplation, still uneasy, he reiterated, there is no second child. Mizuki's eyes lit up, right? Sasuke, you agree that having just one child is best. Having a second child would only lead to sibling rivalry. Sasuke, how does this guy manage to hit all his sore spots? Has his mind been filled with water from being in that pipe too long? A cold aura emanated from Sasuke, causing Mizuki to shudder, feeling a chill. Thus, he transformed back into water, slipping into the faucet. I'll head back to the sound research base. Sasuke, when you come to attend my wedding with Karen, remember to persuade her for me. He lamented, it's infuriating. She doesn't want children, yet she insists that I should have 2. Remember, you must convince her that one child is enough. Siblings will indeed fight. Just like in that unfortunate example. Everyone understands. Sasuke coldly tightened the faucet, thinking about that childbirth ninjutsu, right? I'll pressure Orochimaru to expedite the research for the benefit of the masses. Elements detected. Sound research. Orochimaru. Childbirth ninjutsu. Ignoring the strange description of childbirth ninjutsu, Jiraiya turned his attention to Orochimaru. So, Orochimaru is a part of sound research. His brow furrowed. How did he end up there? Has he betrayed Konoha? The figures in the light screen referred to it as the Sound Research Base, not a sound village. Perhaps we have all misjudged. Sound Research may not be a village at all, but rather a research facility established with financing from Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku's mind raced faster than ever before. What a joke. If what the light screen said is true, Sasuke is also part of Sound Research, and he can command Orochimaru. If the existence of a sound village is acknowledged, does that not imply that the Uchiha clan leader has defected from Konoha? Is this something one can casually admit? Namake's Minato concurred. Indeed, Fugaku's speculation holds merit. Primarily, while Naruto and Sasuke are not married, they already have a child. Given that relationship, it seems unlikely that Sasuke would defect from Konoha. The little one still wears the Leaf Village headband. The third Hokage contemplated. While he could believe that Orochimaru had betrayed Konoha, whether Uchiha Sasuke was no longer a part of Konoha was up for debate. He felt that as the seventh Hokage, Naruto would not associate with a rogue ninja. However, to think he could be commanded by a junior? The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, reflecting on how unexpected it was that Orochimaru had reached this point. Ignoring the words of his teacher, he seems to heed the words of the Uchiha youth. TSK, TSK, TSK. Speaking of which, Uchiha Sasuke possesses such authority? To command Orochimaru? One would not have expected it. He appears quite gentle, almost devoid of temper. He paid no heed to his companion, who was fuming with rage, veins bulging, and refrained from any physical altercation or harsh words. This was quite a testament to the remarkable temper of the Uchiha clan. After all, they were Uchihas. It was indeed perplexing how such a mild-mannered junior could suppress Orochimaru. The third Hokage murmured, "This is a delightful surprise for us. Sound Village belongs to Konoha, and the Hokage is the leader of the alliance. Truly, it is a leading force in the ninja world, commanding the globe." Everyone was momentarily dazed by this grand prospect, their hearts brimming with elation, and their imaginations began to soar. It was no surprise that this was Konoha. It was no surprise that he was the child of the fourth Hokage. It was no surprise that he was, indeed, the head of the Uchiha clan. Albeit one fond of mischief, he still possessed considerable talent. The future promised to be extraordinarily bright. Uchiha Fugaku proclaimed, "My son, though the family legacy may not be as illustrious, he still upholds the name of the Uchiha clan." Standing proud, Naruto strolled into the room, yawning, still maintaining the guise of his transformation. He casually kicked off the lady's shoes he had been wearing and glanced at the water pipe, asking, "That was Sujetsu just now, right? I overheard a bit of your conversation about having a second child." Sasuke, with an expression of indifference, replied, "You want to have one? You wouldn't be able to even if you wished for it." Naruto mumbled under his breath, "If only I had enough power to create another one." He then inquired, "So, how are things progressing with Karen?" They seem to be lagging behind Sai and Ino, and even Hinata and Kiba have had their second child. Are they still not together? Naruto leaned closer to Sasuke, playfully draping his arm around his neck as he probed. Sasuke mused, with Suigetsu's incessant chatter. Marriage would be a distant dream for him. Good riddance, he deserved it. After retrieving a sealing scroll, he unleashed several powerful techniques into it, activated his Rinnegan, and unleashed several space-time ninjutsu. Subsequently, he tossed the remaining scrolls to Naruto, with a clasp of his hands. Naruto entered Sage mode and similarly funneled several large Raisengans into the scroll. After contemplating, he pulled out the chakra that Kurama had left him and stuffed it all inside for good measure. They only paused once the 3 scrolls reached their capacity. "All right, this should be sufficient to protect the ramen shop," Naruto declared. Indeed, Sasuke nodded as he tucked the scrolls into the small pouch of the ramen shop's raccoon, concealing it within its clothing. The following morning, Naruto announced, "Our next travel destination is the Flower Country, specifically Hanake's village. Let us prepare to set off." The ramen shop's raccoon cheered, "Yay," and hopped onto the carriage, eagerly anticipating the new adventure. Just before departing, he suddenly remembered acquaintances he had met in the hot spring village and hurriedly exclaimed, "I haven't even said goodbye to Kakashi-sensei, or Aunt Temari and Uncle Gaara. I must bid them farewell." Naruto replied, "Temari and Gaara returned to Sunagakure last night. They are busy with work and have other matters to attend to. As for Kakashi-sensei, well, he is also preoccupied. I've already seen to a proper farewell for you." Just kidding. Sakura is arriving in Hot Spring Village today, so I took the opportunity to slip away to avoid being coerced into work by Kakashi and Sakura. "Oh, is that so? Then I shall prepare some souvenirs for them next time," the ramen shop's raccoon declared before reaching for Sasuke's whip, saying, "Daddy, let me drive." Not long after leaving the Hot Spring Village, the ramen shop's raccoon sensed something amiss. He set down the whip, pursed his lips, and his Sharingan activated instinctively. The fur on his back standing on end like a frightened kitten. Something felt off. An inexplicable sense of being watched signaled an impending attack. The raccoon's fur bristled. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder, and upon looking up, he saw his father's silhouette. Glancing to the right, he spotted another paternal figure. Instantly, his anxiety dissipated. With two fathers present, there was little cause for concern. Instead of addressing the lurking assailant, Sasuke and Naruto began to praise the raccoon. Well done. Your reflexes are impressively sharp. Indeed, your vigilance is commendable. You detected the ambush so swiftly, truly remarkable. The would-be assailant, hidden in the shadows, fumed. How infuriating. Are they mocking us under the guise of praising the child? Stepping out from the shadows, the assailant's face was a mask of displeasure. Naruto looked up, scratching his head. Isn't that the elder beside Governor Kitayama? No, wait, it's Elder Iwa no Tachi. The elder seated, it is Iwa no Tachi. He took a deep breath, resolved not to engage with those on the brink of death, and sneered. You were the ones who thwarted the attack plan on Hot Spring Village. Daring to conspire with that brat Kitayama and pull Sound Village into this. Truly audacious. Do you think you are Uchiha Sasuke? Sasuke retorted, I indeed am. Naruto interjected. So it turns out you are such a fool that you can't even distinguish your opponents. Meanwhile, the ramen shop's raccoon was utterly bewildered, pondering. What is this Hot Spring Village? Who is Kitayama? What is going on? The elder continued his rant from a distance. Today, you shall witness the insignificance of mere scientific ninja tools. With that, he unleashed a mighty earth release technique, summoning a towering earthen dragon that charged forth with ferocity. Minato's expression turned grave. This is not good. It is of shadow-level caliber. Anxiety washed over him. Shadow-level ninjas were rare and notably formidable. Should they encounter someone whose attributes countered theirs, Naruto and the others would find themselves in dire straits. The earthen dragon charged fiercely but was effortlessly halted midway by a suit of armor forged from purple chakra, vanishing in an instant without a sound. The elder trembled, realizing that the individual capable of so easily countering his attack brought forth a familiar chakra that sparked a dreadful realization. He swallowed hard, fear gripping his heart as he looked up, nearly fainting on the spot. The crimson hues of the Mangekyo Sharingan met his gaze. It was Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku could hardly believe his eyes, his pride in his lineage nearly shaken. It is the Mangekyo Sharingan. My son has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is truly a source of immense pride. Yet, something felt off. The intricate patterns of the Mangekyo seemed unusually complex. The elder felt as though the heavens were mocking him. He glanced at the trio not far away, confirming the Leaf Village symbol on the raccoon's forehead protector. And in despair, he decided to shout a parting message for the Seventh Hokage. Curse it, Uchiha. Did you not swear time and again that the Uchiha and Konoha would sever ties, that you would owe each other nothing henceforth? Yet here you are, forming a family with a Leaf Village ninja. You have betrayed Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke, Naruto, Gramps, you still have the heart to defend me? Thanks for that. Before Uchiha Fugaku could bask in his pride, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. What do you mean, the Uchiha severing ties with Konoha? What do you mean, owing nothing to each other henceforth? What is happening? With that, the elder turned to flee. What a joke. If he didn't escape now, would he just wait to meet his demise? He moved with incredible speed, leaping away, and with each bound, he was on the verge of disappearing. The raccoon, who had been fixated on the elder, felt the latter's sudden disappearance trigger a surge of adrenaline. The Sharingan activated once more, spinning at an imperceptibly fast rate, transforming into an intricate pattern in the blink of an eye. Sasuke turned abruptly to face the raccoon. How strange, I'm feeling dizzy, the raccoon said, struggling to focus on the two fathers before him. Naruto inquired, is it time to begin? Yes, it is about time. Sasuke replied, raising his hand as a rush of chakra surged into the raccoon's body, alleviating his dizziness. Naruto added, all right then. Remember, raccoon, no matter what happens, always know that your dads love you. The raccoon nodded, still dazed, and before he could respond, it felt as if he were tossed into a washing machine, spinning uncontrollably. The world around him, including the sky, the earth, and all beings, shrank into an unrecognizable blur, twisting into a kaleidoscopic form. When the spinning ceased, he found himself sprawled on the ground, disoriented. The first scent to greet him was the earthy aroma of damp soil mingled with the biting chill of snow. What was happening? Oh dear, the pain. My head is spinning. As Menma staggered to his feet, still with eyes shut, he heard a voice that was both familiar and yet strangely foreign. It was cold, guarded, devoid of the warmth he had come to expect. Who is it? An overwhelming sense of menace descended upon him, and suddenly, a cold blade sheath pressed against his neck. Menma froze for a moment, his eyes flying open. Before him stood a figure cloaked in gray, with a stern visage, an imposing presence, and proud eyes that glinted with sharpness, wielding a sword reminiscent of the Kusanagi. It was Sasuke's father. Yet, he appeared in a youthful guise. Menma was momentarily bewildered. Chapter 19, The Encounter. A vortex materialized, and Myanmar vanished from sight. Sasuke gazed solemnly at the spot where Myanmar had disappeared. Don't worry, Naruto reassured him. Myanmar will return safely. Sasuke fell silent, thinking that the fool was not concerned about that. Of course, Myanmar would return unharmed. They had thoroughly analyzed when and where he would come back. However, that was not the crux of the matter. What else could there be to worry about? Sasuke then asked, have you regained your memories? Not yet, Naruto replied. Did we not say we would only recover our memories once the timeline stabilized and Myanmar had fully landed in the correct time? Naruto closed his eyes, attempting to recall past memories that remained elusive and fragmented, only offering vague impressions. The time had come, as if a veil had been lifted from their memories. A torrent of recollections surged forth, overwhelming them for a moment before they fully absorbed it all. Both were momentarily dazed, but soon regained clarity. Naruto felt a twinge of embarrassment. Now he understood what Sasuke was worried about. He turned to look at Sasuke, whose expression mirrored his own complexity. They had both harbored vague recollections, but the specifics were unexpectedly startling. They exchanged silent glances, each pondering a singular question. Upon Myanmar's return, would he harbor any biases against their towering paternal figures? Surely not, surely not. Fool, this is all your fault. Don't speak as though you are innocent, Sasuke. You have done many foolish things yourself. In any case, both fathers were deeply troubled. Myanmar, wrapped in a blanket, sat before the fire, finally feeling warmth seep into his being. He sneezed heavily, pulling his small blanket tighter around himself. Thank goodness he had found the winter clothes his father had prepared for him in his backpack. Otherwise, he would surely have succumbed to frostbite. Myanmar thought gratefully. Then, a sudden realization struck him as something felt amiss. How peculiar that his father had packed clothing for all 4 seasons. They were merely going on a month-long trip, not venturing to some remote place. Yet Sasuke had prepared so thoroughly. Myanmar stealthily glanced at the young man across the fire. The young man was acutely aware of being watched and promptly met Myanmar's gaze. Is something the matter? Having been caught in the act of peeking, Myanmar felt no shame. He hesitated but then chose to speak directly. Hello, big brother. What is your name? I am Uchiha Menma. Thank you for taking me in. The young Sasuke raised an eyebrow slightly, his demeanor frosty as he inquired. You go by the surname Uchiha? Yes, Menma thought, recognizing that he could indeed claim the Uchiha surname. After all, his father had said that once he reached adulthood and his intentions remained unchanged, he would officially bear the name Uchiha. Sasuke scrutinized Menma, his gaze fixating on the boy's golden hair and azure eyes. The eyes were indeed blue, but the hair had been dyed a bright gold. The disguise was rather careless. The roots had already begun to show their natural color, and he had not bothered to cover them up. It seemed he had deliberately chosen the surname Uchiha. Was this related to some fool? Sasuke's gaze fell upon the leaf village symbol on Myanmar's forehead, and he instinctively frowned, a fleeting expression of disdain crossing his features. Myanmar was taken aback. He rarely witnessed his father's expressions of disgust, and for a moment, he was surprised rather than frightened. The reason was simple. Myanmar did not believe this young man was truly his father. Although he bore an uncanny resemblance to his father in his youth and wielded a sword similar to the Kusanagi, Myanmar had encountered numerous imitators of his father throughout his life. While the elderly from other villages trembled at the mention of his father's name, the youth seemed to idolize him for reasons unknown. In recent years, a trend had emerged in the fashion world, challenging people to dress as Uchiha. Some had even succeeded remarkably well, landing features in the most popular fashion magazines. Yet, there were hardly any images of the adult Uchiha Sasuke available for imitation, leaving many disappointed. The issue of a particular fashion magazine had sold exceptionally well, becoming widely known. The Kusanagi sword, wild black hair, and red contact lenses had become all the rage. Had it not been for concerns over the elderly's heart, posters of the Seventh Hokage would likely have adorned every street. The organizers, Karen and Orochimaru, profited immensely, securing substantial funding for their experiments in the following year. However, things took a turn when Orochimaru's laboratory was unexpectedly raided, leaving the perpetrators to ransack everything and brutally assault the victims. During the award ceremony for the fashion magazine, the hosts, clearly aware of the public's expectations, invited the Seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, to present the awards. Despite his busy schedule as Hokage, he took the time to attend the event. However, when he spoke, he remarked, "There is nothing wrong with pursuing fashion or admiring those we respect, but expressing that admiration through cosplay may cause discomfort to the individuals involved." No one dared to question why the Hokage was voicing concerns instead of the individuals being cosplayed. People nodded in agreement, understanding that if the original had objections, they would refrain from similar actions in the future. Of course, Menma was unaware of these underlying truths. Nevertheless, he cast his vote for the contestant with the gentlest appearance. For in his eyes, his father was indeed the kindest person he had ever known. Upon first encountering the young man before him, Menma briefly doubted his identity. After observing him closely several times, Menma concluded that he was yet another Uchiha imitator. The imitation was quite convincing, but still lacking in certain aspects. This young man appeared gaunt, his demeanor as frigid as ice, radiating an aura of solitude, imbued with a calmness reminiscent of a desolate calm after a tumultuous storm. He bore no resemblance to the warmth and depth exuded by his father, who embodied strength and tranquility. Menma pondered momentarily, attempting to articulate his thoughts with his modest literary skills, arriving at a metaphor. He resembled a violently erupting volcano, spewing magma skyward, only to eventually fall into dormancy. Devoid of any further expression, despite appearing to be under 20 years of age, this young man emanated a profound sense of desolation. In his 11 years, most people he had encountered were filled with hope and vitality. Even in the face of sorrow, it was merely transient, and happiness would inevitably return. This was not the case with the individual before him. Menma felt a surge of empathy. Yet, before he could articulate anything, Sasuke suddenly rose and turned to leave, evidently unwilling to remain in that place. However, it was the middle of the night, and they were in a desolate wilderness. Apart from the cave they occupied, there was not a soul in sight, not even a tree, and heavy snow continued to fall. "Big brother, are you leaving? Perhaps you should wait a bit longer," Menma quickly called out, urging him to stay at least until the snow ceased. He was not particularly concerned about his own safety. Menma was aware that his two fathers had left him several sealing scrolls, containing enough ninjutsu to turn the entire ninja world upside down. Moreover, and most importantly, he possessed the tracking symbol that his father had bequeathed to him. Once activated, his father could pinpoint his location and teleport to his side using the Rinnegan. Thus, when faced with the prospect of getting lost or encountering strangers, Menma felt no anxiety whatsoever. Instead of worrying about himself, he was more preoccupied with how to handle potential villains without going too far. He certainly did not wish to take a life. The howling wind and swirling snowflakes could easily engulf a person. Menma shivered again, his face contorted in confusion. Where on earth had he ended up? Was this the land of snow? Rummaging through his luggage, he discovered several warm garments and his favorite self-heating meal. Splendid. Menma's eyes sparkled as he held up the meal and offered it to the young Sasuke. "Big brother, I have food. You must be hungry too. Let us eat together." Sasuke regarded Menma's bright, eager eyes and, for a fleeting moment, felt a strange sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of seeing a young Naruto. Were it not for the child's apparent age, he might have believed that Naruto had somehow produced a son. Given Naruto's unpredictable nature, it wouldn't have been entirely surprising. Sasuke's initial distaste began to fade as he spoke again. "Uchiha Sasuke." "Huh." Menma responded, puzzled. Why was he suddenly calling him by his father's name? Sasuke clarified. "That's my name." "Oh." Menma scratched his head and stood up, sheepishly placing the self-heating meal into Sasuke's hands. Big brother, I know you really admire Uchiha Sasuke, but you don't need to change your name to his. Your own name is important. It embodies the expectations of your family. What should he do about encountering a superfan of his father?" It was a tad embarrassing, Menma added. "And changing your name to Uchiha Sasuke might confuse the real Sasuke and his family. For instance, I can't even bring myself to say my father's name out loud. Having just emerged from the Fourth Great Ninja War, where he narrowly avoided being judged as a criminal, Sasuke mused, what a peculiar new generation of Konoha ninjas. I hardly recognize their faces. They seem a bit dim-witted too." He assessed Menma coldly, wondering what Konoha intended by releasing him, especially with such an absurd alias. Sasuke recalled the traces of space-based ninjutsu he had sensed when he first appeared. Could it be that someone else's jutsu had caused him to materialize in this vicinity? It made sense, given his mismatched attire for the season and his evident disorientation. He had a fair amount of audacity, arriving in an unfamiliar place without a trace of panic. That was somewhat commendable. However, Sasuke did not realize that Menma had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy and was not even a genin. His forehead protector was merely a traditional gift, given early to senior students at the age of 12. If he were to leave Menma here alone, amidst the desolation of a blizzard, cut off from his companions, he would surely perish once the food ran out and the fire extinguished. Sasuke glanced at Menma's somewhat careless blonde hair and genuine blue eyes, along with his height, which barely reached Sasuke's waist. "Fine. The blizzard makes travel unwise. We shall wait until it subsides." Sasuke tossed the self-heating meal back to Menma and leaned against the cave wall, closing his eyes to rest. Half of his body unintentionally shielded the cave entrance from the howling wind and snow. Menma blinked, catching the meal as it returned to him. "All right. Since big brother isn't hungry, I want to impose." He quickly gathered water, retrieved a pot, heated it, and prepared his meal with skill. Truly, his father had thought of everything, even providing cookware and utensils. How convenient. Before long, the delicious aroma of food wafted through the cave. Menma, cradling the meal box, ate heartily while stealing glances at Sasuke. He mused that the way Sasuke leaned against the wall was quite reminiscent of his father, albeit with an odd angle to his posture, as if the left side bore uneven weight. Nevertheless, he bore a striking resemblance to his father in youth. Menma recalled the photographs of his fathers from their younger days he had seen before. He nodded to himself. Even the clothing was identical. He felt that this cosplay could easily score above 90, with a deduction of 10 points for the expression and demeanor not quite matching. The cosplayer who portrayed Sasuke in the white attire with a purple belt deserved a perfect score for embodying the gentle elegance and spirited aura of a youthful version of his father. All of this was merely Menma's conjecture, pieced together from Naruto's tales and writings, wholly speculative and lacking any accountability. Yet, he acknowledged Sasuke's efforts, even going so far as to change his name, though that felt excessive. After some deliberation, Menma ultimately decided, since he was going to summon his father to come collect him, why not call upon Sasuke's father as well? Surely, Big Brother would be thrilled to meet his idol, and it would provide an opportunity for his father to gently remind Sasuke not to become too immersed in his cosplay. Just as Menma finished this thought, his meal was also complete, and the snow outside appeared to be tapering off. The timing was perfect. After tidying up, he took out the tracking symbol and infused it with chakra activation. In that instant, as Menma called upon his chakra, Sasuke, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, revealing the intricate patterns of the Sharingan. Menma watched in astonishment as the tracking jutsu emitted a thread of chakra, one end connecting to his hand while the other reached out to the wall-leaning Big Brother. When he looked up, he found himself staring into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan belonging to his father. Menma was genuinely frozen in shock. Could it be time-space ninjutsu? Minato whispered. As Menma unexpectedly found himself in an unfamiliar place and encountered a seemingly younger Uchiha Sasuke, Minato deduced the truth. He possessed some understanding of time-space ninjutsu. The third Hokage nodded in agreement with Minato's hypothesis, recognizing that the fluctuations and crackling sounds of the light curtain prior to Menma's arrival were likely due to time-space ninjutsu. So, to which point in the past had Menma returned? Minato furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of concern for Menma. Was he aware of his current predicament? Did Naruto and the others understand what Menma would face? What if Menma had returned to the Fourth Great Ninja War? That would be dire. Wars do not discriminate. And Menma, being a child nurtured during peacetime, innocent and kind, would likely struggle to cope with the brutality of war. How could he have encountered time-space ninjutsu? After years as a ninja, he had only met a handful of individuals capable of utilizing space-based ninjutsu, let alone time-space. Furthermore, the origin of the light curtain had remained uninvestigated, known only to be related to time-space ninjutsu. Was it possible that the time-space ninjutsu Menma faced was intimately connected to the origin of the light curtain? Otherwise, the coincidence was too uncanny. Jiraiya offered reassurance, saying, "There's no need to overly worry." From what Naruto said to Menma, it seems they anticipated his situation. Even if they didn't look, the first person Menma encountered is his father, Uchiha Sasuke. What could possibly go wrong? Everyone's gaze then turned to Uchiha Fugaku. More stunned than Menma was Uchiha Fugaku, who had been staring intently into Sasuke's eyes for quite some time, finally confirming that this was no ordinary Sharingan. It was the legendary Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, acquired only through the sacrifice of a blood relative. Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes in sorrow. The so-called blood sacrifice was not something just any relative could qualify for. At the very least, one must possess the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Yet, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan is not something commonplace. Over the past 2 decades, few have been able to awaken it. Uchiha Fugaku understood the limitations of his own abilities and knew he could not manifest the kaleidoscope. Thus, the identity of this blood relative was all too clear. It was Itachi. No wonder, since the appearance of the curtain, Sasuke had never mentioned Itachi's existence. It seemed he had forgotten he even had an elder brother. It was hardly surprising that the next head of the Uchiha clan was not the prodigy Itachi, renowned since childhood, but rather his younger son, Sasuke. And now Sasuke, who had acquired the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku's mind echoed with those few phrases. The Uchiha clan's severed ties with Konoha. Severed ties. What circumstances could have led to such a declaration? Was it because Sasuke, having obtained the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan, felt his strength had greatly increased? Believing that the Uchiha were on the verge of independence, ready to break free from Konoha? Yet, he remained entangled with the Hokage. What could that possibly signify? Or perhaps, the Uchiha, who had originally sought to separate from Konoha, suddenly faced a calamity, and for the sake of survival, Sasuke was compelled to accept Itachi's gift of eyes, thereby assuming command of the Uchiha clan. Subsequently, In a bid for survival, he sought peace with Konoha. Regardless, his 2 children, one had perished, and the other seemed to be living a rather dismal existence. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze fell upon the left side of Sasuke, his heart aching. With his keen perception, he could discern that Sasuke was favoring his left side. If he was not mistaken, it was his left hand. Fugaku's attention then fixated on Sasuke's concealed left eye. Ever since the curtain unveiled Sasuke, his left eye had been shrouded, never once uncovered. Fugaku had initially thought it was typical for a ninja to sustain injuries. Even for the Uchiha clan, known for their prowess with their eyes, returning from a mission with a lost eye was not unheard of. So he had tried to convince himself to remain unperturbed. But now, upon observing his younger son, he realized that not only was Sasuke blind in his left eye, but he had also lost his left hand. Furthermore, despite his youth, he emanated an aura heavy with despair, appearing more morose than Fugaku himself, who had just learned of his son's death and injuries. How could Uchiha Fugaku endure such a sight? Itachi was still under 7 years old, and Sasuke had not yet been born. What did it matter that he possessed the legendary eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan, if the future appeared so bleak? Minato Namikaze was likewise attentive to the young Uchiha Sasuke. The insights Fugaku could glean, he too could perceive. Thus, he offered reassurance. Regardless of how the future within the curtain unfolds, at the very least, we currently possess the opportunity to alter it. The Uchiha clan, after all, remains a part of Konoha, ever since he surmised that the Uchiha might bring about treachery in the future. Minato had resolved that if the Uchiha within their realm were willing to collaborate with him, he too would be inclined to help build Konoha alongside them, offering the Uchiha clan fair treatment, not solely for the sake of his own child, Naruto, but for Konoha as well. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent for a moment before ultimately providing a definitive response. For the sake of his children, for the future of the Uchiha, Fugaku chose once more to ally with Minato Namikaze. Menma felt as if he were lost in a dream. He stammered, "Why, you are really Uchiha Sasuke?" Sasuke shot him a cold glance, remaining silent. However, the unmistakable Sharingan revealed the answer. Menma's face was a mask of shock as he exclaimed, "Dad, what is going on? Why are you suddenly playing tricks on me? This is so unfair." Sasuke, perhaps he truly was a fool. Menma, still fuming, thought it was absurd that today was not April Fool's Day. Why use a transformation technique without informing him? It was simply too much. He leaped forward, intending to engage Sasuke in a duel between ninjas. Sasuke swiftly pinned him against the rock wall, warning, "Do not move." Menma yelped in pain, attempting to break free, but to no avail. It was then that he sensed something was amiss. His father would never treat him this way, even in jest. It was far too cruel. Neither of his 2 fathers would ever behave so unkindly. No, something was indeed wrong. Menma's pupils constricted, and instinctively he channeled chakra, rapidly gathering it into his right hand to form a Rasengan. Seizing the moment while Sasuke was taken aback, he swiftly pivoted to launch an attack at Sasuke's left. Sasuke leaped to evade the Rasengan, then countered with a kick that landed squarely on Menma, sending him crashing to the ground while the Rasengan dissipated into silence. In that final kick, Sasuke tempered his strength, ensuring Menma did not collide with the rock wall. In terms of reaction speed and martial prowess, Menma was simply outclassed. Not to mention, the Rasengan was far too familiar to Sasuke. However, Menma's objective was merely to create distance. Ignoring the pain in his abdomen from the kick, he retrieved another locator tag and crushed it, shouting towards it, "Dad, hurry. Sasuke dad has gone berserk." Indeed, Menma had developed a bit of an obsession with martial arts novels. Not only did he relish riding in horse-drawn carriages, but he also carelessly referred to this seemingly amnesiac scenario as going berserk. Sasuke, upon hearing the term dad for the 3rd time, despite his suspicions about this boy's mental state, Sasuke felt that something was indeed amiss. The locator tag emitted a thread of chakra, swirling around before returning to Sasuke. Repeating Menma's message, "Sasuke dad has gone berserk." Menma, this is awkward. I forgot that the locator tag prioritizes contacting the parent who is closer. Sasuke, now impatient, grasped the chakra thread, immediately sensing something was off. It was infused with a mixture of Naruto's chakra. Sasuke, it makes sense that Naruto's chakra is present. That kid knows the Rasengan and bears the Namikaze surname, so it's obvious he is related to Naruto. But how did his chakra get mixed in? Thus, with his crimson Sharingan spinning, Sasuke demanded, "Who exactly are you?" Upon seeing the Sharingan, Menma felt dazed, and in a stupor, he blurted out, "My name is Uchiha Menma, son of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke." Sasuke, what kind of joke is this? To Sasuke's surprise, Menma quickly broke free from the influence of the Sharingan. He answered, looking aggrieved, "I really am your son." Sasuke remained unmoved. "Impossible. Blood relations cannot be so easily dismissed. Even if you are my father. That's just too much." acknowledging it would be an admission of insanity. Setting aside Naruto's connection to him, Sasuke's expression twisted slightly. This boy appeared to be at least 10 years old, which did not align with the timeline. At not yet 19 years of age, Uchiha Sasuke asserted that he could not possibly have a child of such age. Regardless of technicalities or character selection, it was simply implausible. Lies. Just as the blizzard ceased and the sun emerged, Sasuke pressed on to continue his journey, casting one last remark over his shoulder before departing. Menma was incensed. How could he be accused of lying without cause? Seeing the youthful version of his father walk away, he hurriedly followed. How infuriating that the one with the problem was his father. One moment, he praised Menma for detecting an ambush, and the next, he transformed into a younger version and failed to recognize him. Menma felt that the one with the issue was certainly not himself, although he was vexed with his father. He could not leave things be. Wait, Dad, wait for me. Sasuke paused imperceptibly. Regardless, being called dad by a child at such a young age was an experience that, even for Sasuke, was quite perplexing. As Menma trailed behind Sasuke, he endeavored to prove he was not lying, asserting that the one with the problem was his father. I'm not. If you don't believe me, look at my eyes. Menma gathered chakra into his eyes and opened them wide. The azure irises remained unchanged. He clutched his eyes in pain, a peculiar sensation of soreness and swelling intensifying. It felt eerily reminiscent of chakra depletion. Moreover, he sensed a familiar chakra subtly obstructing his ability to utilize the Sharingan. Sasuke tilted his head slightly and scoffed without a hint of courtesy. Are you referring to your eyes? I truly possess the Sharingan. I awakened it just yesterday. One tomo, mind you. Makoto exclaimed. Sasuke mused that his recent journeys had indeed tempered his spirit. Had it been 2 years prior, a jest about the Sharingan would have elicited swift retribution, allowing the offender to experience the true essence of the Sharingan. Makoto was in a frenzy. He couldn't reach Naruto's father, while Sasuke's father had evidently lost his memory, believing himself to be around 20 years old. Furthermore, he was unable to affirm his own identity. How infuriating it was to find himself in a situation where he, Uchiha Makoto, had to devise a means to prove he was indeed the offspring of 2 fathers. How was a parent-child relationship authenticated? Was it too late to take his father to the research base for a paternity test? There was another way to prove his lineage, revealing a secret only they shared to validate his identity. Makoto's eyes brightened as he pondered what he could say. Given Sasuke's appearance, it was likely that at this age, his father wouldn't recall their little secrets. However, he could share some historical anecdotes to earn his father's trust. For instance, oddly, he felt as though his memories were somewhat fragmented, as if obscured by a veil, leaving him in a haze of confusion. Were it not for Sasuke's earlier assurances, Makoto would have suspected his own memory was deteriorating further. This wouldn't do. He needed to recall something swiftly. As he passed by a river, a memory flashed through Makoto's mind. Overcome with joy, he blurted out, Dad, I am truly your son and Naruto's. You once shared a secret with me that only you two know. You fell in love at first sight by the river in Konoha when you were 7. Sasuke stumbled, almost losing his balance and nearly sliding off the riverbank. Due to the disarray of memories, Makoto had misinterpreted mutual recognition as love at first sight. Sasuke, taken aback by the ludicrous rumor, felt an urge to strike the child. Makoto was utterly bewildered as to why. After revealing the secret, Sasuke sprinted away even faster. He could barely keep up. If not for the vast chakra reserves inherited from the Uzumaki clan, he would have faltered long ago. When they finally stopped, Makoto was panting heavily, unable to utter a word. Gazing up, he beheld a dilapidated town. After the storm, the bamboo gate hung limply to the ground, and the chilling wind stirred the melting ice and dirt that had gone uncleaned. What on earth? Where have we ended up? This town is in ruins. Or perhaps it's a small village. Narrowing his eyes, Makoto scrutinized a large sign hanging at the gate, faded and tattered, the words barely legible. Land of Hot Water. Hidden Hot Water Village. What is happening? As he followed Sasuke into Hidden Hot Water Village, Makoto was engulfed in astonishment. He looked left and right, questioning whether he had unwittingly fallen into an elaborate genjutsu. They had only recently departed from this village, and just a moment ago, his father had been fine, amidst the crisp early autumn weather. Yet now, they found themselves in the ravaged Hidden Hot Water Village, with a younger, amnesiac version of his father, and in the depths of winter. If this wasn't TA genjutsu, then what could it be? Could it be that he had somehow traversed through time and space? Makoto grimaced, trudging through the mud and slush, as the desolate streets around him stirred a sense of dread. Instinctively, he reached for Sasuke's left hand, but as he did, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Father. Makoto's heart raced as he glanced at his own hand, then at Sasuke's empty sleeve beneath his gray cloak. A wave of unprecedented terror surged within him, and when he spoke again, his voice trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks. What happened to your left hand? Sasuke halted. casting a glance at Makoto, feeling a headache coming on. Thrown into a desolate wilderness by a space-time ninjutsu, the child hadn't cried when he had kicked him. There had been no tears. Even after running several kilometers, the boy hadn't complained of fatigue. Yet here he was, inexplicably shedding tears over Sasuke's left hand. What on earth was wrong with this child? Makoto, sobbing, clung to Sasuke's sleeve, unable to endure the continuation of this illusion. He cried, "Please, Dad. Don't lose your memory, don't deceive me. Let us break this jinjutsu quickly, I want to go home." Passers-by turned their heads, gazing at Makoto, whose face resembled that of a weeping cat, unable to suppress their pointing and whispering at Sasuke. "Oh dear, poor child. Has he been scolded by his family? Even if one must discipline a child, one shouldn't do it in public." Sasuke, unable to bear it any longer, seized Makoto by the collar. Reminiscent of when he had pulled him from the snow into the cave and swiftly dragged him into a nearby inn. Who were this child's parents? He hoped he wouldn't have to encounter them. Otherwise, he would surely make them pay. As they registered at the inn, the attendant hesitated, glancing back and forth between Sasuke and Makoto, before finally mustering the courage to ask, "What is the relationship between this young boy and the guest?" "Servant, father and son," Sasuke replied. "I don't have a son your age." Makoto's eyes reddened, his defiant expression a mirror of the Uchiha lineage. He refused to care about what was appropriate or not. If he denied him as a son, a paternity test would not suffice. "We are father and son. I am his son," Makoto insisted, his throat hoarse from crying. Yet he shouted defiantly, "He is my father." Resolutely asserting his claim, he would not back down. The attendant, puzzled, scrutinized Sasuke's face, pondering how it was possible that such a handsome man appeared so much older. Perhaps it was some ninja secret to preserving youth? Sasuke felt exasperated. Father and son it is. Whatever. He thought it best to simply leave Makoto to be dealt with when they returned to Konoha. After tossing Makoto into a room, Sasuke pulled out paper and pen, swiftly jotting down a message. "Come and collect your disciple." He signed it, Uzumaki Naruto. Before he could summon a ninja hawk, Makoto clambered over. "Dad, I have something very serious to discuss with you." Wiping away his tears, Makoto composed himself, his indomitable spirit driving him to quickly devise a plan to resolve the situation. He spoke earnestly. "I suspect we have fallen under a jinjutsu. I understand this may be hard for you to believe, but it is true. I am your son, Uchiha Makoto, also known as Uzumaki Makoto. You are Uchiha Sasuke. Aged 42. A week ago, we departed from the Uchiha compound for a family trip, and just yesterday we attended the fire festival in Hidden Hot Water Village. Only to emerge from there moments ago. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, we have suddenly found ourselves in the wilderness, in a season and location that do not correspond. Your memory, and even your physical state, has been compromised. Perhaps it is due to the recent enemy attack, therefore eliminating all other possibilities. I can only surmise that we have both fallen victim to an enemy jinjutsu." Makoto added, "If you still doubt my identity and experiences, you can examine the chakra within me. You once left chakra to protect me. Residual traces should still be detectable." Sasuke scrutinized Makoto. He had to concede that when Makoto articulated his reasoning with clarity and logic, his resemblance to Naruto and the distinctive Uchiha features were indeed somewhat persuasive. For a fleeting moment, Sasuke found himself believing. How absurd it was. Did he not know whether they were under a jinjutsu? With the most advanced Sharingan and Rinnegan at his disposal, what illusion could possibly entrap him? Yet Makoto confidently extended his arm, inviting Sasuke to inspect him, exposing his vulnerability with unwavering trust. Sasuke found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate his feelings, and he was too apathetic to attempt to discern them. As per Menma's wishes, he extended his hand to probe further. To his astonishment, he indeed detected a significant presence of his own chakra, not merely a remnant, but a substantial force. The majority coalesced around Menma's eyes, serving both as a guardian and a suppressor of Menma's own chakra. Not only did it harbor his chakra, but it also contained Naruto's. Furthermore, the chakra inherently possessed by Menma evoked a peculiar sense of familiarity within Sasuke. He pondered, if memory serves correctly, this sensation resembles the remnants left by time-space ninjutsu. Time-space ninjutsu. Sasuke gazed silently at Menma's visage, lost in contemplation. At just shy of 19, Sasuke had unexpectedly acquired an 11-year-old son. The child's mother was likely his only true friend, Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke declared, "I choose to enter the jinjutsu." Menma looked at Sasuke with eager anticipation. "So, what did you find? You believe me now, right?" Sasuke inquired. "Do you know what year it is?" "Huh, what year?" "Konoha year 91. Sasuke located a newspaper gifted by the inn, flipping through its contents with a raised brow. He handed the newspaper to Menma, indicating the date printed upon it. Menma read aloud. Konoha year 69, winter, December. The specifics of the date left him momentarily speechless. Sasuke calmly unveiled the truth. This is not an illusion. It is time-space ninjutsu. I have returned to the past? Menma quickly grasped the situation. Having previously heard his father speak of time-space ninjutsu, he simply hadn't connected the dots until now. With Sasuke's revelation, everything about the time, place, and characters began to make sense. I have returned 22 years into the past? Menma murmured. Not necessarily the same timeline, Sasuke coldly interjected. It could also be another parallel universe. He pointed to a sizable article in the newspaper. Menma once again read the report aloud. Konoha gossip recently. The newly appointed 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, was spotted dining with Hinata Hyuga, the daughter of the Hyuga clan leader. The two were seen enjoying each other's company, laughing and sharing sweet gestures. It seems the rumors are true. Naruto Uzumaki is soon to be engaged to Hinata Hyuga, and their joyful occasion is imminent. Menma gasped, wait. Isn't Aunt Hinata fond of Uncle Kiba? They have 2 children together. How could she possibly be linked to my father? Menma's expression slowly morphed into one of disbelief. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hayashi was equally taken aback, feeling his conservative worldview severely challenged. Engaged to my daughter. Naruto Uzumaki is a woman. How could 2 women possibly be engaged? Uchiha Fugaku reacted similarly. That is my son's wife. Despite his son being a rogue and physically impaired, the couple had a child and their relationship seemed solid. How could it be torn apart so suddenly? Kushina. Though it is unconventional, everything should be determined by Naruto's preferences. A union between women is not entirely impossible. However, concerning Menma, her grandson, she felt a twinge of reluctance. Thus, Kushina managed to present a begrudgingly astonished expression. Chapter 20, Interview. Amidst the multitude of astonished faces, a calm voice emerged. Is it possible that the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, is a male in the current world? The comedic relief, Fujino-kun, could no longer restrain his tongue and voiced his speculation. If the young Uchiha's conjecture was correct, then slight discrepancies between different worlds were entirely plausible. His companions sighed heavily, unable to relax even for a moment. It should be the same timeline. Konoha's Hokage, Minato, shook his head, addressing his subordinates' concerns. Based on Sasuke's observations of Menma's chakra fluctuations and Naruto's prior cautions before Menma's journey, it was reasonable to deduce that Naruto and Sasuke had anticipated this occurrence. The likelihood of it being the same timeline was greater. While your hypothesis is valid, if Naruto were male, then an engagement with the head of the Hyuga clan's daughter would indeed make sense, he mused, glancing at Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku retorted angrily, nonsense. How could my son's wife be a man? They even have a child. His rigid beliefs rivaled those of Hayashi's. Regardless of the circumstances, the idea of 2 men producing a child remained utterly implausible. Minato shook his head, returning to the pressing matters at hand. Naruto could not possibly be male. The young Hokage, adorned in the robes of the 7th Hokage, was diligently attending to paperwork. Damn it, these documents seem to conspire against me. Naruto scratched his messy blonde hair, his fox whiskers obscured beneath a layer of ink, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. His disarray was not due to his looks, but rather the convoluted content of the papers, which left him bewildered. Out of 3,000 words, 1,000 were formalities. Another 1,000 comprised diplomatic pleasantries, leaving only a brief sentence as a response to his inquiries. In frustration, Naruto slammed the documents onto the table, highlighting a particularly glaring line regarding the accountability of Uchiha's transgressions. Are they expecting me to be a grammar teacher and correct their mistakes? Nara Shikamaru raised his gaze to the ceiling. Nobility is rife with such red tape. You must adapt to it, Hokage. He tactfully avoided mentioning the repetitive nature of the document's content, deftly shifting to another paper for Naruto. Having recently celebrated his 18th birthday, Naruto had held the position of Hokage for less than 4 months. For the birthday that had already passed, there was little to reflect upon. Yet, during these brief months in office, Naruto felt increasingly worn. Each day felt akin to enduring the 4th Great Ninja War, at times even more exhausting. It was not merely physical fatigue, but emotional exhaustion. The role of Hokage was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Even the ever-optimistic Naruto couldn't suppress a sigh at that moment. Although Kakashi-sensei had prepared him 6 months in advance, the actual responsibility proved to be at least 3 times more daunting without his guidance. Suppressing his irritation, Naruto dutifully continued to peruse the next document. He read and reread it, meticulously dissecting each sentence until he was finally able to piece together a coherent thought. Is the daimyo of the land of water refusing our assistance? Naruto turned to Shikamaru, seeking confirmation. He had assumed he had misinterpreted the diplomatic language. How could anyone reject aid when their village was in dire need? Konoha had not even made demands. Their offer was purely humanitarian. Shikamaru replied calmly. This is a classified document. Aside from the daimyo of the land of water and you, no one else is privy to its contents. Naruto, asking me is futile. I can only provide suggestions based on your interpretation of the information. What you discern is entirely up to you. Naruto closed his eyes, the teachings of Kakashi-sensei flashing through his mind. Balancing the relationship between shinobi villages and nobility, maintaining equilibrium between nations, and avoiding overstepping boundaries, all while recalling the desperate scenes conveyed through the plea for help from the land of water. The established itinerary remained unchanged. Gritting his teeth, Naruto spoke each word with deliberation, as if undergoing a mental storm with every phrase. We shall proceed under the guise of a normal diplomatic visit. We are not going to provide aid. It is merely a standard diplomatic visit. Shikamaru watched Naruto, reflecting that it had taken him 4 months to finally grasp the concept of subtlety. Whether to feel proud or to sigh in exasperation was uncertain. However, given the responsibilities at hand, Shikamaru had to remind, under the guise of normal diplomacy, it was still necessary to inform the daimyo of the land of water, and the diplomatic gifts would not be plentiful. At the very least, they would be less than the material aid provided. I understand. The diplomatic phrasing to be conveyed to the daimyo of the land of water must also be crafted by you. This is classified information, and I cannot assist you with it. Got it. Naruto, fatigued, leaned against the chair, symbolizing the Hokage. Once again, he felt that engaging in the Fourth Great Ninja War was nothing extraordinary. This state of affairs was unsustainable, Shikamaru thought coldly. How could one become weary so soon? He still had a mountain of documents to address. He had to devise a method to invigorate Naruto and prompt him to get back to work. Before Shikamaru could concoct a plan, something to uplift Naruto suddenly descended from above. It was Sasuke's ninja hawk. Naruto immediately sprang to his feet. Casting aside his recent appearance of exhaustion, his spirit rekindled, with eyes gleaming brightly enough to dazzle Shikamaru. In a few swift strides, he removed the scroll from the hawk's talons, barely pausing to feed the creature, as he eagerly sought to read the letter. The ninja hawk, irked, pecked at Naruto's hair, rendering his already disheveled hairstyle even more unruly. Unable to bear the sight, Shikamaru took the hawk away to allow it to rest. I'll return shortly. Oh, okay, thank you. Naruto nodded absently, likely not fully comprehending Shikamaru's words. Shikamaru mused. At this juncture, extracting Naruto's bank card password should be quite straightforward. The issue is, this fellow has only recently assumed the role of Hokage. His account likely holds little savings. What a pity. Nearly half a year had passed since he last received news from this guy. As Naruto retrieved the letter, he mentally calculated the time elapsed since his last correspondence with Sasuke. The last message from the ninja hawk had arrived on the day he was inaugurated as Hokage. The content was rather straightforward, merely 2 words, congratulations. Truly, he couldn't be bothered to write more. Naruto pursed his lips, internally grumbling. He had devoted an entire 8 pages in response. So, would Sasuke write him a lengthier letter this time? With anticipation, he glanced at the scroll. Indeed, it was lengthier, by 2 additional words. Your itinerary. Naruto. Damn it, Sasuke, just wait. I shall respond with a full 4 pages to critique your perfunctory reply. Though he complained, Naruto diligently noted his upcoming schedule. At this moment, his comprehension skills surpassed those he had displayed while interpreting documents just moments earlier. In less than a second, he discerned that Sasuke was inquiring about his diplomatic travels as Hokage. Shikamaru would undoubtedly exclaim how clever Naruto was. As he recorded his imminent journey to the land of water, Naruto speculated on why Sasuke needed to know his itinerary, how he had been faring recently, where he had traveled, the captivating stories he had encountered, and when he could visit Konoha to reclaim his left hand. Thoughts swirled in his mind, and as he wrote, he pulled out a hefty stack of stationery, ultimately producing 10 pages before he felt he had adequately expressed his thoughts. Finally, he reflected and emphasized once more with his pen. When you write back, remember to include a note on your well-being. At the very least, offer a sign of life. Calling Shikamaru to bring back the ninja hawk, he stuffed the thick pile of letters, feeling invigorated to face the burdensome documents once more. Shikamaru was astonished to discover that Naruto's efficiency had remarkably doubled. With twice the usual workload, he could leave on time today, whereas he typically had to toil until 8 or 9 in the evening. This is absurd, Shikamaru muttered. Forget it. It's too troublesome to ponder, let us leave it at that. Thus, he happily departed for home. Leaving on time not only stunned Shikamaru, but also startled Sakura, who was preparing for a late-night work session. Naruto, you didn't skip out on work, did you? If I did, Shikamaru would hunt me down, and I'd still be buried in work the next day. Naruto grimaced, a picture of sorrow, an embodiment of the shared lament of the working class. Perfect. Since you have some free time today, you can take care of your personal matters. Here, the newspaper from a couple of days ago. Sakura handed Naruto a newspaper, and he followed her finger to read aloud. Uzumaki Naruto is set to become engaged to Hyuga Hinata. The two are soon to celebrate their joyous occasion. What? How did this happen? Why was I not informed that I was to be engaged to Hinata? Naruto's expression cracked in disbelief. He had merely shared a meal with Hinata a few days prior. Nothing more. Did you not notice someone was taking photos during your meal? I did, but these days. As soon as I step outside, there are cameras everywhere. Having barely stepped into his role as Hokage for half a year, he was a hot target for every major news outlet. It was no exaggeration. Even throwing out the trash attracted unwanted attention. Sakura, exasperated, raised the newspaper and swatted Naruto lightly. You are now the Hokage. Your status has changed. Do you even comprehend what it means to dine publicly with the next head of the Hyuga clan? Sakura was nearly ready to tug on Naruto's ear, reminding him that every move he made would be scrutinized, every association analyzed, and every word remembered and potentially weaponized. Do you understand? Tread carefully. Naruto's expression grew somber as he accepted Sakura's newspaper, unfolding it once more to read carefully. Konoha gossip, he muttered. All right, I understand. I'll head to their newspaper office to clarify matters. As for the Hyuga clan, he resolved to personally visit them to apologize and explain. You need not worry about the Hyuga side. On the day the article was published, Hinata already clarified everything. As for Hinata herself, I will handle that. Sakura considered. Knowing Naruto's straightforward nature might lead him to clumsily express his lack of romantic intentions, which could complicate Hinata's feelings. For Hinata's sake, I should intervene myself. You take care of the newspaper, but remember to be diplomatic and considerate. This is Konoha's largest newspaper, a significant source of revenue for the village. Try not to offend them, all right? Moreover, it is crucial. They have branches in every nation, and their news circulation is formidable. I do not wish to wake up one morning to find the entire world knows you are engaged to someone again, understand? Naruto nodded, acknowledging her words. Upon hearing that the editor of Konoha Gossip was welcoming the current most popular Seventh Hokage, he was greeted with great enthusiasm. When Naruto met the editor, he paused momentarily. Have we met before? The editor inquired curiously. Naruto flashed a familiar smile. No, we have not. Naruto then explained his purpose, emphasizing the distress caused by the newspaper's erroneous reporting regarding him and the Hyuga clan. The editor, a seasoned professional, acknowledged the paper's mistake and lamented that the Seventh Hokage remained an enigma to the public. Otherwise, such rumors would not gain traction. He ultimately suggested, since the Seventh Hokage is here, why not seize the opportunity for an interview to help the public understand you better and prevent further rumors from causing harm? The editor was quite persuasive, but although Naruto believed himself to lack eloquence, he was not easily swayed. He prepared to decline. Could we start with a simple interview to dispel the rumors surrounding you? Is there someone significant in your life you would like to mention? Significant person? Naruto recalled the earlier documents condemning Sasuke. If he could take this opportunity to clear Sasuke's name, that seemed rather appealing. Thus, he pondered his words, tempering his tone, and briefly introduced the interview regarding his brother, his dear friend, his one and only Uchiha Sasuke. The ninja hawk returned bearing a thick stack of letters, and Sasuke was not at all surprised. After he deftly opened the envelope with one hand, he bypassed Naruto's typical scrawl and sifted through a plethora of mundane greetings to uncover the answer he sought. Are you coming to the hot spring village? Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly. Time was of the essence. He had yet to devise a plan for a significant dilemma. At that moment, the source of his trouble, Mina, was busy with a roll of tape, attempting to seal the leaks in the dripping walls. The inn was quite dilapidated, with water leaking everywhere and no hot water available for bathing. Consequently, Mina had to resort to using fire techniques to heat water for his bath. At least he managed to wash off the dirt and melted snow. He scratched his now restored black hair. Reflecting on the state of the hot spring village over 2 decades ago, it was truly in ruins. After reverting to his black hair, he bore a striking resemblance to Naruto, particularly with those expressive eyes. Sasuke scrutinized Mina with an impassive expression, determined to send the boy away before Naruto arrived at the hot spring village. Dad, I've heated water for you, Mina announced, hands on his hips, as he sealed the last leak in the room. He felt quite proud of his ingenuity, especially after having been kept awake by the incessant dripping the previous night. Do not address me in that manner, Sasuke replied coolly. Mina, undeterred, retorted. Even if I were not yet born, you are still my father by blood. Naturally, I must call you Dad. Sasuke calmly delivered a heavy statement. In this world, the future version of you may not even be born. Mina gasped in shock. Sasuke succinctly explained, Naruto and I are merely friends. There is no possibility of 2 friends producing a child. He gestured with his eyes, emphasizing that even the closest of friends would not engage in such actions. Mina dismissed this notion. That's impossible. You told me that you and Naruto fell in love at first sight when you were 7. Sasuke coldly responded. Did you have an object of affection when you were 7? Mina pondered over this, Did he have a crush at that age? Of course, he did. It was the newly born calico cat from the old lady next door. At just 7 years old, how mature could one truly be? What could a child possibly understand about romantic feelings? Mina felt utterly dejected, as if something deep within him had shattered. He was unwilling to accept that, regardless of circumstances. Naruto and Sasuke could only be friends. He had lived with both fathers for 11 years. He had witnessed their affection firsthand. Mina endeavored to prove his point. You two are always close together. Huh, that's just Naruto being clingy, Sasuke replied dismissively. Mina continued. He even says I love you. Naruto says that to everyone. It's no surprise, Sasuke countered. Mina pressed on. I've seen you two kiss. Sasuke found this utterly laughable. Recalling how the entire Genin class had witnessed their kiss long ago, Mina was momentarily at a loss for words. His fathers typically maintained a respectable distance in front of him, never allowing him to witness any inappropriate displays of affection. Consequently, he struggled to produce evidence that could unequivocally demonstrate the love shared between his two fathers. This was infuriating. Mina never imagined that one day he would have to not only prove his own identity, but also validate the love between his two fathers. Seeing Mina at a loss for words, Sasuke ruthlessly delivered another blow. Here, Naruto and I have always been merely friends. As for other parallel realities, they are of no concern to me. Mina grasped the underlying message in Sasuke's words and felt as if he had been struck numb. Was it truly possible that he would not be born in this world? For an 11-year-old child, this was a heavy burden to bear. Mina felt like crying, but found no tears. He was frantic, desperately seeking any evidence that could refute the notion of his father's platonic relationship. His gaze fell upon the latest newspaper that had arrived that morning, and a headline caught his attention. Prompting him to pick it up and read aloud, is the bond between the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, and the rogue ninja, Sasuke Uchiha? One of brotherly friendship or an unfulfilled romance? This report will unveil the hidden, scandalous love affair between them. As recounted by the Hokage, you and I are halves of a whole. Even though we are both male, our bond transcends friendship and cannot be severed. The depth of our feelings is profound and unforgettable. Sasuke's expression shattered. What? What do you mean by brotherly friendship? Minato Namikaze queried, bewildered. Fugaku Uchiha was left in a state of disbelief. What does it mean that they are both male? Only Hayashi Hyuga lamented. So Naruto is indeed a boy. What a pity, my daughter cannot betroth him. The idea of same-sex relationships was something he preferred to keep away from his daughter. Chapter 21. Dear friends. The atmosphere fell into another oppressive silence. Fugaku Uchiha wore an expression even more stupefied than Sasuke's image on the screen. He stared blankly at Minato Namikaze, his eyes vacant. If Naruto is male, then what about my substantial daughter-in-law? Minato felt a wave of guilt wash over him. The truth was, he too felt innocent in this situation. The gender of his child, whether daughter or son, was not of utmost importance. They were, after all, his child. However, learning that his beautiful daughter had transformed into a handsome son was something he had only just discovered, making him one of the innocents in this unfolding drama. Thus, Fugaku, could you please cease your glaring? I too do not wish for my son to fall in love with another man. But they say that bonds like theirs cannot be severed, and you wouldn't want your son to be heartbroken, would you? Ultimately, Minato managed to awkwardly utter a profoundly guilty statement. I never imagined Naruto was male, yet their relationship remained strong. So, 3 lifetimes and 3 worlds? Where did this phrase even originate? How peculiar that 2 adult men could conjure such a notion. Minato couldn't help but internally critique the absurdity of Konoha's gossip column. This was hardly the way to report such matters. Minato continued, nervously adding, at least Naruto and Sasuke have a son, Mina. Wait, that doesn't make sense. How did Mina come to be? Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha exchanged glances, suddenly speaking in unison. Naruto is male. The Uchiha clan has no secret techniques for men to bear children. In any case, if the other party is a man, he must not be the one who fathered Mina. Whoever bears or marries him, Mina is certainly not the child of that man. Thus, the 2 somewhat traditional, yet unexpectedly progressive fathers found themselves engaged in a ludicrous confrontation. They glared at one another, unwilling to concede. Sasuke and Naruto must be the ones to marry the father of their son. Amidst this raucous scene, only Jiraiya found the mental space to recall the recent appearance of a certain novel he had penned, which had garnered unexpected acclaim. He suddenly realized, if both Naruto and Sasuke are male, then writing a story about 2 women in love seems entirely reasonable. It's merely a tale of their gender-swapped romance. He completely forgot that he had previously adamantly denied any resemblance to real-life events. Everyone else, Kakashi's mask could not conceal his incredulous expression. So, Jiraiya-sensei, you are actually proud of having written an erotic, gender-bent novel about your own disciple? Such shamelessness is truly remarkable. Indeed, The legendary Sannin was renowned not only for his prowess, but also for his astonishing audacity. I knew it, Mina exclaimed, clutching the newspaper triumphantly as he thrust it towards Sasuke, declaring, "You two are not merely friends. Naruto Dad even announced it in the newspaper. You are deeply in love. Unforgettable for eternity." Sasuke, having been struck twice by rumors, would likely have been even more aghast if not for his Uchiha lineage providing him some composure. Nevertheless, his ability to articulate a rebuttal was fast diminishing. Not everyone could master Naruto's gift of gab. Moreover, just look at the aftermath of Naruto's verbal escapades. The rumors were plastered all over his face. Thus, Sasuke could only rely on past experiences and mutter, "I will confront Naruto when I see him again. And we shall have a final showdown at the Valley of the End." Having ascended to the esteemed position of Hokage, one would expect a certain vigilance against the distortion of meaning during interviews, as well as caution against the reckless fabrication of narratives. As for Sasuke's unwavering conviction that this report is mere fabrication, Naruto had no intention of delivering a grand confession. The rationale is quite straightforward. 2 years prior, at the Valley of the End, amidst their intense struggle that blurred the line between day and night, they lay together among the remnants of shattered stone. And Sasuke had already posed the question to Naruto. "I cannot articulate it, but witnessing you engulfed in darkness and suffering causes me great pain." This response, however, left Sasuke feeling somewhat dissatisfied, though he was at a loss to identify the source of his discontent. The empathic anguish reflected in Naruto's expression only deepened his confusion. Driven by instinct, Sasuke pressed for further clarification. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Naruto finally provided an answer, his demeanor exceedingly grave, anxious, and cautious, almost unrecognizable. "In truth, I have long wished for you to be my true brother. A bond so profound that no force or entity could sever it, an unparalleled connection. Thus, I believe this sentiment surpasses that of mere blood relations. We are akin to half-brothers," Naruto declared with resolute finality. Is it familial love?" Sasuke regarded Naruto's expectant yet anxious countenance, and the peculiar sense of confusion within him began to wane, yet a greater uncertainty took its place. However, the fraternal bond seemed to differ from the nature of his relationship with Naruto. Sasuke recalled his elder brother, Itachi. It seemed the bond he shared with Itachi did not evoke the same perplexing emotional turmoil as Naruto did. Yet, his brother's troubled mind had incited a tumult of emotions within him, an amalgamation of hatred, guilt, love, and regret, ultimately transforming into a painfully intricate and unforgettable memory. Reflecting on this, Sasuke recognized that while the emotions stemming from Naruto differed from those elicited by Itachi, their complexity bore a striking resemblance. Both left Sasuke feeling overwhelmed and reluctant to ponder them further. He had always approached emotions with forthrightness. Affection was simply affection, expressed clumsily, and self-sacrifice was an undeniable truth. Conversely, aversion was candidly aversion, articulated without pretense, regardless of status or identity. Indifference was indifference, even to the extent of drawing blades against former comrades. Haunted by the bloody memories of that fateful night at the age of 7, he endured relentless nightmares, and even with companions by his side, he found no solace in the living world. When nightmares resurfaced, he lacked the will or strength to contemplate anything beyond vengeance. In his youth, having avenged his great grievance and learned that his brother had annihilated their clan for his sake, he was engulfed in a tumult of elation and sorrow, leaving him incapable of perceiving the tender affections others offered. The flames of revenge once again consumed him. After laboriously unraveling his emotional knots and discovering a purpose in life, he encountered the Fourth Great Ninja War. Following a victorious battle, he faced Naruto in a clash of convictions. During their fierce confrontation, they came to realize that they regarded each other as the most significant adversaries in their lives, engaging in heartfelt exchanges. Amidst the exhilaration of combat, the hard-won purpose of his life was abruptly stripped away. At this moment, Sasuke found himself utterly perplexed, as if the processor within his mind tasked with deciphering his innermost feelings had come to a standstill. He queried repeatedly, and Naruto's responses grew increasingly affirmative, though the essence of friendship remained elusive in their discourse. Is it truly the bond of close brothers? Sasuke pondered, sensing an oddity in the notion, yet recognizing that the emotions Itachi evoked were far from conventional. He conducted a lateral comparison, concluding that perhaps the profound and unforgettable bond of brotherhood in this world is inherently peculiar and bizarre. Sasuke felt a clarity dawning upon him. Indeed, he and Naruto are true brothers. Truly, it is unreasonable to burden one who has just emerged from 2 fierce battles, still bloodied and weary from a lifelong pursuit of vengeance, with the task of exploring his own heart, having spent his life in conflict and revenge. With emotions and thoughts as blank as a fresh canvas, and barely 17, a hapless soul, it is remarkable enough to have not succumbed to a path of darkness. Just observe the other Uchiha. Thus, after 2 years of wandering and witnessing the sorrows and joys of the world, does the 19-year-old Sasuke now possess a new understanding of the emotions shared with Naruto? An inward scoff emerged as he thought. The tail end of the pack remains the tail end. Even the bond of close friendship is described in flamboyant terms, manipulated and misrepresented. How foolish. Apologies. But the emotional processor remains on strike. Meanwhile, Boruto remained oblivious to Sasuke's thoughts, quietly wiping away tears of sentiment. That was close. I nearly lost my chance at life due to the purity of parental relationships. Glancing up, he interpreted Sasuke's expression through years of familiarity with his father. He discerned 3 words: big fool. No way, Boruto incredulously questioned. Naruto's father has publicly declared his love for you. How can you not believe it? Sasuke remained remarkably composed. This isn't the first time I've declared it to the world during the 4th Great Ninja War, even in the midst of battle. Screening a heartfelt film for everyone, he dismissed the tabloid-esque distorted narrative as inconsequential. Sasuke produced yesterday's Konoha gossip and pointed to the article regarding the 7th Hokage's impending engagement to Hinata Hyuga, stating coolly, "Do you believe this?" Oh. If the gossip column holds any truth, then how do we explain the engagement report? One cannot simply choose what to believe. How is that any different from self-deception? Boruto found himself grappling with the harsh reality, yet he refused to concede. Growing up in an environment where he witnessed the love of both fathers, Boruto was resolute in his stance. I believe there is some truth to this report, he asserted. If you don't believe it, let us confront Naruto's father together. His suggestion bore a hint of self-interest. Within a mere day of acquaintance, Boruto had sensed a stark contrast between the youthful Sasuke and the more mature version. Not only was his demeanor excessively aloof, but his approach was also marked by a stubborn independence. While he appeared disinclined to engage in conversation, he was indifferent to others' persuasion and arguments, adhering solely to his own convictions with an undeniable assertiveness. For instance, regarding his own lineage, it seems Sasuke still harbored doubts about Boruto's true identity as his biological son. Boruto found this quite challenging. After a night of contemplation, he gradually regained his composure. Recalling his father's words from before his journey and the protective sealing scroll given to him, he began to suspect that both of his fathers had anticipated his crossing over. He remembered their teachings about time-space ninjutsu, and the panic subsided, replaced by a sense of resolve. As a time traveler, much like the narratives depicted in films, he bore a significant responsibility to fulfill in order to save the world. He was no exception. All right, let us set a small goal first, to unite Sasuke's father and Naruto's father. Boruto clenched his fist in determination. Let us go find Naruto's father. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at Boruto, offering no response. Boruto tilted his head in confusion, striving to interpret Sasuke's expression. How infuriating. Sasuke always speaks his mind, never leaving me to guess. You. Father, you don't want to take me to meet Naruto? Boruto asked incredulously. Sasuke replied in an unyielding tone. We will go to another place where someone will study the time-space ninjutsu within you. That mean I want to meet Naruto? Sasuke replied coolly. He does not need to know of your existence. Why? Before he could voice his question, a thunderous explosion shattered the walls of the room. As soon as the moment arrived, he found himself being effortlessly lifted by Sasuke by the collar, outside the inn. An ambush? The scene felt vaguely familiar to him as he struggled to regain his footing. His attempts were abruptly interrupted by a sudden assault. The ground trembled violently, splitting open, while melting snow water spiraled into a colossal water spout, accompanied by a wind that sliced through the air like a blade, attacking them from 3 sides. This is bad. Uchiha Fugaku, momentarily forgetting the debate with Minato Namikaze, felt a tightening in his chest. At least 3 individuals of a level above the shadow were launching a sneak attack. Minato Namikaze similarly furrowed his brow. Earth style, water style, and wind style. 3 ninjas with distinct elemental attributes. Even Jiraiya's expression turned grave. A protracted battle was highly likely. But that was not all. Uchiha Fugaku's anxiety deepened as he cast a heavy glance at Sasuke's empty left arm and the bandaged left eye. His heart raced with concern. Even with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, could it truly serve as an all-encompassing talisman for survival? Moreover, with Sasuke currently limited to 1 arm while needing to protect him, could he truly manage? To everyone's astonishment, within the shimmering barrier, Sasuke displayed not an ounce of panic. Even the boy he held simply observed the ninjutsu assault with a curious gaze, devoid of any hint of fear. I can stay up in that tall tree without hindering your performance. Don't worry. I have my own means of survival, he declared, feigning calmness while secretly yearning for a better vantage point. Sasuke glanced at him briefly, and true to his wish, A gigantic purple hand manifested, gently lifting and placing him atop the highest tree branch. He erupted in cheer. Minato Namikaze questioned. Perplexed. What does it mean to send him higher instead of keeping him close for protection? Is he not concerned about being ambushed? And what is that colossal purple hand formed from chakra? Minato cautiously remarked to Fugaku. Is Sasuke feeling quite confident? Yet he noticed Fugaku staring blankly. Susanoo? Having missed its previous display, this time Fugaku finally grasped the sight of the legendary Susanoo. It appeared remarkably complete. In the next moment, Fugaku clearly witnessed what a fully realized Susanoo looked like. A massive purple armored giant ascended from the heavens, its helmet adorned with sharp spikes, wielding a long sword. Its great wings partially folded, effortlessly blocking all incoming assaults. As the giant lowered its head to survey the scene, even the buildings appeared diminutive and insignificant. With a simple wave of its hand, it stabilized the crumbling structures, and once the insignificant beings had fled, Sasuke, standing at the giant's forehead, coolly addressed his adversaries. Step forward. Uchiha Sasuke. Shadows materialized, and the leading man gritted his teeth, exclaiming, I can't believe the Okamoto clan has hired you as their bodyguard. The assailants, unwilling to appear weak before Sasuke, despite their trembling throats, continued to boast, entangling themselves with the one who had sparked the fourth great ninja war. Fugaku's heart raced violently, nearly causing him to faint. The attacker glanced at his companions, sensing a glimmer of hope, and continued to bluster. Uchiha Sasuke. If you know what's good for you, surrender quickly. Don't forget that you are still a first-class wanted criminal. Do you wish to face another 5 Kage coalition? Minato stuttered in disbelief. F5 Kage coalition? No sooner had the assailant finished speaking than the purple giant gently raised its hand, sweeping it across as the assailants attempted to flee, unleashing a dazzling array of ninjutsu. Yet none could escape the tightening grip of Susanoo's fist. Like chicks caught in a trap, they, despite their shadow-level prowess, were pitifully weak. From his elevated position, Sasuke glanced down at them, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The 5 Kage? What are they worth? Fugaku clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Chapter 22, Romance. Having effortlessly subdued the assailants, the boy remained unsatisfied. Who could understand the plight of having such an exceptionally powerful father, resulting in battles that always concluded too swiftly? He nimbly leapt down from the treetop, unable to hide his mixed expression of feigned regret and concealed pride. His father was the greatest. The words were written all over his face. Sasuke observed him for a long moment before slowly saying, Now that you've seen it, let us go. The boy, momentarily bewildered, asked, Where to? To find Dad Naruto? Sasuke lifted the bandage covering his left eye, revealing a mysterious purple vortex eye. Suddenly, the boy recalled Sasuke had just mentioned sending him away to prevent him from seeing Naruto. Before he could finish his thought, a pitch-black rift silently tore open behind him. Without hesitation, Sasuke thrust the boy into the depths of the void. I'll come back to retrieve you, he assured, as the sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. He found himself falling backward, unable to question the situation, desperately twisting in midair to brace for impact. He landed abruptly in a cold embrace. Suigetsu caught him, his expression puzzled as he inquired of Sasuke across the rift. Who is this little brat? Have you picked up another child, Sasuke? Sasuke offered no reply, instead sealing the spatial rift. Suigetsu, unfazed, recognized that given Sasuke's nature, even a brief warning was a significant gesture. As he lifted the child, he finally discerned the boy's strikingly handsome face, framed by dark hair. At first glance, it startled him. He looks a bit like a younger Sasuke. What's going on? Suigetsu rubbed his eyes and shook the boy lightly, causing him to feel dizzy. He exclaimed in shock, Karen, come see. It's Sasuke's little brother. Faced with this unexpected elevation in kinship, the boy could no longer suppress his fury, pursing his lips with a cold, indifferent expression. Were his Sharingan unsealed, they would surely be glowing red by now. Suigetsu, noticing his demeanor, grew even more excited, shouting, He looks just like Sasuke when he is angry. Truly, they are brothers. What brothers? Sasuke only has one older brother. Where did this little brother come from? Karen chimed in, approaching with impatience. She scrutinized the boy's cold face for a long time, exclaiming in shock, Wow, he really does look like him. I never heard Sasuke mention he had a little brother. Moreover, how could Itachi have left his little brother alive? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku could no longer contain himself and fainted. Minato Namikaze gasped in shock. Fugaku, what's wrong? Someone hurry. Where are the medical ninjas? The resilient Fugaku, before the medical ninjas could arrive, struggled to regain consciousness. Upon awakening, he found his eyes spinning with 3 tomo, ultimately forming a peculiar new pattern. The 3rd Hokage, he actually awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? How delightful. Although this realization came amidst the distressing news of his son becoming a first-class wanted criminal, being pursued by the 5 Kage, and igniting the fourth great ninja war. Not to mention his two sons having turned against each other, with the elder son seemingly killed by the younger. Still, it was indeed a Mangekyo Sharingan. A cause for celebration. Congratulations, congratulations. The Uchiha clan's strength has significantly increased. Congratulations echoed among the crowd. It turned out that the Uchiha truly awakened their eyes through intense emotional turmoil. One could only wonder how Sasuke had achieved his. Was it truly through the act of killing his elder brother? A voice emerged from the darkness, momentarily halting the celebratory atmosphere. The crowd exchanged glances, sympathy and awkwardness evident on their faces, yet their true thoughts remained hidden. One could not deny the unsettling truth behind the conjecture. After all, if he truly was the perpetrator of the fourth great ninja war, committing fratricide would not be a trivial crime. Uchiha Fugaku surveyed the gathering with a chilling gaze, his terrifying Sharingan rendering all present too intimidated to voice their thoughts. Minato Namikaze gazed in the direction from whence the provocative remark had emanated, his brow furrowed in concern. Who goes there? He distinctly recalled that the Umbu stationed in that direction were not the type to indulge in idle chatter. The stationed Umbu reacted swiftly, conducting a thorough search. Yet they found not even a scrap of fabric. Report to Lord Hokage. We have found no trace of the peeping individual. But there is indeed an unfamiliar chakra residual nearby. The crowd gasped in astonishment. After all, the scene was heavily guarded by the Umbu. Not to mention several elite shinobi were present, gathering the most formidable forces of Konoha. How could someone dare to spy and escape unscathed? Who possessed such power? And what could their intentions be? In that moment, Minato and his companions set aside discussions of Sasuke Uchiha's future prowess and rebellious actions. The identity of the unseen observer took precedence over events yet to unfold. Konoha was once again put on high alert that night. In the depths of the wilderness, distanced from the village, a similar spatial rift manifested. A figure clad in a whirlpool mask stepped through the rift, chuckling softly to himself. I have indeed come to the right place, Akatsuki. Today promises to be quite the spectacle. Oh, the future, how utterly delightful. His demeanor shifted abruptly, his eyes turning icy, emanating a chilling aura that instilled dread. What of the Eye of the Moon plan? Is it still incomplete? Truly, the future is repugnant. However, as he touched his eyes, a thought crossed his mind, and a smile returned to his face. Old man, it appears there is someone akin to you, possessing an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. What a remarkable descendant indeed, and one who is a fugitive igniting the fourth great ninja war. A co-conspirator in the making? Surely, in the future, they shall share a common ideal. The thought of future allies endowed with immense power stirred both excitement and regret within Obito Uchiha. Alas, Sasuke Uchiha has yet to be born. Oh, how I long to meet a dependable partner soon. The hope residing in Obito's heart remained unknown to Fugaku Uchiha and others. Even if they were aware, Fugaku would undoubtedly scold him. Keep away from my child. In any case, Konoha searched tirelessly for a day and night, uncovering nothing beyond the lingering chakra remnants. By the time the next evening's visual display was set to be projected, the area was so secured that even an ant passing by would be questioned. Yet, despite such vigilance, a subtle rift appeared in the shadows. Spatial ninjutsu truly excelled at cheating the odds. However, Minato and his companions could not continue their search. Their focus had shifted entirely to the anomalies surrounding the visual display. The suspended screen twisted for an extended period before splitting into two smaller screens, each showcasing different scenes. One featured a figure resembling Naruto, while the other centered on Sasuke. What is happening? Two displays have emerged? Could this be the doing of last night's voyeur? Nara Shikaku contemplated deeply, tapping into his intellect. No, that is not quite right. He suddenly realized. We have consistently struggled to identify the source of the display, merely speculating it to be temporal ninjutsu. Moreover, Naruto's crossing is evidently related to temporal ninjutsu. If these two elements are indeed intertwined, Naruto becomes the most apparent connection. The screen had initially revolved around Naruto. This time, Sasuke Uchiha emerged as the focal point of another display, with the sole distinction being Naruto's chakra. I assert, Sasuke previously examined Naruto's chakra. Perhaps it is due to the unique properties of Naruto's chakra, which resonates with temporal ninjutsu, that Sasuke inadvertently became the center of another screen. The hypothesis was indeed plausible, yet the most significant question remained. Minato's expression was one of shock, but Naruto is merely an ordinary child. How could his chakra possess the characteristics of temporal ninjutsu? Neither he nor Kushina, nor even the Uchiha clan, has such a legacy. While he could perform techniques like Flying Thunder God, that was merely spatial ninjutsu, which, though similar in name, diverged vastly in capability. Sasuke seemed to wield spatial ninjutsu. Minato recalled Sasuke's enigmatic purple left eye. After the display concluded, he had inquired with Fugaku and others, yet none could identify the ocular technique. They only knew it seemed related to spatial ninjutsu, with no further insights. However, Narashikaku interjected, Naruto is not just any ordinary child, Lord Hokage. His parents are both male. The circumstances of Naruto's birth remain unclear, but his very existence is quite extraordinary. Minato, the reality I have long sought to evade is once again thrust into my consciousness, thanks to my subordinate. Truly, Minato earnestly wished they would refrain from further discussion. His debate with Fugaku remained unresolved. Let us first observe Sasuke's situation. Meanwhile, Sasuke found himself in the hidden hot water village, seated in a modest ramen shop, dining alone. The establishment was nearly empty, and his presence was notably conspicuous. Curiously, another steaming bowl of ramen rested beside him, seemingly ordered for another patron. Midway through his meal, another individual entered, appearing as though it were their first visit. They glanced around, eyes brightening as they approached the back of Sasuke, pulling out a chair without so much as a greeting before seizing a pair of chopsticks. Ah, this is truly my favorite flavor. Thank you, Sasuke. With golden hair, cerulean eyes, and a lively voice, the newcomer bore a striking resemblance to the Seventh Hokage, complete with the familiar whisker marks. Minato murmured, so this is Naruto's official appearance? My son, Naruto Uzumaki. He certainly is a remarkably handsome young man. A smile crept across Minato's face. Indeed, whether girl or boy, any child inheriting the genes of himself and Kushina would be strikingly attractive. Ah, I see, Lord Hokage. The others exchanged knowing glances at their foolishly proud leader. We understand how much you adore your child. Even if Naruto were to be less than handsome, you would still find a way to sing his praises. The foolish father filter was well understood by all. Yet, it must be said, the male version of Naruto Uzumaki was indeed exceptionally good-looking. The two sat uncomfortably close, despite the vast emptiness of the ramen shop, leaving no space between them. Sasuke, typically aloof and maintaining distance from others, made no effort to shift away from this encroaching presence. Naruto eagerly slurped his noodles, all the while engaging Sasuke in conversation. Upon arriving in the hidden hot water village, I sensed your chakra nearby and intended to seek you out immediately, but Shikamaru insisted on delaying me to finish some work. It was only at noon that I found a moment to rest. Thankfully, I found you at the ramen shop, or else I would have missed lunch altogether. Taking his first bite, Naruto's eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. I never expected the hidden hot water village to have such exquisite ramen. He promptly decided to order another bowl. This is a specialty ramen, you know, the chef beamed, pleased with the patron's discerning taste. This is my family's secret recipe. You won't find it anywhere else. Uncle, you truly excel at this. Naruto praised exuberantly, showering compliments without reservation. The two engaged in lively banter, as if they were kindred spirits. Ah, the noise is unbearable. Sasuke shot a cold glance at the pair, who were on the verge of becoming sworn brothers. He mused, it's been 2 years since we last met, and Naruto remains as unchanged as ever. The incessant chatter filled his ears, a sound that felt oddly familiar yet foreign. Recently, his ears had been filled with similar ruckus. Not from Naruto, but from a child claiming to be his and Naruto's offspring. Sasuke's expression involuntarily contorted. Naruto immediately took notice, inquiring curiously, what is wrong? Did something happen? Nothing of great significance, merely a sudden realization that you and I will one day have a son. Sasuke numbly sipped a glass of water. After regaining a modicum of composure, he noticed Naruto still hovering nearby, awaiting his response. To preempt further inquiries from Naruto, Sasuke resolved to take the initiative. The newspaper, he uttered succinctly. Naruto immediately grasped the implication of Sasuke's words. You saw that newspaper too? He exclaimed in astonishment. I thought you would never stoop to reading such gossip. While he typically refrained from such trivialities, the content was read aloud in its entirety by Sakura. There was no escaping it. Reflecting on that experience and the blatant phrases contained within, he realized that, despite his earlier nonchalance while Sakura recited the article, the undeniable embarrassment that arose with Naruto sitting directly before him compelled Sasuke to bite back a sardonic laugh. A feeble attempt to mask the subtle flush creeping across his face. Idiot, you've made no progress at all. Naruto, feeling unjustly accused, retorted. I clearly instructed the editor not to fabricate stories. He agreed. He had merely been hasty in arriving at the hidden hot springs village, leaving him no time to review the draft content. Naruto lamented that, as a result, Sakura had come after him, berating him thoroughly. It's infuriating. It's not my fault. The editor took it upon himself to add the word romance to the headline. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. So the editor merely added the word romance. The rest are your exact words? Yes. Naruto scratched his face, feeling the heat rush to his cheeks as he averted his gaze from Sasuke, now fixated on the ceiling. After what felt like an eternity, the warmth subsided, and he reasoned that it was no longer a matter of concern, given that he had previously conveyed similar sentiments to Sasuke on numerous occasions. Thus, he resumed his complaints with renewed vigor. It's all the editor's fault for taking liberties. I was merely speaking of our friendship, and suddenly he twisted it into a romance. Even worse, he insinuated that our relationship is scandalous. How dare he proclaim it to be illicit? It's practically a curse on us. Sasuke contemplated this, given Naruto's nature. It was indeed typical for him to express his emotions fervently, claiming a bond so deep it would never be forgotten. After all, Naruto had previously professed sentiments like "You are my one and only. If we must perish, let us do so together." The newspaper's declarations of eternal togetherness and never forgetting each other seemed less extraordinary in light of this. Thus, the faint blush dissipated, and Sasuke regained his usual forthright demeanor. Snorting softly, a bottom feeder remains a bottom feeder. Even the Hokage is being toyed with. Hey, I've said plenty of flattering things about you in that article. I allowed you to bask in the spotlight. Humph, there was no need for that. Minato Namikaze felt a twinge of discomfort. The moment had arrived. The confrontation he wished to avoid. Naruto had previously utilized a transformation jutsu, appearing as a woman, so realizing that Naruto was a male. Yet having never seen the male version of Naruto, the notion of two men in love was not as overtly apparent. Minato could still somewhat console himself. However, now, as the real Naruto reappeared, the details of their interactions became glaringly evident. As a man who had successfully courted a wife, Minato recognized that there was indeed something amiss between Naruto and Sasuke. Moreover, his son was quite adept at sweet talk, even uttering phrases about the next life and everlasting bonds. It seemed he had inherited some of his father's charm in matters of the heart. Yet, Minato pondered whether speaking in euphemisms while cloaked under the guise of friendship was perhaps too subtle. It appeared Sasuke was not overly concerned. He mused that one should be direct when pursuing someone's affections. Chapter 23. Consolation. Mikami was quite irked. Ever since encountering Sasuke's father after his arrival in this world, nothing had gone smoothly. Particularly vexing was Sasuke's father, who not only refused to acknowledge his identity, but also unceremoniously handed him off to others, leaving Mikami feeling frustrated and dejected. He yearned to express his anger, but could not unleash it upon Aunt Karen or Uncle Suigetsu. Thus, he settled for a stoic expression, embodying a proper Uchiha coolness. Karen remarked in astonishment, "You look just like the 12-year-old Sasuke in the photos. So, are you really Sasuke's biological brother?" "No," Mikami, in a fit of resignation, declared. "I am Sasuke's newly adopted apprentice. My name is Mikami." He opted to refrain from discussing his surname. It was not that Mikami mistrusted Karen and Suigetsu. Rather, he was acutely aware of the peculiarities surrounding his own time-traveling experience, compounded by the uniqueness of his heritage. His father had once spoken to him about the butterfly effect. So to minimize discrepancies, Mikami felt compelled to fabricate a story. "I'm sorry, Aunt Karen and Uncle Suigetsu," Mikami silently apologized. He could confide in his father, trusting in his abilities, but preferred to keep his origins to himself. "Oh, a newly adopted apprentice?" Suigetsu expressed surprise, not expecting Sasuke to take on a disciple, especially one resembling him so closely. "Karen, see? I told you Sasuke has developed an affinity for picking up children." The adopted child, Mikami, shot a glance at another little girl present, also picked up by Sasuke. Still brooding. Mikami's expression darkened further at the sight of a girl whose demeanor was even gloomier than his own. He observed the red-haired girl by the fire and felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. "Who is she?" "She is a child from the Akamoto clan of the Hidden Hot Springs village," Suigetsu explained, noting Mikami's puzzled expression. "She's the one who caused quite the uproar after offending the feudal lord of the land of hot water, resulting in an order for the Hidden Hot Springs village to surrender the Akamoto clan leader's family as an apology." "Akamoto?" Mikami mused aloud, his eyes lighting up as he recognized the name. "Is she Akamoto Chie, the older sister?" The red-haired girl, upon hearing her name, lifted her head from the fire, her expression blank and almost lifeless. She appeared quite young, likely not yet 10 years old. Mikami was taken aback. Her current demeanor starkly contrasted with the imposing, intelligent figure he remembered from his past, who was a key player under Sasuke's father, leading the development of scientific ninja tools that rivaled Orochimaru's work. She was indeed a formidable woman. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Suigetsu continued, "Indeed, she is Akamoto Chie. Her sister is the one who refused to become the 18th concubine of the feudal lord of the land of hot water, incurring his wrath and leading to the tragic extermination of their clan. But little brother, you seem older than Akamoto Chie, calling her big sister. How bold." Karen, unable to contain herself, punched Suigetsu, exclaiming, "Shut up. If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. How is it Akamoto's fault?" "It is the feudal lord's fault for being a lecherous pig, attempting to forcibly take the new leader of the Akamoto clan." employing underhanded tactics to coerce them. Upon being discovered and punished, the feudal lord, in a fit of rage, sought vengeance against the Okamoto clan, nearly leading to their annihilation. This was never your fault. Karen embraced the seemingly wooden little girl and comforted her. It's all right, little sister. Sasuke will surely rescue your family. Okamoto clan, extermination. The feudal lord of the land of hot water. These elements clicked into place for Mikami as he recalled his history lessons, and he suddenly understood. Of course, this is the event. Aside from the Hokage, the Okamoto clan had been jointly targeted for a manhunt, becoming an unprecedented SSS-level criminal, adopting numerous orphans across the land, and successfully establishing a technological research and development base in the Hidden Sound Village. Not only did the editor fabricate the story, but he also wants to arrange an exclusive interview with me, claiming he is launching a new column specifically for me. Naruto continued to grumble. He even rallied Sakura and the others, asserting that by leveraging the title of the youngest Hokage, a hero of the Fourth Great Ninja War, we could cultivate an impressive public image. Such matters are indeed quite vexing to contemplate. Sasuke has always been disinclined to concern himself with political considerations. Thus, he merely listened to Naruto's grievances without interjecting. Naruto, unperturbed by Sasuke's silence, continued his monologue. After their visit to the Hot Springs village, they were slated to return for an interview. The editor had even sent over the interview and preliminary response drafts. As Naruto recalled the document, he paused momentarily before swiftly changing the subject. Initially, he had intended to provide aid to the Hot Springs village under the guise of rescue, but was taken aback when the feudal lord of the land of hot water declined, asserting they could resolve the village's plight themselves. With a sigh, Naruto noted that the elderly village chief, Kitahara, had once again sought assistance from Konoha. Thus, they were compelled to visit the Hot Springs village under the pretense of diplomacy. In the aftermath of the Fourth Great Ninja War, numerous small to medium-sized ninja villages have been struggling, with the Hot Springs village being a quintessential example. Not only had their strength diminished significantly, but they had also endured various natural disasters over the past 2 years, resulting in disastrous harvests, relying solely on the support from the land of hot water and other allies. Just recently, they had faced several severe snowstorms in early winter, causing half of the village's structures to collapse. The villagers, overwhelmed by the task of rebuilding, had no choice but to appeal for assistance from their neighbors in Konoha. Sasuke hesitated, casting a glance at Naruto, who also seemed reluctant to pursue the topic further. Was the village chief merely seeking material aid? Naruto pondered, furrowing his brow. That was what the plea for help stated. Yet, during yesterday's reception, it felt as though there were unspoken words lingering beneath the surface. The memory of Kitahara's hesitant demeanor, caught between expression and restraint, along with his evasive attitude, left Naruto with a throbbing headache. As a newly appointed Hokage, deciphering the deeper meanings behind others' words was a skill he had yet to master. Why couldn't people just speak plainly? Naruto grimaced in frustration. Sasuke averted his gaze from Naruto. Wait, something was amiss with Sasuke's expression. Naruto exclaimed, why do you look so guilty? Do you know something I don't? Sasuke replied calmly. I am not the only one feeling guilty here. What did the editor's interview draft contain? Why were you hesitant to accept their interview? Naruto retorted. How do we end up back on this topic? He buried his face in his bowl of noodles, remaining silent for a considerable time before muttering. There's nothing wrong with the content of the interview draft. They merely asked ordinary questions, such as my likes and dislikes, and what my childhood dream was. However, the preliminary response draft doesn't align with reality. He recounted, what was the happiest moment of my childhood? The answer provided was that when I was 7, my neighbors threw me a surprise birthday party, and all my classmates attended, and we had a delightful time. Sasuke remained silent. Naruto gazed into his bowl of noodles, the remnants of vegetables and broken noodles floating in the broth, stirring them aimlessly until they became a chaotic mess, losing all semblance of their original appeal. It reminded him of the birthday he had once celebrated in his youth, though he couldn't recall if he was 7 or 8. He had saved diligently for a long time to buy himself a small cake for the occasion. Finally, he had gathered enough money. But while waiting in line at the bakery, he had been insulted by a man behind him, who disdainfully remarked, what are you doing here, you demon fox? If memory served correctly, that man was the very editor who would later welcome him. Years had passed, and much had changed. That editor had entirely forgotten his disdainful expression from back then, now praising and admiring him. So perhaps it wasn't an issue after all. This upcoming report was likely intended to formally introduce my life story to other ninja villages and nations, thus employing some artistic license to shape a favorable image of me. Naruto ruffled his hair and chuckled foolishly, recalling Shikamaru's words about the importance of public image. Thus, the editor's preliminary response draft was utter rubbish. Sasuke clenched his teeth, fury igniting within him as he scoffed derisively. Regardless of how many years had passed, they would never repent, unchanged as ever. Disgusting. Sasuke refrained from uttering the last two words. He did not harbor disdain. He merely held back for Naruto's sake. The historical legacy of the Uchiha clan and Naruto's past were a shared repugnance that lingered in Sasuke's heart. Meanwhile, Minato was momentarily taken aback, sensing a lapse in his comprehension. As a father, his keen instincts kicked in upon witnessing Naruto's dejected expression, prompting him to question the underlying issue. What was wrong with the preliminary response draft stating that Naruto had a surprise birthday party in his childhood? Why did he claim it didn't align with reality? Minato murmured. As a father, I should have hosted various surprise birthday parties for little Naruto. Isn't that right? A dreadful thought crossed his mind. Yet he forcibly suppressed it, casting a pleading glance at Jiraiya while forcing a sheepish smile. Am I truly a particularly negligent father? Unable even to celebrate my child's birthday? Jiraiya hesitated, observing Naruto's forlorn face on the screen and then glancing at his disciple's anxious expression, rendered speechless. Finally, he reassured. Minato, don't fret too much. Naruto has stated that it's merely a fictitious draft, lacking any substantial value. Is that so? Yes, Minato forced down his rising unease, attempting to convince himself. It must be a misunderstanding. Even if I've been busy with work and unintentionally overlooked Naruto, I'm sure I'll find a way to make it up to him. Therefore, Naruto must have had a fairly happy childhood, right? Naruto finished his last bite of noodles and mumbled, well, it's not entirely accurate to say that. After all, so much time has passed. Everyone's attitude towards me has changed significantly over the years. As he recalled certain moments, a smile broke across his face. Every time I go out, people greet me. And some even enthusiastically hand me various gifts. Everyone has been really kind to me. Just like that editor and many other villagers, who would shout, Lord Hokage, you are our hero. You are the best. Such sincere words filled with gratitude resonated deeply within him, serving as genuine acknowledgement of his existence. Whenever this happened, Naruto felt that the weight of his past didn't feel so burdensome anymore. The little boy who had once fled, stung by the words demon fox, and who had forsaken even the long-awaited cake, had ultimately grown up. He had achieved what he had always desired, the recognition of everyone. Feeling unburdened, Naruto shifted the topic. By the way, Sasuke, what brings you to the Hot Springs village? You didn't mention it earlier. Only a fool would be so magnanimous, Sasuke scoffed, affirming that he would never easily forgive Konoha. Yet, upon seeing the lingering melancholy on Naruto's face, Sasuke swallowed his scorn for Konoha's hypocrisy. He wished to comfort Naruto, though such gestures were a challenging endeavor for him. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to offer Naruto reassurance in his own way. He answered Naruto's query. I came to assassinate the feudal lord of the land of hot water. Naruto. He spluttered hot soup all over the dining table. Chapter 24, Candor. Uchiha Fugaku was remarkably resilient. He did not faint. One must admit that his psychological fortitude had been honed through experience. He even calmly analyzed whether his youngest son could evade the aristocracy's pursuit and escape unscathed if he were indeed guilty of the heinous crime of assassinating a feudal lord. He then recalled Sasuke's audacious claim that the 5 Kages were inconsequential. Uchiha Fugaku. My own son possesses an extraordinary talent for emerging unscathed from grave misdeeds. What a false sense of security. While my son may be safe, what of the other members of the Uchiha clan? Will they not be embroiled in this turmoil? Will the aristocrats, in their fury, exert pressure upon Konoha, demanding that the innocent members of the Uchiha clan pay a heavy price? Can one individual's strength truly shield the entirety of the Uchiha? It is crucial to recognize that when enemies seek revenge, they may hesitate to confront the formidable Sasuke. Yet they will show no mercy to the weaker members of the Uchiha, nor will they adhere to the lofty principle of addressing grievances at their source. You may be capable of causing trouble, but must you not consider the well-being of your clan? Uchiha Fugaku, filled with anxiety, wished he could leap through the veil and chastise his son soundly. One cannot help but wonder how this son of his will one day ascend to the position of Uchiha clan leader. Even more anxious than Uchiha Fugaku is Naruto. Naruto, what do you mean you want to assassinate a feudal lord? It is the feudal lord of the land of water. Uchiha Sasuke, with meticulous precision, corrects the other feudal lords, stating that there are currently no assassination plans and that observation is required. Naruto. Uchiha Fugaku. Others. Given his tone, does he intend to assassinate feudal lords from other nations as well? Minato, the 4th Hokage, was at a loss for words regarding this potential future daughter-in-law. Even if Sasuke is a top-tier fugitive, is this not a bit too sensational? What sort of upbringing do you Uchiha provide that leads to such alarming behavior? How will he ever agree to Naruto being with Sasuke in the future? When an Uchiha speaks the most astonishing words in a calm tone, how does one respond? Uzumaki Naruto, drawing upon his 19 years of experience with the Uchiha, remains composed and methodical in his approach. First, he retrieves his frog wallet to pay for the meal. Then, he asks the owner to relay a message to Shikamaru and the others that they will not return to work in the afternoon. Finally, before leaving with Sasuke, he remembers to grab a napkin to wipe his mouth. Naruto hastens to the outskirts, far from the village, to a desolate area. Confirming that there are no people or buildings within a 20-mile radius, he finally comes to a stop. Throughout their journey, Sasuke remains remarkably calm, allowing Naruto to lead him, merely raising an eyebrow at him when they halt, conveying a look that seems to ask, "What are you doing here? Are we going to fight?" Naruto declines the notion of a fight, asserting that he has matured and will not resort to violence as a means of communication. Nor will he convince an Uchiha through combat. Moreover, this is not the Valley of the End. Fighting is best avoided. So tell me, why do you wish to assassinate the feudal lord of the Land of Water? Naruto decides to return to the initial question. Seeing that Naruto has not dragged him into yet another heartfelt duel, Sasuke reflects that this underachiever has made some progress over the past 2 years, becoming considerably more patient. Thus, he finds himself with an unusual desire to share. He cryptically states, an assignment. The employer seeks revenge. If Naruto's mental question marks could manifest physically, they would surely overwhelm Sasuke at this moment. While it is not uncommon for ninjas to accept assignments from employers, one must first question which audacious employer would dare instigate a war by attempting to assassinate a noble leader. More importantly, given Sasuke's temperament, would he truly accept an assignment from someone else? It would be a miracle if he did not end up beating the employer to a pulp. Naruto can only manage a stunned, "Huh? Who hired you? How much are they paying you?" Sasuke clicks his tongue, leaning against a tree and tossing Naruto a piece of candy from his pocket. Naruto examines the candy closely. Its wrapper is crumpled and bears stains of blood, indicating that it had once been cherished and meticulously smoothed out, though to little avail. Sasuke, looking downward, states flatly, "Here, your commission. Following the Fourth Shinobi World War, resources are scarce. While Konoha has not been significantly affected, other regions are not faring as well. Sometimes, even a piece of candy becomes a luxury. Yet, under any normal circumstances, employing the S-rank rogue ninja Uchiha Sasuke for a mission with merely a piece of candy is inconceivable. However, Naruto seems to grasp something important, carefully stowing away the inconspicuous candy. He sits on the grass, turning to look at Sasuke, who leans against the tree, awaiting an explanation. The Okamoto clan of the Land of Water, the younger sister of the clan leader, Okamoto Chie, provided this to me. Sasuke briefly recounts the entanglement between the new clan leader of the Okamoto and the feudal lord of the Land of Water. Naruto's brows furrow as he listens, growing increasingly incensed. What? How can they be so vile? Failing to forcibly take the clan leader as a concubine, they resort to murder against the entire clan. Such filth is unworthy of holding the title of feudal lord. Naruto is furious. He recalls the expression of the former village head of the Land of Water, who had hesitated to speak, suddenly realizing the underlying meaning. It turns out that the old village head has been seeking assistance from Konoha, with this very issue in mind. He wishes for Konoha to intervene and save the offended Okamoto clan. Although the Land of Water is not large, the feudal lord's status is exalted, their wealth substantial. If they desire to enlist the help of powerful ninjas, a small ninja village like the Land of Water cannot compete. If Konoha were to intervene, at the very least, with Naruto at the helm, no other ninja would dare challenge the title of the strongest in the world. However, doing so would also signify a direct confrontation with the feudal lord of the Land of Water. Even Konoha would find such a stance more detrimental than beneficial. For instance, the sensitive nerves of the aristocratic faction, should they discover that a ninja village attempts to attack a noble, regardless of whether the attacked noble shares the same nation or deserves their fate. They would perceive their status as provoked and unite to force the ninja village to bow and apologize. The dignity of the aristocracy cannot be trifled with. This was the very first lesson Kakashi-sensei imparted to Naruto when he appointed him as acting Hokage. Nonetheless, upon witnessing the absurd actions of the feudal lord of the Land of Water and the pitiable situation of the Okamoto clan, Naruto remains resolute in his desire to assist them. Surely, there must be a way to save the Okamoto clan of the Land of Water while teaching that loathsome feudal lord a lesson. After ruminating without success, Naruto instinctively wonders if Shikamaru might conceive a mutually beneficial solution. If only Shikamaru were here, he mutters to himself. Sasuke, observing Naruto's furrowed brow, thinks that this fool must be naively believing that there exists a perfect solution to this dilemma. He is too naive to think that Nara Shikamaru could be of any help. He remains entirely oblivious to the fact that his own solution is the best. Thus, he speaks up again, stating calmly, "Do not think of seeking assistance from your aides. Do you really believe they are unaware of this matter? They likely know full well that the Land of Water has deliberately set a trap to ensnare the Okamoto clan. They are merely concealing the truth from you, fearing you might take action upon learning the reality. What? Naruto exclaims in disbelief, his mind racing. His recent tenure as Hokage has shifted his perspective, allowing him to tap into his potential and grow rapidly. Soon, he recognizes the flaws in the narrative surrounding the feudal lord and the Okamoto clan leader. Nobles are aristocrats. Typically, a nondescript clan leader from a small ninja village would never have the opportunity to meet a feudal lord. Naruto murmurs. Even he was only able to meet the feudal lord of the Land of Fire after being officially designated as the next Hokage. There is a vast chasm between aristocrats and commoners, let alone the ninjas, whose status is even lower than that of commoners. Sasuke nods. This underachiever has indeed made remarkable progress over the past 2 years, demonstrating an impressive ability to grasp the underlying currents of the situation. His expression turns sour. After the Fourth Shinobi World War, the Land of Water's strength has diminished significantly. In the scramble for resources, new factions are clashing with the old guard. The Okamoto clan belongs to the old faction. To undermine them, the new faction conspired to showcase the new clan leader of the Okamoto at a banquet, thus drawing the feudal lord's attention. Naruto. Since assuming the role of Hokage, he has witnessed his fair share of political strife. Yet, despite the frequency of such encounters, they remain as distasteful as a thorn lodged in one's throat. Now, he comprehends why Shikamaru and the others endeavored to conceal this matter from him. They are acutely aware that, upon discovering the truth, he would be unable to refrain from intervening on behalf of the Okamoto clan. The calamity afflicting the Okamoto clan arises not only from the nobility, but also from within the very heart of the hidden hot springs village. This signifies that both factions desire the demise of the Okamoto clan. Anyone attempting to intervene in their salvation would undoubtedly incur the wrath of both sides. Should Konoha become embroiled in this affair, the only outcome would be the rescue of the innocent Okamoto members, with no other benefits to be gleaned. Previously, Naruto had contemplated that any effort to save the Okamotos would necessitate cooperation from the Hidden Hot Springs village. However, he now realizes that should they take action, the Hidden Hot Springs village would be the first to oppose them, possibly even leaking information to the daimyo of the Land of Hot Water. Naruto gazed at Sasuke, equally enlightened as to why Sasuke felt compelled to involve himself in this matter. The swiftest solution would be to eliminate the daimyo of the Land of Hot Water. Sasuke coldly declared, "Those who squander resources and live in luxury do not merit existence in this world." As for those within the Hidden Hot Springs village who persecute the Okamoto clan, Sasuke dismissed the notion, leaving their resolution to the Okamotos themselves. By vanquishing the daimyo, they would naturally no longer be bound by constraints that prevent them from confronting their adversaries. Naruto felt an immense headache, although he shared similar sentiments. Directly assassinating a daimyo was out of the question. Such an act would render him a target for all. "Oh, and am I not already a fugitive?" Sasuke retorted, remembering that his bounty had yet to be lifted. "I am close to persuading the other Kages. Just give me some time, and they will acknowledge your status as a hero of the Fourth Great Ninja War and revoke your bounty," Naruto earnestly implored Sasuke. "So, let's refrain from causing major incidents during this period, shall we?" However, an Uchiha who heeds advice is no true Uchiha at all. Sasuke, embodying the essence of the Uchiha clan, expressed his disdain and refusal. "There is no need. The bounty will eventually be affixed." He spoke coolly. "Naruto, after 2 years of journeying, I have discovered my path." A foreboding sensation washed over Naruto. He suddenly recalled 2 years ago when Sasuke declared his ambition to become Hokage, along with subsequent proclamations. Anxiety gripped him, as he felt Sasuke's PTSD beginning to resurface. Injustice in the world largely arises from oppression based on identity, status, resources, and power. Those who possess a combination of these traits can control the majority of the world's resources, yet remain unmonitored in their character. Much like the plight of the Okamoto clan, the daimyo of the Land of Hot Water holds a prestigious position, yet possesses a character of the lowest caliber. Such individuals exist in a world where few can thwart their malevolence. Conflict and hatred seem eternal. However, if those few who command the world's resources could exhibit even a modicum of virtue, surely the prevalence of conflict and hatred would diminish. Naruto's pupils constricted, as a suspicion began to form within him. Sasuke declared solemnly, "Since no one can supervise them, I shall take on the mantle of that overseer. Those who reside above yet exhibit depravity, if others cannot act, I shall take their lives." Naruto felt dizzy. "Do you realize the magnitude of calamity this will bring upon yourself? Every ninja in the world will hunt you down. This is no different from what you previously said about gathering the world's hatred upon yourself." Sasuke remained unfazed. "And so what? I can endure it." He added resolutely, "This time, Naruto, you shall not be able to stop me." Upon hearing that familiar phrase, "You cannot stop me," Naruto could no longer contain himself. The resolve he had previously made to avoid conflict was cast aside, and he instinctively followed through. He leaped up and directed a familiar Rasengan at Sasuke. "What nonsense are you spouting? I will definitely prevent you from courting death." Sasuke scoffed. "Foolish. You are the one seeking death." Thus, amidst the explosive collision of Chidori and Rasengan, Uchiha Fugaku rolled his eyes and fainted once more. Minato stood there, bewildered. So how did my future self come to agree to such an extraordinary Uchiha Sasuke entering our family? Chapter 25, Mutual Assault. The shrill cry of Chidori clashed with the blue Rasengan, producing a resounding boom. Minato was still attempting to rouse the future in-law, Uchiha Fugaku, who lay on the ground. Hearing the commotion emanating from the light screen, both men looked up to see a dazzling display of chakra that dazzled the just-awakened Uchiha Fugaku, leaving him dizzy. It was also possible that Minato, feeling dissatisfaction with his son's choice of partner, was purposefully retaliating against the other father. Uncertain, Minato released Uchiha Fugaku. Observing the chakra explosion with astonishment, "Kakashi, isn't that your Raikiri?" Kakashi, equally astonished, confirmed that the unique technique was indeed his. Realizing that Uchiha Sasuke was truly his prized pupil. After all, how else would he have entrusted Raikiri to Sasuke? Jiraiya chuckled. "Raikiri, I've heard much about it. Quite powerful, it can compete with Minato's Rasengan." "You flatter me. I still have a long way to go," Kakashi humbly replied. Uchiha Fugaku reciprocated Kakashi's politeness. "Thank you for your guidance to my son." Monitoring aside, he acknowledged that Kakashi had imparted his skills to Sasuke, demonstrating his capability for social niceties. After exchanging pleasantries, they all tacitly forgot about Sasuke's shocking declaration from earlier and gathered closely around the light screen, eager to evaluate their son's ninja skills, so that they could later address any weaknesses as the children matured. Minato harbored a flicker of concern. Sasuke's strength was formidable. He wondered if Naruto could handle it. Jiraiya patted Minato's shoulder reassuringly. "Fear not. With your guidance and mine, Naruto will fare well." Uchiha Fugaku nodded, but internally mused. Previously, his son had deemed the 5 Kage insignificant. As Naruto was also one of the 5 Kage, surely he would handle Sasuke with ease. All eyes were fixated on the two combatants. Initially, the confrontation between Sasuke and Naruto remained within reasonable bounds. After the clash of Chidori and Rasengan, they instinctively created distance. Pausing for less than a second before engaging in a physical duel, Sasuke's speed was astonishing. He leaped forward, reaching Naruto in mere moments, unsheathing his Kusanagi sword, which glimmered with a cold, white light as it surged toward Naruto's right side. Naruto sidestepped, delivering a lateral kick that struck Sasuke in the abdomen. Utilizing the momentum, he flipped onto his hands, delivering another kick that forced Sasuke to retreat. Their speed was remarkable. After concluding one round, they seamlessly transitioned into the next. Minato observed their physical exchange, nodding in satisfaction. "Excellent. Naruto's reflexes are quick and astute when facing an armed opponent. Creating distance to seek weaknesses is indeed the correct choice." After praising his son, he did not forget to commend Sasuke. "Sasuke's speed is extraordinary. Even for a teleportation ninja like myself, I must treat him with the utmost seriousness." Uchiha Fugaku continued the compliments. "Not at all. Naruto is quite impressive as well." Jiraiya nudged Kakashi's shoulder, playfully remarking, "From the way Naruto employs his physical skills, it's highly likely I taught him. And since Sasuke can utilize your Raikiri, it must also be your handiwork. Does that mean our disciples are facing off? Shall we place a wager on who will emerge victorious?" The youthful Kakashi dared not engage in such banter, fearing that it would elevate him to a status he did not deserve. He repeatedly expressed his reluctance, but rooted for his own disciple to win. Jiraiya beamed. "Let us see which of our disciples prevails." In the light screen, Sasuke and Naruto continued their spirited exchange. After several rounds, they showed no signs of halting, yet those observing began to sense an anomaly. After several moments of hesitation, Kakashi voiced his concern. Are they perhaps a bit too in sync? Not only were they somewhat in sync, but their harmony was decidedly extraordinary. Jiraiya stood agape, utterly astonished, as he had never before witnessed a combat style characterized by the peculiar exchange of a punch for a kick. It was indeed a literal exchange, synchronized as if one were alternating between striking their own visage with both hands. The rhythm and tempo of their claps perfectly aligned. It was difficult not to suspect that the two had previously arranged to engage in their skirmish according to a unified protocol. What was even more perplexing was that amidst such a frenetic exchange of blows, they still managed to engage in conversation. Sasuke sent one of Naruto's shadow clones flying with a swift kick, twisting his ways to evade another assault from Naruto's left flank. With a cold voice, he continued to elucidate his philosophy. Is it not justifiable to eliminate the malevolent individuals at the top, allowing more virtuous individuals to ascend? This way, we would witness a reduction in wrongdoing. Yet, despite his words, such actions would render him an enemy to all. In midair, Naruto aimed a punch at Sasuke's face, only to have it deftly dodged. Immediately, another Naruto filled the gap, launching another kick at Sasuke. They will fear you, they will be terrified, and they will employ every means at their disposal to eliminate you. Will you forever exist in a state of being hunted, at odds with all of humanity? Merely ants. What is there to fear? Sasuke retorted, absorbing a kick and then seizing Naruto's ankle, forcefully hurling him towards another Naruto, resulting in a collision that caused several shadow clones to dissipate, while more shadow clones emerged from all directions to assault him. But killing is not a viable solution. Naruto exclaimed vehemently, if you eliminate one villain, what if the one who takes their place is just as wicked? As long as interests persist, fear will not compel them to submit. Sasuke, momentarily pausing to comprehend, interpreted this as Naruto suggesting that his methods were overly convoluted and that he should simply exterminate all the ruling elite. That was never my intention, he protested. Naruto, in a sudden surge, headbutted Sasuke, interrupting his errant logic. Sasuke emitted a muffled grunt as his Kusanagi sword was knocked away, sending a shuriken spiraling towards a distant tree. Chakra threads tightened, pulling him from Naruto's encirclement while simultaneously unleashing a fire technique. However, Naruto had anticipated this move, evading the fire attack and using one clone to propel another directly towards Sasuke's landing spot, culminating in a Rasengan. Excellent. Jiraiya nodded, recognizing that when dealing with instantaneous ninjas, predicting their next appearance is paramount. Naruto was performing admirably. Uchiha Fugaku also nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging Sasuke's adept use of shuriken and fire techniques, noting that aside from Jinjutsu, he had mastered the family's other skills quite well. As for the content of Sasuke and Naruto's dialogue, Fugaku chose to disregard it. Several Naruto clones surrounded Sasuke with various Rasengans. One stepped forward, continuing to counsel, Sasuke, I have been the Hokage for a while now, and during this time, I have come to realize that the role is far more intricate than I had imagined. Conflicts are not easily resolved. Each individual, driven by their own future, family, and village, harbors selfish desires. Restraining one's own selfishness is never a simple task. With a sigh, Naruto reflected on the struggles within Konoha, acknowledging that for the nobility and other elite individuals, self-interest and desire were even more pronounced. As long as there are benefits at stake, it is challenging for anyone to cease their relentless pursuit. To abate the hatred born of selfishness, perhaps mutual understanding and empathy are the only solutions. By the end of his discourse, Naruto was uncertain of his own correctness, still grappling with confusion. Sasuke squinted, contemplating deeply, and felt a sudden epiphany. I understand now. Since we cannot rely on them to suppress their own desires, and even the threat of death cannot instill fear in them, the most effective approach is for me to unify this world and alter everything. He gazed steadily at his remaining hand, gripping it tightly. Power corrupts the minds of the weak. No one is worthy of trust except myself. Once I ascend to that supreme position, ensuring I remain uncorrupted by power, I can effect change. Therefore, I shall become the unparalleled leader of all nations, guiding them as the ultimate sovereign. Since you have truly resolved to pursue this path, I shall undoubtedly support you. Wait, if you intend to be the unifier of the world, what do you plan to do first? Naruto inquired. It's simple, I assent to it. Eliminate all who oppose me, Sasuke declared. Naruto erupted in fury, his massive Rasengan crashing forth. How could you revert to such a simplistic notion? Uchiha Fugaku could no longer ignore the matter, reflecting painfully. How could he have been unaware of this inclination within the Uchiha lineage to seek an end to chaos and unify the world? He recalled only that ancient ancestor who had harbored such delusions of grandeur. But how could Sasuke, his youngest son, conceive such a notion? He was certain that the education Sasuke received from childhood focused solely on the noble ideals of upholding Uchiha glory, completely detached from the idea of world unification. Oh, but perhaps the Uchiha clan could indeed unify the world, albeit not in the manner Sasuke envisioned, which disregarded the clan's interests. It felt so perplexing. The two resumed their intense battle. Shurikens, fire techniques, and Rasengans flew in all directions. Amidst the fierce skirmish, an unforeseen mishap occurred. Perhaps someone slipped. Or perhaps a kick was delivered with excessive force. Regardless, by the time they regained their composure, Sasuke and Naruto found themselves colliding head-on, their faces crashing together with a resounding thud. As their lips met, an awkward silence enveloped the onlookers observing the scene through the light curtain. A palpable tension filled the air. When had Sasuke and Naruto become so intimately entwined? The spectators began to ponder, as it had not been mentioned before. Surely, they weren't together now. Their current state hardly resembled a fight. Such synchronized combat could not imply anything beyond mere happenstance. A voice emerged from the shadows, questioning the nature of their interaction. Were they truly not flirting? Before the thought could settle, Fujino's mouth was hastily covered by a companion, nearly choking him in the process. The atmosphere grew quieter. Initially intent on assessing the two's ninjutsu skills, the observers found their focus shifting from the combat to the unexpected intimacy displayed by the duo. Particularly for Minato and Fugaku, one gazed upward while the other stared downward. As a devoted father, Minato mused, "It seems there's no need for me to guide my son in pursuing romantic interests. He appears quite adept on his own." Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku remained expressionless, inwardly lamenting the decline of societal values and decorum. How could the teachers responsible for instilling etiquette into his son have failed so miserably? Jiraiya, in distress, thought, as a staunchly straight man, forcing me to witness my disciple and his partner engaging in flirtation seems rather excessive. I find it increasingly difficult to bear. With a pained expression, Sasuke tugged at the corner of his mouth, feeling a sharp sting, the crimson hue at the edge of his lips glaringly apparent. Naruto also covered his mouth, struggling to articulate through his swollen tongue. "You charged at me first. If you hadn't slipped, I could have avoided it." Sasuke pressed his lips together, vaguely tasting the unmistakable flavor of ramen, further fueling his irritation. Naruto was equally agitated, while Sasuke merely had a split lip. He had suffered a cut on his sensitive tongue. The pain was far worse. Clearly, neither of them was inclined to dwell on this accidental collision of lips. The reason was simple. They had collided too often and had grown accustomed to such encounters. They exchanged glances, both rolling their eyes in unison, igniting their tempers further. Naruto's attitude was intolerable. Sasuke's was equally insufferable. They could no longer endure it. Thus, with perfect synergy, their warm-up concluded, and they unleashed their full power. A towering purple-armored giant emerged, shaking the earth beneath them. Before the colossal giant stood a magnificent, golden, luminous beast, towering several dozen meters high. Its 9 tails, each thicker than the largest trees in the forest. The two titanic entities faced off in midair, rendering the surrounding forests and lakes diminutive in comparison. "By the heavens, Amaterasu!" exclaimed one companion, covering the mouth of Fujino, unable to contain their astonishment at the sight. The onlookers were rendered speechless, none daring to dispute the surreal scene unfolding before them. This extraordinary spectacle far exceeded their expectations. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in a mere practice of ordinary super shadow-level ninjutsu, and now they found themselves in a mythical battleground. Could it truly be that Amaterasu had descended upon them? This had to be a jest. At that moment, Naruto reminded his comrades, "Stay away from this forest. If it gets destroyed, Shikamaru will discover I left work to fight you, and he'll berate me endlessly." Sasuke, unfazed, delivered a powerful strike to the colossal beast, retorting, "If you're worried about others finding out, then don't fly so low. Do you wish to flaunt your foxtail to everyone? Hey, don't hit my head like that. It makes me look foolish." Naruto countered, swinging his tail to slap Sasuke playfully. "You're not exactly the brightest bulb, you know. Be quiet. Just watch as I take care of you." With that, the two giants ascended higher into the sky, soaring above the layers of clouds, until even the tallest buildings on the ground became mere specks, before resuming their fierce battle. Outside the shimmering barrier, silence reigned. Every face reflected a collective numbness. Their souls seemingly vacated, as they watched the two combatants rise above the clouds, vying for supremacy in a duel beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Jiraiya and Kakashi exchanged bewildered glances, completely forgetting their earlier betting on the duel between their students. Panic etched across their faces. They both thought, "This is not what I taught them. I could never have cultivated such power. Surely, this was but a dream." A shared thought flickered through everyone's mind. To witness two Amaterasu-like beings soaring through the heavens, engaged in combat, it must be a dream. Yes, it is indeed a dream. Chapter 26, The Fabrication of Lies. It seemed even the barrier could scarcely withstand the titanic clash of chakra from two superhuman entities. In a dazzling display of color and sound, a cacophony of chakra explosions ensued, causing the barrier to flicker and tremble. Once it stabilized, Sasuke and Naruto had already descended, and the armored giant and the golden beast had vanished. However, the reverberations of their battle lingered, as Minato stood in stunned silence for a full 5 minutes, attempting to process the events. "The 9 tails," he stammered, finally regaining his composure. "That glowing manifestation, the 9 fox tails. It's a result of the 9 tails chakra, isn't it?" Jiraiya, still dazed, struggled to catch up with Minato's reasoning, replying honestly, "It appears to be a fusion of the 9 tails and Sage Mode." Minato's expression darkened. "But why does Naruto possess such an immense quantity of 9 tails chakra?" At that moment, everyone regained their acute sense of crisis. Regardless of how the golden beast had been manifested, it was undoubtedly modeled after the 9 tails. This meant that Naruto had become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Upon uttering this revelation, Minato's face darkened. If during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the previous Jinchuriki, Kushina, had perished, then her son Naruto, inheriting the Uzumaki clan's lineage, was indeed the most fitting successor. The third Hokage rationally deduced the likelihood of this fact. It was only after successfully subduing the Nine Tails that Naruto had acquired such formidable power, inheriting his father's glory and becoming a hero of the Fourth War, eventually assuming the mantle of Hokage. At the very least, Naruto seemed to coexist harmoniously with the Nine Tails, even wielding its chakra. The third's comforting words faltered as he recalled the golden beast, his expression contorting. Not only did Naruto coexist well with the Nine Tails, an entity that others typically avoided, but it had also become a part of his sage jutsu. Genuine sage jutsu. A collective silence enveloped the crowd as their gazes shifted from Minato to Fugaku Uchiha, and back again, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Previously, they had not discerned any extraordinary traits among the Uchiha, the Namikes, or the Uzumaki clans. Jiraiya pondered. Could it be true, as the legends suggested, that a sage had reincarnated? They had ascended to the heavens. Were they not gods? Fugaku's face stiffened as he attempted to provide evidence that his son was indeed his own flesh and blood, not a deity's reincarnation. The progenitor of the Uchiha clan was once the most powerful Uchiha, reputed for his extraordinary strength. Could he also soar? Could he engage in chakra clashes in the sky? Could he romanticize and bicker with the golden Nine Tails high above? This was uncertain. Moreover, how did the last statement even come into play? Fugaku glared with frustration. The crowd pointed toward the barrier, leaving Fugaku speechless. There lay Naruto and Sasuke, having just engaged in a fierce battle, now reclining on the grass, engaged in casual conversation, appearing remarkably relaxed, even laughing together. It was utterly absurd. A silent outcry echoed within everyone. So, you were genuinely flirting just now? Sasuke and Naruto indeed lay on the grass, primarily because they had just concluded an intense battle and required rest. Naruto propped his head up with his hands, his face bruised yet grinning with delight. It's been ages since I've stretched my muscles. Sitting in the office every day makes me feel like my bones are turning to jelly. Humph. Have I really forgotten my skills just to become Hokage? What a fool. Sasuke snorted lightly, sporting a similarly bruised visage. Well, being Hokage isn't as easy as it seems. Besides, Hokages aren't omnipotent. After a moment of relaxation, Naruto gazed at the sky, his mind wandering back to Sasuke's earlier words. He replied earnestly, Sasuke, if you truly wish to end the conflicts and desires, to become the unifier of the ninja world, I will undoubtedly support you. I will fight alongside you. I know. Sasuke replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, revealing a rare, genuine expression. If Sakura were present to witness this smile, she would surely reconsider her previous impression of Sasuke as a gloomy volcano. In this moment, he resembled a volcano brimming with power, waiting for the lava to break free from its constraints. One day, he would sweep away all filth with an unstoppable force, bestowing the world with a renewed visage. But, Naruto emphasized, we cannot resolve issues through mere bloodshed. Drenched in blood and burdened by fear and misunderstandings, that version of you is something I cannot accept. Even if it means breaking my own limbs, I will stop you. Sasuke tilted his head, observing Naruto beside him, suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity in the scene. He chuckled softly. You fool, I never intended to break your arm again. Upon hearing this, Naruto understood that Sasuke would not tread the path of destruction again. He sighed in relief. Raising his right hand, he clenched it tightly and laughed. Hey, it sounds like I've never broken your arm. He then resumed his previous topic, playfully insisting, when will you reattach your left hand? Look, Sakura's skills are still impressive. It's just like before. Very convenient. Naruto thrust his right hand in front of Sasuke, urging him to take a closer look. Sasuke, exasperated, activated his Sharingan, summoning his Susanoo to swat Naruto's hand aside. Clearly, the Susanoo is more convenient. Hey. So it was indeed Sasuke who had broken Naruto's arm. From their conversation, it was evident that Naruto had also broken Sasuke's arm once. Minato and Fugaku nodded in a daze. At this moment, the question of whose arm had been broken was trivial compared to the impact of Sasuke and Naruto's shared ambition to change the ninja world. The youthful fervor of these young men may seem naive and laughable, but when one considered the extraordinary powers of Sasuke and Naruto, and reflected on the distant, beautiful future that had previously played out on the barrier, hope flickered in their hearts. Kushina, the Wind Master, shook his head in admiration. It is astonishing that we, the older generation, are surpassed by the likes of Naruto and his peers. Whether it be in strength or the noble aspiration to create a better world, they truly outshine us. However, we must ensure that our children do not endure the same hardships we faced. Wouldn't you agree, Fugaku? The light in Kushina's eyes began to rise, compelling Uchiha Fugaku to confront the truth. Fugaku recalled the dismal state of his youngest son's arm, the troubling ideology that had nearly led him astray, and the arduous life that had seen him almost betray his brother. Ultimately, he had to concede. Indeed, as a father, it is my duty to prevent my children from straying onto the wrong path. At the very least, I must provide them with a new, better, and happier future. For the third time, Kushina and Fugaku clasped hands, and this time, everyone present understood that the alliance between the Wind and Uchiha clans would henceforth be unbreakable. In the distance, a thunderous roar interrupted Sasuke and Naruto's respite. Naruto leaped up, gazing toward the source of the sound. Puzzled, why does it feel as though my Rasen Shuriken has caused such a commotion? Sasuke noticed the communication seal he had reserved growing warm, recalling a certain person he had intentionally forgotten, and felt a sense of foreboding. How strange. I increasingly suspect it is the Rasen Shuriken created by my chakra, Naruto remarked. I must investigate. Sasuke, are you coming? Let's go. Sasuke grimaced, unable to find a reason to decline Naruto's invitation, and reluctantly accompanied him. So, who was responsible for the deafening roar? That was a question for Menma's situation. To be frank, Menma had been enjoying himself quite a bit these past few days. His father's abandonment was one matter, but the ability to treat wilderness survival as a summer camp was quite another. This seasoning will make it taste extraordinary, Menma exclaimed, handing a grilled chicken wing to the red-haired girl while receiving the fish from Mizuki. Mizuki wiped his mouth. You grill first, and I'll go catch a few more fish. Karui punched him playfully. Directing the little ones is one thing, but making them do so much is rather shameless. Menma, however, was quite pleased, boasting, my grilling skills have been honed since childhood. No one can resist the allure of my barbecue. The Uchiha were natural masters of fire control. With hands on hips, he proudly lifted his chin. Mizuki and Karui, albeit shorter, began to clap enthusiastically. Akamoto Chie gazed at the chicken wings in her hands. Her heart lightened by the deliciousness, and she joined in the applause. Upon witnessing such a scene, Menma was elated, his tail nearly wagging with joy. He rolled up his sleeves, eager to showcase his skills once more, determined to earn the adoration of his companions. Just then, a nearby bush rustled slightly. Menma paused, glancing toward the foliage, sensing something strange stirring within. Karui reacted quicker than Menma. She seized Akamoto Chie and crushed a communication seal, even kicking the gluttonous Mizuki in the process, shouting, Stranger's chakra. It's powerful, be cautious. The last warning was directed at Menma. Menma, quick on the uptake. Dodged the incoming explosive tags with agility. As he evaded the explosion, he looked down to find Akamoto Chie thrust into his arms. Gazing ahead, his expression hardened. Karui was already being restrained, her neck gripped tightly, her face contorted in fear as she mouthed the words, run, flee. If we can hold out for just a few minutes, Sasuke will arrive. Karui thought bitterly, cursing the group of elite ninjas who chose to target them instead of confronting Sasuke, feeling it was utterly outrageous. Kid, hand over that Akamoto girl, and you and your friends might just survive. The assailant sneered disdainfully at the young Menma, feigning indifference. You're already surrounded. Listen to me, and you might live. Menma glanced at Mizuki, who was engaged in a fierce struggle on the left, then at Karui, who was being choked, and finally at Akamoto Chie, who was barely 8 years old, nestled in his embrace. Behind him loomed 2 elite ninjas poised to overpower him. Within less than a second, Menma made a decisive choice. No more pretense. Released the sealing scroll. With a thunderous boom, a colossal Rasen Shuriken exploded, more radiant than the sun. Aside from those protected by Menma's Susanoo, the remaining assailants collapsed to the ground, their fates uncertain. Mizuki and Karui stared at Menma, astonished. Menma, however, wore an anxious expression. Oh no. I hope I didn't kill anyone. Please, I warned you not to harm me. Controlling my strength to avoid fatalities is truly difficult. Mizuki quickly bound the assailants, confirming. All 5 are here. They're alive, but severely injured. Menma sighed in relief, though it was short-lived. Karui leaned in, interrogating him. Menma, how did you wield Sasuke's Susanoo? That purple chakra was undeniably his. Menma averted his gaze, his mind racing for an explanation. As Sasuke's disciple, possessing his skills for self-defense was only natural, right? Karui pondered Sasuke's protective nature, concluding, that makes sense. But what about the chakra of Naruto Uzumaki? Menma hesitated for a long time before reluctantly suggesting, as Sasuke's disciple. It is also quite normal to have the skills of his closest friend for protection. I assent it? That seemed plausible, too. Before Karui could respond, a familiar voice interjected. What disciple? How did my Rasen Shuriken end up here? Naruto rushed over, his eyes immediately landing on the scene, devastated by his technique. Oh no. I won't be able to explain this to Shikamaru. I even flew high into the sky while fighting Sasuke. Upon observing further, he exclaimed, "Hey, Sasuke, that little one looks remarkably like you." Naruto turned to Sasuke, sharing, "If it weren't for the age difference, I'd think he was your son." Sasuke froze momentarily. "He-s Naruto's kid," Menma exclaimed, overcome with excitement, wishing to rush over and embrace Naruto, shouting, "I've missed you, Dad." "Indeed. I am the child of you and Sasuke." Sasuke, without a moment's thought, retorted, "No, I don't know him." "Menma, but he claims to be your disciple?" Mizuki, perplexed by the atmosphere, voiced his confusion, and he released Sasuke's Susanoo and Naruto's Rasen Shuriken. "That sealing scroll even bears your Mangekyo Sharingan symbol. And most importantly, wasn't he Menma the child you entrusted to us for a couple of days?" "Sasuke, Mizuki, you really talk too much." "Huh?" Naruto raised a large question mark. The child resembling Sasuke, wielding his Rasen Shuriken and Susanoo, and Sasuke's strange reaction all felt suspicious. Naruto's Sasuke radar flared to life, sensing something was amiss. "Are you called Menma? Little one, what is your relationship with Sasuke? How do you possess my and Sasuke's chakra?" Menma was about to respond when he glanced up and was met with Sasuke's piercing red Sharingan, the Mangekyo swirling ominously, silently warning him, "Do not speak carelessly. Menma, this is intolerable. I initially intended to help your father save face, but since it has come to this, just wait." The Uchiha blood surged within him, and his rebellious spirit could no longer be contained. With a cold laugh, he spoke clearly and articulately, "My name is Uchiha Menma, the son of Uchiha Sasuke from 22 years in the future. The reason I can wield Susanoo and Rasen Shuriken is that my father, Uchiha Sasuke, bestowed upon me a sealing scroll containing numerous powerful ninjutsu to protect myself. Upon my arrival, the first individual I encountered was my youthful father, to whom I divulged every detail. Ultimately, he heeded Sasuke's counsel and concealed Naruto's existence. Yet, the pent-up frustration remained unrelieved, prompting Minato to seize the opportunity to strike a decisive blow. Minato gazed at the young Sasuke's father, brimming with provocation. "As for my other parent, you might inquire with him. My foolish old man, I am quite eager to see how you will extricate yourself from this predicament." At that moment, Minato's posture, with arms crossed, mirrored that of Sasuke as if they were cast from the same mold. Naruto, almost instantaneously, believed Minato's words. He turned to Sasuke, his voice filled with excitement. "So he truly is your son, your future son." However, his surprise quickly faded, replaced by a peculiar sensation that compelled Naruto to ask, "Who is the child's mother?" "Sasuke." In that instant, Sasuke's mind raced with unprecedented speed. Who could it be? Karen? No, she had red hair. Sakura? She had pink hair. Other women? He couldn't recall a single one. Should he respond with silence, leaving Naruto unanswered? No, Naruto appeared determined to dig deeper. Why was he so interested in such matters? He could not fabricate another lie. The mindless fib he had just uttered was immediately exposed by this troublesome boy. How vexing. After contemplating for what felt like an eternity, though in reality, it was but a fleeting moment, Sasuke arrived at a logical conclusion. Indeed, it was the most reasonable explanation, requiring no mental gymnastics to concoct a falsehood. It was unmistakably her, Orochimaru. Before he could finish his thought, the crimson chakra of the Nine Tails enveloped Naruto, his eyes glowing a fierce gold red, as an inferno of rage ignited within him, causing the already ravaged forest to suffer further devastation. The remaining trees lay in ruins. "I will kill Orochimaru," Naruto declared fiercely. Chapter 27, Friendship. Minato was filled with confusion. What connection does Minato's birth have with Orochimaru? Did he not become Sasuke's subordinate afterward? Uchiha Fugaka nodded. Having witnessed the immense power of Sasuke and Naruto, he accepted the notion of Orochimaru serving under his son. What threat could a mere Orochimaru pose to his progeny? Perhaps the esteemed Orochimaru offered some technological assistance in Minato's birth? Uchiha Fugaka modestly suggested this idea. Well aware of Orochimaru's clandestine experiments, Minato felt a slight headache. It was a possibility. But why was Naruto so furious? Minato was filled with perplexity. Naruto's outrage. That scoundrel Orochimaru dared to covet your body when you were 12 and even abducted you. Furthermore, he had the audacity to utter such words about my Sasuke in my presence. To produce a child in the future must surely be an attempt to usurp your body and target your offspring. How infuriating. I should have shown no mercy during the post-war trial. The world would have been better off without such a perverse abductor. Sasuke, what nonsense is that dimwit thinking? Minato, was Orochimaru, one of the most brilliant scientists of our time, truly such a person 20 years ago? Similarly abducted by Orochimaru. Suigetsu and Karen thought, while it's true he is a habitual abductor, there's something peculiar about Naruto's description. Jiraiya silently adjusted his outer garment. attributing the sudden chill in the air to the setting sun rather than the ominous aura emanating from a concerned father. He cast a discreet glance at Uchiha Fugaku's newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, offering a moment of silent tribute to Orochimaru, hoping he could withstand its power. Abducting children is indeed reprehensible. Minato covered his face, feeling a twinge of sorrow for his son. But Naruto, don't overreact. Minato thought, suppressing his irritation. Why was his focus entirely on Sasuke while his own son, Minato, was right beside him and still unrecognized? That gaze resembled his so closely. Sasuke, exasperated, delivered a firm blow to Naruto's head, interrupting the rising chakra of the Nine Tails. Idiot, what are you babbling about? I meant that Minato's birth is related to the reproductive technology provided by Orochimaru. What on earth are you thinking? Sasuke rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat irritated. Moreover, the departure from the village was a mutual agreement between Orochimaru and me. It was a cooperative endeavor. Do not depict me as some fool picked up by that scoundrel. Suigetsu and Karen, the fools picked up by Orochimaru, retorted. Thank you, dear Sasuke, for your camaraderie. We feel quite offended. Departing from the village? Collaborating with Orochimaru? Leaving at the age of 12? Uchiha Fugaku was bewildered. How could Sasuke have left the village with Orochimaru at such a young age? Given Naruto's attitude, it was evident Orochimaru had ulterior motives. How could the elders of the Uchiha clan allow Sasuke to engage in such an alliance? Even if Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin, the Uchiha clan would not tolerate a dangerous individual so close to their lineage. How inept must future clan members be if even Sasuke had to risk himself in such a perilous partnership? Uchiha Fugaku felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Naruto clutched his head, muttering about avoiding repetitive statements, finally managing to rein in the Nine Tails chakra. Though still furious, he intended to elevate Orochimaru's confinement level upon returning to Konoha, ensuring he could no longer pose a threat to the world. Reproductive technology? Why was this necessary? Naruto looked down at Minato's youthful face, so reminiscent of Sasuke's, finally shifting from thoughts of punishing the wretched abductor to a more rational line of inquiry. Did he misconstrue the situation? Was it possible that Sasuke never married or had a family in the future? Otherwise, what could have necessitated this predicament? Did Minato lack a mother? Naruto initially wanted to ask this question but felt it inappropriate to inquire before the child, so he suppressed his concerns. Observing Minato's pouting face, he felt an inexplicable joy swell within him. Naruto extended a hand, causing Minato to look up in surprise. Naruto offered a familiar smile. Pleased to meet you. Sasuke's future son, Minato-kun. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and it brings me immense joy to meet you. Minato's eyes welled with tears as he embraced Naruto's outstretched arm, enthusiastically exclaiming, I'm also very happy to meet you. Naruto-sensei. Huh, sensei? Am I to be Minato's teacher in the future? Yes. Minato, glancing at Sasuke's warning gaze, nodded vigorously and buried his head in Naruto's embrace. Sorry, Dad, for lying to you. When the day comes to tell you the truth, I will sincerely apologize. And Sasuke, you better provide a convincing explanation afterward. Otherwise, you shall experience what it means to endure an early onset of rebellious adolescence. Naruto-sensei, I miss you so much. Minato clung to Naruto, emitting a sound of grievance, which tugged at Naruto's heartstrings. Two pairs of eyes, strikingly similar to Naruto's, peered out from behind him, glaring at Sasuke. The clash of azure and crimson gazes, filled with indignation, felt all too familiar. Sasuke suddenly thought, this kid is quite perceptive. He retracted his Sharingan, turning away, disinterested in the affectionate reunion unfolding before him. Suigetsu recounted the events. And so, several shadow-level ninjas suddenly ambushed us. What a travesty. They show no regard for martial ethics. If they had the capability, they should have targeted Sasuke. After all, he is the more conspicuous target. The conspicuous target. Sasuke. Karen delivered a swift kick to the assailants, then pressed the sole of her foot against the face of the individual who had taken her hostage, exclaiming, You dare to grip my neck. Just watch me obliterate you. Do you hear me, coward? If you wish to ambush someone, target Sasuke instead. You picked the soft fruit to squeeze, and yet you still have the audacity. Of course, I trust that my dear Sasuke-kun will not be harmed by these feeble-minded fools. After her tirade, Karen turned to Sasuke to express her affections. Sasuke responded with a simple, very well. Today is yet another day filled with camaraderie for Team Hawk. Following a heartfelt exchange with an unfamiliar member of the team, Naruto glanced at the bound assailants and inquired of Sasuke, What do you intend to do with them? These individuals had previously made an appearance. Sasuke's expression soured. If I release them, it is to convey a message to the daimyo of the land of soup, demanding his head soon. If they cannot handle even this minor task, it is certainly best to eliminate them. Naruto nodded, interrupting Sasuke's speech. He summoned a shadow clone. Seizing the ropes as if he were carrying a string of chicks, leading the would-be assailants away. Sasuke chose not to intervene. Karen, however, was more perceptive. With a contemplative look, she queried Naruto, "Is Konoha planning to take over the Akamoto clan? Wouldn't that constitute interference in the internal affairs of other shinobi villages? The daimyo of the Land of Fire would not approve of such actions, would he?" To Karen's surprise, the usually brash and straightforward Naruto, upon hearing her question, displayed a composed smile. "As the Hokage of Konoha, I have come to visit at the invitation of the Land of Soup's shinobi village. However, I was ambushed by unknown ninjas en route. Surely, I must investigate this matter, and while waiting for the results in the Land of Soup, it seems only prudent." Karen's eyes lit up. This rationale was quite reasonable. An attack on the Hokage provided a legitimate excuse to remain in the Land of Soup while awaiting the investigation's findings. With Naruto's presence, even if the daimyo of the Land of Soup wished to send someone over, they would have to weigh the significance of the Seventh Hokage. However, Karen pressed further, "Will anyone else believe your claim of being ambushed?" Naruto pointed to his swollen face, asserting confidently, "Look at this. How could they not believe it? The evidence is right here." Observing Naruto's bruised visage alongside Sasuke's similar injuries, Karen's lips twitched. That must have been Sasuke's doing. After scrutinizing Sasuke's face closely, she suddenly erupted in fury. "You may brawl amongst yourselves, but why strike Sasuke's face? Could you not target another area? He still has one hand. How could you hit his face?" Naruto responded, "Huh? Not only did they swell his eyes, but they even broke his mouth. Wait, why does it look like it was bitten?" Karen shivered, aggressively pushing past those in her way to confront Sasuke, her demeanor shifting to one of shyness as she stammered. "Sasuke, how did your mouth get injured? Let me help you treat it." She reached out to touch him. Sasuke silently took a large step back, feeling perplexed and noting that Karen's behavior was rather odd. "No need." He coldly rejected her offer. Karen persisted, "I merely wish to assist with your treatment. Now tell me, how did your mouth become injured? Should I administer a tetanus shot?" The unfamiliar member chimed in. "It was bitten by Naruto-sensei, right? Wasn't it?" They were getting all close and personal, and then accidentally bit each other. The member thought they had a revelation. Concluding that the relationship between Sasuke's father and Naruto's father was not pure, Sasuke froze, his heart inexplicably racing. While it seemed not entirely incorrect, a sense of guilt compelled him to glance at Naruto, curious about his explanation. Naruto grinned broadly, showing no intention of evading the topic. "We accidentally collided during our fight, which is how it happened. It should be fine. There's no need for a tetanus shot. I'm not some small animal." As his words concluded, Sasuke's expression turned icy. "It's a tetanus shot, not a rabies vaccine." Karen glanced at Sasuke's mouth, closed her eyes in pain, and inwardly cursed. "I feel like I'm going blind." They can get into a fight and end up in such a situation. Both of them are hopeless. While Karen busied herself with packing, Naruto leaned closer to Sasuke, whispering, "In any case, you can return to the Land of Soup with me. The daimyo of the Land of Soup won't bother you for a while. So why not take a couple of days to rest there? Besides, I want to spend more time with the unfamiliar member." Naruto gazed fondly at the unfamiliar member not far off, eager to engage in conversation. Sasuke inquired, "What do you wish to ask? For instance, how is everyone doing in the future? Sasuke, which girl did you end up forming a family with?" Naruto's voice lowered, almost a whisper, as he genuinely yearned to know if Sasuke was happy in the future. After having children, Sasuke would surely make a wonderful father. Who could be so fortunate as to have him? Sasuke's emotions swirled. At times, Naruto's demeanor struck him as peculiar, oddly reminiscent of the feeling Karen had just given him. Torn between stepping back and feeling a pang of sympathy for Naruto's increasingly somber expression, he found himself wanting to comfort him. When Naruto finally looked up, his voice regained its usual cheerfulness as he beamed. "No matter how the future unfolds, I will always be your best friend, Sasuke. Look, your son, the unfamiliar member, still recognizes me as his teacher." Sasuke replied with a non-committal, "Oh." He ultimately took another small step back. Minato paused, confusion evident on his face as he asked, "Friend? What friend?" "Naruto, you don't actually still consider Sasuke your friend, do you? You can't possibly still be oblivious to the situation, can you?" He glanced again at the unfamiliar member beside Naruto. "No way. After all, you have children now. Surely, you must have figured it out by now." A sense of foreboding washed over him. Chapter 28. Explanation. After convincing Sasuke and his companions to head to the Land of Soup, Naruto checked the time. Initially contemplating skipping work entirely, he ultimately decided to return and fulfill his responsibilities, guided by his still untarnished conscience. Shikamaru was nearly moved to tears upon hearing the news. "So, you skipped work for half the day to engage in a brawl with unidentified individuals, devastating a patch of wilderness near the Land of Soup. And now you're dragging along a string of so-called assailants to confront the authorities of the Land of Soup? This could very well escalate into a diplomatic incident." Shikamaru sighed deeply, After all of this, you still remembered to come back and inform me, Naruto. I'm truly touched. Naruto scratched his cheek, his gaze wandering. Yet he still managed to respond. You're welcome? Shikamaru quietly placed a hand over his chest, seeking solace. As Hokage, one must possess a certain degree of audacity to be a competent leader. After nearly 2 years of refinement, Naruto had finally begun to exhibit some qualities befitting a Hokage. Yet, was this not a cause for celebration? Shikamaru's dark circles under his eyes were glaringly obvious, his grievances wafting into Naruto's ears like a ghostly presence. So, the person who left you bruised and battered was indeed one of those so-called assailants? Under Shikamaru's accusing gaze, Naruto awkwardly conceded that it was Sasuke. I never intended to hide it from you. Could you please refrain from looking at me like that? He realized that his eagerness to hasten to the land of soup, coupled with his impatience to leave upon arrival, claiming he needed some alone time, was all nonsense. The root of it all lay with that individual who had suddenly reappeared after 2 years, throwing Naruto off balance. His former peer, Uchiha Sasuke. Shikamaru took a deep breath, striving to remain composed. The matter of Uchiha Sasuke had never been straightforward, let alone the profound impact he had on Naruto, one that could not be easily undone. Calmness was essential. First, it was imperative to ascertain the reason behind Sasuke's sudden appearance. That was what truly mattered. What brings him to the land of waterfalls? For heaven's sake, let it not be anything of monumental consequence. Even if it were merely to declare that he has come to elope with Naruto after reading the Konoha gossip newspaper, that would be preferable. Please, let it not be another cataclysmic event that threatens to annihilate Konoha and the world. Naruto. Oh, he originally intended to assassinate the feudal lord of the land of waterfalls. Shikamaru. Clutching his chest, gasping for air. Naruto, but I successfully thwarted him. Shikamaru, what is this air of pride? Do you genuinely believe you have prevented Uchiha Sasuke from committing a grave act? Is instigating such turmoil something to take pride in? Shikamaru, perplexed, chose to abandon his train of thought. He resolved to confront the crux of the matter directly. Why did he wish to assassinate the feudal lord of the land of waterfalls? Naruto reflected briefly on the entire ordeal and recounted succinctly. It all began with the Akamoto clan. Wait, you're aware of the Akamoto clan's affairs? Shikamaru interrupted Naruto's narration, increasingly apprehensive. Naruto, so, you've indeed been concealing the entirety of this matter from me? Shikamaru, we kept it from you for your own good. Moreover, when we first arrived in the land of waterfalls, only you failed to comprehend the implications of the old village chief's performance and hints during the banquet. Shikamaru silently scoffed. The matter concerning the Akamoto clan is an internal affair of the land of waterfalls, and we cannot interfere. Shikamaru insisted. I have no intention of intervening. Surprisingly, Naruto remained more composed than Shikamaru had anticipated. He calmly accepted the fact that Shikamaru and his associates had concealed the events from him. He merely explained that the infighting among the Akamoto clan and other families in the land of waterfalls is a matter beyond external interference. I simply believe that the actions of the feudal lord of the land of waterfalls are inhumane. To resort to murder for personal gain disqualifies him from his position as feudal lord. Shikamaru was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he planning to interfere in the land of waterfalls? This approach of Naruto's was more mature than he had imagined. After all, he had undergone nearly 2 years of Hokage training. He should be well aware of what actions are appropriate and which are not. Yet, it seemed he intended to intervene regarding the feudal lord of the land of waterfalls, which was quite troubling. At the moment, there were no laws or regulations capable of preventing feudal lords and nobility from committing crimes or ensuring they face punishment. Naruto furrowed his brow. This was unjust. Ordinary citizens are bound by laws, and ninjas have rules they must adhere to. Anyone who commits wrongdoing should face repercussions. Yet, the feudal lords and nobility do not. Do you not find that strange? Shikamaru, setting aside the fact that it has always been this way, tell me, how did you come to this conclusion? It must have been influenced by some Uchiha. Naruto, well, during my training as the Hokage's successor, I once posed this question to Kakashi-sensei. Once again, to Shikamaru's surprise, Naruto provided a different answer. However, at that time, Kakashi-sensei told me that identifying a problem is futile. One must be capable of resolving it. He also mentioned that some matters cannot be addressed without occupying the appropriate position. Naruto, hands on his hips, tousled his golden hair, and, with his usual carefree demeanor, told Shikamaru that he thought attaining the position of Hokage would enable him to resolve such issues. But after 6 months in the role, it seemed he lacked the authority to manage the affairs of feudal lords and nobility. Initially, he had been quite troubled by this. At that moment, Sasuke informed him of his desire to unify the ninja world and resolve conflicts. Well, while his methods remain as extreme as ever, I pondered that if approached differently, having Sasuke lead the ninja world might not be a bad idea. Shikamaru was utterly flabbergasted. After allowing Naruto to take a day off, he suddenly learned that his own Hokage intended to team up with the Uchiha to initiate a reform wave in the ninja world. At last, he understood the meaning behind the knowing glance Kakashi had given him during the handover. That guy must have anticipated this. No wonder he pretended to be concerned, telling him that the burden on his shoulders was heavy, but not to feel pressured. If there were matters beyond one's control, one should simply let them unfold naturally. Shikamaru felt utterly exhausted, yet his mind continued to race. Countless schemes flashed through his mind as he contemplated how to dissuade Naruto. But reason told him that when it came to the Uchiha, Naruto would never relinquish control, letting things unfold naturally, how effortlessly said. Since he could not prevent it, Shikamaru decided to take a step back. He solemnly stated, "We will discuss this matter in detail once we return to Konoha. But one point I must emphasize, regardless of how you and Uchiha Sasuke plan to reform things, the one who must lead the ninja world is you, Naruto." He stressed, "No one is more suitable than you, not even Uchiha Sasuke." Upon returning to the land of waterfalls and checking into a different leak-proof inn, Sasuke initially intended to enter his room and shut the door to rest, only to be forcibly interrupted by Menma. "Wait, I have something to ask you." Menma's face was wedged between the door and its frame, his hands desperately holding onto the door and frame. "Dad, you can't escape. I must get to the bottom of this today." So annoying. Sasuke coldly regarded Menma's antics. Even now, hearing an 11-year-old refer to him as dad, he remained uncomfortable. Those words seemed to incessantly remind him that his future self might possess a normal family, a safe harbor to rely upon. This realization caused Sasuke, who had just affirmed his lifelong aspirations, to instinctively recoil. Since he was 7, Itachi had imparted a lesson to him: emotions render one weak. Throughout his relentless pursuit of power for revenge in his youth, he became increasingly convinced that the sole path to achieving his ideals was through total immersion, regarding all other emotions and relationships as mere burdens. Although Naruto's persistent persuasion over the past few years had led to some slight changes in Sasuke, he still viewed excessive emotional experiences as encumbrances. The very presence of this so-called future son had stirred emotional turmoil within him, far exceeding the sum of his past 2 years of journeys. It filled him with dread, yet he found himself irresistibly captivated. How pitiably weak, how absurd. Sasuke permitted Menma to enter, leaning against the window, coldly observing as Menma shut the door and charged toward him, demanding answers. "Why won't you let me tell Naruto that I am his son?" "No need to," Sasuke replied tersely. Menma waited a moment, genuinely confirming that Sasuke had only begrudgingly offered 3 words in response, not even willing to add a punctuation mark. "No need. Why is it unnecessary?" He felt a bit frantic. Previously, no, rather, in the future, Sasuke would never be so miserly with his words. At the very least, he would respond thoroughly to Menma's inquiries. Never dismissively. What could be the reason? "You didn't tell me last time either." Menma was utterly frustrated. When Sasuke had answered Naruto's questions, he had not exhibited this demeanor. He had been responsive and logically coherent, nearly leading Menma to believe he had returned to normal. Yet now, he seemed utterly disinterested in providing explanations. Why? Despite Sasuke's consistently cold expression, Menma remained undeterred. What was there to fear? In his mind, Sasuke had always embodied the image of a gentle father. He had never scolded him, even when Menma misbehaved. The harshest punishment had merely involved being trapped in an illusion to reflect. Typically, as long as he sincerely reflected and apologized, past mistakes would be forgiven. Even now, facing the past version of Sasuke, so what? Menma had never delved deeply into the differences. People may change in character, but how much can they truly alter? Moreover, in the moments spent with the younger Sasuke, Menma could still sense that familiar tenderness in the subtleties. Thus, even if Sasuke displayed no warmth, Menma could overlook it, persistently demanding an explanation. "I have never lied to you," Menma asserted, feeling rather wronged. "I do not wish to deceive Naruto. If he discovers that I have lied, it would surely sadden him. You always tell me to communicate promptly when issues arise, not to hide or bottle them up. Moreover, if Naruto's father can believe in the notion of my being from the future, how could he possibly doubt that I am his son? My arguments are founded and reasonable. We share such a striking resemblance. This boy must surely have been raised by that Naruto fellow." Sasuke swiftly rendered his assessment. Not only was he boisterous, but his relentless pursuit of answers mirrored Naruto's precisely. The mere thought of Naruto conjured familiar phrases in his mind: dear friend, companion, eternal ally. Indeed, the prospect of raising a child together with Naruto in the future must not pertain to the versions of themselves in this world. Sasuke resolutely reaffirmed his conviction. Regardless of this unexpectedly appeared son, the tender father figure referred to by the boy, and his own emotionally vulnerable disposition, none of these were what he desired. Thus, Only a parallel universe could provide clarity. As Menma continued to inquire, Sasuke fell into a moment of silence before ultimately offering an explanation. In this world, Naruto and I are merely friends. Your existence is impossible, he stated flatly. Since you cannot exist, there is no need for Naruto to be aware of your identity. Under the moonlight, Sasuke's expression was obscured, rendering his emotions indistinct. His gaze, profound and contemplative, lingered upon Menma's face, which bore the features of both himself and Naruto. His thoughts drifting to unknown realms. Naruto, having been an orphan since childhood, placed immense value on familial bonds. Upon learning of a blood relative's existence, he would likely be overjoyed. However, you will eventually return to your original world, and when you vanish, that fool will undoubtedly be heartbroken. Sasuke's gaze ultimately settled on those cerulean eyes, his barely audible sigh imbued with a resolute chill. It is better to have never appeared than to gain and then lose. Naruto, he was an orphan from such a young age? Minato's head spun, his legs faltering beneath him, nearly causing him to stumble to the ground. Fortunately, Jiraiya was there to steady him. Minato's voice trembled as he refused to accept the truth. I must have misheard. Naruto, he and Kushina. Minato's words faltered as he beheld the sorrow reflected in Jiraiya's eyes, and reason swiftly unveiled the harsh reality. He and Kushina had not provided Naruto with a complete childhood. Chapter 29, Kindred Spirits. The fragments of memories from past viewings coalesced around the revelation of Naruto's orphan status. Minato shook his head, his vision swimming. Yet his mind remained unervingly clear. What was the happiest moment of his childhood? The surprise birthday party prepared by the neighbors. It felt incongruous with reality. Naruto's desolate visage. Minato was horrified to realize that not only had he failed in his duties as a parent, but Naruto's childhood had likely been fraught with hardship. Perhaps even devoid of joy, incapable of experiencing even a surprise birthday celebration. Sasuke's assertion that Naruto had grown up without parents meant that he and Kushina had both met their demise. Jiraiya murmured, his long-held reason and composure granting him acute awareness. Yet the timing was wrong. It was not during the Fourth Great Ninja War. It was during an earlier period, when Naruto had just been born or during his infancy, a time when he could not remember. This implied that it would be shortly in the future when Jiraiya tightened his grip on Minato's hand, nearly gritting his teeth as he articulated his conclusion. The earliest possible time was 4 months hence, Naruto's due date. A thunderous realization struck, leaving everyone reeling. Worry, anxiety, and anger flashed across their faces, eventually coalescing into grave expressions. Following Jiraiya's deductions, Shikaku interjected, the deaths of Hokage-sama and your wife, Kushina, are no trivial matter. You are still in your prime, and recent health examinations have shown no issues. The most plausible explanation remains. Under ordinary circumstances, the Hokage does not leave the village. And Kushina, carrying a child nearing 7 months, would not venture out lightly. Although there are still dissenters within Konoha, the majority support your rise as the 4th Hokage. It is unlikely that it would be an insider's doing. He narrowed his eyes slightly, uncovering the truth. Either there was an issue with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, or someone launched a surprise attack on Konoha. There was also the possibility, Minato lamented, that someone had exploited the Nine-Tails to orchestrate destruction within Konoha. Perhaps the Nine-Tails sealed within Naruto originated from that very moment. The truth can sometimes be more brutal than one imagines. The conspirators not only caused his demise and Kushina's, but also condemned Naruto to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from infancy. How could he not suffer? How could he not harbor hatred for those who plotted behind the scenes? Minato continued to conjecture. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is monitored by Umbu both before and after, and she herself is an exceptional ninja. The most likely moment for a surprise attack would be during her due date. This statement pierced through the veil of ignorance, revealing that at this moment, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was indeed Uzumaki Kushina. Fugaku stepped forward, declaring, the Uchiha clan swears to protect the Hokage with our lives. Thank you. Minato replied, bitterness welling within him. To die for Konoha was his duty as Hokage, yet the thought of it implicating Kushina and Naruto filled him with guilt. However, at the very least, this time they had more options. Sasuke's candid remarks left Menma in turmoil throughout the night, wrestling with sleeplessness. He was aware of Naruto's background and understood the significance Naruto placed on familial ties. Yet, he had not contemplated the matter deeply. In his eyes, Naruto had always been the embodiment of optimism and cheerfulness, never sorrowful, never defeated by adversity. Menma could scarcely fathom that his arrival would one day bring sadness to his father. Guilt kept him awake throughout the night. It was not until the dim light of dawn that Menma's thoughts circled back, uncovering a flaw in his reasoning. Sasuke's father feared that he was but a transient in this world, that he would not exist in the future. However, as long as Sasuke's father and Naruto's father were together, having fallen in love, would he not then exist? With a sudden burst of energy, Mima sprang up. All right. Wasn't that what I thought before? To ensure my existence, I must find a way to unite Sasuke's father and Naruto's father. The most effective means would be to reveal his identity to Naruto's father, to inform them that they would one day love and support one another. Strangely, why did it suddenly seem that he couldn't disclose the truth to Naruto's father? Mima shook his little head. After a sleepless night, his mind remained hazy. Yet he sensed that something was amiss. Had he fallen into a trap of Sasuke's father's logic? Sasuke's father claimed that he and Naruto's father were not in love, merely friends. But as the son of Sasuke and Naruto, Mima felt confident in countering Sasuke's claims. Since Sasuke's father would not concede, Mima resolved to take a different approach. He would directly ask Naruto's father about his feelings towards Sasuke's father. In any case, Mima firmly believed that there was love between the two. He had grown up listening to Naruto's tales, and he was certain of it. Thus, early in the morning, Naruto was greeted by a little Mima sporting dark circles under his eyes. Wow, Naruto exclaimed, pointing at Mima's eyes. What big dark circles you have. Did you not sleep well last night? Mima rubbed his eyes and stifled a big yawn, his mind clearing just a bit. No, I was thinking about some things. What were you so troubled about? Naruto asked, ruffling Mima's hair. Are you worried you won't be able to go back? Don't worry. Sasuke and I will figure it out for you. You don't need to concern yourself with such matters. That's not it. I'm worried that if I don't unite you two before I go back, then I won't exist in this world. Unfortunately, Mima could not voice his true feelings. Regardless, Sasuke's remarks from the previous night still weighed heavily on him, making it difficult for him to speak the truth. It seems you haven't had breakfast either. Come on, let's get you something to eat. Naruto waved his hand, and Mima instinctively took Naruto's hand, nodding obediently. Naruto paused for a moment, then broke into a wider smile, affectionately ruffling Minma's hair. Ah, so this is what it feels like to have a disciple. Quite delightful indeed. They found a quaint little eatery that appeared reasonably intact. Given the ravages of the storm on the Hidden Soup Village, the number of operational establishments was quite limited. At least this one had a roof that didn't leak, which was a positive sign. Minma glanced at the menu. What would you like to eat? Naruto offered it to him. Minma's eyes lit up. They have sweets. I want to have taiyaki. All right then, let's order 2 of each flavor, Naruto responded, showing no resistance to Minma's unconventional choice of breakfast, but rather indulging him. He did, however, order a bowl of ramen for Minma, simply deducing that he might not be satiated by just taiyaki and would require a more substantial meal. Once the taiyaki arrived, Minma eagerly picked up a piece, took a bite, and his eyes sparkled with delight. It's delicious. Without hesitation, he broke off a large chunk and offered it to Naruto. Old teacher, you should try this. It's a flavor you'll surely enjoy. Naruto was pleasantly surprised that Minma thought to share with him. A memory stirred within him, reminiscent of the time Jiraiya had shared popsicles with him. Gazing at Minma's face, a strangely familiar yet foreign sensation washed over him. The warm taiyaki in his hand feeling almost too hot to hold. Teacher, aren't you going to eat? Minma inquired, puzzled. Naruto took a bite and indeed found it to be a flavor he relished. Isn't it wonderful? This flavor is also quite delightful, Minma insisted, shoving another piece of taiyaki his way. Naruto was astonished to discover their tastes were remarkably similar. They both shared a fondness for ramen and a mutual disdain for vegetables. Minma slurped his ramen noisily, having already picked out the vegetables from his bowl and tossed them onto a separate plate alongside Naruto's. My dad always forces me to eat them, but these vegetables are so bitter, I just can't stomach them, Minma complained. Naruto nodded in agreement, reflecting that elders often had such tendencies. When I traveled with the perverted sage, he couldn't stand my pickiness either and always insisted I eat my greens. Perverted sage? Minma pondered for a moment. You mean Jiraiya, right? Naruto nodded, somewhat bemused at how Minma always seemed to evoke memories of Jiraiya, prompting him to naturally reminisce about the past. You know him, huh? Naruto chuckled, surprised that Sasuke's son was aware of Jiraiya's existence. Of course. You've told me stories about Grandpa Jiraiya before, and every year on his Memorial Day, you take me to his grave, Minma replied. Oh, is that so? Naruto was taken aback. He actually brought Minma to pay respects? Could it be that the strange yet familiar feeling in his heart was indeed the legendary bond between master and disciple? Naruto pondered. Jiraiya, he wiped his face and calmly said to Minato, life, aging, sickness, and death, these are the norms of existence. It's all quite natural. However, it's your safety that deserves more attention. Minato's eyes shimmered with tears. Teacher, thank you for taking care of Naruto. You've worked hard. It's nothing out of the ordinary, came the nonchalant reply. After their meal, Naruto and Minma leaned back in their chairs, both adopting the same posture while rubbing their bellies. Following breakfast, Minma felt a newfound clarity and tentatively asked Naruto, Teacher, what do you think of me? What is your first impression of me? Without hesitation, Naruto responded, Menma is a wonderful kid. I really like him. Yay, that is a great start, Menma exclaimed, his eyes shining brightly. He continued, do you think my existence brings happiness to you and Dad Sasuke? Naruto scratched his head, unsure why Menma would compare his position to Sasuke's. However, seeing the hopeful expression on Menma's face, he replied honestly, as for me, I would definitely be very happy. I've always wanted a family. The master-disciple relationship is probably the closest to that, and you fit perfectly. As for Sasuke, Naruto mused, his expression turning a touch complex. He gently touched Menma's face, which bore a striking resemblance to 12-year-old Sasuke, and smiled. Sasuke would probably be very happy to have you around. He lost his family at the age of 7, so for him, having a family again is a truly joyous thing. Naruto concluded firmly, after all, to regain what was lost is the most gratifying experience. Uchiha Fugaku's head spun, momentarily rendering him speechless. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning, he saw Minato. In-laws, Minato called out sorrowfully. Everything was left unsaid between them. As they exchanged glances filled with mutual sorrow, Menma remained blissfully unaware of how his conversation with Naruto had affected the hearts of their fathers. He was enjoying his time with Naruto immensely, feeling a surge of confidence. I knew it. My existence is not a burden at all. Menma released a weight off his chest. If he wasn't a burden, then he would strive to save this world with his life. Sasuke must be a great dad. Naruto continued. Although he seems cold and tough on the outside, he is actually a very gentle person. He has always been good at taking care of others. Naruto recounted a little story from when they were both 12 and failed to acquire the bells from Kakashi. Despite having eaten better lunches since then, for some reason, he always remembered that particular meal as being uniquely special. He lowered his voice for the final part, almost inaudible to Menma sitting beside him. For some inexplicable reason, Naruto felt a bit shy revealing his feelings so openly. Oh, you've told me that before. Menma nodded eagerly. You mentioned it as a bedtime story several times. Really? Naruto blinked, surprised. Will I tell you bedtime stories in the future? And that you've heard them many times? Yes. When I couldn't sleep as a child, you would tell me stories. Most were about your childhood adventures with Dad Sasuke, and the amusing things you encountered while traveling with Grandpa Jiraiya. Is that so? Naruto was quite astonished. In his memory, putting a child to sleep was something only parents did. How did it sound like he spent quite a bit of time with Menma? Could this be the legendary bond of a teacher being like a father? Naruto felt a surge of happiness at the thought. What about Sasuke and your mother? Did they tell you bedtime stories? He inquired tentatively. I don't have a mother. Just 2 dads. One of them is you. Menma buried his head in his bowl, swallowing back his words. He stammered. And Mom would tell me stories too. Menma, with his face hidden, didn't he see Naruto freeze upon hearing him acknowledge having a mother? What kind of person is your mother? Naruto pressed. How would I know? I don't have a mother. Menma summoned all his willpower to refrain from revealing the complete truth. No, until he confirmed that Sasuke and Naruto truly loved each other. He couldn't divulge the reality. Otherwise, he feared that one moment he would tell Naruto, and the next, he would be back in his original world, leaving Naruto forlornly calling his name. Menma, I'll never see you again. The mere thought of that scene overwhelmed Menma with guilt. To uphold the lie about his mother, he racked his brain and quickly recalled the women he had encountered who could evoke maternal feelings in him. Mom, she is a very strong woman. She is usually busy with work and often stays at the hospital. Everyone at the hospital respects her. He was thinking of Sakura. But she is very gentle with me and cooks well. Whenever she sees me, she warmly greets me and makes my favorite dishes. He thought of Hinata. At times, she would leave me a variety of intriguing ninja tools, expressing her intent to craft the most magnificent wrist guards in the world for me once I reached adulthood. This was Aunt Kankuro and Minister Chiji. She would also gift me with beautiful flowers from her shop and some scrolls, even though I found those scrolls rather peculiar. This was Aunt Ino. In essence, Menma recounted his impressions of all the women he knew. Naruto initially listened with a smile, but as he continued, the narrative grew increasingly disconcerting. Naruto assessed Sasuke's future wife. She is a doctor, a culinary expert, an inventor of ninja tools. And she runs a flower shop and is an artist. What an exceptionally talented young lady. Naruto was astounded. Furthermore, this young woman appeared to excel in time management, juggling her roles as a doctor and inventor while managing 2 shops. Did she not require sleep? Menma ultimately sought to clarify, raising his voice slightly. However, before I was born, my mother divorced Sasuke's father. Indeed. Menma nodded vigorously, not wishing for this suddenly materialized mother to frighten his own father, Naruto. Thus, he hastily patched things up, proclaiming that they had never loved each other. Their union was a mere accident. Both his mother and father had their own beloved ones, resulting in a peaceful separation. Naruto-sensei, you understand, right? The crux of the matter lies in that phrase about having their own beloved ones. Menma winked at Naruto. hoping he caught his hint. Quickly, asked me who Sasuke's father harbors a crush on. Yet, Naruto's attention was fixated elsewhere. Huh, such a perfect woman. And Sasuke hasn't he captured her? Naruto felt indignant. She could heal, invent, have ambition, cook, and appreciate art. What more could Sasuke possibly desire? Were his standards truly so high? For Naruto, the woman Menma described epitomized the ideal spouse in his worldview, even if he was somewhat unclear about his future wife. Menma's vivid portrayal left him unable to find any faults. Sasuke, how can you not appreciate such a wonderful woman and still marry her? Naruto shook his head in regret, feeling that it was terribly irresponsible to treat love so lightly. How despicable. Despicable? What despicable? Menma buried his face in the soup bowl, his thoughts racing. Oh no, had he gone too far? Lying to Sasuke's father was truly not his forte. Sasuke's father, I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional QAQ. Naruto's father doesn't follow my line of thought at all. If only he had asked who Sasuke's father's beloved was. The scene concluded with Naruto's lament of something lost and found. Following this display, due to the emotional turmoil of the fathers involved, the customary discussion that usually followed was swiftly abandoned, and everyone dispersed to their respective homes. As Minato walked a few streets away from home, he noticed the soft yellow glow emanating from his house, warming his heart. A sudden thought crossed his mind. In the future, would there be family members leaving the light on for Naruto as he grew up, waiting for him to return home? Minato closed his eyes, not wishing to dwell on it further. He was almost home, and Kushina was waiting for him. He didn't want her to see the sorrow etched on his face. With a few leaps, he quickly returned home. Indeed, Kushina was still waiting for him. I'm back. Welcome home. Minato assisted Kushina as they made their way to their room. At this point, Naruto and Kushina's womb was nearing 7 months, making her pregnancy challenging. It was best for her to be supported while walking to avoid straining her spine. I told you not to wait for me. Staying up late isn't good for you. Kushina gently rubbed her belly, her fiery temperament having softened during pregnancy, her gaze tender. It's all right. Little Naruto is very well behaved. Moreover, I want to know sooner what great things our big Naruto will accomplish in the future. Minato's movements froze. What's wrong? Did something happen to big Naruto? Kushina was perceptive. Nothing's wrong. He didn't want to inform Kushina that Naruto would grow up as an orphan, alone. She was pregnant, and learning too many bad news would do no good and could harm her. So, Minato opted for a lighter topic. Menma encountered Big Naruto. However, Big Naruto didn't recognize Menma's identity. But Menma looks so much like Naruto. How could he not recognize him? Menma thought he hadn't revealed his true identity to Naruto. No, Menma assumed Naruto and Sasuke were merely friends and didn't dare disclose his real identity. Minato recalled the complicated yet clear relationship between his son and the youngest Uchiha, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. They were still friends. That thin layer of glass had yet to be broken. Kushina's eyes widened in surprise. But the way you described their interactions earlier, it clearly wasn't just a friendship. Why hasn't that barrier been broken? You also told me you would teach our son how to pursue someone properly. It seems you haven't taught him very well. Minato felt a pang in his heart. He intended to teach, but never anticipated he wouldn't have the chance. Wait. The slow development of Naruto and Sasuke's relationship couldn't possibly be related to his own early demise, could it? Was it because of the lack of parental guidance that Naruto did not comprehend his feelings? Minato felt as if he had uncovered a painful truth. His heart ached, feeling as if it were being sliced open. He dared not contemplate how Naruto had grown up alone without parental companionship. Yet the subtle hints of the future were enough to inflict pain and guilt upon him. I'm sorry, Big Naruto. He reached out to touch Kushina's belly. Little Naruto, rest assured, at least in this world, I will not allow you to tread the same path in the dead of night. Naruto leaped a few times, quickly pinpointing his location, and soon found himself outside a hotel room window. Gently pushing, he discovered the window was indeed left ajar. With a graceful leap, he slipped through the window. Upon looking up, he saw a figure leaning against the window, just lifting his eyelids in acknowledgement. Naruto refrained from inquiring why Sasuke was still awake at such a late hour, instead opting to explain the reason for his tardiness. I was delayed in the morning and then caught up in a late-night assignment. What brings you here? Naruto replied confidently, of course. I'm here to discuss Menma's whereabouts. We need to figure out how to send him back to his original place, at the very least. You should consult me on this matter. Naruto stated that there were indeed several ninjas in Konoha skilled in space-time ninjutsu. Sasuke replied, are you referring to Kakashi or Orochimaru? Both. Naruto shrugged off his snow-dusted outer coat, feeling a bit chilly, and casually grabbed the blanket from Sasuke's bed, wrapping himself up like a rice ball. Kakashi has vanished somewhere, digging up wild graves, while Orochimaru is still under confinement. Sasuke cut to the chase. Neither can help. So who else can you find? He glanced at Naruto, all bundled up, showing little concern for his own blanket or bed, tossing a few logs into the fire to stoke the flames. There must be others who can help, Naruto muttered, but I spoke with Menma this morning, and he didn't seem particularly eager to return. Sasuke stiffened. You spoke with Menma? What did he tell you? Just some basic things, like the general situation of everyone in the future. I'm aware of the taboos surrounding space-time ninjutsu, so I didn't delve into details. To avoid the butterfly effect, one typically cannot inquire too specifically about future events. Menma was unaware of this, but both Naruto and Sasuke understood it. Hence, they had yet to ask Menma for specific future information. Naruto suddenly remembered something, standing up abruptly, causing the blanket to slide off and fall to the ground. He didn't have time to attend to it, instead leaping forward, scrutinizing Sasuke's face closely. Sasuke, taken aback by Naruto's sudden proximity, pushed him away. What are you doing? By the way, how did I not notice before? Naruto rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You, my friend, are quite the scoundrel. Sasuke, Naruto, filled with indignation, exclaimed, how could you abandon such a perfect person as Hinata's mother? That's truly despicable. Hinata's mother? In a moment of inexplicable guilt, Sasuke's mind faltered, leading his thoughts astray. Was he referring to Naruto? When did he ever abandon Naruto? Sasuke appeared utterly bewildered. Chapter 31, The Truth. The atmosphere during the subsequent holographic conference was markedly different from the previous one. At the last meeting, attendees were brimming with excitement. Having concluded that Konoha would lead the allied forces to unify the ninja world alongside the Sound Village. However, this time, among the 7 present, nearly half had received news of their own demise, 2 of whom were facing imminent death. This revelation was hardly conducive to enthusiasm. Silence enveloped the room as no one seemed inclined to speak first. They exchanged glances, their focus drawn to the 3 individuals who were fated to perish. It felt rather awkward to allow those uninvolved to deliver such grim news. Others urged them with their eyes. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, resigned to his fate as one of the soon-to-die, stepped forward, inscribing several lines on the whiteboard. The causes of death for the 4th, the Uchiha clan leader's family, and Jiraiya were noted, each followed by a prominent question mark. This somewhat alleviated the awkward atmosphere. Jiraiya protested, there's no need to include my cause of death. It's a subject worthy of its own study. According to Naruto's words, I'm far from finished. I still have many years ahead of me. Compared to my situation, Minato, your cause of death holds greater significance. Who knows, perhaps I might just pass away peacefully due to old age. This argument seemed reasonable, prompting nods of agreement. Well then, Minato added a note of temporarily set aside after Jiraiya's cause of death. Satisfied, Jiraiya began speaking. We discussed your cause of death sufficiently last time, Minato. I'd like to point out that the mastermind capable of infiltrating Konoha and controlling the Nine Tails must be intimately familiar with the village. They not only know the secret identity of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but also manage to manipulate the Nine Tails amid formidable obstacles, particularly under your protection. Their strength should not be underestimated. Upon reflection, few individuals possess such capabilities. The only likely candidate is the elusive holographic voyeur we failed to apprehend recently. Konoha has searched extensively for this voyeur without any leads. Given the circumstances, it seems plausible they infiltrated Konoha to scout and set a trap. Otherwise, the timing is simply too convenient. It bears resemblance to the traces of space-time ninjutsu. Minato shared the recent findings of the Umbu regarding the residual chakra, which was notably peculiar, dissipating rapidly and vanishing in an unusual manner. Kakashi recalled the last time he examined the traces left by the voyeur. Inexplicably, his left Sharingan suddenly felt warm. If we're discussing space-time ninjutsu, the 3rd Hokage mused, that makes complete sense. Coming and going without a trace. It's no wonder they had the audacity to reveal their presence before us. Perhaps they have been among us these past few days, undetected by the Umbu. This speculation sent chills down everyone's spines, and they furrowed their brows. However, given the voyeur's prowess, such a possibility seemed entirely feasible. Minato reassured them. I received reports from the Umbu before the holographic display. I personally patrolled the area and increased personnel and detection devices in suspicious locations. I can assure you, this time, the voyeur did not appear. Nara Shikaku remarked, if that's the case, then the content of this hologram must be unknown to them. As well as our knowledge of the impending attack on Konoha, we can seize the initiative and set a trap to capture this individual, thus eliminating a threat to the 4th. True to his strategist title, Shikaku quickly devised a plan aimed at apprehending the lurking voyeur. After a brief discussion, the group finalized a concrete strategy, eagerly awaiting the next holographic presentation for a successful capture. After concluding this topic, they turned to discuss the next unfortunate soul's demise. Uchiha Fugaku, with a clear understanding of his fate, stated, I have conferred with the elders of our clan. Based on the information provided by the hologram, it seems that 7 years hence, the Uchiha clan will face a great calamity. This disaster will inflict grievous losses upon our clan, resulting in the untimely demise of my wife and me, leaving only our 2 sons to survive. The hologram had first appeared during the summer festival, and those in Konoha who needed to know were already aware. Astute individuals could surmise that this device revealed glimpses of the future. Thus, it was reasonable for Fugaku to discuss certain matters with the elders, provided no core information was disclosed. Fugaku's face bore the weight of sorrow. I once believed our clan would die valiantly in the 4th Great Ninja War, but alas, the others contemplated deeply, filling in the unspoken thoughts. They had not anticipated that the Uchiha might not perish in battle, but rather succumb to internal strife. The deaths of the Uchiha clan leader and his wife were a tragedy of a different nature than that of the 4th Hokage. The distinctions were vast. The Uchiha clan leader rarely undertook missions and typically did not offend individuals from other villages, making it improbable that external forces would be responsible for their demise. After much deliberation, the only plausible explanation seemed to be internal conflict. The Uchiha clan's infighting, the former leader's death, the ascendancy of a new leader who forces the original leader's 2 children to flee Konoha. This narrative appeared to hold water. After all, the Uchiha had a history of such discord. The 3rd Hokage nodded thoughtfully. Apart from this possibility, no other explanations seemed viable. It was inconceivable that the Uchiha clan's plight was orchestrated by Konoha to suppress their growing dissent. No, that was impossible. Minato would not allow such a thing to happen. Wait, Minato had been dead for 7 years. A shiver ran through the 3rd Hokage as he suddenly recognized the oversight. If Minato had died and the position of Hokage was once again vacant, the Uchiha clan might have contested for the title, only to be if another faction orchestrated their downfall. It all began to make sense. As for who would specifically target the Uchiha clan, he glanced at Fugaku and decided to suppress this theory for the time being, intending to discuss it thoroughly with Minato later. If he was correct, this could be a significant bombshell. The final topic of the meeting concerned the abilities of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Jiraiya once again interjected. Let me clarify. I cannot produce such a student. Neither can Orochimaru. Kakashi vigorously nodded in agreement. Neither can I. Fugaku, with restraint, added. The Uchiha clan cannot claim such power either. He resolutely disregarded certain legends. The 4th Hokage remarked, neither can Kushina and I. The 3rd Hokage stated, in all my years, I have never encountered anyone with such strength. Nara Shikaka hesitated. It cannot possibly be sage techniques, can it? Reincarnation of a deity? Minato recalled a previous mention of 3 lives, 3 worlds, and similarly hesitated. Surely not. To admit my son is the reincarnation of a deity seems rather unscientific. I don't recall any miraculous events during Kushina's pregnancy with Naruto. The group exchanged glances, and apart from denying the notion, they could not arrive at any conclusions. They were left with no choice but to temporarily set the discussion aside. Meanwhile, Hinata awoke that morning with 3 powerful sneezes, feeling a chill envelop her. Upon looking up, she saw Sasuke standing coldly at her bedside, gazing down at her. Reflexively, she exclaimed, I'm sorry, Dad. I was wrong, and I promise I won't make the same mistake again. Sasuke paused, momentarily silenced by Hinata's well-practiced apology. This kid must cause quite a bit of trouble to have such a ready apology at hand. Sasuke was momentarily at a loss for words. However, a warning was still in order. In a couple of days, you and Naruto will return to Konoha, Sasuke declared firmly. Remember, don't speak out of turn again. Hinata's face lit up with joy. Yay, I'm going back to Konoha with Naruto's dad. Suddenly taken aback, what does it mean to refrain from speaking recklessly? His face was a portrait of anxiety. Could it be true? Just yesterday morning he had spun a web of deceit. And today he found himself ensnared in his own lies. Sasuke, what do you think? I'm so sorry, Dad. I was wrong. The sincerity in Itachi's demeanor was palpable as he bowed his head in apology, leaving no room for ambiguity. Naruto's dad asked me about my mother, and in a moment of desperation, I resorted to lying. I'll apologize to him and admit that I deceived him. In truth, Itachi regretted his words the instant they left his lips. He grasped the adage that while telling a lie may come easily, untangling it is a formidable challenge. He feared that if Naruto were to inquire again about his mother, he would be at a complete loss for words. Sasuke remained silent for a moment, neither urging Itachi to confess his deceit to Naruto nor suggesting he maintain his falsehood. To be candid, under normal circumstances, he would dismiss such baseless rumors without a second thought. Last night, when Naruto rambled on about his future marriage to a perfect woman followed by a divorce, Sasuke was incensed. His ire was directed not only at the instigator, Itachi, but also at Naruto himself. That fool. He actually believed he would one day enter into a union with some inexplicable woman, forming a family. Clearly, His mind had made no progress over the years. In a fit of anger, Sasuke yanked the blanket off Naruto, and had it not been for the heavy snowfall outside, no, rather, had there not been serious matters left to discuss, he would have tossed Naruto out without a second thought. Yet, after a night of reflection, he found his anger to be rather absurd. He had long known Naruto was gullible and easily swayed. He had witnessed the boy's propensity for fabricating nonsense on numerous occasions. There was no reason for his vexation. It was merely another tedious rumor. Thus, Sasuke issued a stern warning, "No next time," and let the matter rest. Itachi exhaled a sigh of relief. Then, recalling something, he inquired, "Did Naruto's dad ask you about the person you love?" "Sasuke, what kind of rumor is that?" Understanding Sasuke's expression, Itachi obediently divulged the elaborate lie he had concocted the previous day. The more Sasuke listened, the colder his expression became, emanating an icy aura. Itachi sneezed once more and instinctively wrapped himself tighter in the small blanket. He glanced at Sasuke, striving to justify himself. "I merely aimed to subtly inform Naruto's dad of your long-standing affection for him. Who knew I would be left in distress when he didn't even ask about it?" "Sasuke, I do not harbor feelings for Naruto." He enunciated the phrase harbor feelings with palpable disdain. Itachi, resolutely denying the accusation, retorted, "Impossible. I may have told a fib, but your affection for Naruto's dad over the years is no lie. It is an undeniable fact. I have proof." He sprang from the bed and began rummaging through his backpack. Upon his arrival in this world, his memories had felt obscured, as if shrouded by a veil. However, after a few sleepless nights, some recollections began to resurface. For instance, he distinctly remembered seizing a hardcover edition of the Chronicles of Naruto during his time in the hidden hot water village. He proclaimed earnestly to the stoic Sasuke, arms crossed and eyes narrowed, "This is..." Shortly after Naruto's dad became Hokage, he personally penned this biography detailing his early life. Every word within is true, backed by evidence. Absolutely no fabrication. Itachi flipped to a specific page and, with a voice both firm and resonant, recited the following lines. "My dearest friend, Uchiha Sasuke, has been my companion since childhood. No one understands him better than I. I am well aware that he has long harbored affection for someone, yet alas, time has slipped by, and fate has conspired against him, leaving his love unacknowledged." Sasuke, he felt as if struck by lightning, his entire body tingling. Upon further inspection, he noticed a promotional band on the book's cover, boldly proclaiming it a bestseller for over 20 years, beloved by readers, and a must-read for life. Sasuke, excellent. This rumor is spreading even more widely than the previous Konoha gossip report. In 20 years' time, no one will be unaware of Uchiha Sasuke's unreciprocated affection, nor will he even realize he is in love. That future, indeed, is not the future of this world. Chapter 32, Familiarity. Itachi continued to read on. Sasuke could no longer endure the drivel and interrupted him with a sharp command, "Be quiet." Itachi tilted his head, confused as to why his father appeared even angrier than before. Hesitantly, he innocently inquired, "Dad, why does your face look a bit red? Is it because of the cold weather? Should I make a fire for you?" "Sasuke." Itachi stared at Sasuke's face, frightened, and glanced at the book in his hands. For reasons unknown, Sasuke's glare almost led Itachi to believe he would incinerate the book on the spot. Although he couldn't fathom why his father was so furious, he knew that burning the book was out of the question. He had fought long and hard to obtain it. Itachi emphasized, "The Chronicles of Naruto is regarded as one of the most valuable books of our time, without exception. You cannot underestimate its worth. Furthermore, it is certainly not one of those unrealistic reports. Naruto's dad has emphasized that this book contains no falsehoods. Every statement grounded in reality." "Grounded in reality? I find much of what you just read to be quite implausible." Sasuke extended his hand, motioning for Itachi to hand over the book. After much hesitation and confirming Sasuke's expression, Itachi reluctantly relinquished the book. "I've waited so long to get this hardcover edition, so please handle it with care." Sasuke took the book, glancing at the cover, where the golden silhouette appeared strikingly familiar. The unwavering determination in those two eyes evoked the image of the original, tenacious and unyielding. It was an uncanny resemblance. Sasuke couldn't help but steal a few more glances. That guy must have worn a self-satisfied expression when choosing this cover. Sasuke pondered, slightly distracted. Confident that Itachi's origins from a parallel world would not disrupt their timeline, he did not exercise the same caution as Naruto inquiring about future details. Moreover, it was an autobiography penned by a bottom-tier individual. Who could say what nonsensical things he might have included? Perhaps he would even dedicate thousands of words praising his own brilliance regarding some trivial jutsu. Flipping through casually, Sasuke quickly skimmed past lengthy accounts of unrequited love and, before he could marvel at Naruto's writing prowess, which was both concise and mature, he stumbled upon a significant point. Scientific ninja tools. Developed under the leadership of Orochimaru and sold by the Sound Research Technology Development Base, they could enhance the abilities of ordinary ninjas and even non-ninja individuals, thus igniting a wave of reform in collaboration with the allied shinobi forces. Upon reading this, Sasuke felt an inkling of realization, and his expression sharpened. Scientific ninja tools, Sound Research Technology Development Base, and the allied shinobi forces. He repeated these phrases in his mind, flipping back and forth through the pages, only to find a supplementary note at the end of that section. Since the Warring States period, the ninja system has remained unchanged, resulting in countless tragedies for many individuals and families. My friend and I have discussed how to change everything. However, the initial steps are always challenging. The above are merely some immature ideas, and I hope they can pave the way for a new and better path. Merely ideas? As he flipped further, he encountered additional content. Sasuke furrowed his brow, contemplating, and then bent down to ask Itachi, "Do you know what's scientific?" He abruptly halted. Sasuke felt his chakra inexplicably surge. It was as if a stone had shattered the surface of the water, causing invisible ripples to spread, disturbing the tranquility of the deep lake. Itachi suddenly felt dizzy, exclaiming, "Ouch!" as he struggled to maintain his balance, teetering on the brink of collapse. Sasuke stepped forward to support him. A wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, not merely in his head, but seemingly emanating from his eyes, which throbbed painfully as he pressed his hands against his temples. In that moment, he could not discern whether the disorientation stemmed from his head or his eyes. All he knew was that when he opened his eyes, he was met with a flurry of static and unbearable discomfort. Sasuke sensed something was amiss. He swiftly lifted the bandage from his left eye, revealing the enigmatic Sharingan once more. The six-pointed star rotated rapidly, unveiling the traces of chakra before him. The pulsation was emanating from the chakra of Menma. Within Menma's body resided three distinct chakra sources: his own, that of the alternate version of himself from another realm, and Naruto's chakra. Now, in Sasuke's vision, Menma's own chakra flowed with increasing velocity, gathering in his eyes. Due to the frantic accumulation, some chakra overflowed, inadvertently affecting Sasuke's own chakra. This was dire. Menma was merely 11 years old, and his body had yet to mature. If this continued, his brain would explode from the excess chakra. Without hesitation, Sasuke reached out to temper Menma's chakra flow, following the guidance of his alternate self from another world, and once more sealed away the tempestuous power within Menma's eyes. It was not until he had expended a significant portion of his own chakra that he managed to stabilize the situation. After a considerable interval, Menma finally perceived the dissipating snowflakes in his vision, and the dizziness subsided. As he lifted his head, a fleeting flash of purplish red flickered in his eyes before swiftly reverting to their cerulean hue. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly, his heart jolting. That pattern was the space-time ninjutsu. So that was the source. It originated from Menma's eyes. Sasuke realized, casting a gaze filled with complex emotions upon Menma. Had Menma, embodying the combined six paths powers of himself and Naruto, been bestowed with such a unique pair of eyes? And did it also involve such intricate temporal abilities? Menma, still covering his face, lifted his head and glanced down at the familiar book on the ground, bewilderedly inquiring, "Hey, when did my Naruto Chronicles come out?" He had entirely forgotten the conversation he had just shared with Sasuke. Sasuke's expression grew more intricate. Under the laws of time, to safeguard the integrity of the timeline, any significant events pertaining to the future would inevitably erase extraneous effects. This meant that Menma's amnesia could stem from two possibilities, one being the recent chakra fluctuation that had impaired his memory, the other being the influence of the temporal laws. Should it be the latter, it would imply that Menma truly hailed from the future of this world. This indicated that in the future, he and Naruto indeed had a child together. Sasuke, am I mad in the future? Sasuke could not fathom it. You should take this book back and refrain from showing it to others lightly. Sasuke picked up the book and returned it to Menma. He was unaware that should he turn the page, he would encounter the next chapter, titled The Uchiha Clan and Konoha's History. Regarding matters of the future, should anyone inquire, refrain from divulging any specifics. Sasuke rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. In the face of uncertainty regarding which of the two possibilities held truth, preparations must be made for both scenarios. Since Menma's arrival in this world, he had encountered quite a few individuals. Fortunately, the interactions had remained superficial. To maintain the stability of the timeline, as a precaution, after sending Menma back, it would be necessary to seal away all memories concerning him from others, including himself. Even Sasuke, at this moment, felt compelled to mutter, "What a hassle." Alright. Menma accepted the Naruto Chronicles, flipping through it until his eyes sparkled. "Right, Dad? I'm not lying. I have proof. Dad, Naruto wrote about it in the biography. Don't believe me? I'll read it to you. My dear friend, Uchi, shut up, I get it. Sasuke, with a blank expression, interrupted Menma's ramblings once more. With rumors of his relationship with Naruto swirling, it was well known that he harbored an unrequited affection for that guy, a future labeled as an emotional imbecile. That kind of future was one he did not desire. As Naruto strolled out of Sasuke's room with a yawn, he immediately encountered Karen's complex expression. Morning. Naruto greeted her cheerfully. Karen, what are you doing in Sasuke's room? Never mind, don't explain, I don't want to hear it. Naruto, with a perfectly reasonable explanation, recounted that he had been discussing matters with Sasuke for an extended period the previous night, and, feeling too lazy to return home, had simply slept there. Besides, today was a holiday, and he had no work to attend to. Any issues? Karen smiled. No problem, absolutely no problem. Why were you two conversing late into the night? Why didn't Sasuke kick you out? With so many vacant rooms, why did you choose to stay in Sasuke's room? And it seems you even shared the same bed. None of these mattered. Karen opted not to pursue the matter further. You should enter this room. Karen stepped aside, revealing another woman with crimson hair behind her. Naruto inquired. Who is she? The current head of the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Kishi, Karen explained, adding that she wished to speak with Sasuke. Akimichi Kishi slightly raised her head, revealing a beautiful visage, her features soft, yet her gaze resolute and fearless. Naruto felt an immediate fondness for her, reminiscent of the warmth Sakura had always exuded. Originally, Akimichi Kishi intended to have a private conversation with Sasuke Uchiha. However, a golden-haired friend who bore a striking resemblance to Sasuke had also followed along. Akimichi Kishi regarded Naruto, who was smiling at her, with contemplation. They appeared to share a strong bond. If that were the case, perhaps the matter at hand wouldn't be too troublesome. However, why did another child, seated beside him, also join? Menma sidled up to Naruto, curiously peering at the renowned Akimichi clan's building department head. It was said that she had played a significant role in the construction of the Sound Research Base, transforming the once eerie Snake Den into a livable and research-friendly facility, earning it a spot among the top 10 architectural aesthetics. What brings you to me? At that moment, Sasuke was unaware that the woman before him would soon become one of his subordinates and had no desire to engage with the affairs of the Akimichi clan, thus responding coldly. Naruto, however, took a more enthusiastic approach, pouring a cup of tea for Akimichi Kishi and warmly welcoming her. For a moment, Akimichi Kishi nearly mistook Naruto for the leader of the group. She composed herself and spoke softly about her purpose. I have come to express my gratitude for saving my sister, Akimichi Chiya. Previously, I learned through my subordinates that my sister was taken hostage by nefarious individuals, and it was you who intervened, allowing her to escape. I am immensely grateful, and as a token of my appreciation, I wish to transcribe our clan's ancient secrets and present them to you. She produced a scroll. Wow, this reward is indeed quite generous from the Akimichi clan. Naruto stroked his chin, recalling that the Akimichi clan also possessed unique bloodline limits. Thus, the so-called ancient secrets must also pertain to the mysteries of their bloodline. A significant offering, indeed, and perhaps a bit excessive. Sasuke also recognized the weight of this reward, but dismissed it. My act of saving was merely a matter of conscience. What does it have to do with your Akimichi clan? If you wish to save someone, then do so. It is all a matter of the heart. Therefore, I shall not take on the burdens of your clan, regardless of how valuable the reward may be. Perceiving the atmosphere growing tense, Naruto intervened. Speak plainly. If there is anything we can assist with, we will do our utmost to help. You misinterpret my intentions. Akimichi Kishi sighed, hesitating momentarily before revealing her true purpose. I wish to request your assistance in escorting Chiya to a safe location, allowing her to live incognito while abandoning her future. Huh? Why? Akimichi Kishi forced a smile, explaining. The Takigakure no longer has a place for the Akimichi clan. Those who oppose us have united, sending me covert messages stating that I have offended the feudal lord of Takigakure, and for that, I must pay. For the safety of Takigakure, I must choose between two options. Either surrender my entire clan to the Lord's wrath, or take the lives of my fellow clansmen, and in return, they might spare my sister Chiya. Huh. Naruto spat out his tea. This script seemed oddly familiar. He cast a glance at Sasuke beside him, and indeed, his face was darkened to the core, with the Sharingan flaring ominously. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku remained remarkably composed as he observed the light screen, even pondering what could possibly be vexing his youngest son. Ah, the youth of today? It seems they still have much to learn about concealing their emotions. Chapter 33, Exploded. Uchiha Fugaku maintained his calm demeanor, musing on what could have provoked Sasuke's ire. Since the emergence of the light screen, it was the first time he had witnessed such a grim expression on Sasuke's face. The affairs of the Akamoto clan were not particularly rare. Internal strife and disputes could lead to the utter annihilation of an entire clan due to a single misstep. While it was undeniably tragic, It also underscored the incompetence of the Akamoto clan. The law of the jungle prevailed. There was nothing overly concerning about it. Akamoto Nozomi continued to plead. Chie is still so young, merely 8 years old. I cannot bear to see her become one of the sacrifices due to the internal strife of the land of hot water. Therefore, dear benefactor, though I do not know your true identity, I earnestly request you to save my sister once more, whether it be riches or secret techniques. I shall offer them both with utmost sincerity. She knelt down, anxiously awaiting a response from the adult towering above her. The life and death of Chie hung in the balance, and each passing moment felt like an eternity of torment. However, Akamoto Nozomi did not anticipate that instead of a response from the adult, another adult would intervene urgently. The one advising was not her, but her benefactor. Sasuke, Sasuke, calm down, Naruto exclaimed, swiftly embracing Sasuke, his legs wrapping around his waist to secure him tightly. You cannot use the Rinnegan to open a space and directly eliminate the feudal lord of the land of hot water. Acting without justification will lead to dire consequences. Sasuke remained unfazed, even identifying the target for his wrath. Then I shall directly eliminate the high-ranking officials of the hidden hot water village. He scoffed. Those who can conceive such despicable schemes do not deserve to exist in this world. Naruto replied, that may be true, but I fear that if you go now, you will annihilate the entire upper echelon, resulting in the obliteration of the hidden hot water village. Moreover, it would similarly lack justification. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan's reputation had already suffered immensely following the Fourth Great Ninja War. If Sasuke were to resort to such extreme measures, given his disposition, he would not deign to offer an explanation, which would lead others to label him a wanted criminal once again, unleashing his fury upon innocent villagers. If this continued, Sasuke would likely face even greater hostility and persecution in the future. What was that phrase? A stench that lingers for eternity? The thought alone exhausted Naruto. He could not bear to witness Sasuke fall to such depths. Akamoto Nozomi, bewildered, lifted her gaze, only to be met with the terrifying gaze of the Sharingan. She stood frozen, realizing that her benefactor was none other than Uchiha. She nearly found herself unable to utter the name Uchiha, having participated in the Fourth Great Ninja War. She trembled uncontrollably. Sasuke regarded the woman before him and suddenly inquired, what will you choose? Akamoto Nozomi, confused, responded, what do you mean? Sasuke, with an inscrutable expression, pressed on, a choice between two options. You want me to take away your sister, which implies the latter option. No, I will choose neither option. Akamoto Nozomi steadied her expression, perhaps having long since come to terms with her thoughts, relinquishing any hope of survival. She no longer trembled, regaining her former composure. Setting aside the question of whether I can endure humiliation and still live, I will never take the life of my kin for Chie's sake. If they can threaten me with Chie's life, they surely have no intention of allowing her to live. Even if she survives, what then? Should I withhold the truth from her, forcing her to endure mockery and suspicion in the hidden hot water village, merely scraping by? Or should I reveal that her kin perished because of her, that I have committed a grievous sin due to her, thus plunging her into eternal guilt and anguish, leaving no room for happiness? Chie is the most important person to me, my sole family in this world. I cannot bear the thought of my sister being cast into hell because of my sins. Moreover, I am not only Chie's sister, but also the leader of the Akamoto clan. I must take responsibility for my clan. How could I, out of selfishness, seek the mercy of the enemy and commit such a heinous act? Are they not innocent? The Akamoto clan has been a part of the hidden hot water village since its inception. Our ancestors worked tirelessly to establish it, never imagining it would come to this. Akamoto Nozomi closed her eyes, concealing the sorrow within them. If the feudal lord of the land of hot water is the poison blade that led to the demise of the Akamoto clan, then the political adversaries within the hidden hot water village are the ones wielding that blade from the shadows. I cannot yield to their threats. The Akamoto clan cannot succumb to their intimidation. Thus, even if deemed reckless, even if it is said we will shatter the peace of the hidden hot water village out of selfishness, the Akamoto clan shall not exit in such a disgraceful manner. I, along with my kin, vow to fight against those behind the scenes to the bitter end. However, there are ordinary members within the Akamoto clan. Though they share the Akamoto surname, they possess no talent, have never learned a single jutsu, nor participated in the internal disputes between the Akamoto and the hidden hot water village. Like my younger sister, they are innocent victims, merely because they bear the Akamoto name. They are to be exterminated. Akamoto Nozomi knelt once again. Previously unaware of your identity as the legendary Uchiha, I refrained from mentioning it. I beseech you, for the sake of those who are innocently entangled, please save them. In that instant, Sasuke found himself at a loss for words. For the first time, he truly regarded the woman before him. She appeared quite youthful, perhaps around 20 years of age. Itachi was merely 13 at the time, and now his elder brother, Itachi, remains eternally 21. A sigh was heard, and Sasuke felt warmth on his shoulder. It was Naruto, embracing him as if he were something fragile, which felt rather absurd. Together with our kin, we shall fight to the last drop of blood, Sasuke repeated softly, uncertain. He could not decipher whether Okamoto Nozomi's choice was right or wrong. Itachi's influence on him was profound, obscuring his vision of another path, leaving him unsure if an alternative choice would yield less suffering. The only thing he was certain of was his desire to kill. But Naruto would prevent him. That stubborn fool was resolute. Sasuke recalled the Naruto chronicles he had previously seen. Perhaps there was another way. For you, there are two enemies. One is the detestable rabble employed by the feudal lord of the land of hot water, whose strength you cannot counter. I can assist you with that. As for the remaining internal strife and the feudal lord, once the rabble is dealt with, you should be able to handle them, correct? Okamoto Nozomi was overjoyed, responding without a moment's hesitation, certainly, even if I must sever ties with the Okamoto clan afterward and atone with my life. I will personally slay the enemy and the feudal lord. In this era, it is permissible to assassinate the political adversaries of the village. However, to kill the feudal lord, even if he survives, one must consider the welfare of one's kin and sever ties with the family, preferably atoning on the spot to prevent the clan from suffering at the hands of the nobles. There is another option, Sasuke stated nonchalantly. Kill them and proclaim my name. You need not die. Okamoto Nozomi's eyes widened, and all her sorrow was replaced by shock. As an astute individual, she understood what Sasuke's words signified. As long as she invoked the name of Uchiha, all those she had offended would seek vengeance against the Uchiha. They would naturally assume that it was Uchiha who instigated her to commit these great crimes. Likewise, she would be regarded as a subordinate of the Uchiha from that moment on. Okamoto Nozomi had never imagined that she would one day be associated with the legendary Uchiha, not in the manner of being beaten during the Fourth Great Ninja War. So, would she prefer to be a subordinate of the Uchiha or commit suicide after her revenge as an act of atonement? Was there even a choice to be made? Naturally, she would choose to live. Moreover, this Uchiha was capable of intervening to rescue her sister without prior knowledge of the situation. And it was said that he had also contributed in the Fourth Great Ninja War. The character of Okamoto seems to surpass that of other Uchiha in virtue. At the very least, he harbors no thoughts of world annihilation. Okamoto Nozomi, quite astute, promptly bowed in acknowledgement of his allegiance. Once Okamoto departed, Menma felt as though he had completed an overview of the preliminary integration of the Okamoto clan into the establishment of the Research and Development Laboratory for Sound Studies. However, a sense of unease lingered within him, primarily due to the unsettling familiarity of the Okamoto clan's past. They were among the first to join the sound studies. Yet they maintained a veil of secrecy regarding their history, leaving even Menma largely uninformed until this moment of revelation. Their plight bears a striking resemblance to that of the Uchiha, Menma murmured, a hint of sorrow threading through his voice. He reached out and embraced Sasuke, offering comfort. Father, the Uchiha clan is not solely represented by you. I too bear the name Uchiha. In response, Sasuke found himself ensnared in a flurry of affection, with 4 arms and 2 legs entwined, rendering him immobile. The remnants of his earlier grief and anger dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming desire to cast these 2 interlopers away. Naruto, without a second thought, chimed in. Yes, Sasuke, I am here too. You are not alone. Sasuke, veins pulsing with irritation, retorted. Menma is one thing. But what do you have to do with it? Are you planning to change your surname to Uchiha as well? Naruto's expression turned conflicted, after a fleeting moment of contemplation. He gritted his teeth and declared, well, if that's what you wish, we were brothers in our previous lives anyway. Sasuke, rendered numb, snapped, be quiet. The scene projected on the screen depicted an endearing tableau. Outside the luminous display, Uchiha Fugaku felt as though he were ensnared in an illusion or perhaps rendered deaf, or even experiencing a mental breakdown. In any case, something was amiss, for how could he possibly hear Menma's words about the Uchiha clan's plight resembling that of the Uchiha, and that they were not solely represented by Sasuke? Perhaps the shock was too profound. Human acceptance has its limits. In that moment, Fugaku felt as if he were adrift in a dream, everything around him seeming unreal. His eyes, however, reflected a kaleidoscope of turmoil, revealing the unrest within. The surrounding crowd fell silent, an eerie stillness enveloping them. They mulled over Menma's remark, pondering its profound implications as if deciphering an enigmatic riddle. The screen continued its presentation, thoughtfully offering interpretations for the audience. After Susanoo had extricated Naruto and Menma, Sasuke's expression remained notably colder than usual. Naruto poured him a cup of hot tea. Attempting to console him, At least we managed to prevent the tragedy concerning the Okamoto clan from repeating itself. It didn't play out a second time, though it seems every village harbors individuals akin to Danzo. As he spoke, Naruto's brow furrowed in concern. Conflict, internal strife, hatred, these threads seem inextricable. If only everyone could sit down and converse, misunderstandings could be resolved. Yet, it perpetually feels like an unending cycle, repeating the same steps. Frustrated, Naruto raked his fingers through his disheveled hair. Sasuke was just about to smirk derisively when Menma interjected. It stems from a lack of historical understanding, he pondered aloud. Reflecting on Sasuke's sentiments, he refrained from quoting the chronicles of Naruto, yet selectively recited some passages from his readings. Due to the obscured history between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, the prevailing belief was that Itachi Uchiha had slaughtered his entire family, sparing only Sasuke, out of sheer malice. This was viewed as retribution for the Uchiha's alleged intentions to overthrow Konoha. Yet, Konoha bore its share of culpability. Firstly, Elder Shimura Danzo, in his pursuit of consolidating power and acquiring the Sharingan, deliberately manipulated Itachi into annihilating the Uchiha clan, making him one of the principal culprits. Of course, Konoha's transgressions did not end there. The roots of their distrust towards the Uchiha were deep-seated, and their neglect and coldness served as the catalyst. The downfall of the Uchiha was not the result of a single individual's actions. Konoha could not escape its share of blame. The tragedy had already occurred, and those lost could not be reclaimed. Only a single Uchiha remained in this world. Our duty is not to turn a blind eye, nor to disregard or forget, but rather to learn from this as a cautionary tale, ensuring that such familial tragedies do not recur. By remembering history, we can prevent future calamities. The remainder consisted of extravagant praises for Sasuke's father, which Menma chose not to vocalize. He had become accustomed to the fact that within every 3 sentences of this text, one would inevitably laud Sasuke's father. Nevertheless, this segment was sufficient to leave the audience reeling, particularly Uchiha Fugaku. He felt as though he had been struck by an explosive revelation, rendering him momentarily dazed. Chapter 34, Bombshell. After what felt like an eternity, or perhaps just a fleeting moment, Uchiha Fugaku was engulfed by a tidal wave of fury, feeling as though time had lost all meaning. Shimura Danzo, he muttered through gritted teeth, consumed by a desire for vengeance. The Uchiha shall repay this enmity 1,000-fold. Wait a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected. There may be some misunderstanding here. From what I know, while Danzo's methods may be extreme, his intentions were aligned with the welfare of Konoha. Suddenly, Sarutobi fell silent as he noticed blood tears streaming from Fugaku's eyes, an indication of the Sharingan pushed to its limits, a physiological response born from extreme grief and fury. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he lamented, "I am too late." After the previous presentation concluded, he had begun to suspect some underlying truths and had intended to communicate with Minato at a more opportune moment, but time had not been on his side. Uchiha Fugaku's cold laughter echoed. Konoha is indeed one of the architects of the Uchiha's demise. The hatred for our clan's annihilation shall not be forgotten. Sarutobi felt a chill run down his spine at Fugaku's words. What do you mean by that? Are the Uchiha considering rebellion? Enough. Third Hokage, Minato intervened, his expression grave, fury simmering within. As Hokage, he bore the responsibility for Konoha. The abrupt extinction of the Uchiha clan, a vital part of Konoha, was a matter that could not simply be dismissed as an intention to revolt. From Minato's perspective as Hokage, there existed ample means to quell a family's rebellious desires and resolve conflicts. Given the current state of relations with the Uchiha, it was far from reaching a point of no return. Furthermore, the display had indicated that Konoha's distrust and neglect had been contributing factors. Minato halted the others' attempts to press for answers, declaring with conviction, Menma has articulated the Uchiha situation clearly. While the Uchiha did harbor intentions of rebellion, Konoha and Shimura Danzo share culpability as well. Furthermore, to coerce a 13-year-old into committing fratricide is an abomination. Minato struggled to continue, the blood tears of Fugaku rendering the situation unbearable. Such actions were utterly inhumane. Without a thorough investigation, we cannot quell the unrest. He turned to Fugaku, solemnly stating, I will dispatch ANBU to investigate Danzo's actions. You Uchiha must send representatives to collaborate with them. Regardless of what he may or may not have done, I assure you, as long as I, Minato, am here, I shall not allow you to suffer such a fate. Fugaku remained silent, his gaze fixed on Minato's determined countenance and sincere eyes, ultimately closing his blood-red orbs. If Shimura Danzo dares to lay a hand on the Uchiha, I will ensure his demise, Fugaku declared, to which Minato offered no rebuttal. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the proceedings in silence, refraining from further attempts to obstruct Minato's investigative orders. He recognized his inability to intervene any longer. In the end, Minato had indeed become the sole Hokage of Konoha, and as the former Hokage, Hiruzen found himself powerless to challenge Minato's position. Unable to articulate the tumultuous emotions within, he felt the weight of abandonment as the younger generation surged ahead. A sense of melancholy enveloped him, leading him to mutter, "I can only hope Danzo hasn't committed any grave misdeeds." The passage from the memoir prompted Naruto to exclaim its brilliance, eagerly inquiring about the author. "It was you, Dad." The memoirist responded. It was penned by a truly remarkable individual, whose autobiography has even been included in the history textbooks of Konoha. He gazed at Naruto with shining eyes, filled with admiration. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto was lost in thought. Indeed, it was fitting to include such matters in the textbooks, as Konoha's history should certainly reflect the Uchiha clan story. A wrongdoing is merely a wrongdoing. Only through acknowledgement can one instigate change. And there are other clans and individuals to consider. For instance, the Hyuga clan and the caged bird. Resolute, he decided to consult Shikamaru upon his return regarding the specifics. Naruto was determined. "When I return, I shall write a book. Yes, a tome to recount the events of Konoha's past. Some things, some people, indeed should not be forgotten." He stroked his chin, pleased with his notion, though it had been many years since he last put pen to paper. The last time was assisting Jiraiya-sensei with his manuscript. And now he wondered if his skills had waned. Sasuke observed Naruto intently, until the latter, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, posed a question. "You wish to write about the Uchiha's past, the stories of others, Konoha's history. But what of your own past?" Naruto was taken aback, not comprehending Sasuke's implication. "My past? There's nothing noteworthy." He instinctively scratched his head, diverting his gaze to deliberately ignore certain truths. Sasuke, casting his eyes downward, replied coolly, "There are more than just the Uchiha that Konoha has wronged. As the son of the fourth Hokage, you were unjustly labeled the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from birth, an innocent victim. Yet because of the fox spirit within you, you were relentlessly scorned and vilified by the villagers. You grew up enduring their scornful glances, often resorting to pranks merely to capture their attention. Wait, Naruto, you stated that a wrongdoing is indeed a wrongdoing, and that acknowledgement is essential for change. Have the villagers of Konoha apologized to you?" Perhaps the parallels between the Akamichi clan's plight and the Uchiha's tribulations stirred Sasuke's resentment toward Konoha, prompting him to express sentiments he would typically keep suppressed. Hypocrisy, indifference, ingratitude. Despite the passage of years, Konoha remained unchanged. He coldly pierced through the facade of Konoha, asserting that whether it was the Uchiha, who helped establish the village alongside the Senju, or you, sacrificed as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, they never expressed remorse for their misdeeds, hastily wishing to forget their past to live comfortably in their new lives. Sasuke recalled the speech and interview Naruto had previously mentioned, finding it utterly absurd. "Do you wish to forget for them, Naruto? Having become a hero of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the greatest Hokage, and having received the recognition you yearned for, do you believe that the experiences of your childhood can simply be cast aside?" Perhaps it was the Uchiha bloodline. Or perhaps Sasuke, forced to confront grim realities from a young age, never shied away from the harshness of life, nor did he seek to placate it. The heartfelt battle during the Fourth War further deepened their understanding of each other's pasts and mindsets. Sasuke's anger when questioning Naruto's attitude toward Konoha's history was palpable and unyielding. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, spoke each word with fervor. What does it mean to be scorned as a demon fox, to be ostracized, to be ridiculed, and to grow up under the cold gaze of others? He turned to face the crowd, his azure eyes now blazing with intensity akin to an Uchiha Sharingan. "That is my child," Minato declared frostily. "To save Konoha from the attack, I was forced to use my newborn son to seal the Nine Tails. Naruto is a hero. Why must he be treated thus?" No one dared to respond. The onlookers were utterly bewildered. Just as they had concluded one scandal involving the Uchiha, another revelation from the fourth Hokage emerged. They exchanged silent glances, never anticipating that Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, the two most exceptional ninjas nurtured by Konoha, would harbor such deep-seated grievances against the village. What was going on? Was it possible that Konoha had issues of its own? They began to question their existence. Naruto sighed, his habitual smile fading. He looked up at Sasuke, who stood with his arms crossed, glaring at him as if he were the greatest fool in the world. "I do not wish to forget. However, as I previously mentioned, everyone is indeed changing," Naruto explained. "The elderly vegetable vendor, the milkman, the toy store owner, they once berated me because of my identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. They detested me. After all, the Nine-Tails, under manipulation, caused significant harm to Konoha, resulting in many deaths. It is understandable that the remaining villagers would harbor animosity toward me as the Jinchuriki. However, when the Akatsuki and Nagato invaded Konoha, and I repelled them, They secretly visited me in the hospital, bringing me large bouquets of flowers and shedding tears for me. I do not know if that counts as an apology, but afterward, everyone treated me kindly. To be honest, when they cheered for me and hailed me as a hero, I was genuinely happy. Gaining their recognition was something I had always desired. However, even without their adulation, I would not dwell on the past, hatred, or resentment. I choose to end it here. There is no need to pursue it further. Delving too deeply only ensnares oneself in the flames of hatred. Peace, the very thing I seek, will not come. Naruto smiled, and when he did, it was as if the sun itself shone forth, devoid of any shadows. Moreover, I have encountered many who regard me positively, irrespective of my original identity. Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Jiraiya-sensei, and you, Sasuke. Sasuke remained stoic, unmoved. He was well aware of Naruto's magnanimity and his foolish, forgiving nature. He would not be swayed by such flowery rhetoric. He had seen Naruto's extravagant words before, and they had only led to his dismissal once. The two glared at each other for an extended period. Seeing that Sasuke awaited a definitive response, Naruto finally relented. All right. If I am to write that book, I will include my past, but it will feel strange since I initially intended it to be a historical overview. Upon hearing Naruto's concession, Sasuke begrudgingly felt satisfied. You can write an autobiography. Huh, an autobiography? Naruto pondered. But I am only 19. Isn't it a bit early to write one? He considered that most autobiographies are penned in one's twilight years, reflecting on a life rich with experiences. Then, as he recalled the events of his own 19 years, he realized they were far more riveting than many autobiographies he had read. Indeed, a life filled with dramatic twists and turns, perhaps even more extraordinary than others might encounter in 2 lifetimes. It seems feasible, Naruto concluded. After all, the material is plentiful. In a fit of rage, the 4th Hokage managed to grasp a significant revelation. The Akatsuki and Nagato invaded Konoha? Nagato, if I recall, is a disciple of yours. Isn't he? And who is this Akatsuki? Why would they wish to invade Konoha? Jiraiya, feeling numb, replied, yes, Nagato is indeed one of my disciples. But they are merely unfortunate orphans caught in the throes of war. I taught them ninjutsu to help them survive. Why would they suddenly want to invade Konoha? They bear no grudge against us. Truly, just as one crisis subsided, another arose. Since the curtain had risen on the past, only a few days had passed. Yet they were bombarded with a slew of disconcerting news, one after another, seemingly unrelenting. And each was dire. It was difficult not to spark doubt, Sasuke. In the span of less than 20 years, Naruto has endured countless significant events that have shaped him into the formidable figure he is today. Yet as a father, both Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha find their hearts wrenched with anguish. They would much prefer their children to possess only ordinary abilities. Untouched by the harrowing past that lurks behind the veil of their experiences, a past stained with blood and sorrow that is too painful to confront. They would rather their offspring be mere ordinary individuals. Chapter 35, Smoke. Just a couple of days after speaking with Naruto, Sasuke expressed his intention to address matters concerning the Akimichi clan and prepared to depart. After scrutinizing Sasuke's demeanor and confirming he had no immediate plans to resolve the Akimichi issues decisively, Naruto allowed him to leave. With a customary reminder, if you have time, come see Sakura and get your hand fixed. As for persuading Sasuke to return to Konoha, Naruto had long relinquished any desire for that. Moreover, with the power of the Sage of Six Paths, he could locate Sasuke at any moment and even sense his condition subtly. Therefore, Naruto felt no pressing need to probe into Sasuke's whereabouts. Soon you shall return to Konoha to live with me, Menma. I look forward to your guidance. Menma exclaimed joyfully, enveloping Naruto in a warm embrace. He was unperturbed by Sasuke's decision to leave him in Naruto's care, having spent his previous life oscillating between Konoha and the Sound Village. He had grown accustomed to the experience of being with just one father. Unaware of Menma's true identity, Naruto assumed he would feel anxious after parting from his family. On their journey back to Konoha, he was particularly concerned, engaging Menma in playful activities to alleviate any feelings of sadness from being away from his loved ones. I'm incredibly happy, Menma declared, and upon arriving in Konoha, the first person he encountered was the unfortunate Shikamaru, who had returned to handle various administrative duties. Shikamaru observed Naruto holding a boy with black hair and blue eyes, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to a certain unspeakable peer. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the side profile and eyes mirrored those of a certain Hokage's child. Their intimate demeanor suggested a father-son bond. His mind nearly short-circuited as he grappled with the implications of such a disturbing connection. What a ridiculous notion. What on earth am I thinking? How could I possibly entertain such a terrifying association? Besides, disregarding the absurdity of Naruto being capable of male-male reproduction, their ages clearly do not align. Impossible. Shikamaru sighed in relief. Naruto, delighted to see Shikamaru, gestured for him to close the office door before clearing his throat and solemnly introducing Menma. This is Uchiha Menma, Sasuke's son and my future disciple. He inadvertently traversed through time due to a space-time ninjutsu and arrived in our timeline not long ago. It seems there is a 22-year difference between us and Menma, Naruto explained, his enthusiasm radiating as if he were a proud father. Can you believe it? Sasuke has a son so large after 22 years, and he has even acknowledged me as his master. Isn't that splendid? He sighed wistfully, alas. It is unfortunate that Sasuke ultimately married and then divorced. She was truly a wonderful woman. Menma interjected decisively. Wait, sensei, I must sincerely apologize. The truth about my mother is entirely fabricated. I do not have a mother. My father has neither married nor divorced. He has never been wed. Nor has he engaged in any romantic relationship beyond friendship. I am truly sorry for the deception. Oh, no worries, Naruto replied, somewhat dazed. A flicker of elation bubbling forth unexpectedly. He suppressed a smile threatening to break free and inquired. So, how were you born? Menma revealed a fragment of truth through Orochimaru's artificial techniques, with additional genetic material from others. He refrained from disclosing the identities of these others. Ah, I see. Naruto clapped his hands together, feigning understanding while remaining thoroughly perplexed. What exactly are these artificial techniques? However, his ignorance did not extend to everyone else. Turning to the erudite Shikamaru for clarification, he looked up and exclaimed, Shikamaru, what is that smoke emanating from your head? Nothing, just my brain malfunctioning, Shikamaru replied. Declining to elaborate further and suggested, if you truly wish to know, wouldn't it be quicker to ask Orochimaru directly in prison? Naruto chuckled lightly, his expression earnest and devoid of deceit. I fear that if I encounter him, I might be unable to resist the urge to give him a good thrashing. Considering Menma's connection to him, for the child's safety, it's best to avoid that. The question of why Naruto harbored such animosity towards Orochimaru, despite his forgiving nature, was a curious one that Shikamaru chose not to delve into. Observing Naruto's genuine belief that Menma was merely his disciple, devoid of any suspicion, Shikamaru felt a mixture of relief and resignation. However, he knew certain questions needed to be addressed. So, how do you plan to arrange for this child? Shikamaru inquired, a hint of discomfort evident as he rubbed his forehead. You are aware of the taboos surrounding time ninjutsu, correct? For safety, after sending him away, we must seal the memories of anyone who has come into contact with him. Thus, those he interacts with need to be strictly controlled. You understand this, right? Naruto nodded. I initially thought to publicly announce that Menma is my disciple whom I took in during my travels, but it seems that approach is no longer viable. He gently ruffled Menma's hair, feeling a pang of guilt as he said, I'm sorry, Menma, it seems I must ask you to endure this. It's likely only Shikamaru and Sakura can know your true identity. Menma was unfazed, replying, it's all right. I'm quite familiar with everyone. So knowing my identity doesn't have a significant impact. He winked at Shikamaru, adding, for instance, Uncle Shikamaru, whenever I bring lunch to sensei, I always make sure to bring you a portion too. Wait, you can cook? Shikamaru asked, intrigued. A little bit. Most of it is cooked by my dad, Menma replied. Naruto chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed. That guy Sasuke, his voice trailed off softly, barely audible even to Menma. Shikamaru remarked, so Naruto, you're not at all curious about why Uchiha Sasuke would be cooking for you in the future? The burden of intelligence can indeed be a painful one, especially when one's thought processes diverge from those of their peers. Menma continued, sometimes, Uncle Shikamaru would come over to our house to play chess with my dad. Although they never win against you, when I joined them, the three of us managed to defeat you once. Menma beamed with pride, relishing the memory of their victory over Shikamaru. Oh, how impressive. Naruto applauded enthusiastically. Shikamaru retorted, is it truly something to be proud of? Defeating a solitary opponent with the combined efforts of three? Despite his bemusement, Shikamaru gleaned snippets of future developments from Menma's account. Who would have thought that Sasuke would manage to mend relations with Konoha in the future? Shikamaru had presumed that, given the Uchiha's temperament, a complete estrangement would be the norm. It was evident that someone had played a role in this unexpected change. With a sidelong glance at Naruto, Shikamaru sighed and addressed the pair. In any case, thank you for informing me about the improved relationship between your father and us. However, I regret to inform you, Naruto, that the Land of Water intends to issue an SSS-level bounty on Uchiha Sasuke, alongside other nations. Naruto appeared far more composed than Shikamaru had anticipated, merely nodding, as if they were discussing whether to have ramen or rice balls for lunch. Oh, that matter, yes. Naruto raked his fingers through his hair, once again displaying a look that sent Shikamaru's heart racing. I could venture a guess as to why the Land of Soup would resort to such actions. However, Sasuke has certainly shown considerable restraint, he assured me that he would not overstep his bounds. Shikamaru struggled to regain his voice after the Okamoto clan leader attempted to assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Soup. Not only did he thwart the pursuing forces from taking Okamoto Nozomi on the spot, but he also audaciously declared, "I, Uchiha Sasuke, am responsible for this." Is there anything more brazen than that? Naruto, with unwavering sincerity and devoid of falsehood, insisted he has truly been more restrained. Sasuke had originally intended to assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Soup and eliminate the upper echelons of the Soup village. This approach, I must say, demonstrates remarkable restraint. Shikamaru. Naruto exclaimed once more, "Shikamaru, your brain seems to be smoking again." Following this sequence, the turmoil ignited in Konoha surpassed anything previously witnessed. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the Umbu, along with Uchiha members, hastening towards Shimura Danzo's location, feeling utterly powerless to intervene and lacking the time to act. All those who had the privilege of viewing the luminous screen were meticulously chosen by Namikaze Minato, each unwaveringly loyal solely to him. Without his directive, no one would dare divulge a single detail of the screen's content. Thus, by the time Danzo became aware, the Umbu had already stormed into his office bearing the Hokage's search warrant. Enraged, Danzo shouted, "What do you intend to do?" Upon seeing the Hokage's search warrant, he scoffed. "That brat Minato thinks he can investigate me with just a piece of paper? How ridiculous." "Danzo, comply with the order," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, parting the search team to step forward, casting a deep gaze at Danzo. "It is merely a routine search. Once they find nothing amiss, they will naturally leave. What legitimate reason do they have to search me?" Danzo sneered. "Hiruzen, are you just going to stand by and let them overstep their bounds?" "It is just a routine search," Hiruzen sighed, ultimately choosing to restrain Danzo's continued interference. He reassured him, "I will have Minato apologize to you afterwards, provided they find nothing that should not be searched." However, Hiruzen was destined for disappointment. After an extensive search, the Umbu found no anomalies. Just as Danzo was about to mockingly smirk, a few individuals stepped forward from the search team, their blood-red eyes strikingly familiar. His eyes widened with heat. Minato truly has drawn closer to the Uchiha clan, even allowing Uchiha members to participate in the Umbu. How foolish. This declaration did nothing to halt the Uchiha's actions. They retrieved their clan's forbidden scrolls, dispelling seals, and with a resounding release, several crimson threads emerged. Following the threads, they swiftly located a concealed chamber. Upon opening the chamber, they were met with several pairs of dark red Sharingan. From 1 tomo to 3, all were present. A few pairs of eyes, submerged in glass vials, silently gazed at their kin, seemingly lamenting and mourning. Beside the glass vials lay stacks of drafts and documents. The image on the paper, depicting an arm adorned with Sharingan, was both terrifying and chilling, with countless eyes half open, their blood-red tomo fixated on them. No one dared to count how many pairs of Sharingan would be required to create such a terrifying image. A silent rage and sorrow spread throughout the chamber. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly closed his eyes, realizing he could no longer assist Danzo. Yet, he did not foresee that this was merely the beginning concerning Danzo. Chapter 36, Courage. Sakura removed her gloves and exchanged a few words regarding work with her assistant, preparing to head to her office when she unexpectedly encountered Shikamaru, accompanied by a child. "What on earth is happening?" Sakura greeted Shikamaru, laughing. "It's rare to see you out during work hours. Didn't Naruto just return today? Aren't you supposed to be supervising him?" Shikamaru wiped his face, thinking that if he continued to stay with Naruto, he might need to take a sick leave, citing high blood pressure as the reason. He gestured for Sakura to step into the office for a chat. Once the door was closed and irrelevant parties cleared out, Sakura, hands on her hips, inquired, "All right, spill it. What trouble are you in?" Shikamaru pointed to the child beside him. Sakura looked down. "Hello there, little one. Why do you seem a bit familiar?" It was perfectly normal to feel that way. Even he thought the child resembled someone from the same class as Sasuke, and Sakura would undoubtedly find him familiar. Shikamaru inwardly scoffed. The more Sakura observed, the more she felt a sense of recognition, starting to rub her eyes while murmuring, "How strange, am I seeing things because I'm exhausted from surgery? Why does he seem a bit like Sasuke's dad?" The child interjected, handing Sakura a cup of warm water. Sakura, without even considering if the water was hot or cold, gulped it down before resuming her eye rubbing. Yes, he looks like Sasuke. But his eyes and facial contours resemble Naruto's dad, the child affirmed, nodding. Indeed, like Naruto. Wait a moment, Sakura exclaimed, Sasuke's dad? Naruto's dad? Shikamaru echoed, both wearing expressions akin to being struck by lightning. Among the trio present, only the child remained unfazed, casually asking Shikamaru, "Why are you so surprised? I thought you'd already figured it out while in the office, Uncle Shikamaru. Besides, You secretly pulled my hair on the way here to verify my relationship with Aunt Sakura and Naruto's dad, didn't you? The child patted his head where hair had been pulled, shaking his head like a little adult. If you have questions, just ask me. I'm not one to withhold answers. I'm sorry, but I truly do not want to face this truth, Shikamaru replied. After a round of explanations, Sakura, in a daze, once again raised her already empty cup to her lips, pondering for a long while, without tasting anything. I knew that Naruto fellow was always spouting nonsense about considering Sasuke a friend. It was all a facade. Is there such a friendship in the world? Neither Ino nor I would ever be like those two, perpetually clinging to one another. With a sudden burst of frustration, Sakura crushed the cup. The child and Shikamaru instinctively took a step back in unison. They talk about friendship, yet they move so swiftly, even producing a child. Sakura unleashed her single status rage. Clearly, during the interview with the Konoha gossip report, he had intentionally made such remarks. At that time, I was relentlessly pursued by reporters asking about the details of Team 7, and I was contemplating clarifying things for them. Now it appears that Naruto was merely showing off his affection. Shikamaru, unsure whether to feel relieved or resigned, remarked, "Actually, it's not that fast." Naruto doesn't seem to have realized it yet. The child, however, solemnly added, "It's actually not that fast. Sasuke's dad seems to believe there is no other possibility between him and Naruto." What? So the Uchiha hasn't realized it either? Shikamaru and Sakura exchanged glances. If neither of them had come to this realization, Shikamaru pondered, considering the child's age, would it be at least another decade before they could communicate their feelings? No way. Will I even be born by then? The child drooped his head, allowing Sakura to examine his health. Various instruments indicated that the child was in perfect health. Sakura, with a complex expression, gazed at the analysis sheet, where several large words proclaimed, biological kinship established. He truly is Naruto's son. Does Naruto know about this? It seems he does not, Shikamaru replied. The child doesn't appear to have told him. Sakura, frantically scratching her head, exclaimed, "What? He told us, but didn't he inform Naruto? What kind of logic is that? Is he afraid Naruto wouldn't accept it? But I don't see any reason why Naruto wouldn't. I don't understand either. Anyone connected to that certain Hokage seems to have such perplexing thought processes. High intelligence is of no use." Shikamaru, with a nearly numb expression, listened to Sakura's complaints with half an ear, his gaze becoming vacant. So what has Naruto done this time? Sakura sighed, facepalming, then smacked Shikamaru lightly. "You look like you're ready to quit and go home to live off soft food. Now, tell me, what has Naruto done to make you feel like you don't want to work anymore? Coming over here to loaf around?" Shikamaru snapped back to reality. He was not merely meandering about, especially considering the unique circumstances surrounding the existence of the Menma. He found it difficult to trust just anyone. Of course, that was what he could publicly assert. As for his own sentiments, he ought not to deceive himself. This was a matter concerning the Elder Council. Shikamaru explained in a low voice, exasperated, that the council had long been displeased with Naruto's treatment of Sasuke Uchiha. In just a couple of days, once the major meetings reached a decision, Sasuke would be declared an unprecedented 3S, level wanted criminal. Once such a warrant was issued, Konoha would have to take a stance. And Naruto, it would be surprising if he took a stance at all. Sakura interjected with a chuckle, a stray lock of hair sliding down to obscure her eyes, preventing Shikamaru from discerning her true feelings. When it came to Sasuke, Naruto had never been one to compromise. For him to announce Sasuke's status as a fugitive in his capacity as Hokage would be akin to signing his own death warrant. The odds of such a declaration being made were, in fact, considerably slim. Shikamaru sighed deeply, genuinely exasperated. "I've also heard some news regarding the internal strife within the Hot Springs village." Sakura cast a sidelong glance at Shikamaru. At that moment, you should have either kept it completely under wraps, preventing him from even going to the Hot Springs village, or been forthright, allowing Naruto to intervene and prevent it. Now, with Naruto refusing to intervene, the repercussions of Sasuke taking action would be far more severe than if Naruto himself were to engage. The Elder Council would undoubtedly press Naruto to act. Although they all knew that Naruto would remain resolute, having only been Hokage for half a year, he still required the council's support. If he were to offend them too severely, life would be rather challenging for everyone involved. Not to mention the pressure from other feudal lords and nobility. Despite being comrades of Team 7, Sakura appeared to be an outsider, capable of analyzing the situation with a calm and objective mindset, unaffected by past affections. Over the course of several years, they had all moved forward, and Sakura was no exception. She had matured to the point of being able to independently analyze the political landscape. Yet, no matter how high one's intelligence, it could not predict the future. Moreover, it was not a certainty. Shikamaru recalled Naruto's astonishing declaration while in Hot Springs Village, along with their recent conversation. His emotions were complex, tinged with the realization that trouble was inevitable. It would be better for it to arrive sooner rather than later, sparing him the anxiety of waiting and trepidation. What if Naruto intends to disregard the Elder Council altogether? Sakura paused, bewildered. What do you mean? Shikamaru replied. It means he seeks to eradicate the decaying system and transform the ninja world. After a moment's thought, he added, pinching the bridge of his nose, alongside Sasuke Uchiha. Sakura picked up another empty water cup from the table and downed it in one gulp, only to hear the distinct sound of shattering glass soon after. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, I wondered why Kakashi-sensei sought me out before he left, discussing my future career plans. I had initially thought he was genuinely concerned for his student. It turns out he was already aware that Naruto would pull this stunt after becoming Hokage, and he came to con me. He even mentioned that my abilities and temperament were suited for a career in politics, as if he had predicted that Naruto would undertake significant endeavors and was worried about his lack of manpower, thus pulling me in as a recruit. At that moment, Sakura had genuinely believed Kakashi was exhibiting a rare sense of teacherly duty, showing concern for her future, and she felt both touched and guilty. In retrospect, it seemed that the man had little in the way of moral integrity. He was merely worried that when Naruto embarked on his ambitious plans, he might also drag the retired Kakashi back into action, which is why he had taken the precaution of convincing her in advance. Shikamaru gazed skyward, feigning ignorance of this exchange, setting aside the fact that he was one of Kakashi's victims of riddles. His visit to Sakura was indeed motivated by a desire to enlist her assistance. If he truly aimed to pursue reforms in line with Naruto's future vision, he would need a few unfortunate souls to share in the toil and tribulations. Otherwise, he would inevitably find himself overwhelmed in his role. Reform. The first step wouldn't be to initiate a reform in Konoha, would it? Sakura grumbled as she swept the shards of glass strewn across the floor, mindful not to injure Menma, who was inspecting the area barefoot. She huffed, initiating reforms in Konoha is a fine idea. I've found the Elder Council's antics irksome for quite some time. They scrutinize every scientific experiment I undertake, claiming they fear I might follow in Orochimaru's footsteps. It's not like I denied them access to the core team. Their reach is far too extensive, and their mouths are exceedingly foul. They're all too eager to hoard funding and accolades for themselves. The same could be said for Naruto, who intervened in every one of his decisions, taking advantage of Naruto's youth and the absence of a reliable family to plant their own people in key positions. Sakura clenched her fists, nearly breaking the broom in her fury. Shikamaru discreetly stepped back another pace. Even with the demise of Shimura Danzo, they had evidently learned nothing. Emboldened by the new Hokage's ascension, they had grown even bolder. Let's take it step by step, Shikamaru suggested. From what I've gathered, Naruto seems inclined to target the Hyuga's caged birds first. Before I left, Hinata had already arrived at the office. Sakura was taken aback. Is it for Niji's sake? The prodigy of the Hyuga clan had suffered under the oppressive hierarchy of the main and branch families since childhood, ultimately sacrificing himself during the Fourth Great Ninja War to protect his younger sister. Reflecting on it now, 2 years had passed since then, yet the memory of those lost remained vivid and haunting. Surely, Hinata would be overjoyed. Sakura's anger subsided slightly, and she smiled. Over the past 2 years, she had been striving for the position of Hyuga clan leader, hoping to change the oppressive hierarchies of the main and branch families. Unfortunately, the current clan leader, along with others from the main family, had consistently thwarted her efforts. The position that rightfully belonged to her was now gradually being appropriated by her younger sister, Hanabi. For the past 2 years, she had struggled with a sense of helplessness, facing a future devoid of options. Indeed, if Hinata were to ascend as the clan leader, it would bolster our efforts, Shikamaru remarked. However, he wondered aloud, but can we truly succeed? It was not that Sakura was being pessimistic. Rather, the experiences she had undergone over the past 2 years at the upper echelons had thoroughly transformed her previously naive notions. Furthermore, they were not merely contending with ordinary foes. They faced shadows that had lurked in the dark since Konoha's founding. This adversary had survived the Third Great Ninja War, had disrupted Konoha at least twice, had obliterated the village's most powerful clan, and had even played a role in the emergence of the Fourth Great Ninja War. The thought of such an opponent was chilling. She gazed at her reflection in the window, her expression of confusion and uncertainty starkly illuminated. Even Shikamaru sighed, his internal doubts outweighing his convictions. Could the fervor of youth truly dismantle the entrenched corruption that had existed throughout history? At that moment, Menma's jubilant laughter shattered the silence. Hooray! I've completed all the inspections. He dashed over, clutching the inspection form, filled a cup with water at the nearby dispenser, and gazed out the window at the construction site in the distance for a long moment. Wow! It turns out that our ninja academy is right next to the old hospital. Menma exclaimed in delight. I thought it looked familiar when I arrived. Sakura instinctively responded, oh. Really? This hospital was just completed not long ago. It's true that after 22 years, it would certainly be considered old. However, I didn't expect the future ninja academy to be built nearby. It's quite a secluded spot. To save costs, they had to make do with the land. It's actually quite far from the Konoha residential center. Apart from patients and doctors, you hardly see anyone shopping around here. Oh no, in the future, this place will be bustling. Menma grinned. Look, right next to our ninja academy, they're going to build a Konoha historical museum. And many people will come to visit every day. A historical museum? Sakura inquired. Yes. Moreover, the location for the museum was chosen for a specific reason. The textbooks mention that the site was once a secret hideout for the criminal Shimura Danzo, where he conducted many vile and horrifying experiments. To ensure that everyone remembers history and to honor the innocent villagers who perished tragically, the Konoha Historical Museum is being constructed there. Menma's gaze traversed the construction site, echoing with the sounds of the foundation being laid, passing over the dark stains left on the cold stones, traversing time and landing on the Ninja Academy, where he had lived for 6 years in the future. The jubilant cheers of the students seemed to echo in his ears, prompting him to join in their laughter. The historical memorial not only chronicles the past, but serves to awaken the future. Errors must be rectified. Only through the painful excision of decay can the wound heal. Shikamaru and Sakura exchanged a glance, understanding that the turmoil and confusion within their hearts had found resolution, as the future itself had imparted the correct answer to them. Mistakes need to be corrected, the fourth Hokage murmured, gazing at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Will you still attempt to persuade us? Though only a few days had passed, the rapid aging of Hiruzen was starkly evident. He stooped with age, and when he looked up, his brows were completely white. He attempted to articulate something, opening his mouth, but finding himself unable to voice it. All that escaped was a solitary phrase. Minato, do you also wish to overturn the council? Do you seek to reform Konoha? The fourth offered no reply. Yet a thought flickered through his mind. He could not allow his son to endure such hardships in the future. Moreover, he could not afford to be outdone by his own child. Chapter 37. Choking. The undercurrents of adult intrigues and struggles are inaccessible to him. He perceived little difference between Konoha's present state and its future. Although it lacked the splendor of the future, it was not as populous, the transportation was inconvenient, and the technology was antiquated. Indeed, there were no large cinemas to speak of. Coughing, Menma took Naruto's hand and returned to the original apartment. It appeared rather new. Comparing the downtown area he had traversed earlier with his current surroundings, Menma remarked, even the roads are quite smooth. Naruto explained while retrieving his keys. This place was rebuilt after the Fourth Great Ninja War. However, it has undergone reconstruction twice, once after Pain's attack on Konoha and again following the Fourth War. Thus, the facilities are more refined. Ah, I see. Menma nodded in understanding. With a swift motion, Naruto pushed open the door, and from that moment on, Menma would reside there with him. Yay! Menma jubilantly bounded into the apartment, only to trip over the threshold, nearly falling. Glancing down, he saw a toppled table awkwardly positioned at the entrance. Ugh! Naruto felt a jolt of realization. Right, I've hardly had time to tidy up the place lately. Panic surged within him as he feared that Menma would lift his gaze and behold the disorder of scattered clothes and haphazardly arranged furniture, along with miscellaneous items of uncertain utility. The dignity of a master was at stake in that very instant. In a flash, Naruto dashed before Menma, shielding his eyes with an outstretched arm, while simultaneously forming multiple shadow clones to clean up the mess. Such speed would earn admiration from any onlookers, for he was indeed the strongest of his generation, a savior of worlds. Even the efficiency of preserving face surpassed that of an ordinary person. Just a moment, haha. Let me give you a surprise, Naruto said, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He thought to himself that as Menma's future teacher, he must uphold the dignity of his role and avoid leaving an odd first impression on the child. Listening to the sounds of cleaning emanating from the other room, Menma complied with his father's actions, yet felt a twinge of resignation. Dad, every time it's your turn to do housework, you cheat with shadow clones and make a chaotic mess. I guess that habit started long ago. Judging by the sounds, he suspected that for the sake of convenience, Naruto might have stuffed everything into a single cabinet. TSK. Unbeknownst to Naruto, the dignity of being Menma's father had long since evaporated. Nevertheless, Menma noticed certain distinctions between the younger version of Naruto and the future incarnation. For instance, in the culinary department, the future Naruto, though not particularly skilled, could manage a home-cooked meal. He alternated cooking with Sasuke, and Menma had grown accustomed to their home-style dishes without being too picky. But now, Menma gazed in shock at the plate of food on the table. It was a dark, unrecognizable mess, hardly resembling any original ingredient. It was even less appetizing than the charcoal he had produced when first learning fire release. Old teacher, Did you cook this with fire release? Menma peered into the kitchen, pondering how, 22 years ago, the technology in Konoha had lagged behind to the extent that gas stoves had yet to be invented. Naruto chuckled sheepishly, discarded the charred remains, and retrieved his treasured instant noodles, preparing to add hot water. Wait, these noodles seem expired. Menma intervened. Naruto looked at the noodles, then at Menma, his face falling in defeat. How about I take you out for Ichiraka ramen? Although it's a bit late, I can plead with the old man to keep the shop open. He felt as though all semblance of dignity as a teacher had vanished. Tears welled in the heart of Minato Namikaze, who felt a pang of sorrow. How had Naruto managed to raise himself without knowing how to cook, relying on instant noodles? Ever since learning that Naruto was an orphan, Minato had observed his son's living conditions closely, wishing to understand how his child had fared. Yet the more he looked, the deeper his feelings of guilt and sorrow grew. The stockpiled instant noodles, the disordered wardrobe, the solitary pair of chopsticks, and the photograph hanging on the wall of him and Kushina, with a small portrait of Naruto at its center, painted a tragic picture. Minato could only be grateful that Kushina had not witnessed this scene. He, himself, could hardly bear it. How much worse would it have been for her? Even though it was somewhat late, the old man at Ichiraka Ramen greeted them warmly. Menma required no introduction from Naruto, skillfully placing his order. You've brought me here so many times. Naruto laughed heartily. It seems the old man's business is thriving, still operating even after 22 years. How wonderful. Indeed, Menma whispered to Naruto. In the future, the old man has opened many chain stores. This revelation brought joy to Naruto, who reminisced about how the happiest moments of his childhood were spent at Ichiraku Ramen. It must be because Irika-sensei brought you here, Menma suggested. Naruto nodded, recalling that every time Irika had treated him to ramen, he felt a sense of what it was like to have a father. He gently ruffled Menma's hair, feeling at peace with the past after all he had endured. Furthermore, in Menma's presence, he found it easier to express himself candidly. Naruto had indeed found solace. Minato, as a father, felt an overwhelming sense of heartache. He sighed, contemplating the day he would locate this Irika teacher and express his gratitude. His child had been fortunate to have received such care from this teacher. However, Minato then pondered, had Naruto truly grown up alone? Had Konoha never assigned anyone to look after him, not even sending him to an orphanage? Given Naruto's solitary circumstances, placing him in an orphanage would have been a responsible decision. Was it due to the Nine Tails? Minato recalled Sasuke's words, the demon fox. Was it because the villagers feared the sealed Nine Tails within Naruto that they refused to accept him, even in an orphanage? A shiver ran through Minato's heart. Moreover, the fourth Hokage's keen intellect soon detected the inconsistencies in this situation. For instance, how could ordinary villagers be aware of the Nine Tails sealed within Naruto? The identity of the Jinchuriki remained a closely guarded secret in Konoha. How could such information have been so thoroughly exposed? Furthermore, if they knew Naruto was the Jinchuriki, did they not recognize him as their own child? After all, he had been compelled to seal the Nine Tails within Naruto, hoping the villagers would see his son as a hero. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite, as the villagers regarded Naruto as a calamity. Minato could not blame the villagers, but he held grievances toward the Hokage of that time. He understood that, as Hokage, a modicum of empathy, or even a hint of compassion, could have spared his child from such a fate. Who was the Hokage at that time? The voice of Minato Namikaze trembled slightly with indignation. What have I done to deserve such treatment? How could one resort to malice against an innocent child? This was simply intolerable. Menma, in a habitual manner, playfully nudged Naruto's palm with his forehead and asked, aside from Irika-sensei, have there been others who brought you to enjoy Ichiraku Ramen? Naruto reminisced with a smile, recounting the names one by one. Well, there was Kakashi-sensei, Jiraiya-sensei, and, oh yes, the third Hokage. But you probably don't know him. He passed away long ago. I do know him. He was mentioned in our textbooks, Menma replied, his gaze averted, a faint, awkward laugh escaping him. Noticing Menma's unusual reaction, Naruto inquired, what's wrong? What did your textbook say? Menma lowered his head and began to slurp his noodles, stealing glances at Naruto with an expression akin to a puppy peeking around a corner to gauge its owner's mood. Naruto was left puzzled. After a moment's hesitation, Menma stammered, well, the textbook states that to evaluate a person, one must consider both positive accolades and negative judgments for a more objective view. Thus, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who died protecting Konoha from the traitorous Orochimaru, undoubtedly acted heroically. He successfully thwarted Orochimaru's plan to devastate Konoha, saving the village, and deserves our respect and remembrance as a Hokage. His spirit of sacrifice is something we must cherish eternally. However, we must also recognize that after the sudden demise of the fourth Hokage, when the third resumed leadership, his administrative capabilities were severely limited. One of his errors was allowing Danzo's root organization to grow, posing a threat to Konoha's unity. Another was his failure to address the conflict with the Uchiha clan in a timely manner, ultimately leading to their demise. Lastly, his overly lenient methods failed to control the internal strife among the elders, which sowed seeds of discord within Konoha. In summary, we must acknowledge that Sarutobi Hiruzen was not an exceptional Hokage. Yet, we cannot deny that when he stood up to protect Konoha, he fulfilled the duties of a Hokage. Naruto fell into a long silence, pondering deeply. Menma once again buried his head in the bowl, muttering, I don't really like him either. Because you suffered so much as a child, being cursed as the Nine Tails, all because he failed to intervene in time. And he concealed the fact that you were the fourth son, causing you so much pain during your childhood. The aroma of the ramen wafted through the air, stirring memories of Naruto's time spent with the third Hokage at Ichiraku Ramen. It felt like another night just like this. Warm lights, the enticing scent of ramen, the kind face, and a hint of smoke lingering in the air. Indeed, it was a bit suffocating. Otherwise, why would Naruto feel a warmth prickling at his eyes? After 2 years of training to become Hokage, how could he not grasp certain truths? Still, he thought, there was no need to delve too deeply. He affectionately ruffled Menma's hair again, who looked up anxiously, only to see a complex expression on Naruto's face that he couldn't quite comprehend. Thank you, Menma. But for me, the third Hokage was. Suddenly, Naruto burst into a bright smile, radiant as the sun, shining even in the depths of night. He was a very good grandfather to me, he said cheerfully. The third Hokage closed his eyes, suddenly too fearful to open them again. He could not bear to look at either the Naruto on the screen or the Minato beside him. Is it my fault? Weakness, he murmured, reflecting on the historical assessments of his actions. Orochimaru, you ultimately chose this path. Was it because you could not bear to witness my own acts of weakness? It seemed he was questioning both others and himself. Jiraiya, his teacher, remained silent, supporting Sarutobi Hiruzen, fearful he might falter and fall. No, it's all right, Sarutobi pushed Jiraiya away, steadying himself. When he opened his eyes, the sharpness and determination of the third Hokage resurfaced. Looking at the young fourth Hokage, he sighed, I am sorry, Minato. I also owe an apology to Naruto. I have grown old, he chuckled bitterly. As one ages, nostalgia takes hold. Sometimes, in clinging to the past too much, one cannot discern where they have gone wrong. Knowing when to let go is the right choice. Finally, he declared with a hoarse voice, do what you wish. I am old and should retire. The young fourth Hokage met the aged third Hokage's gaze, exchanging unspoken understanding in silence. All right, I will shoulder the responsibilities of Hokage. You can rest easy, the fourth responded firmly, without further questions. The fiery cloak of the fourth Hokage shimmered in the night, radiant like the sun itself. Menma quickly adapted to his new life in Konoha, albeit with some challenges. For instance, why did the market close so early? Menma clutched his head in despair. I left early, and though I got lost for a while, isn't it a bit too early for them to close before 11? He had intended to prepare dinner for Naruto's busy father. After spending a few days with him, Menma realized just how careless Naruto's father was regarding meals. He had subsisted on instant noodles and ramen for 3 consecutive days. If this continued, he would surely transform into a noodle himself. Menma concluded that this was untenable. For the sake of his stomach, he resolved to fend for himself. He had a modicum of cooking skills. If it weren't for the inconvenience, he would have even treated Naruto's father to a delightful barbecue. But first, due to getting lost, he had failed to buy any ingredients. What a farce. Menma felt like crying. Ah, it seems you're lost on the road of life too? A familiar voice chimed from above Menma's head. He looked up to see a figure with white hair, a mask, slanted eyes, and a peculiar novel in hand. Menma's eyes lit up. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi, who had been perched on a branch, leaped down gracefully upon hearing his name. He approached Menma with a smile, scrutinizing him from head to toe while stroking his chin. I remember the last child I took in who was your age was 7 years ago. Well, if a child calls me teacher, I suppose I must acknowledge it. He chuckled, teasingly observing Menma's resemblance to Sasuke. Come on, call me Kakashi-sensei again. Menma obediently responded, Kakashi-sensei, you look like a strange uncle trying to lure in children. The younger version of Kakashi on the screen, a strange uncle trying to lure in children. Good, got it. The unreliable version of him appeared even in his uncle days. Suddenly, he felt reluctant to grow up. Kakashi felt exhausted. Yet, someone was more shocked than he. A branch snapped in the shadows, the sound nearly silent, startling the birds resting upon it into flight. The branch fell behind a figure, yet it did not stir the dust below. It vanished eerily into thin air, causing not a single disturbance. Minato Namikaze remained composed, nodding slightly. Thus, everyone knew the trap had been set. Kakashi touched his left eye, feeling a subtle warmth radiate from it. The uncle version of Kakashi paid no heed to Menma's teasing. Instead, He was quite pleased with Menma's obedient call of Kakashi-sensei. Oh dear, pity my unfortunate student. Not only is he rebellious, but he also keeps a cold demeanor, hardly calling me teacher. How delightful to encounter a child resembling my prized pupil. I must tease him a bit to relive the bond we once shared. However, he mused, I find you a bit peculiar, young one. Kakashi extended his index finger towards Menma, waving it playfully before him. I may not know you, but you seem rather familiar with me. You see, I remain unaware of your name, yet you, upon encountering me, can readily call mine. The young boy, Menma, chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself that Kakashi-sensei is still prone to whimsical banter. He does not believe that Kakashi's presence here is merely coincidental. The notion of a chance meeting due to being lost strikes him as absurd. Nonetheless, as a well-behaved child, Menma has no intention of exposing Kakashi's fib. Instead, he resolves to play along. Thus, Menma earnestly declares, of course, it is because I am, in fact, a celestial master, one who possesses the art of prophecy. Indeed, traveling back in time is akin to foreseeing the future. Do not be deceived by my youthful appearance. My true age is even lesser. After all, if we deduct 11 years, it becomes evident. While I may not roam the world as a chivalrous hero, when I encounter someone fated, I reveal to them the future they wish to know. Do not inquire who this fated individual is. Anyone they know qualifies. For instance, Kakashi-sensei, just like you. Emulating Kakashi, Menma wiggled his index finger, shaking his head as if performing a spell, then clapped his hands and exclaimed, I foresee that, Kakashi-sensei, in the future, you will be with a rather peculiar, very charming girl who delights in wearing a sailor's suit. The two of you will be sweetly in love. With a thud, a branch fell heavily to the ground, stirring up dust. Chapter 38, Mischief. What kind of charming girl? Kakashi mused, stroking his chin, his eyes narrowing in curiosity. Is she as lovely as Miss Anko? Miss Anko is currently the most adored singer in Konoha, renowned from toddlers to octogenarians. However, it was evident that Menma could not possibly know what the most popular singer looked like 22 years ago. Kakashi sighed wistfully, alas. I forgot to bring Miss Anko's poster. What a pity. I could have given you a thorough introduction. He then discreetly observed Menma's facial expressions for any signs of deception. Menma's bewildered expression seemed genuine. Kakashi paused before chuckling. But there is indeed a poster of Miss Anko right beside you. He pointed to a large poster affixed to the wall in front of Menma. Isn't she adorable? Following Kakashi's gesture, Menma beheld a depiction of a sweet-faced woman on the poster, devoid of any name, rendering him unable to ascertain whether she was indeed the Miss Anko Kakashi spoke of. He could only nod in vague agreement. Kakashi continued his lament. It is unfortunate that Miss Anko, so young, has entered into matrimony, leaving her admirers bereft. His expression of regret seemed to convey a deep affection for the singer. The sincerity of his demeanor momentarily blurred the line between truth and fiction. Menma twitched at the corners of his mouth, instinctively sensing that Kakashi was pulling his leg. Yet, unbeknownst to him, just around the corner on his way here, another poster depicted a red-haired woman, boldly announcing Miss Anko's concert. Indeed, there were no traces of falsehood, no signs of pretense. All expressions and reactions appeared genuine. Kakashi, with a grin, quietly inscribed his assessment and analysis of Menma in his mind. He found him quite astute and clever, possessing a quick wit, reminiscent of Naruto. He recognized himself with a single phrase, displaying no wariness towards acquaintances. However, his observational skills regarding the surrounding environment seemed somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, should it be, as Shikamaru stated, that he hails from a time of peace, it is entirely reasonable for a child untouched by the ravages of war to exhibit such innocence. Thus far, all of Menma's actions were consistent with his identity and characterization, revealing no flaws. Kakashi smiled at Menma, lowering his guard. The youthful version of Kakashi found himself unable to stand idle. He subtly signaled to Minato, wishing to join the Umbu squad. He preferred to confront lurking spies rather than gaze upon the visage of his future self. What a cacophony of nonsensical remarks. Kakashi felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. Even though he was aware that his future self would undergo significant character transformation, the antics of the adult Kakashi exceeded his expectations, rendering him utterly mortified. Minato cleared his throat, suggesting it was not yet time to rouse suspicion. Furthermore, he smiled and remarked, Kakashi, I never imagined that your future self could be so mischievous. Kakashi responded with silence. Young Menma remained oblivious to Kakashi's probing, yet the others present were not so blind. What surprised them was that the adult version of Kakashi's method of testing would be so absurd. The younger Kakashi maintained a stoic demeanor, remaining silent. Truly, let him apprehend that voyeur. Menma, sensing Kakashi's playful deception, remarked, Kakashi-sensei, if you do not believe me, you may speak plainly. However, Seeing you put forth such effort to maintain your ruse makes me feel rather awkward if I do not play along. Kakashi chuckled, offering no denial. Menma crossed his arms, scoffing, I have not lied. If you choose not to believe me, that is your prerogative. After all, I witnessed the two of them embracing in public an undeniable truth. And I spoke no falsehood. He recalled their earlier encounter in the hidden hot springs village, remembering that while the young lady was indeed beautiful, her intellect seemed somewhat lacking. No, he mustn't speak ill of others. Besides, if she truly were lacking in intellect, it was not her fault. Perhaps she simply had a rather unique personality. Just a smidge. Truly, Kakashi is a master of emotions. Menma mused, noting that the type of person he fancies is indeed unconventional. Kakashi, puzzled, repeated, master of emotions? Menma nodded vigorously, asserting, indeed, the master of emotions, Kakashi. A title I have bestowed upon you. Is there a particular reason for this? Menma rummaged through his tabby backpack, retrieving a fine book. Here, this is your gift to me for my 11th birthday. He presented the book to Kakashi for inspection. Kakashi focused intently on the cover, which read, How to Date, a Teen's Guide, with a subtitle stating, this book offers a comprehensive exploration of the budding emotions of youth and guides students in understanding and managing their feelings. Kakashi was taken aback. Menma continued, there's even a note on the front page. Upon opening it, Kakashi recognized his own handwriting, which read, Happy 13th birthday, Menma. I hope you enjoy this book. I believe it carries great educational value and will be immensely helpful to you. Of course, if you have any concerns regarding early romance, feel free to approach me discreetly. I will keep it confidential. Kakashi was at a loss for words. Menma's soft voice chimed in, but I'm only 11. He paused, emphasizing, and I'm not involved in any early romance. Kakashi smiled. Why the hesitation, Menma? Are you perhaps feeling guilty? It's all right. If you prefer not to tell your parents, you can confide in me. I promise to keep it a secret. Menma retorted, I am not. This entire exchange was fraught with comedic potential, leaving the young Kakashi feeling as though a large vat of cement had been poured over him, rendering him utterly stiff. The term master of emotions lingered in the air. Minato coughed once more, managing to express a sincere sentiment. That's quite commendable. While teaching Menma about early romance may not be the best idea, guiding him through emotions is indeed worthwhile. However, it did sound a tad like a playboy. Reflecting on the cavalier image of Kakashi from the hologram, with his fondness for the sailor-suited Miss Anko and their public displays of affection, it increasingly seemed as though he were a dandy, flitting through flower gardens. Minato hesitated to continue, fearing that any further consolation might cause his disciple to dissolve into dust and be carried away by the wind. The present disciples are rather thin-skinned, entirely unlike the seasoned veterans of the future. Watergate, upholding his moral integrity, chose to remain silent. Nevertheless, he could not help but reflect on what truly transpired in the future, that even the bashful Kakashi was transformed into the confident figure displayed within the luminous screen. His curiosity deepened. Kakashi skillfully bribed Menma with a bag of ingredients, securing his entry into Naruto's home. Menma, beaming with delight, cradled ingredients larger than himself as he entered the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves in preparation to showcase his culinary skills. However, upon opening the bag, his eyes were met with an overwhelming expanse of green. Menma was momentarily speechless. His gaze, clouded by the verdant contents, left him feeling dizzy. With a look of accusation, he turned to Kakashi, who was watching the scene unfold. Were you doing this on purpose? Kakashi, feigning innocence, replied, eating more vegetables is quite healthy. Don't you like them? Menma, his face reflecting a deep disdain for the greens, responded affirmatively. Kakashi shook his head, bemused that even Naruto's bad habits had been adopted. Well, I recall there are a few fish at the bottom of the bag. You probably wouldn't know how to handle them, so allow me to cook. As he relinquished the space, Menma, intrigued, observed Kakashi as he prepared the fish, engaging him in conversation. Kakashi-sensei, does Naruto-sensei know you've returned to Konoha? I haven't told him yet. He's working hard, and I couldn't bear to interrupt him, Kakashi replied, his words cloaked in pleasantness, though the truth lay in avoiding being roped into extra work. Naruto-sensei? Kakashi queried, perplexed. If I'm not mistaken, Menma should be addressing Naruto as father. Menma's expression grew even more sullen. His gesture of scratching the back of his head in distress bore a striking resemblance to Naruto. As he lamented, that's only because the bond between Sasuke's dad and Naruto's dad is so pure right now. He recounted his prior speculations. Kakashi summarized, so? You fear that since Sasuke and Naruto currently share no feelings beyond friendship, revealing your identity to Naruto could leave him bewildered. Furthermore, you worry that developing feelings for Naruto might lead him to awkwardly remain with Sasuke, akin to couples who endure their relationships solely for the sake of their children, fearing their happiness would be compromised. Indeed, Menma replied, his gaze lowered. He kicked at the ground, his eyes glazed over. In the past few days, I've lived with Naruto's dad and tested the waters a bit. But each time he responded in a way that indicated no intention of pursuing anything beyond friendship with Sasuke's dad. I've asked Sasuke's dad several times as well, and he has consistently denied it, appearing quite averse to the subject. Even until Sasuke handed me over to Naruto. He never asked if Naruto's dad and I were truly just friends. Though I yearn to be the child of both Sasuke's dad and Naruto's dad. If my existence were to force them together, they surely wouldn't find happiness. After much contemplation, I've concluded that I cannot be so selfish. Hence, I thought it best to keep my identity hidden from Naruto's dad. Kakashi interjected, but what of the butterfly effect? Wouldn't your absence lead to your own non-existence in this world 11 years hence? There's nothing to be done about that, Menma said, lifting his head. Tears nearly spilling from his eyes, only to be forcibly held back. His face bore the semblance of sorrow, yet his eyes shone with determination and stubbornness. Almost to the point of obsession. I, who am not the product of their love, have no right to exist in this world. Kakashi was taken aback by Menma's resolute expression. From the moment he met Menma, he had sensed a striking similarity between him and Naruto. Bright, playful, clever, and articulate. Resembling a mirror image of Naruto. Yet now, Menma revealed a profound depth that unmistakably echoed the Uchiha lineage. After all, he was the offspring of both. However, the notion of forcing Sasuke and Naruto together might lead to their unhappiness. Kakashi pondered his two disciples' circumstances. Were it not for Menma's current state of distress, he would have burst into laughter. There's no need to be so sorrowful. Perhaps circumstances may shift for the better, Kakashi consoled, ruffling Menma's hair. A sudden epiphany struck him, revealing why he would later gift Menma a specific book for his birthday. Kakashi spoke earnestly. Menma, I have a birthday gift for you. Your 13th. Or rather, 11th birthday. Be sure to read it thoroughly. Learning never hurts. I just hope you haven't inherited your father's emotional ineptitude. He expressed his deep concern. Menma, looking rather bewildered, nodded, sensing that Kakashi's expression was somewhat off. Was he hinting at something? The master of emotions, Kakashi, surely had his reasons for recommending this book. Could it possibly contain hidden secrets? Techniques of ninjutsu? A magical treasure map? How to navigate romantic relationships? A youth's edition. Surely, he wouldn't expect Menma to read it and then attempt to teach Sasuke's dad and Naruto's dad how to date, would he? Kakashi calculated the time. The meal was ready. And Naruto was likely on his way home. You two should take a moment to rest. I'll be heading back now. Huh, Kakashi-sensei, aren't you staying for dinner? Menma asked. Kakashi, smiling gently, declined. I have matters to attend to. I must meet with an old friend. I want to intrude on your time together. Before departing, he reassured them. As outsiders, we can't meddle in the relationship between Sasuke and Naruto, but Menma, there's no need to be overly pessimistic. The outcome may not be as dire as you envision. On the contrary, you might find it quite amusing in the end. After all, witnessing your own father's follies is a rare experience, Kakashi mused mischievously. Until Naruto returned home, Menma remained perplexed about where the amusement lay. Yet, with Kakashi-sensei's assurance, he felt a slight ease wash over him. I cannot give up before the final moment. Yes, my efforts to unite Sasuke and Naruto's dads must continue. Before long, Naruto arrived home, calling out cheerfully, I'm back. Welcome back. Menma responded with equal enthusiasm. It smells amazing. Did you cook this, Menma? Naruto exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the feast laid before him, nearly moved to tears. To have someone acknowledge his return and prepare warm meals for him felt like a dream come true. Though it seems there are a bit too many vegetables, Menma replied, shaking his head. Kakashi-sensei made it, but I helped too. Menma, you're amazing. Thank you. Naruto praised him, then suddenly realized, Kakashi-sensei is back? Where is he? He said he had to meet an old friend and left early. I see. An old friend? That must mean he's off visiting some unmarked grave again. What a pity I missed him. Otherwise, I could have roped Kakashi-sensei into working overtime. After washing his hands, Naruto joined Menma at the dining table. They both exclaimed simultaneously, let us eat, and joyfully dug into their meal. As they feasted, Menma recounted his encounter with Kakashi, lamenting, Kakashi-sensei doesn't he believe me, but I'm not lying. He is truly with a girl in the future. They look so sweet together. It's clear they've been together for quite some time. Naruto was taken aback, really? I can't believe Kakashi-sensei is with a girl in the future. They must be traveling the world together. She must be really special. Menma chuckled awkwardly, recalling how that girl had persistently tried to tug at his face, nodding silently. She indeed seemed quite extraordinary, but beyond that, he knew little else. All I know is her name is a fae. Suddenly, an imperceptible chakra, hidden in the shadows, began to ripple and spread, startling the slumbering birds into a flurry of flapping wings. The observer, realizing the commotion they had inadvertently caused, quickly sought to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. Watergate seized the opportunity and promptly issued the command. Act. At the command, the members of the Umbu swiftly encircled the area, activating a barrier to confine the space and seal off chakra. Among those executing the blockade, Kakashi's figure stood out conspicuously. Chapter 39, Absurdity. The individual, quick to react upon seeing the Umbu closing in, harbored no intentions of confrontation and turned to flee. A swirling vortex materialized behind him just as he prepared to escape. As he lifted his foot, he suddenly froze, rendered immobile. The eyes behind the vortex mask darted around and caught sight of Kakashi, who was wielding a sealing technique. It was indeed a spatial ninjutsu. Kakashi remarked coolly, noting how conspicuous the sealing scroll left by the second Hokage was. The figure behind the vortex mask regarded Kakashi and suddenly chuckled coldly, the raspy voice so grating it was indistinguishable as male or female, rougher than the sound of sawed wood. Yet, Kakashi found this voice vaguely familiar. A trap? The masked figure chuckled softly, seemingly pleased that not all of them were fools. Having utilized a sealing scroll capable of countering spatial ninjutsu, Kakashi, since you've recognized it, surrender promptly. The Umbu members closed in. The combination of sealing techniques and the barrier forming an inescapable net. However, Kakashi noticed that the eyes of the person behind the vortex mask lacked any trace of panic. Instead of surveying the surrounding Umbu, they fixated intently on Kakashi's face, their emotions remarkably complex. If Kakashi were to describe it, it resembled the disorientation of awakening from a deep slumber, unable to discern reality from illusion. Sensing something was amiss, Kakashi heightened his vigilance, decisively lifting his forehead protector to reveal his blood-red Sharingan with 3 tomo. This was the moment the figure behind the vortex mask had been waiting for. In an instant, Kakashi's Sharingan felt as though it were being scorched by flames, the majority of his chakra being siphoned away, accompanied by a sharp pain in his left eye that left him dizzy. He clutched at his eye, dark spots and flashes appearing in his vision, and he could only feel warm blood trickling from his eye, unable to discern his own hands. Be careful, his teammate shouted. Shuriken flew through the air, easily deflected by an unseen force. Kakashi shuddered, only then realizing that the previously targeted individual had suddenly appeared less than a meter from him. Impossible. This area was supposed to prohibit the release of spatial ninjutsu. Even in his impaired vision, Kakashi lived up to his reputation, responding swiftly with the guidance of his teammates' shuriken to strike at the enemy. He aimed to buy time for his allies to re-establish the blockade against the voyeur. But the opponent clearly had no intention of lingering. After evading Kakashi's attack, they sneered once more. If it weren't for the timing, I would relish the opportunity to eliminate you. A worthless person like you somehow manages to survive for so long, and has even become a smooth-talking libertine. Upon witnessing Kakashi's future self, Uchiha Obito felt a wave of nausea. Indeed, one should never expect anything of substance from such a character. A fool is a fool. And even the so-called mourning is cheap and fleeting. He was disinclined to waste further words on a former comrade, his right eye throbbing with pain no less severe than Kakashi's. The other Umbu were also preparing to initiate the sealing once more. Uchiha Obito decisively utilized Kimui to escape. Yet, misfortune often strikes unexpectedly. Upon emerging from the Kimui space, Uchiha Obito glanced up to see a familiar golden figure in his blurred vision. Turning slightly to the right, he beheld a glowing screen, its brilliance undeniable even through the blood-red haze of his right eye. Uchiha Obito, what is happening? I had clearly targeted another outpost outside of Konoha. How did I end up near the light screen? Perhaps sensing the astonishment beneath the vortex mask, Minato Namikaze kindly explained, powerful space-time ninjutsu naturally attracts lesser forms of spatial ninjutsu, especially if multiple types of spatial ninjutsu are activated near a space-time technique. There's a chance of opening a spatial rift that gets drawn to the vicinity of the space-time ninjutsu. Didn't your ninjutsu instructor teach you this? Uchiha Obito, they did. They taught it right on the spot. Truly timely. You are indeed the finest team leader. I wish I could give you a glowing review. He attempted to activate Kimui once more to flee, but near the light screen, his Sharingan abilities were suppressed, unable to manifest even the Tomo. Only when his chakra returned to peak levels could he possibly use Kimui again, but regrettably, the recent forced breach of the sealing scroll had depleted a significant portion of his chakra, necessitating time for recovery. Blood smeared across his eye, and he could now empathize with Kakashi's earlier experience of blindness. The oppressive weight of the barrier and the suffocating seal descended upon him once again. Uchiha Obito could hardly discern how many were surrounding him. Yet, he felt there might still be a glimmer of hope. The ground trembled, and thorn-laden branches erupted from the earth, ensnaring those nearby. You can use wood release? Minato Namikaze frowned, dodging the surprise attack from the branches with a series of jumps, deftly tossing a few shuriken in response. Uchiha Obito dared not underestimate the shuriken thrown his way. fearing that a moment's inattention could result in his teacher appearing from the projectiles to deliver a strike. He quickly maneuvered away from the direction with the least number of shuriken, intending to use wood release to break through the encirclement when he was met head-on with a pair of Sharingan. Uchiha Obito, right? Uchiha Fugaku just activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. The timing was rather brief. He hadn't yet had the chance to ascertain the abilities of this Mangekyo. Soon enough, he would discover what abilities Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo possessed. It was also a spatial ninjutsu. An invisible, colorless prototype barrier ensnared him tightly. The sphere shrank increasingly, seemingly on the verge of constraining him completely. Uchiha Obito struggled desperately once more. The next moment, the compression halted, and Uchiha Fugaku sensed an odd force within the sphere resisting his control. Thus, when Kakashi and the Umbu returned, they were met with the sight of a 1-meter diameter sphere hovering in midair, with the voyeur behind the vortex mask ensconced within, surrounded by Minato Namikaze and others. "You're here," Minato greeted Kakashi, his brow furrowed upon seeing him. "Why is your eye bleeding? Is the injury serious?" Kakashi shook his head. The phenomenon of his left eye voraciously absorbing chakra had ceased, yet a lingering pain remained. He remained unaware of what had transpired with his Sharingan, only knowing that for the time being, he could not utilize it. Angered by this realization, Kakashi cast a cold gaze at the ensnared voyeur, finally able to see their full visage. With black hair and eyes, the individual was of average build, the orange vortex mask firmly affixed to their face, rendering their identity unrecognizable. "Get a medical ninja to take a look at your eye later," Minato advised, seeing that Kakashi was reluctant to go to the hospital. He turned to the voyeur encased in the sphere, feeling quite troubled. He inquired again of Uchiha Fugaku. "Is there truly no way to unveil their mask or discern their identity?" Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. "If we transport him to the ceiling prison and seal his chakra, we will be able to ascertain his identity," Kakashi proposed. "Preparations are already underway," Minato nodded, explaining that he had not anticipated the strength of the voyeur's spatial ninjutsu, necessitating a reconfiguration of the specialized prison. Fortunately, the contingency plan for capture had been implemented. "For now, we cannot allow him to stray too far from the light screen," Uchiha Fugaku stated. "I can sense that the light screen significantly counters spatial ninjutsu. The closer he is to the light screen, the less effective his spatial travel techniques become." Uchiha Obito coldly listened to their discussion regarding his fate, maintaining a stoic expression detached from the situation. He finally regained his composure and contemplated how he had fallen to such depths. The ceiling scroll and Minato's arrangements were one aspect. More importantly, this inexplicable light screen was another. Uchiha Obito felt the energy emanating from the luminous curtain a few meters away. A familiar yet foreign power ignited a faint warmth in his left eye. The suppression of space-time ninjutsu against spatial ninjutsu. The very dominance of the Rinnegan over both the Rinnegan and the Sharingan was indeed overwhelming, bolstered by the formidable power of the Six Paths. Uchiha Obito nearly choked with rage. The long-deceased ancestor had explicitly proclaimed that aside from himself, no second pair of Rinnegan existed in the world. Yet here he was, confronted with the undeniable reality that not only was there another, but its Six Paths power was potent enough to subdue his own Rinnegan. However, no amount of anger would suffice. Now, he could only bide his time, replenishing his chakra. As soon as he distanced himself from the luminous curtain, he would shatter Uchiha Fugaku's constraints and seize the opportunity to escape. The paramount task ahead was to exercise patience. Fortunately, the luminous curtain was affording him some reprieve. Since his emergence, it had been crackling incessantly, and now it resumed its slow playback. How considerate. Obito. Naruto nearly spat out his food, so shocked that he dropped his chopsticks to the ground. He hastily inquired, "Is it really Obito? A woman?" Makoto nodded. "Indeed. How could it be a woman?" In an instant, a cascade of melodramatic scenarios flooded Naruto's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Kakashi-sensei didn't strike him as the type. Moreover, wasn't she already dead? He muttered, recalling how Sasuke had nearly dismembered her corpse, and had Kakashi-sensei not intervened, it would have been engulfed in flames long ago. Ah, what? Makoto tilted her head in confusion. Sasuke's father despises Kakashi-sensei's girlfriend? It dawned on her as she recalled the displeasure on her own father's face when she mentioned that girl. Remembering how he had secretly restrained her from discussing Kakashi's girlfriend, claiming it was a matter of family. To be loathed by Sasuke, to have Makoto as family, and to be Obito, that all aligned perfectly. Naruto was left in astonishment. Could it truly be that Uchiha Obito was alive? Had he somehow transformed into Kakashi-sensei's girlfriend? Was it a transformation jutsu? Uchiha Obito himself thought. What girlfriend? Silence yourself, lest I accuse you of slander. Yet, no one could perceive Obito's internal outcry, for he was concealed behind his swirling mask, and the attention of those before the luminous curtain was elsewhere. Kakashi stood frozen. as if ensnared in a jinjutsu or trapped in a dream. How could he be hearing news of Obito's survival? The possibility of a long-lost companion still existing was a notion he had not dared to entertain. His dreams were instead haunted by the specters of fallen comrades, perpetually interrogating him as to why he had failed to save them. Kakashi raised his hand to touch his left eye, the dull ache escalating into a sharp pain. Tears of blood streaming once more. It was this pain that anchored his spirit back to reality. He felt a warmth on his shoulder. It was his master embracing him. Minato held Kakashi tightly, his clear and resolute voice grounding Kakashi's senses. Obito is not dead. Kakashi, Obito will still be alive when Mikoto grows up. This is wonderful. Let us find him together and bring him back. Indeed. Kakashi buried his head into Minato's shoulder, silent tears cascading from his right eye. Uchiha Obito floated before Kakashi and Minato, observing the touching scene before him. Yet the visage beneath his mask was one of utter numbness and indifference. So foolish. He thought derisively, what a laughable spectacle. Do you truly believe that finding me will change anything? It is far too late. Moreover, as he cast his gaze upon those within the luminous curtain, he had little faith that he had not committed significant transgressions by that time. Indeed, the next segment of the luminous display plunged Kakashi and Minato into despair once more. Mikoto, Uchiha Obito, the very one who established the Akatsuki organization, collected the tailed beasts, instigated the Fourth Great Ninja War, and orchestrated the infinite Tsukuyomi, the perpetrator responsible for countless deaths. As Mikoto's voice grew increasingly agitated, she shouted louder, he is the one who unleashed the Nine Tails to attack Konoha, leading to the demise of the Fourth Hokage, and collaborated with Itachi Uchiha to annihilate the Uchiha clan? Naruto retrieved his chopsticks, nodding calmly. If I'm not mistaken, it's him. Uchiha Obito nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. I have accomplished many significant feats. Chapter 40, Provocation. The death of the Fourth Hokage, Kakashi muttered, repeating the phrase for what felt like an eternity before his mind began to churn. He shuddered, exclaiming, impossible, impossible. Kakashi shouted once more. Though it was unclear to whom, he directed his words. Obito could not have killed his teacher. His hoarse voice reverberated across the desolate riverbed, stirring even the tranquil waters. In a panic, he grasped Minato's hand, the composure and patience expected of an elite ninja entirely forsaken, as he sought a reliable, affirming response. Teacher, Obito could not possibly be a criminal. Minato murmured softly. The Nine Tails was unleashed by the Sharingan. Kakashi abruptly halted. He recalled the earlier conjecture regarding the assault on Konoha, which included how the assailant had released and manipulated the Nine Tails. If the assailant possessed the Sharingan, everything would fall into place. Initially, their primary suspects had indeed been the Uchiha clan, though they had refrained from voicing their suspicions in the presence of the current clan leader. Then there was the Akatsuki. Jiraiya rubbed his temples. The previous display had indicated that the Akatsuki, along with Nagato, had also attacked Konoha. Thus, was it possible that this so-called Akatsuki founder was also Uchiha Obito? What was his intent in collecting the tailed beasts? Did he seek to dominate the ninja world through their power? What exactly were the so-called plans for the Moon's Eye and infinite Tsukuyomi? Did he appear to be someone with such base ambitions? Uchiha Obito scoffed inwardly. What was there in this broken and hypocritical world worth ruling? He aspired to create a world devoid of war, a realm of everlasting peace. Under the infinite Tsukuyomi, the deceased would be resurrected, the suffering would rediscover joy, and despair would cease to exist. Everyone would attain happiness. That was the world he yearned for. These questions could be posed directly to him. Uchiha Fugaku, with his crimson Sharingan, gazed intently at the figure trapped within the sphere, his aura brimming with murderous intent and icy disdain that even the barrier could not contain. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth as he uttered the name, finally comprehending why his younger son harbored such animosity towards this individual that he wished nothing more than to obliterate him. Learning that he was also one of the architects of the clan's demise filled Fugaku with a desire to rend him limb from limb. Fueled by rage, Uchiha Fugaku reacted even more swiftly than Minato and Kakashi. Upon witnessing the luminous curtain, he instantly recalled their previous discussions, theorizing that the voyeur might indeed be the one who unleashed the Nine Tails. Now that they had captured the person, it was time to unveil the identity hidden beneath the mask. At this juncture, would you not remove your mask, you traitorous descendant? Has the Uchiha clan wronged you in any way? To turn against your own family, how cruel. Today, in the name of the clan leader, I shall deliver just retribution upon you, this unfilial child. Kakashi, upon hearing this, turned to look. For a moment, he could not discern whether his eyes reflected more anticipation or fear. The blood streaks on his face were painfully vivid, almost unbearable. The masked figure, casting a glance at Kakashi, quickly averted his gaze. He similarly refrained from directing his glance towards Minato, focusing instead on the enraged Uchiha Fugaku, a derisive smile playing upon his lips. Once again, he believed he could salvage the situation. After all, escaping this pursuit was merely a part of a larger plan that required execution. Moreover, to be pressured by Uchiha Fugaku in the name of clan leadership was rather irksome. In Uchiha Obito's mind, memories of Minato Namake's and Kakashi's astonished expressions upon learning of his survival flashed rapidly. He quickly suppressed his emotions, concocting a rationale that seemed utterly sufficient and logical, convincing himself that failing to do so would be an affront to the meticulous plans he had undertaken. Thus, he crossed his arms and let out a derisive laugh, his single visible eye reflecting disdain and contempt for Uchiha Fugaku. Unfilial descendants, that's you, isn't it? Uchiha mere juniors. The audacity of his words momentarily stunned those present. They had considered that the voyeur might vehemently deny his identity or brutally confess, but they never anticipated he would turn the tables on them. Recalling the memories left by Madara Uchiha, Obito immersed himself in the identity of his long-deceased ancestor. Instantly, his aura transformed. He exuded an overwhelming presence, gazing down at those encircling him as if they were nothing more than a swarm of insignificant ants. Do you wish for me to remove my mask? Can you bear the consequences, you juniors? He scoffed, his voice low and cold. I have returned after a long absence, initially only to witness this intriguing spectacle of Konoha. Yet, in just a century, the people of Konoha, including my own clan, have become so unrecognizable that even I can make mistakes. The irony of the Uchiha and Konoha was indeed laughable. At this moment, he was none other than Madara Uchiha, the very figure who had established Konoha alongside the Senju and vanished from the world thereafter. In an instant, his imposing presence struck fear into the hearts of those around him, sowing doubt about his identity. The atmosphere shifted to one of tension and confusion, particularly for Uchiha Fugaku. What juniors? What clan? What century? What in the world? He stared at the masked figure floating above, suddenly recalling a particular legendary ancestor among the Uchiha. Madara Uchiha? He murmured, and upon uttering the name, he found it absurd. How could it be? Over a century had passed, no matter how formidable he had been. It was impossible for him to still be alive. Impossible. A chuckle escaped the masked figure, who nodded slightly. Fugaku's expression morphed into one of disbelief, shared by the others present, all of whom seemed to echo the same incredulous sentiment. What a joke. Are you kidding? Obito, satisfied, nodded in affirmation. Indeed. I am deceiving you all. Sometimes, the most unbelievable assertions compel one to imagine their veracity, especially when this individual masters the rare art of wood release. The standoff continued, and for a moment, no one dared to speak. Fortunately, the projection maintained its playback, alleviating the mental overload of the gathered crowd. Mikoto wore an expression of indignation. How could Kakashi-sensei be associated with such a nefarious individual? Such a criminal should be condemned to the gallows. Naruto offered Mikoto a slice of fish, attempting to soothe her. Well, you see, Obito has indeed committed numerous misdeeds, but he has also been quite tragically deceived. His early life was manipulated, and he unwittingly accomplished a great deal for others. Even during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he came to his senses and aided us. Shikamaru and the others had remarked that Obito was likely easier to deceive than him, calling him dim-witted. Honestly, how could anyone have deceived the Hokage so thoroughly? Dim-witted? Obito interjected incredulously. What do you mean by wedding dress? Who was deceived? You think I could be fooled? Mikoto skillfully diverted the conversation, pondering. Deceived? You mean how Kagaya Otsutsuki manipulated both Uchiha Madara and Obito into believing that the infinite Tsukuyomi was a good thing? What? You didn't know? Naruto paused, emphasizing. Did you not learn this? Or have you simply forgotten? There's a significant difference. If Mikoto is unaware of the full story, I must consider why I and Sasuke have not disclosed the truth to him. Mikoto held his head, feeling dizzy. When pressed by Naruto, he found himself unable to discern whether he had forgotten or never knew in the first place. Seeing Mikoto in such a daze, Naruto quickly shifted the topic again. I wonder how Kakashi-sensei will react upon discovering that Obito is still alive. He should be pleased, right? After all, they've known each other since childhood. Furthermore, he has tended to Obito's grave for over 20 years, rain or shine. The realization that Kakashi-sensei harbored feelings for Obito left Mikoto stunned. It was no wonder Obito would go to such lengths to remain by Kakashi's side. Suddenly, memories of the sailor's suit, intimate moments, and Kakashi's unwavering dedication to Obito's grave resurfaced in Obito's mind. I told you it's slander. Slander. And who would change genders for that fool Kakashi? Kakashi countered. Well, actually, my feelings for Obito are not of that nature. Minato Namake's found himself weeping, unsure whether to lament the folly of one student or the depth of another's feelings. Naruto, ever considerate of the internal turmoil of those present, interjected, correcting. It's not that kind of affection. There is no romantic love between two men. What they share is a pure camaraderie, much like Sasuke and myself. Kakashi and Obito exclaimed in unison, "Shut up. Don't add that last part." Perhaps it was merely an attempt to remain inconspicuous, using transformation techniques to feign a romantic relationship. Naruto concluded. Mikoto hesitated, struggling to argue that love could exist between men, citing Naruto and Sasuke's fathers. He also wanted to contest that Kakashi-sensei's interactions with Obito seemed far from innocent. Yet, convincing Naruto, who held such beliefs, appeared an insurmountable challenge. Mikoto sighed, overwhelmed by the simplistic view of friendship shared between Naruto's father and Sasuke's father. In a fleeting moment, he recalled a fragment of the answer to his previous question. Is it Madara Uchiha? Did he deceive Obito and utilize him to resurrect himself? Naruto confirmed. Yes, you've remembered. Wait, Madara really is alive. Uchiha Fugaku and the others suddenly turned their attention to the figure within the sphere. Obito maintained his cool, imposing, and enigmatic demeanor, disregarding the crowd. This portrayal, coupled with Naruto's claims, began to sow doubt even among those who had previously disbelieved the masked figure. They exchanged glances, grappling with uncertainty. Mikoto murmured, I only recall the fragment. How peculiar. I distinctly remember studying this part of history. He tugged at his hair in frustration. The only thing I remember is that Uchiha Madara, along with Senju Hashirama, founded Konoha, but due to ideological differences, he abandoned the village and the Uchiha clan. Right. Naruto nodded in affirmation. Mikoto continued. Later, in a bid to change the world and in the chaos of war, he devised the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, deliberately deceiving Obito into assisting him with the Moon Eye plan, thereby allowing for his resurrection. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, he faced the allied shinobi forces and the Five Kage, defeating them. And then you and Sasuke's father teamed up to defeat him, right? Pretty much. The rest escapes me. Mikoto rubbed his face, feeling as if he had overlooked something significant. Yet, this was enough to leave everyone in shock. Was Uchiha Madara truly that terrifying? The collective gaze of the crowd turned vacant, overwhelmed by the revelation. To single-handedly confront the allied shinobi forces and the Five Kage was a feat comparable to the descent of the deity Amaterasu herself. Wait a moment. This description seems rather familiar. Once again, I am reminded of the scene where two Gundams soar through the sky. Everyone, it feels as though, in the impending Fourth Great Ninja War, they will remain as uninvolved as the Ninja Alliance and the Five Kage. After much contemplation, Menma finally conjured an image from his mind. He was astonished and clapped his hands, exclaiming, That's right. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are, good friends. In any case, their relationship is quite extraordinary. Although Uchiha Madara did not agree with Senju Hashirama's actions after the village was established, he has continuously fought for their initial ideal after leaving the village, to create a world devoid of war and conflict. It is said that in order to commemorate Senju Hashirama and remember their shared ideals, he even carved Hashirama's likeness onto his chest, wishing for his dear friend to accompany him in this manner for eternity. Naruto, although, it does seem to make sense when you put it that way. Menma interjected. Isn't Uchiha Madara's actions indicative of a secret affection for Senju Hashirama? That ancestor would never harbor such feelings covertly. He is more inclined to be forthright. Besides, what romantic relationship could possibly exist between two men? Naruto dismissed this notion, correcting him once again. No, it's not like that. Uchiha Madara's feelings for Senju Hashirama are purely those of comradeship. They are united in the struggle for a shared ideal, and thus leaving a mark of one another upon themselves is a sentiment I can comprehend. If Sasuke were to return to life, I too would likely inscribe a mark of him upon myself to commemorate the bond we share. Menma. Silence enveloped the crowd. Their gazes shifted from Naruto on the screen to the notably silent Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha. Before long, all eyes converged on the one who was imprisoned, who had implied himself to be Uchiha Madara. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that his attire appeared somewhat oversized. Could it be to conceal the carving of Senju Hashirama upon his chest? Uchiha Obito, at this moment, he faced the most challenging dilemma since his rebirth. Should he acknowledge himself as Uchiha Madara, the bearer of Hashirama's likeness upon his chest? Or should he admit to being Uchiha Obito, the man who, after being buried by Kakashi for over 2 decades, was moved to undergo a transformation? This world, indeed, must be a fabrication. Chapter 41, Filter. This world is undoubtedly a falsehood. Uchiha Obito mused with an expression devoid of emotion. It is a realm rife with decay, hypocrisy, and filth. It would be better to obliterate it and start anew. Thus, it is only natural that I would kill all of you. After all, we could begin again. In another world, you would lead far happier lives and would forget everything that transpired tonight. Uchiha Obito's fierce gaze bore down on the onlookers outside the barrier, particularly those who scrutinized his upper body. Were it not for the barrier, he would have long since charged out to wreak havoc, perhaps feeling threatened by Obito's stare. Minato Namikaze cleared his throat and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Uchiha Obito remained silent for a considerable time. In that fleeting moment, he contemplated whether to continue claiming he was Uchiha Madara. Yet, as his mind whirled, he employed his cunning and discerned the trap laid before him. If Uchiha Madara were truly as formidable as portrayed in the screen, how could he have fallen into their snare? Moreover, the screen indicated that Uchiha Madara had deceived and manipulated Uchiha Obito before his rebirth. By calculating the time, it became evident that they were still ensnaring Obito in their web of deceit. Therefore, the identity of the masked man was unmistakable. His additional inquiry was merely a courtesy to allow Minato to coax Obito into confessing his identity, thus considering it a self-surrender. However, Uchiha Obito remained ungrateful, letting out a cold laugh. "Since you have deduced my identity, what further significance does your inquiry hold?" "Obito, it truly is you," Kakashi murmured, lost in thought. He gazed at Obito, who had once been the source of countless words he wished to express, but after the recent barrage of peculiar and brainwashing descriptions, only one sentence escaped his lips: "I never harbored any secret affection for you." He pondered for a moment, wishing to clarify, "My feelings for you are genuinely those of comradeship, of ordinary classmates. Quite ordinary and normal. The kind of friendship that does not compare to the bond between Sasuke and Naruto." Uchiha Obito, "Well, it appears we have reached a consensus. I would never undergo a transformation for you." Dai Kakashi. Uchiha Obito had once envisioned how shocking the reunion with his old friends would be. Now, the shock was indeed palpable. He truly yearned to annihilate this world. Minato Namikaze found himself at a loss in the face of this scenario. His disciple had returned from the dead, splendid. A resurrected disciple who had strayed from the path could still be guided back. However, a misguided disciple who appeared to lack sound judgment and insisted they were on the right path was a source of great torment. Moreover, this misguided disciple had not just offended one or two individuals. Minato glanced at Fugaku Uchiha, who was glaring daggers at him, wishing to dismember him. His head throbbed even more. "Obito, what are the eye of the moon and infinite Tsukuyomi? Reveal to me everything you have done and plan to do. Perhaps I can assist you. You still have a chance to amend your ways while you have yet to err," Minato urged in a teacherly tone. "Come back, Obito." Uchiha Obito, the screen has indicated that you were deceived by Uchiha Madara, ultimately toiling for another's benefit. Even so, are you still unwilling to turn back? No response. The silence conveyed Minato's answer. He sighed. He knew his disciple well. Each held their own stubbornness. Some would not turn back until they had hit a wall. The fourth Hokage ultimately stated, "I will personally interrogate you." At that moment, Uchiha Obito felt a ripple of emotion within him due to Minato's words. Personal interrogation? Even now? Do you still wish to show leniency? Teacher. Menma consumed his lunch with little appetite, the words of Naruto's father echoing in his mind. Buried for 20 years. A transformation in return. Comrades. A mark of Sasuke upon oneself. Friends. Menma. Even at the age of 11, I sense something amiss. Menma. The bond of comradeship is not defined in such a manner. Kyuubi is also his comrade, yet he would never undergo a transformation for Kyuubi. Nor would he leave a mark upon himself. This is simply not something a friend would do. He finally came to the realization that Naruto's father in his youth indeed possessed a rather peculiar mindset. Yet, upon seeing Naruto's father with that innocent expression, speaking from the heart, Menma found himself at a loss for words. He merely wished to shake his father's shoulder and shout, "Dad, wake up!" This is truly not the essence of camaraderie. Unfortunately, before he could act, a figure suddenly leaped through the window. "Lord Hokage, may I inquire if you have had sufficient rest? Nara Shikamaru sent me to remind you that you have afternoon duties to attend to." The individual donned a fox mask and was dressed in ANBU attire, with only dark hair visible, the rest obscured. Nevertheless, Menma recognized the person's identity from the polite tone of address. It was Uncle Sai. Naruto evidently recognized the visitor as well. He complained, "I'm not refusing to return. Why on earth did Shikamaru send you specifically to remind me?" Sai chuckled lightly. "Perhaps it is because Lord Hokage is a busy person and might forget his duties, thus necessitating my humble reminder." "What would cause me to forget my responsibilities?" Naruto retorted, hands on his hips. "I am quite diligent. Regardless of what happens, my work will never be delayed. Just wait a moment while I finish these dishes, and I shall head to work." Sai remained non-committal, casting a glance at Menma, who was quietly seated beside Naruto. His fox mask concealing his expression, yet revealing a contemplative demeanor. The side profile of the black-haired, blue-eyed child struck a familiar chord within Menma, causing his heart to tighten. He understood that Uncle Sai, hailing from the Umbu, had undergone specialized training, enabling him to recognize identities at a glance, which was hardly surprising. However, his concern did not stem from this. Rather, he feared that Uncle Sai occasionally struggled to read others' expressions and bluntly articulated the truth, something Naruto's father would undoubtedly find unacceptable. In this light, if it weren't for the discrepancy in their ages, this young child bore a striking resemblance to. Menma couldn't help but interject, "Wait a moment. Like the child of Naruto-kun and me?" Sai chuckled as he replied. With a sudden splutter, Naruto expelled a mouthful of water. Huh. Menma's mind nearly short-circuited. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Naruto exclaimed, looking as if he had been struck by lightning, his skin crawling. Sai produced a book from his pocket, pointing to a line within as he showcased it to Naruto. Upon closer inspection, Naruto read the title, How to Cope with a Malicious Supervisor. It suggested that when a boss burdens one with excessive work, encroaching upon personal time, one might consider regarding the supervisor as a beloved family member for the sake of one's mental health. By doing so, one could wholly dedicate oneself to their work without harboring grievances against their superior. What a self-indoctrination brainwashing book. Naruto nearly blurted out. Has Sai once again stumbled upon some pirated material? I told him not to casually purchase books from that closed bookstore where they sell them for 10 yuan for 3. Sai sighed. I haven't even had time for lunch and have been working overtime for a month straight. Even my girlfriend said if she doesn't see me soon, she might break up with me. Haha. Naruto. Sai continued, however, just as the book suggests. Viewing Naruto-kun as my closest family member has made all resentment vanish. Working diligently for the happiness of my family, including Naruto-kun, has become a task I must fulfill. Naruto. He cleared his throat, pondering the extent of his recent overtime alongside the project plans on his desk. The reforms had only just begun. Not only people, but even passing dogs were being dragged into overtime. This morning, he had barely managed to handle his work with the help of shadow clones before returning to eat. Silently, he slid a bowl of leftover food towards Sai, saying, The book has a point. We must regard Konoha as our home and embody the spirit of dedication for everyone. However, let's refrain from uttering such absurd statements. The idea of two men having a child sounds rather inappropriate. He shuddered, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him, as if his very being were crawling with unease. He hesitated to hand the bowl directly, opting instead to nudge it over with his chopsticks, as if he wished to label himself with a sign reading, No homophobia, gay folks keep away. Furthermore, he added, and don't casually claim children. Menma is related to Sasuke, which has nothing to do with you. Sai gazed at the bowl of leftovers, chuckling softly once more. Ah, indeed, he does resemble Uchiha Sasuke more. So, if it weren't for the age difference, this young lad might very well be the child of Naruto-kun and Uchiha Sasuke. Menma, startled by Sai's words. Menma was momentarily caught off guard, unable to prevent Sai from speaking. Panic surged within him as he anxiously glanced at Naruto, who seemed momentarily stunned. He peered at Menma's face, feeling as if he had been jolted awake, as if a veil had been lifted. He realized that Menma looked familiar, not solely because he resembled Sasuke, but perhaps because there was a hint of himself in the boy. My child with Sasuke. Naruto mused, momentarily drifting away. Menma cautiously inquired, If I truly were your and Sasuke's child, how would you feel? Given that Sai was momentarily unaware of his identity, he had to overlook the way he referred to Sasuke. Recalling Naruto's earlier reaction, he grew increasingly anxious. Teacher, you wouldn't find that disgusting, would you? How could that be? Naruto retorted without a second thought, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Menma, declaring with conviction, If Menma were my child, I would be overjoyed. Menma is so well-behaved and wonderful. Becoming Menma's father would surely make me the happiest dad in the world. Teacher. Menma felt tears welling in his eyes. Moreover, if Menma were the child of Sasuke and me, just thinking about it brings me joy. In the summer, we could swim by the riverside, and in the evenings, we could enjoy watermelon in the yard. During winter, we could teach Menma to use fire release for barbecues and build snowmen together. Naruto envisioned a life with Menma and felt immensely satisfied, as if he had found a place to call home. He smiled softly, whispering, It truly feels like having a family. Seeing this, Menma was on the verge of revealing his true identity. Sai interjected once more. The notion of two men having a child sounds quite questionable. Naruto sternly countered, Sasuke and I are different. Even if we had a child, it wouldn't alter our relationship. It would merely affirm that our bond is indeed closer than mere friendship. It is a profoundly intimate familial connection. Just as the sage of six paths stated, Sasuke and I are the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura's chakra. Thus, one could say we were brothers in our past lives. For two brothers, raising a child is entirely normal. Don't twist it into something sordid. Sordid Sai. Menma. He closed his eyes in anguish. The ever-silent Minato finally managed to utter a phrase. The reincarnation of Indra and Ashura's chakra. What is that? equally reticent. Fugaku Uchiha only shared what he knew. The Sage of Six Paths, the legendary progenitor of ninjas, the god of ninjas, is the ancestor of both the Uchiha and Senju clans, as well as the Uzumaki clan. It is said that the nine-tailed beasts were also created by him. Meanwhile, Obito Uchiha, still in captivity, silently nodded, aware that after gathering all nine-tailed beasts, one could resurrect the Ten Tails. Becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki would enable the initiation of the Moon Eye plan. As for Indra and Ashura, he was clueless. Yet Jiraiya, with his vast knowledge, recalled that Indra and Ashura were said to be the Sage of Six Paths' two sons. However, legend has it that the two brothers were at odds, violently clashing over their identities as leaders of the ninja sect, ultimately leading to their estrangement. Little did they know, the chakra of these two brothers could indeed be reincarnated. No wonder Naruto had previously claimed that he and Sasuke were brothers in their past lives. Jiraiya twitched at the corner of his mouth, wondering if this was the power of the sage. Even in reincarnation, their strength vastly surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Naruto and Sasuke's prowess was indeed comprehensible. Yet, this begot another question. How did Naruto come to know that he was the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura's chakra? Surely, the Sage of Six Paths didn't descend one day on a whim to check on how his son's chakra reincarnations were faring, casually revealing their lineage. Sai had no desire to challenge Naruto's convoluted reasoning. He was more than eager to witness Naruto's embarrassment, with his superior failing to maintain professionalism and on the verge of being dumped by his girlfriend. Sai thought he might as well learn a few of the Uchiha's dark techniques for a bit of amusement. Lord Hokage, time is running short. You ought to head to work. Naruto grumbled. What are you rushing me for? I've already stated that I won't delay my duties. He ruffled Menma's hair. I know you have something to tell me. I'm sorry, Menma. Now ISNT the right time. Can we discuss it when I return? Menma nodded, understanding that Naruto likely had a sense of his identity and was merely awaiting a definitive acknowledgement. He thought to himself that when Naruto returned, he would certainly read aloud the book that Kakashi-sensei had gifted him. Sai observed the warm, familial scene before him, his mischievous intentions stirring. Silently, he retrieved a pen and sketchpad, preparing to convey some delightful news to Naruto. Lord Nara has a reason for sending me to supervise your work. The Umbu has just received word that there has been unusual activity at Orochimaru's prison, suspected infiltration by rogue ninja Uchiha. Naruto's expression shifted drastically, and he turned to flee. A dark rope suddenly restrained him. Sai smiled. It's time to get to work, Hokage. Naruto, visibly anxious, exclaimed, You don't understand, Sai? That creep Orochimaru. I fear for Sasuke in his presence. Who knows what kind of deceitful words Orochimaru might use to lead Sasuke astray. The thought of Sasuke being in danger sends shivers down my spine. Sai remarked, Uchiha Sasuke is bound to suffer. Naruto-kun, you always have a knack for humor. He recalled instances where Naruto's brainwashing had led victims to believe they were innocent, only to find themselves in Orochimaru's lair, facing brutal beatings that nearly cost them their lives. A sardonic smile crept onto his face. With a lack of compassion, Sai stated, The Hyuga clan leader is waiting for you in the conference room. Your plan with Hinata to alter the status of the Hyuga branch family is about to commence its first discussion. Are you certain you wish to skip out on work? After sensing Sasuke's chakra, he noted that it was indeed aligned with Orochimaru's. Currently, Sasuke's chakra seemed stable, but it was Orochimaru we were speaking of. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut in torment, feeling as if his heart was being torn apart. It was as if he was once again reliving the anger and helplessness he felt when Orochimaru had confronted him about his Sasuke. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What is Sasuke doing at Orochimaru's prison? Sai interjected. He is likely attempting a jailbreak. He wants to take Orochimaru with him. How do you know that? Naruto inquired. Sai replied, Well, the guards at the prison asked him for his purpose upon seeing the Uchiha, and Sasuke openly stated he was there to break someone out. I must say, his actions are as straightforward and bold as ever. Of course, Sai omitted the part about how the guards, upon hearing the word jailbreak from the Uchiha himself, willingly opened the gates, allowing him to stride in without any hint of resistance. After all, this was the Uchiha. Their Hokage was Uzumaki Naruto. No one in their right mind would dare to obstruct him. Upon hearing this, Naruto could barely contain his frustration. He had clearly instructed Sasuke that while taking Orochimaru was acceptable, it should be after the establishment of his base. Using diplomatic channels to transfer prisoners, a perfectly reasonable approach. To forcibly take him now would be tantamount to a jailbreak. Sai commented, I told you. The guards acted wisely in releasing him. Clearly, our Hokage has been in clandestine communications with the Uchiha. Naruto felt a surge of anger at Sasuke's actions. Why must he draw the line so clearly from the start? Does he really have to delineate such significant matters like establishing a base? Can't he allow me to assist without making it seem like a big deal? Sai suggested. Perhaps it's because Sasuke is still a wanted man by the 5 great shinobi villages. No, for, along with a joint bounty on his head from various feudal lords, he seems to revel in the chaos, revealing the truth once more. Konoha had already been warned by the Fire Country's feudal lord to issue a warrant for the Uchiha. If Sasuke were to take Orochimaru under the guise of cooperation rather than a jailbreak, how could the Hokage explain this to the feudal lords? While they intended to overthrow the lords, that was something to be addressed only after consolidating Konoha. Now was not the time to confront the nobility. Naruto glanced at Sai, understanding his implication. In fact, Sasuke's actions were a step ahead of everyone else. He anticipated Sasuke's motivations better than anyone. Naruto always seemed to grasp Sasuke's intentions before anyone else. By distancing himself from Konoha and overtly committing acts that would offend them, he was signaling that he and Uchiha Sasuke were not allies. This was not for Konoha's sake. It simply diverted attention from the Hokage, who was currently under attack from the nobility, allowing him to focus on cleansing Konoha's internal strife. As for the consequences of abducting the notorious Orochimaru, it would only tarnish the already sullied reputation of the Uchiha further. Such trivial matters did not faze Sasuke in the least. Only someone as foolish as Naruto would attempt to redeem his name. Naruto closed his eyes, realizing that the most pressing issue at hand was to cleanse Konoha from within. Suppressing his anxiety, he adjusted his Hokage hat and said to Sai, "Let us go." Meanwhile, Menma waved goodbye to Naruto, promising to wait for his return. He resolved that when Naruto's father returned, he would reveal the entire truth about his origins. Menma felt inadequate when it came to bridging the gap between Naruto's father and Sasuke's. If this continued, he worried that Naruto's father might take far too long to comprehend. Menma thought it might be more effective to directly tell Naruto's father about the love that would blossom between him and Sasuke in the future. Will that really work? Menma suddenly pondered, recalling Sasuke's father's attitude. Why is it so difficult to connect them? However, what Menma did not expect was that shortly after Naruto's father left, Kakashi would come to him once more. At this point, Menma was certain that Kakashi-sensei was indeed avoiding Naruto's father. Sai, tricked back here by Sakura and Shikamaru. I thought Konoha was facing a grave crisis. Turns out, they just needed me, the retired Hokage, to come back to work. Kakashi shook his head repeatedly. It's not my choice. Menma remarked, this scene feels oddly familiar. Though reluctant to take on extra work, he was willing to lend a hand to his disciple. Kakashi smiled and asked, would you like to meet Sasuke? Menma sprang up from his chair. Is that possible? But isn't Sasuke busy? Well, it's just a brief meeting. It won't disturb him, Kakashi assured, closing the doors and grabbing the key from Menma. As a teacher, I haven't seen Sasuke in ages either. So, what did Sasuke do upon swaggering into the prison to meet Orochimaru? Sasuke declared, I intend to establish a base. And you will assist me in researching something called scientific ninja tools. In his cramped cell, bored and lying on the narrow bed, Orochimaru turned to glance at the long-lost Sasuke. Aren't you even going to greet me? He rasped, chuckling as if watching an amusing game. What if I refuse? Sasuke brandished the Kusanagi sword, its gleam nearly blinding Orochimaru, who had not seen light for a long time. Orochimaru shut his eyes in slight discomfort. Sasuke coldly retorted, you have no right to refuse. I am merely informing you, Orochimaru. Hearing Sasuke's command, Orochimaru could only sigh in resignation. Had Sai been present, he would surely have scoffed. In front of Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke will suffer? Naruto-kun, you really must take off those thick glasses. Chapter 42, Health. Under the threat of Sasuke's Kusanagi sword, Orochimaru was compelled to leave the prison. Whether it was intentional or merely due to the heavy chains, he moved slowly, taking one step at a time as if testing Sasuke's patience. Orochimaru feigned a smile as he explained, I'm getting old. Please have some understanding, Sasuke. Sasuke remained indifferent. You can find all the novels you want at the Linga Novel Network, Orochimaru remarked as he ambled slowly, yet still found the leisure to glance around. The damp and eerie dungeon was eerily quiet, with no patrolling guards in sight. He seemed to realize something and chuckled. Have you reached an agreement with Konoha, Sasuke-kun? Even the prison has opened its doors to you. Noticing Sasuke's continued silence, Orochimaru gradually suppressed his exaggerated laughter, only to smirk with a hint of mockery, further speculating. So your plan to establish a base is actually to assist Konoha in building one? His derisive tone echoed ominously down the cold corridors, adding to the bleak atmosphere of the dungeon. Sasuke-kun, have you ultimately decided to return to Konoha? To the place where you lived as a child? Returning to his voice, which grew gradually colder, the hometown that had slaughtered your entire family. Before he could finish his words, a fierce killing intent accompanied by a flash of the sword surged towards Orochimaru. He had no time to evade, and, with a loud thud, crashed against the wall. Sasuke turned coldly to gaze at Orochimaru, stating, you speak too much. When did I say I wanted to return to Konoha? Orochimaru steadied himself against the wall, straightening his posture, as he kicked away the severed shackles and raised his head to meet Sasuke's gaze. His expression was not so much one of anger as it was curiosity. The mocking demeanor he often wore had vanished. I simply wish to understand your motivations, Sasuke-kun. He explained. I have heard that you traveled abroad for 2 years, and I am keen to learn what insights you have gained from your journey. Sasuke cast a brief glance at Orochimaru and succinctly articulated his purpose. I intend to establish my own base and overthrow the shinobi world. Overthrow the shinobi world? Orochimaru replied. Intrigued. With your abilities, it seems that no one could impede your quest for unification. So, Sasuke-kun, do you desire to topple the shinobi world and unify the world? That is one way to put it, Sasuke replied nonchalantly, turning his attention towards the exit. To dismantle the existing system and reform the shinobi world. If everyone opposes me, it would be more convenient to carry out the reforms after unification. Engrossed in the exit, Sasuke failed to notice the increasingly peculiar expression on Orochimaru's face. As if he were gazing at a stranger he had never encountered before or witnessing the birth of a miracle. This truly exceeds my expectations, he chuckled softly, this time devoid of sarcasm. Sasuke, oblivious to Orochimaru's reaction, urged him, have you finished your rest? Let us proceed. Honestly, have some consideration for your aging body. Orochimaru sighed again, pondering why Sasuke was in such a hurry. Clearly, he had struck a deal with Konoha, and there were no guards. What was the rush about? Soon enough, Orochimaru would learn the reason behind Sasuke's urgency. As they approached the cold, dim prison exit, they encountered a child. Orochimaru gazed at the boy with black hair and blue eyes, momentarily struck silent by the resemblance to a 12-year-old Sasuke. Sasuke, relieved to see the child waiting patiently outside the prison door, felt a sense of ease. Kakashi managed to keep the child out of this unsuitable place, he thought. The boy, having spotted his long-absent father, gleefully bounced over, curiosity propelling him to peek into the dark entrance of the prison, only to be pulled away by Sasuke. What brings you here? He asked. The boy wriggled free, hopping down and shaking himself off, feeling as if he were a kitten being carried by a large cat. Can't I come to see you? I haven't seen you in so long. I missed you, he replied, pouting slightly. Sasuke. Unexpectedly straightforward. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Was this what it felt like to have a child? Despite their brief time together, the boy seemed to hold a genuine affection for him. Sasuke felt a swirl of emotions, primarily a pang of guilt. It was hard to articulate whether he had entrusted the child to Naruto because he believed Naruto would better facilitate research on the space-time ninjutsu, or because he found the child too noisy and wished to avoid the responsibilities of an unexpected burden. In any case, seeing the boy mumbling complaints while still clinging to him made Sasuke suddenly understand the feelings of an irresponsible father who neglects his child due to work. Sasuke thought, no, I cannot let this continue. The more I think about it, the more I feel I am being labeled as an irresponsible father. Resolute. He refused to accept such a title, especially now that he had confirmed the boy was indeed his future child. Thus, Sasuke made an effort to respond to the boy's affection, raising his hand to gently pat his head. The boy looked up at Sasuke with delight, unabashedly asking, Did you miss me? Sasuke. Well. In truth, he had not. He had been preoccupied with resolving matters concerning the Akimichi clan and establishing his base. So it was a miracle he even remembered the boy's existence. The actions of an irresponsible father attempting to placate his child had manifested. Overwhelmed by guilt, Sasuke's irritation flared. And he thought, how bothersome. Raising a child is truly a hassle. Orochimaru silently observed the interaction between the two, scrutinizing the boy's profile and blue eyes as he smiled, once again falling into a thoughtful silence. It was not until Sasuke's expression shifted slightly, a fleeting look of awkwardness crossing his face, that Orochimaru finally spoke. Sasuke-kun, won't you introduce me? Is this young lad your new disciple? The boy craned his neck to see Orochimaru, noting his disheveled appearance, still clad in prison garb. Orochimaru smiled at him, beckoning him closer. You could say I am also a teacher to Sasuke-kun. If he has taken you on as a disciple, it is only fitting that I acknowledge you as well. Come, let me see what type of chakra you possess. I shall prepare a gift for you. The boy shrank back, embarrassed. No need for that. Thank you. In the future, although Orochimaru continued to work at the sound research base, Sasuke never allowed the boy to interact much with him. Sasuke had recounted Orochimaru's deeds to the boy when he was old enough to discern right from wrong. Carefully analyzing Orochimaru's character, he is useful and shares my goals, making him a comrade. However, he is not to be trusted, especially regarding his moral integrity. Avoid excessive contact until you can see through his thoughts and actions and are confident in your ability to escape his influence. The boy had never faltered in adhering to his father's advice. Thus, despite Orochimaru being the nominal father of one of his companions and a catalyst for his own existence, The boy had no intention of forging a close bond with him. Predictably, Sasuke shot a warning glare. This is none of your concern. A child who appeared to be from the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru could hardly let such an opportunity slip away. His desire for the Sharingan stirred once more. Alas, it was a pitiful situation. All he sought was a pair of Sharingan and a body from the Uchiha clan. After investing 3 years only to see it come to naught, he could no longer afford to provoke those who possessed the Sharingan. Just as he had finally put aside his obsession and turned his focus to researching immortality and creating new life, now, he was faced with a potential embodiment of both. If Orochimaru were to relinquish this chance easily, it would be an affront to his tenacious vitality. Orochimaru chuckled. Not your concern? What about this young lad's connection to Uzumaki Naruto? Sasuke barely had time to compose himself before Orochimaru seized upon the slight change in his expression. So it is indeed related to Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke exclaimed, astonished. He looked at Orochimaru, bewildered. How did he guess the boy's identity from just a single glance? Little did he know, had he been aware of the boy's circumstances upon arriving in Konoha, he would understand that not only Orochimaru, but any astute individual familiar with his and Naruto's exploits would harbor some suspicions after a mere encounter with the boy. Orochimaru, observing the perplexed look on Sasuke's face, chuckled again. Is it truly so difficult to deduce, Sasuke-kun? Naruto's peculiar possessiveness towards you leads me to believe he would not act in any surprising manner. Sasuke. The boy's eyes lit up. What? This sounds like evidence of my two dads being in love. Please elaborate, so they can realize it sooner. Orochimaru, eager to win the boy's favor, readily complied. For instance, Uzumaki Naruto has mentioned several times to me that I should return Sasuke-kun to him. He even said not to treat Sasuke-kun as if he were my possession. Yet, his words seem more akin to wanting to claim Sasuke-kun as his own personal property. Moreover, I have heard from others that during your first confrontation in the Valley of the End, did Naruto-kun not declare to Sasuke-kun that he would go so far as to shatter every bone in his legs and arms to prevent him from leaving? Orochimaru, growing increasingly animated, continued, I recall when Sai-kun first visited my lair for a conversation, we discussed some of Naruto-kun's rather amusing remarks. For instance, if an arm were to be broken, he would kick him to death. If a leg were to be shattered, he would bite him to death. If his neck were to snap, he would stare him to death. And if he were to lose his eyes, he would curse him to death. Even if it meant being torn to pieces, I would reclaim Sasuke from Orochimaru. He chuckled, adding that such words were not only unforgettable for Sai-kun, but even I, who was reluctantly part of the incident, felt a twinge of unease. Before Orochimaru could finish his thoughts, Kakashi could no longer contain himself. He sprang from his hiding place. The first thing he did was cover the ears of Boruto. Boruto, still in a daze, looked up at Kakashi, who shot a reproachful glare at Sasuke and Orochimaru. What nonsense is this? Such words should not be heard by children. With Boruto on the brink of adolescence, and his heart fluttering with the stirrings of first love, it was imperative to approach the subject of romance with caution and rationality. Exposing him to such talk could lead him astray. Especially you, Sasuke. You are utterly neglecting your parental responsibilities. Sasuke looked bewildered, completely at a loss as to why Kakashi was glaring at him. After a moment's thought, he wondered if he had been affected by Naruto's foolishness as well. It made sense, as he could not help but reveal a faint smile. That idiot always spouts such nonsense. My decisions are unchangeable by anyone. His incessant ramblings will only lead him into endless misery. Why bother? He conveniently overlooked the fact that Naruto had, in truth, altered many of his decisions. Kakashi remarked, so? All those strange utterances from Naruto only remind you of the troubles he endures because of you, Sasuke? Your thought process aligns quite well with Naruto's. It seems I have chosen the perfect birthday gift for Boruto. Kakashi mentally applauded his own foresight. Boruto truly requires guidance on matters of romance. Both fathers are utterly unreliable. Orochimaru chuckled again in his peculiar manner. I maintain that it is no surprise what Uzumaki Naruto does to Sasuke. Minato and Fugaku fell into another mysterious silence. However, this time, Fugaku could no longer bear it. He could not pretend to be deaf and remain silent any longer. After weighing his words carefully, he cautiously spoke, Hokage-sama. I believe the feelings between children should be handled with care. I know, Minato coughed, interrupting Fugaku. He felt an overwhelming embarrassment, unable to lift his gaze. The mere thought of Naruto's peculiar declarations made him feel as though he owed Fugaku an apology. It felt as if his child had committed some bizarre misdeed. Yet, in reality, his child was simply oblivious. His friend was still sending out chaotic messages. Minato coughed several more times, struggling to suppress his embarrassment, and grasped Fugaku's hand, explaining, Cough, it's all my fault for passing away too soon, leaving Naruto without the guidance he needed, causing him to speak such strange things. But you must believe that Naruto's heart is pure, he merely lacks direction. Wiping away a tear, Minato lamented that it was all due to his untimely demise. Oh, it is indeed the fault of this father. With utmost sincerity, Minato assured, "You needn't worry, my dear friend. Once Naruto matures, Kushina and I will ensure he learns how to properly express his feelings, how to confess correctly. You must trust us." Fugaku replied, "In truth, the child's thought process is somewhat abnormal. I too promise to teach my son to discern what constitutes positive emotions." The two unfortunate fathers, both having departed too early, exchanged glances filled with mutual understanding. On the screen, Sasuke wore a perplexed expression. Below the screen, the two fathers displayed faces of shame and anxiety, a juxtaposition that was almost comical. The true instigator, Uchiha Obito, laughed unabashedly. Sasuke, irritated by Kakashi's scolding, retorted, "Kakashi, what gives you the right to comment on how I express my relationship with Naruto in front of Boruto? Is it unhealthy? And you think your feelings for Uchiha Obito are healthy?" Kakashi responded, "Sasuke, you certainly know how to strike a nerve." Outside the screen, Uchiha Obito's laughter abruptly ceased. "Oh, unhealthy." Minato shook his head, objectively assessing the situation. The others nodded in agreement. A normal person would never utter such words or engage in such behavior towards their comrades and friends. The usual commentator, Fujino, found no opposition from his companions, who instead supported his remarks. The bonds of friendship in Konoha were certainly not characterized by such behavior. Thus, they cast sidelong glances at Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, nodding in affirmation, while expressing concern for Konoha's future reputation. Kakashi and Uchiha Obito stiffened, exchanging glances before each taking a step back. It seemed they longed to hold up a sign proclaiming, "Do not equate us with the individuals on the screen. We are innocent." The young Kakashi asserted, "I merely regard Obito as a respected comrade, a figure worthy of emulation. There are absolutely no strange implications." Even Obito, who had refused to glance back at old acquaintances, fervently nodded in affirmation. Kakashi simply enjoys daydreaming by the memorial. Perhaps it is just a habit or a means of relaxation. I swear he has never engaged in anything peculiar. How do you know this? Fujino asked bluntly. Do you sneak into Konoha just to spy on Hatake Kakashi? Obito, Kakashi, Minato. Truly unhealthy. Teaching students is challenging, particularly when one is tasked with guiding a headstrong pupil who possesses a curious thought process and refuses to heed advice. Kakashi sighed. Sasuke remained infuriated. He neither liked nor accepted anyone commenting on his relationship with Naruto. For him, matters between himself and Naruto were private affairs, and no one in the world had the right to judge them. If anyone dared to speak ill in his presence, Sasuke would have long since retaliated with his Sharingan. Yet, Kakashi was a different matter altogether. Sasuke, growing impatient, coldly remarked, "Did you come here merely to spout nonsense? Or do you wish for me to help you babysit?" Kakashi shook his head and directly inquired, "I heard you intend to take Orochimaru with you. I wish to understand your reasoning behind this." Sasuke succinctly stated his objective. "I need him to assist me. What could possibly require Orochimaru's involvement?" Kakashi frowned. "Is there nothing you cannot resolve on your own?" However, Sasuke's patience had reached its limit. He had no desire to entertain Kakashi's probing questions and turned to leave. Orochimaru, with a smile, answered Kakashi's query. "Sasuke-kun wishes to establish a base to overthrow the shinobi world. I am honored to be chosen as one of his aides." Upon hearing this response, Kakashi's reaction mirrored that of Orochimaru's initial response. "You want to unify the world again?" The word again carried the weight of countless Uchiha maneuvers, and Orochimaru understood all too well. However, Uchiha Sasuke did not comprehend. He merely found it exasperating. Why must everyone incessantly question him? Naruto, on the other hand, was different. He could grasp Sasuke's thoughts with just a single word. Kakashi felt a surge of anxiety. From Obito to Uchiha Madara, and now to Sasuke. Whenever they uttered the slogan of world unification, it essentially equated to the world's destruction. The lessons of the past are vividly etched in memory. Who would dare underestimate the formidable capabilities of the Uchiha clan? Kakashi couldn't restrain his curiosity and pressed on. "What do you intend to do to unify the world? Will it be through outright military conquest, or perhaps another round of infinite Tsukuyomi?" Sasuke, observing the slight anxiety on Kakashi's face, pondered. Indeed, if reform is the goal, it may be more expedient to first establish control through force before initiating any changes. Regrettably, he had promised Naruto not to resort to violence. Kakashi interjected, "Reform? What sort of reform?" He continued, "Wait a moment. Your thought process is taking too many twists. I'm struggling to keep up." Orochimaru chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. With Sasuke's prowess, why not achieve unity through force? After all, aside from Naruto Uzumaki, no one in this world could stand in your way. He glanced around the quiet prison, hinting, "This time, I am firmly on Sasuke's side, am I not?" At this moment, Kakashi began to empathize with Shikamaru's feelings. His mind felt as if it might overheat. He was utterly astonished when Shikamaru and the others had tricked him into returning. Why hadn't they mentioned Naruto's intention to unify the world alongside Sasuke? They had merely hinted that there would be amusement involving his two students. Kakashi had initially assumed this amusement referred to the unexpected appearance of the ramen shop. Now, he felt uncertain. Orochimaru continued to entice Sasuke. Why not employ the most direct means to fulfill your ambitions, Sasuke-kun? Kakashi narrowed his eyes, a smile laced with palpable hostility towards Orochimaru. Was Sasuke truly contemplating a collaborative reform of the shinobi world with Naruto? While that notion was commendable, Kakashi felt that resorting to military force was premature. It would be far better to return to Konoha and work alongside Naruto and the others, effecting change step by step. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, his tone softening. Upon returning to Konoha, shall you become a devoted Uchiha of the village? Itachi-kun would surely be moved if he were aware of this. After all, at 13, he was deceived by the elder Danzo into annihilating his own family under the guise of protecting the village's peace. If he were to learn that the brother he so desperately sought to protect is returning to the village he cherished, it would surely bring him joy. After all, Itachi-kun even contemplated using Shirsuke-kun's Kotoeme Tsukimi to alter Sasuke-kun's will, compelling him to return to Konoha and continue safeguarding it. Kakashi interjected, Orochimaru, you understand the concept of mutual destruction. A fierce, soul-piercing aura surged, directed at Kakashi and Orochimaru. Sasuke opened his eyes, the blood-red Sharingan radiating a chilling coldness as he glared at them. Shut up. Uchiha Fugaku remarked, I never anticipated that Danzo would still be capable of surprising me. Even dismemberment would scarcely quell the deep-seated hatred within Uchiha Fugaku's heart. Reducing his enemies to ashes would only provide a fleeting release of frustration. And then there was his eldest son, Itachi, who, in pursuit of righteousness and the village's peace, had personally extinguished his own kin, who had attempted to manipulate Sasuke's will for the sake of protecting Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku found himself at a loss regarding his 5-year-old son. He bore no grudge against Konoha. Any loving father or clan leader would harbor resentment upon hearing Orochimaru's revelations. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku retained some semblance of rationality. Perhaps the prior revelations had sufficiently prepared him, and the sheer volume of explosive news had significantly bolstered his mental fortitude. Or perhaps his younger son Sasuke's reactions whenever Konoha was mentioned had already hinted at the truth. Had he known the reality of the Uchiha massacre and Itachi's true intentions sooner, Uchiha Fugaku would have undoubtedly made decisive moves to sever ties with Konoha or instigate a coup. After all, in a village that would not accommodate the Uchihas, why endure such suffering? But now, Minato Namikaze declared, we must thoroughly investigate the Elder Council. He looked directly at Uchiha Fugaku and stated, I too wish to reform Konoha. I will not burden my children with excessive hardships. At the very least, I aim to create a more favorable future for them. Fugaku replied, of course. It would be my honor to join the Uchiha. He intended to return and enlist several instructors for his eldest son. As a father, he felt he had grossly neglected his child's evolving thoughts, allowing his son to be indoctrinated right under his nose. Uchiha Fugaku was filled with remorse. Education must be prioritized. All the distorted ideologies of sacrifice and extermination must be overturned. Upon returning to Konoha, Kakashi found himself increasingly fatigued. He sighed once more, that is not what I meant. I am simply worried about you, Sasuke. You are naive and easily misled by Orochimaru. Orochimaru scoffed. Perhaps you should first address the decay within Konoha before worrying about Sasuke-kun being deceived by me, rather than fret over his potential manipulation. Perhaps you ought to be concerned about how the rod of Konoha might corrupt him. Kakashi responded, the decay of Konoha can be rectified. But the corruption you instigate is not so easily eradicated. Was your plan to incite Sasuke to unify the world through force, leaving him isolated and a victim of transformation, only to then manipulate his thoughts to gain control over him? Orochimaru? The spinning Sharingan gradually slowed, and when Kakashi's expression hardened, he appeared far removed from the youthful visage of his past. He embodied the Sixth Hokage, tempered by fire and blood. I will never allow my student to fall into such a predicament, he declared resolutely. Minato Namikaze chuckled softly, patting the young Kakashi on the shoulder. I've always said you would become an exceptional Hokage. The young Kakashi gazed at the future version of himself displayed on the screen, for the first time confronting the disparity between his present self and the future. This was what it meant to be Hokage. Even one of the legendary 3, Orochimaru, could be subdued. And that left eye. It turns out you could also awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Obito, arms crossed, spoke cryptically. It seems you too have awakened your Mangekyo. His right eye's Tomo rotated slowly, transforming into the same windmill-shaped scene on the screen. Only through immense suffering could one awaken the Mangekyo. Kakashi gazed at Obito's right eye, instinctively touching his own, resonating with the Mangekyo displayed on the screen. It awakened on the day Rin died, Kakashi murmured. Obito wanted to scoff, but Kakashi was quicker, saying, I'm sorry. The intended mockery faltered in the face of his straightforward apology. I failed to protect Rin, Kakashi admitted. I did not uphold our promise. And your resentment towards me is justified. But I am genuinely glad, Obito, that you are alive to hear my apology. It brings me great relief. This belated apology had lingered in Kakashi's heart since discovering Obito's identity, finally pouring forth at this moment. He gazed at Obito's face, the torment that had gnawed at him gradually subsiding, while Kakashi still bore the weight of guilt for having killed his comrade. The joy of another comrade's survival could finally be savored alongside this acknowledgement. You have every right to resent me, even if you wish to kill me. I would harbor no complaints. Kakashi offered a faint smile, reminiscent of the mature Kakashi's expression. He no longer shied away. He met Obito's gaze directly, softly stating, But you are still alive, and for that, I am truly grateful. Ultimately, Uchiha Obito remained silent. Minato Namikaze observed this exchange and felt a sense of relief. At least one of his remaining students was gradually cultivating a healthier mindset. Kakashi and Orochimaru exchanged cold stares, a palpable pressure thick enough to suffocate. Orochimaru licked his lips and calmly stated, Sasuke is also my disciple. While we have had our differences in the past, he has now become one of my most esteemed students. How could I so easily destroy my most remarkable creation? Kakashi, the precedent of mental manipulation lingers vividly in memory. Kimimaro-s bones are still present. After all, your performance as a teacher leaves much to be desired. To so readily abandon your own students, only to turn and strike them down with ruthless intent. You, as an educator, are hardly commendable. The two exchanged glances once more, as invisible lightning crackled ominously in the air. Mitsuki glanced left and right, quietly stepping back to hide behind his father. The atmosphere felt particularly strange, akin to a dramatic scene from a film where two individuals vie for one person's favor. In other words, it resembled a direct confrontation amidst a battleground. Mitsuki discreetly tugged at Sasuke's sleeve, whispering, Father, want you say something to them? Sasuke observed Mitsuki, then glanced at Kakashi and Orochimaru. He felt utterly oblivious to the unusual tension. His sole impression was that the two appeared poised for a fight, yet their verbal sparring was prolonged and tedious, far exceeding the exchanges he had with Naruto. And why were they involving him in this? If they were to engage in combat, they should do it swiftly and not waste his time. He had plans to escort Orochimaru to establish a base soon. Upon hearing this, both Kakashi and Orochimaru fell silent, the pressure in the air dissipating somewhat. Kakashi gazed at Sasuke's face, which bore an air of recklessness yet revealed a certain innocence, and sighed inwardly. It was all Orochimaru's fault. Look at what he had taught Sasuke during their 3 years together in the snake lair. Aside from ninjutsu and a temper befitting a young lord, there had been little progress. In fact, Sasuke seemed less lively than he had at 12. Orochimaru, on the other hand, contended that the root cause was the eradication of the Uchiha clan by Konoha. For Sasuke, as a seeker of vengeance, it was sufficient for him to possess unwavering determination and superior ninjutsu. Other matters were merely distractions from his desire for revenge. Sasuke, growing impatient, clicked his tongue, and Kakashi and Orochimaru were likely to descend into another silent standoff. Reluctantly, Kakashi decided to confine Orochimaru to a prison cell for isolation, allowing him to engage in an uninterrupted discussion with Sasuke. He wasted no time getting to the point. I wholeheartedly support your vision for reforming the ninja world. However, I must inquire about the origins of your ideas. What methods do you intend to employ for this reform? I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely worry that, like Obito and Madara Uchiha, you may be deceived into believing you are saving the world, only to end up as a pawn in Kagaya's game. Obito Uchiha what? Chapter 44, Clarity. Who is Kagaya? Minato Namikaze inquired cautiously, gazing at Obito's frenzied face, which even his mask could not conceal. Is she one of your current allies? A member of Akatsuki alongside you? Is she connected to the Moon Eye Plan? A barrage of questions rendered Obito, who had been deep in thought, momentarily speechless. By the time he regained his composure, Minato and the others had already drawn their conclusions. Observing his disciple's exasperated reaction, Minato felt as though he had returned to the days of teaching freshly graduated genin. He recalled Naruto's assessment of Obito in the light screen. He was deceived terribly. As a diligent teacher, Minato understood his student well. Obito had been rather naive in his youth, frequently falling victim to deception. If left unguided in adulthood, it was only natural for him to falter. After a brief silence, Minato delicately inquired, could you elaborate on the Moon Eye and Infinite Tsukuyomi? Obito Uchiha wore a blank expression. Even Madara had been duped by Kagaya, having inherited Madara's memories. It was highly probable that he had also fallen prey to Kagaya's deceit. At this juncture, there seemed little point in maintaining secrecy. He recounted his plan to gather the nine-tailed beasts to form the 10 tails, utilizing its chakra to unleash a colossal genjutsu, infinite Tsukuyomi, upon the world. Controlling all of humanity to create an ideal world devoid of war, where Rin would also be revived. Minato's expression grew increasingly grave with each word. Kakashi's face, once marked by guilt, now appeared increasingly strained. Although he began to doubt the truth of infinite Tsukuyomi, Obito's voice remained resolute and stubborn when he spoke of crafting an ideal world. A beautiful world without conflict, he emphasized softly, his gaze filled with longing. Humanity's greed and warfare would know no bounds. Only within an illusion could they cease their strife. Only in that illusion would they find happiness. A life free from turmoil and suffering. Infinite Tsukuyomi was the ultimate salvation for humanity, he declared vehemently. Sasuke interjected, "Do you think I am as foolish as Obito? Easily swayed to control humanity with genjutsu to create a false world? That trash Kagaya's lies can only be believed by Obito and Madara." Obito Uchiha retorted, "I am not a fool. Moreover, the world created by infinite Tsukuyomi is not a false one." Minato sighed. He knew the Uchiha clan had always been extreme. Nonetheless, he mused, Obito's notion seemed less mature than that of the younger Sasuke. Reflecting on his teaching methods, he wondered if he fell short compared to Kakashi. "Kagaya!" Mitsuki suddenly exclaimed. He slapped his forehead, finally retrieving lost memories from the fog of forgetfulness. "Kagaya. She is that strange plant human who sought to resurrect her mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, the true mastermind behind the fourth great ninja war." Mitsuki felt his memory sharpening. Sasuke's words acted as a key, unlocking the sealed memories. And he could recite phrases from history books with ease. He recalled inciting a battle between Madara and Hashirama, assisting Madara in awakening the Rinnegan using Hashirama's cells, and modifying the information left by Sage of Six Paths to lead the salvation of the Uchiha clan toward infinite Tsukuyomi. However, infinite Tsukuyomi would merely promote the growth of the god tree, enveloping those ensnared in its illusion to absorb their chakra, thus birthing new fruits and ultimately leading to the world's end. Kakashi could not comprehend why Mitsuki was so animatedly reciting this lengthy exposition as if he were reciting a script. Nevertheless, he offered encouragement. Indeed, it can only be activated by the Rinnegan, a genjutsu so potent it can control all of humanity. Its essence is merely a catalyst for reducing people to the god tree's sustenance. Mitsuki shook his head vigorously, piecing together the keywords of Sage of Six Paths, Rinnegan, and Kagaya Otsutsuki. In that moment, the fog in his mind finally cleared entirely. He felt as if he had shed some binding, having rediscovered his original path. He sensed that the frequent bouts of dizziness he had experienced would not return. Overjoyed, Mitsuki leaped into the air. "Hooray! I no longer have to worry about becoming a fool." Mitsuki was ecstatic. However, Obito stood in stunned silence. The influx of information had overwhelmed him, turning his mind into a chaotic blur. What was this about Kagaya Otsutsuki? What of the Sage of Six Paths? What was the God Tree? Most importantly, infinite Tsukuyomi. He had initially believed infinite Tsukuyomi to be a mere fabrication, a concept suggesting it lacked the power to ensnare all of humanity in its illusion. Little did he know, its true implication was that infinite Tsukuyomi could annihilate all of humanity. Annihilate all of humanity. Obito felt a surge of anger, his vision clouding with stars. He could accept having killed his teacher and clan, having shed blood without remorse. However, the premise of all this was his belief that he could create a new world. In that world, all the deceased would be resurrected, and all regrets would be mended. He had convinced himself he was saving the world. Even if burdened by the sins of slaughtering his teacher and clan, and the pain of being misunderstood, as long as he could realize his ideal, sacrificing himself was acceptable. Yet, reality struck him hard, declaring, "You've been deceived. You fool. You are not saving the world. You are destroying it." His worldview shattered once more. Kagaya. Uchiha Obito trembled with rage, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, as the circular barrier formed by space ninjutsu shattered with a thunderous roar. "I will kill you." A wise saying rings true. Do not provoke an Uchiha whose worldview has been utterly shattered, for he will reveal the terrifying depths of his madness. Once Uchiha Obito broke free from his restraints, he swiftly scanned the surrounding forest, pinpointing a direction before charging forth, exuding a murderous intent. Minato Namikaze gestured, and the Umbu followed suit. "Let us confront the ultimate mastermind behind the fourth great ninja war." Minato Namikaze, accompanied by Kakashi and others, pursued. Kagaya's Black Zetsu, having lived for nearly a millennium as a genuine ancient entity, possessed exceptional skills in evasion and survival. Upon sensing the familiar chakra radiating a fierce murderous aura approaching him, Black Zetsu, despite not witnessing the contents of the light curtain, decisively chose to slip away. However, the frenzied Uchiha was swifter still. His pursuit more terrifying than a famished hound fixating on its prey after 3 days without food. To make matters worse, the Umbu from Konoha were aiding in the chase. Black Zetsu found himself in dire straits, feeling as if he were facing an unprecedented life-threatening crisis in a millennium. Initially, he had merely sensed a familiar power emanating from Konoha and came to investigate, unaware that he would provoke an enraged Uchiha. Fortunately, through his extensive experience in evasion, he circled the forest several times to lose his pursuers, nearly disoriented himself in the process, and finally escaped the encirclement. He let out a sigh, emerging from the forest, only to find himself by the riverbank. What was that shimmering fabric suspended in the air, radiating white light and exuding a familiar power? Before he could examine it closely, the light curtain suddenly trembled. The suspended curtain rapidly transformed, splitting into two, coalescing into an eye adorned with countless concentric circles. Its enigmatic purple and 7-star tomo harboring boundless power. It was the Rinnegan. Black Zetsu's eyes widened in disbelief, and before he could process the shock, the Rinnegan turned towards him, the tomo slowly rotating, concealing a terrifying power that pressed down upon him with an eerie calmness. In a daze, Black Zetsu heard a strange voice, cold, rebellious, and dismissive of him as mere fodder. 6 paths, planetary devastation. By the time the others arrived, they found only a sphere made of stone at the scene. The orb ascended, soaring higher and higher until it vanished into the heavens, transforming into a star. They glanced around, finding no trace of a second person. Only the half-suspended light curtain continued to emanate a soft glow. As everyone gathered, the paused light curtain kindly replayed its content. Do you truly intend to unify the world through force, as Uchiha Madara did? Sasuke scoffed, initially considering such a path. However, Naruto seemed to suggest a better approach. Moreover, the futility of unifying through violence had already been proven during the 4th Great Ninja War 2 years prior. He recalled the book Naruto Chronicles by Itachi. Establishing a base and manipulating the global landscape through various means seemed like a more viable option. Sasuke ultimately exhibited more patience in explaining to Kakashi than he had when dealing with Orochimaru. Overthrowing the decaying aristocratic system to allow more individuals to live equitably was his goal. Is that truly your perspective? Kakashi pondered, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Honestly, I never expected you to think so specifically. It seems your travels over the past 2 years have greatly matured you. Sasuke, hands on his hips, frowned at Kakashi. The proud expression on his mentor's face regarding his progress was somewhat irksome. Have you considered how difficult it will be to accomplish what you desire after establishing that base? Kakashi's smile faded, and the expression of the 6th Hokage re-emerged. Even someone as experienced as Uchiha Madara could be swayed by cunning individuals, almost leading him down a path entirely contrary to his ideals. Kakashi shook his head. Sasuke, I understand your intentions are noble, but I genuinely worry that your life experiences and ability to discern people may not suffice to support the ideals you wish to realize. Sasuke replied coldly. I do not require your trust. Kakashi chuckled softly. Yet as your teacher, I must concern myself for my students. If you were to be deceived, it would sadden me. Furthermore, enacting reforms in the ninja world is easier said than done. Enemies lurk everywhere. Kakashi patiently explained, I believe you can handle overt foes. But those hidden adversaries can be insidious and unpredictable. Enemies lurking in the shadows might be your friends, companions, or subordinates. The betrayals you will face in the future will exceed your expectations. In direct confrontation, aside from Naruto, no one can rival you. But those covert wars, filled with intrigue and scheming, with constant temptation and manipulation, I'm concerned you may struggle to cope. Kakashi gazed at Sasuke's still youthful face, a blank canvas easily stained. Indeed, as expected of Sasuke's brother, your assessment of your sibling hits the nail on the head, he mused. Intrigues and schemes were ill-suited to Sasuke. Kakashi contemplated the thorny and treacherous path his disciple was about to tread, a road entirely unsuitable for him, where every step would inflict wounds. Sasuke lowered his gaze slightly, reflecting on Kakashi's incessant nagging. So what? He replied calmly, his unwavering determination akin to a volcano erupting, its flames blazing fiercely enough to dazzle all who beheld it. I will achieve my ideals. My focus is solely on how to realize them. Incompatibility and discomfort? Those are not matters I will consider. Confronted with thorny issues, be they betrayal or schemes, I will only contemplate how to clear these obstacles and reach my envisioned path. Moreover, this time, I have a companion who will never betray me, Naruto. Chapter 45, Companions. I report to the Hokage. We have found no trace of the enemy. The Umbu reported consecutively, having failed to locate Black Zetsu. No need to search any further. Uchiha Obito gazed at the large pit on the ground. a sneer escaping his lips after his moment of doubt. He pointed at the pit. That trash has probably flown up into the sky, becoming irretrievable waste. What technique is this? Minato Namikaze approached to inspect the residual power of the formidable ninjutsu enough to intimidate those present. I do not know, but it appears to resemble the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Since breaking free from the sphere, Uchiha Obito, seemingly in a state of shattered beliefs, had been surprisingly cooperative, answering Minato's inquiries candidly. The Sage of Six Paths? Jiraiya exclaimed, the legendary sage? How could his presence be felt? The last time he heard the name was within the light curtain. Sasuke and Naruto were incarnations of the chakra of the sage's two sons. To be honest, Jiraiya still found it hard to accept this revelation. It wasn't that he didn't believe it, after all. Anyone witnessing the prowess of those two wouldn't doubt their connection to the sage. The issue was that after years of being an ordinary, or so-called, ninja, having encountered countless people and events, news about the Sage of Six Paths seemed to have only surfaced after the light curtain appeared, accompanied by numerous mysteries that left people baffled. Kakashi handed Uchiha Obito a handkerchief. Obito glared at him, his body stiffening. Kakashi hesitated for a moment before placing the handkerchief in Obito's hand. Medical ninjas were on standby, and Uchiha members were present. Your eye is still bleeding. Perhaps we should have someone check it. Obito's body grew increasingly rigid. The vortex mask revealed only one eye, and in his fury, forcibly activating his Mangekyo Sharingan was proving to be quite taxing, relying solely on the powers of wood release and the Rinnegan to sustain him. However, escaping was certainly within his capabilities. Kakashi must be a fool. Obito numbly accepted the handkerchief and wiped the blood streaming from his eye. The medical ninjas of Konoha possess little understanding of the Sharingan. Those with even a modicum of knowledge about the Uchiha clan likely find the current clan leader utterly detestable. It is indeed peculiar that they would assist him in healing, given that they are fundamentally adversaries. Were it not for his insatiable curiosity about foretelling future events, he would have departed long ago. Yet, where could he possibly go? The Moon Eye plan has been revealed as a grand deception, and the infinite Tsukuyami amounts to a farcical jest. The light curtain suggests that Uchiha Madara may not have truly perished, harboring contingencies for an eventual resurrection. Ultimately, he and that ancestral figure are on divergent paths, merely engaging in mutual exploitation. It is entirely plausible that his journey has been orchestrated by Uchiha Madara from the very beginning. Once again, Obito recalled Naruto's assessment of him from the light curtain, a life plagued by deception. Upon reflection, he ultimately aided them. Uchiha Obito thought, just how devastating is such deception? Is the obliteration of one's ideals sufficient tragedy? Is being manipulated not grievous enough? Could it be that the most significant event affecting his life, Rin's demise, is fraught with complications? Was he also deceived? Obito, do you comprehend the source of this Six Paths power? Minato inquired, turning to him as though he were not a fugitive poised to strike against Konoha, but rather the trustworthy disciple he once was. Clutching a blood-stained handkerchief, Obito's vision blurred from his injuries, rendering Minato's figure somewhat distorted. Yet, the tranquility infused with trust in his eyes pierced through the haze, clear as day. Finally, Uchiha Obito calmly proposed, I have a hypothesis I can share with you, but it comes with a condition, a question for a question. He glanced sideways at Jiraiya. This pertains to the Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara, the Rinnegan, and the power of the Six Paths. I can divulge much, including the underhanded maneuvers of Shimura Danzo, but in exchange, you must enlighten me about the light curtain. He fixed his gaze on Minato. Shall we collaborate, Fourth Hokage? Agreed. Uchiha Obito harbored his own ambitions. Since the infinite Tsukuyami has been conclusively deemed unfeasible, he must forge a new path to realize his envisioned world. If that junior, Uchiha Sasuke, could carve out a different trajectory, then surely he could not falter. Obito mused that he was quite adept at schemes and machinations. He could not allow himself to be outdone by a junior who constantly sought to dismantle him. He recalled the first time he saw Sasuke in the light curtain, initially contemplating recruiting him, but now felt only weariness. In any case, his objective remained unchanged, to create a world devoid of strife, suffering, and arbitrary sacrifices. He clenched the handkerchief tightly, for Rin, and for everyone else. In the Hokage Tower, within the conference room, Sakura finished compiling the meeting notes, preparing to hand them to Shikamaru for organization. She cast a glance at the prominent figure seated at the head of the table, Naruto, still poised in his Hokage cloak. A stack of documents in hand, brow furrowed in solemnity, a sight that momentarily struck her as unfamiliar. A competent Hokage, indeed. Sakura reflected on the recently concluded discussion, feeling a swell of emotion. Quick-witted, eloquent, capable of standing firm on his principles while deftly persuading opponents on the brink of ire, he successfully achieved his objectives. Truly, when Naruto earnestly resolves to accomplish something, His determination and oratory skills render him nearly invincible, coupled with his genuine sincerity and goodwill. Those who wish to oppose him find that merely maintaining a contrary stance demands tremendous effort. Not just a qualified Hokage, but an exceptional one. This fellow has made remarkable strides over the past 2 years. What on earth are these documents? I can't comprehend any of this, Naruto exclaimed, raking his hands through his hair in frustration, his eyes resembling spirals of smoke. Sakura, YISNT, there a more concise summary report provided. This text is far too verbose. That's because these are highly classified documents from the Hyuga clan, accessible to very few. Who would provide you with a summary report? Sakura retorted, her irritation palpable. She thought to herself, could you at least hold off on revealing your true self until I finish my compliments? How frustrating. Just when I felt I was seeing a different side of you, it all reverted. Naruto rubbed his nose sheepishly. It's just that after a day of intense thinking, my mind is utterly fatigued and my vision is starting to blur. But you can still raise your voice, which indicates that this afternoon's debate didn't quite reach your limits. Sakura observed, her throat aching slightly from the discussions. Having participated in the meeting herself, she had no desire to speak further. Wearily, she waved her hand. Tonight, we still have to summarize with Shikamaru and Hinata, so get yourself together. Just don't be dazed during the evening meeting. Naruto felt his head spinning more. But I still need to go home to meet Ramen. There's no need to worry about Ramen. Kakashi informed me that he took Ramen to meet Uchiha Sasuke. Shikamaru announced as he entered, weariness etched on his face. You might as well stay here and work overtime. Oh, so Ramen has gone to see Sasuke. Naruto hesitated. But I had promised Ramen before leaving. He seemed to have something important to discuss with me, and I intended to talk with him tonight. Especially since Sasuke is there too. At this, Shikamaru's fatigue lifted. He exchanged glances with Sakura, both of them sensing the stirrings of gossip in each other's eyes. Sakura cleared her throat and tentatively asked, did Ramen have something to discuss with you? What was it? Is it urgent? Well, we could always postpone the summary meeting until tomorrow morning, Shikamaru added. Should I stop a colleague from arriving at work earlier than the roosters just to hear some juicy gossip about their superior? He cleared his throat, preparing to cough as a reminder. Naruto replied, it should be something very important, probably about Ramen's origins. Shikamaru suppressed his cough. Naruto lowered his head slightly, smiling. I realize now that I've been rather slow. Ramen has been quite obvious in his hints. Perhaps it was his subconscious reluctance to accept that fact. Thus, whenever doubts arose, he would let them slide without delving deeper. For an orphan, the emergence of a blood relative might evoke more trepidation than joy. Sakura's emerald eyes sparkled. She attempted to maintain her composure. So, you have some suspicions in mind? Naruto nodded, his gaze drifting. I never imagined that in the future, I would end up with Sasuke, and we would have a child, forming a family of 3. Sakura automatically filled in the unspoken words. Then Naruto paused, lamenting, honestly, I don't understand why Sasuke hasn't revealed the truth to me. Sakura exclaimed, if he told you the truth, wouldn't that be tantamount to confessing his feelings for you? Sakura was taken aback. She had assumed that Naruto and Sasuke had yet to reach that pivotal moment, only to discover that Naruto was already dissatisfied with their current state. She had underestimated her 2 companions. She had thought they were emotionally clueless, perhaps taking a decade to break through the barriers. Yet, listening to Naruto, it became evident that they had made significant strides unbeknownst to her. Sakura felt a swirl of complex emotions, predominantly joy for them. Shikamaru, however, was contemplating a different angle. Naruto, you previously mentioned that Uchiha Sasuke intended to establish a base for his own faction, and you were prepared to assist him. Shikamaru spoke slowly. But given that Konoha's foundation remains unstable, I believe we need to wait. Those in love often lose their rationality. As someone with experience, Shikamaru understood all too well. Moreover, the reputation of the Uchiha clan is now irreparably tarnished. Shikamaru preemptively halted Naruto's rebuttal. I know you want to argue that Uchiha Sasuke, alongside you, saved the world during the 4th Great Ninja War. However, it is essential to recognize that others primarily perceive Uchiha's initiation of the 4th Great Ninja War, resulting in the demise of numerous innocent lives. Although the acts of destruction and salvation do not stem from the same individual, they share a common surname, Uchiha. Those who have lost their families and homes and are unable to seek vengeance may resort to desperate actions. I believe you understand this better than I do. Naruto, of course, he is aware. His childhood and adolescence were spent amidst the frustrations of those who could not exact revenge. People require an outlet for their anger and sorrow, and a shared surname serves as an excellent pretext. As long as Sasuke bears the Uchiha name, he must endure both the honor and the hatred associated with it. Fortunately, Sasuke's exceptional prowess renders him impervious to adversity. Shikamaru rubbed his temples, pondering that given that individual's demeanor, merely casting a glance at anyone daring to challenge him would be a remarkable feat in truth. for Sasuke Uchiha? Achieving their shared ideals necessitates a more discreet approach. Drawing upon his acumen as a strategist, Shikamaru devised a future plan for Sasuke and Naruto. The Uchiha are both despised and feared. This duality presents an advantage. He can maneuver the situation from the shadows. While you, as I previously stated during our time in the hidden hot water village, are destined to lead the ninja world. Whether through leadership ability or as a hero of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto is more than capable of taking on the mantle of the ninja world's leader. You may operate in tandem, with you at the forefront guiding the masses, while the Uchiha serves as your shadow, manipulating the darker corners beneath the light. Shikamaru spoke slowly, asserting that the Uchiha should no longer be exposed to the forefront, and if you continue to fight for Sasuke Uchiha's reputation, it would only tarnish your own. Only by allowing Sasuke Uchiha to fade from public view will the animosity towards the Uchiha dissipate. Submerged within the crowd, he would be better positioned to assist you. It is a remarkably clear strategic outline. It seems that ever since returning from the hidden hot water village, Shikamaru has been contemplating how to resolve the issue of leading the ninja world. His thoughts were comprehensive enough to impress even Sakura. Yet, Naruto unwaveringly declined. Thank you, Shikamaru, for considering so much for us. However, I will not allow Sasuke to become my shadow. Naruto spoke calmly, his expression resolutely unyielding. While Sasuke and I share the same ideal of overthrowing the corrupt ninja system to allow more people to live happily, I believe Sasuke has his own way of realizing his ideals. He should not and cannot become anyone's hidden shadow. Sasuke and I are comrades walking side by side. Perhaps in the future, our methods of achieving our ideals may differ, leading to disagreements. But that is acceptable. We can argue and fight it out. Through communication, we will surely find a solution. According to your plan, Shikamaru, the resentment towards the Uchiha may fade over time. However, the honor that belongs to Sasuke will never materialize. Sasuke deserves to attain his own honor. The reputation of the Uchiha clan can no longer be objectively evaluated. There was one more point that Naruto refrained from voicing. He did not wish to see Sasuke remain ensnared in the shadows. Having lived as a vengeful figure for the first half of his life, Sasuke had witnessed the darkest corners of the world and had once contemplated succumbing to it. Naruto recalled the words Sasuke had spoken at the Valley of the End, embodying the collective hatred of all. Just the thought of Sasuke's expression at that moment caused Naruto's heart to ache painfully. He could not bear to see Sasuke fall into such a state again. Even if there was the slightest possibility, he would strive to suppress it. Therefore, I will not do this, Naruto declared resolutely. Not now, not ever. Shikamaru gazed at Naruto's calm, almost cold demeanor, understanding that Naruto would no longer heed his counsel. When it came to Sasuke Uchiha, no one could deter Naruto from what he had resolved. Sometimes, even Sasuke himself could not intervene. Thus, he could only nod, revealing a weary expression reminiscent of a corporate drone. Alas, this is troublesome. I must devise a new plan. In any case, thank you all. Let us all return home early to rest. After discussing Sasuke's matters, Naruto felt restless. He picked up the unfinished documents and turned to leave. I still need to have a proper conversation with Hinata, and then there's Sasuke. I certainly cannot afford to stand him up. Rest assured, tomorrow morning at 4 o'clock, I will be promptly present in the conference room. Shikamaru sighed. Now I really have to wake up before the roosters. Since he could not change the situation, he decided to delve deeper into his superior's gossip. Good luck with your confession. If you wish to avoid leaving a dark history before the child, remember to steer clear of Hinata during your confession. Naruto looked puzzled. Confession? What confession? Sakura stuttered. Why, you already guessed Hinata's identity, right? Shouldn't you reconsider your relationship with Sasuke? Naruto burst into a hearty laugh. What is there to think about? Well, although it is somewhat unexpected, if the other party is Sasuke, then raising a child together with him seems perfectly normal. Shikamaru and Sakura, normal? Where's the normalcy? In a shadowy corner, Sai let out a knowing chuckle. Two innocent friends jointly raising a child is indeed a perfectly ordinary affair. Shikamaru and Sakura, however, still harbored impure thoughts. Chapter 46, Clarity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky into twilight, Sasuke had initially intended to simply take Orochimaru and leave, but was halted by a single remark from Hinata. Dad, are you really leaving now? Tonight, I plan to explain my origins to Naruto. Aren't you going to stay? She placed her hands on her hips, elaborating. I've thought long and hard and decided I cannot keep this from Naruto any longer. Moreover, it seems he has already begun to suspect. Won't you stay and help me explain to him? Sasuke stiffened at her words. Now, it was Kakashi's turn to enjoy the spectacle. Oh dear, is Hinata about to reveal the truth? Kakashi smiled, glancing at Sasuke. What will you do? Are you planning to have an honest conversation with your closest friend? Sasuke, what honest conversation? Naturally, the discussion would revolve around how, as best friends, they had unexpectedly produced a child. Even with his unique thought processes, Sasuke found this rather daunting. Not to mention, he had yet to comprehend his feelings for Naruto. Before Hinata's arrival, he had comfortably accepted their friendship. However, after learning that Hinata was indeed the child of his and Naruto's future, he found himself questioning that definition. The days spent resolving matters with the Akimichi clan were not entirely free from this issue. To be honest, he was feeling quite overwhelmed. Kakashi appeared to sense Sasuke's hesitation and shook his head slightly, chuckling. Well, matters between the two of you are best left untouched by outsiders. However, as a mentor with experience, I can only advise you not to avoid it. Some opportunities, once missed, will never return. As he concluded, a hint of melancholy graced his smile. Cherish it well, Sasuke. That night, Naruto hurried home, and as he neared his residence, he looked up to see the soft yellow light emanating, piercing through the dark night, warming his heart. The familiar chakra reminded him that someone awaited his return home. I'm back, Naruto exclaimed as he pushed open the door, immediately spotting Sasuke and Hinata waiting for him in the dining room. Hinata waved enthusiastically. Hey, sensei, come quickly. Dad made dinner. Sasuke remained silent, but the chairs pulled up to the table and the sumptuous meal laid out spoke volumes. A sudden warmth welled in Naruto's eyes. The pangs of loneliness and unattainable regret he had felt as a child, seated alone at an empty dining table, vanished in that moment. Could this be what it feels like to be home? He drifted dreamily towards the dining table, but before he could sit down, he was roused by Sasuke's voice. Go wash your hands. Oh right. Naruto snapped back to reality and obediently washed his hands, gradually regaining his composure. Upon examining the dining table, he was met with a vivid sea of red, predominantly composed of tomatoes. The sole dish of pure meat was, surprisingly, the fish that Kakashi had prepared for lunch. Naruto twitched his lips in realization. Indeed, it was unmistakably Sasuke's cooking. Do you have any objections? Sasuke queried, glancing at Naruto, instantly aware of his internal grumbling. He reflected on how he hadn't cooked in years, and to produce a few homely dishes was quite an impressive feat, albeit with some assistance from the Sharingan. Due to various circumstances in his youth, Sasuke had to master the art of cooking. However, coming from a privileged background, one couldn't expect much from his culinary skills, as he had no one to teach him. Just managing to fend for himself was already an achievement. During his teenage years with Orochimaru, he was spared the burden of meal preparations. Subsequently, he had been constantly on the move, and upon further reflection, he realized he had never truly enjoyed a moment of rest. On his travels, it was hardly possible to cook for oneself, aside from consuming soldier pills. The best he could manage was a hastily thrown-together barbecue. Therefore, he had truly exerted himself for this meal. Had it not been for the inquiry from the noodle chef, Sasuke wouldn't have intended to lift a finger. Moreover, in his current state of agitation, he could only whip up something he was somewhat proficient in. With a slight click of annoyance, Sasuke pointed out, I made you a bowl of ramen. Of course, that bowl of ramen was still a bright red, overflowing with tomatoes. If the straggler exhibited such an expression, then he could very well dine alone on thin air, Sasuke thought coldly. Thank you, Sasuke. Unexpectedly, Naruto broke into a smile, appearing exceptionally joyful. His cheeks flushed, whether from excitement or embarrassment. He took a couple of eager steps towards the table, only to hesitate momentarily before slowly sitting down. He appeared rather unlike his usual self. Was this guy feeling nervous? Sasuke lowered his gaze slightly, glancing at Naruto. Naruto, avoiding Sasuke's probing stare, focused on his ramen, his heart racing wildly. In that fleeting moment, he wished for this scene to last forever. The noodle chef, oblivious to the silent exchange between the two, cleared his throat. Once Naruto looked up at him, he solemnly declared, Naruto-sensei, you must have guessed a bit, so I'll be straightforward. I have two fathers, and one of them is you, Naruto-dad. He shouted Naruto-dad at the top of his lungs, overwhelmed with emotion. After so many days of seeing the young Naruto-dad, he was finally able to proclaim it openly, no longer needing to hide. It was simply exhilarating, despite being somewhat prepared, when the reality of all his assumptions hit him. Naruto felt as if he had been struck dumb by the revelation of being called dad. He gazed into the joyful and expectant blue eyes of the noodle chef, momentarily lost in thought. It was clear that they bore a striking resemblance. Indeed, he had been rather slow to catch on. I'm sorry, Naruto-dad. I should have told you the truth sooner. I've kept it from you for so long and told so many lies. I'm truly sorry. It's all right, Naruto replied, stepping forward to pat the noodle chef gently. His smile was a complex mix of emotions, one that the noodle chef could not quite decipher. All he sensed was that Naruto-dad was undeniably happy, exceptionally so. Your existence has already brought me immense happiness, Naruto exclaimed, a glimmer of tears shining in his eyes. You are my family. I am genuinely elated to become your father in the future. He embraced the noodle chef tightly. How wonderful it was that in the future, he would also have a home. Kushina gazed at Naruto's face on the screen, unable to resist the urge to reach out as though to stroke Naruto's head. That was his child, yet he could only observe from a distance, witnessing his son's joy at regaining a family. He couldn't even wipe away the tears welling in his eyes. I see, Naruto nodded, realization dawning upon him. You were worried that Sasuke and I might not be together in the future, which is why you concealed the truth from me. The noodle chef nodded vigorously. I didn't mean to. It's fine. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, contemplating with a chuckle. He turned to Sasuke. You're overthinking it. No matter what happens in the future, I will never leave Sasuke. Moreover, we will raise a child together and form a family. The more he spoke, the brighter his eyes shone, sparkling like stars. They were the closest of kin. Family? Besides family? Sasuke furrowed his brow, sensing that Naruto's reaction was somewhat unexpected. Huh. Besides family, they are, of course, closest friends. Naruto replied, puzzled by Sasuke's dilemma. Sasuke, however, could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Do you think two people raising a child with a shared bloodline would merely be friends? What else would it be? Naruto asked, genuinely confused. Sasuke, reflecting on the myriad of declarations Naruto had made about being each other's one and only, the numerous accidental kisses, the years of relentless pursuit, and the heartfelt exchanges that penetrated one's soul, found himself at a crossroads. Until this moment, he had never perceived any issue within their relationship. However, as realization dawned upon him, he understood that a normal person would not share a child with their closest friend. He looked at Naruto, who bore an expression of unwavering certainty, devoid of doubt or disgust. Finally, enlightenment struck him. Despite his own sentiments for Naruto remaining somewhat muddled, the future, coupled with the noodle chef's repeated proclamations, made everything abundantly clear. Sasuke finally affirmed one undeniable truth. Naruto, you like me. Chapter 47, Confession. Sasuke was resolute. Naruto, you like me. The sudden declaration stunned the noodle chef, as well as the spectators outside the screen, including Minato and Fugaku, along with everyone present. But Naruto remained unfazed, responding with utmost ease, of course I like Sasuke. I have always liked you the most, Sasuke. The noodle chef's eyes sparkled with joy, brighter than the light bulbs above. Finally, was the moment of truth upon them? Had he waited for this moment all along? Naruto Dad and Sasuke Dad were about to break the ice, and soon, 10 years later, he would be born, bringing them together as a happy family. Had the timing been right, he would have loved to shout out for them to hurry and be together. Sasuke, however, maintained his composure. He sensed that Naruto's reaction was peculiar. Too calm for someone who had just been confronted with their hidden feelings. Wait, did Naruto even consider this a hidden crush? Sasuke recalled Naruto's past declarations and behaviors, and it seemed more akin to an open admiration, one that he himself had failed to recognize. This was perplexing. Sasuke resolutely dismissed the distinction between a crush and open affection, reasoning that he couldn't possibly be less emotionally intelligent than Naruto. He glanced at Naruto's untroubled face, seeking confirmation. Do you understand what I'm saying, Naruto? I mean that you like me, not just as friends. Do you comprehend? Naruto's expression mirrored confusion. Not just friends? Of course. We're brothers, family, and bound by a unique bond. He recited every descriptor he had ever used. Sasuke shook his head, pondering how even this could not elucidate their future together raising the noodle chef. Only one possibility remained. Not merely liking, this was love. Sasuke stammered, his once fluid thoughts suddenly faltering, struggling to articulate the next words. What? Naruto asked, unable to hear clearly. Sasuke's gaze drifted, momentarily shifting from Naruto to the floor, taking a deep breath before finally voicing it. It is love, it's love. What are you saying, Sasuke? I can't hear you. I said, it's love. Sasuke, overwhelmed by a mix of annoyance and embarrassment, gritted his teeth and growled, your affection for me is akin to that of a husband and wife. The moment the words left his lips, his ears flushed a vivid crimson. He glared furiously at Naruto, seemingly ready to unleash his Sharingan if Naruto dared to feign ignorance. This time, Naruto comprehended the implication. Without a moment's hesitation, he refuted, no, that's not it. I like you, Sasuke, but not in that way. There is no such affection between two men. The words struck like thunder. Kushina's husband, Minato, silently covered his face, thinking to himself, I had already suspected as much. It is quite normal for a child deprived of familial guidance to be unable to discern between love and other emotions. Thus, even when the truth lay plainly before him, and Sasuke had clearly articulated it, it was entirely understandable for Naruto to remain confused. After all, could one truly blame a child for such misunderstandings? If blame were to be assigned, it would rest solely upon oneself. Nevertheless, it was indeed a matter of concern. In-laws. Minato grasped Fugaku's hand and cleared his throat. Lamenting, It took great courage for that child Sasuke to express his feelings, yet Naruto is simply too oblivious. Fugaku nodded in silent agreement, sighing heavily. Jiraiya, however, voiced his dissent, leaning towards favoring his own disciple's son. Sasuke didn't confess. He merely stated that Naruto likes him. What kind of confession is that? Fugaku scoffed softly, casting a sidelong glance at him, thinking, what do you understand? For the Uchiha clan, Sasuke's declaration was tantamount to a confession. It was exceedingly forthright and unambiguous. Actions speak louder than words. Generally, they pay little heed to whether the other harbors feelings. They consider a lingering gaze a waste of time. Sasuke even went so far as to defend Naruto, explaining that had the Uchiha clan still been present, upon learning of such circumstances, preparations for a union with the fourth Hokage's family would have commenced. In any case, Fugaku believed his child's performance was commendable, appearing to surpass Naruto's. Indeed, in terms of emotional intelligence, his child held the upper hand, feigning modest pride. Naruto's rejection left Sasuke undeterred. He took a moment to regain his composure, primarily to quell the uncontrollable heat radiating from his face. Clearing his throat, he prepared to dissect the matter with Naruto. Naruto, a normal person wouldn't bear a child with their closest friend. It's essential to understand that men can also harbor feelings for each other. In my view, your feelings for me have transcended the boundaries of friendship. Naruto's brow furrowed slowly, causing Sasuke's heart to race uncontrollably. Could love indeed exist between two men? He fell into contemplation, pondering the notion of surpassing the limits of friendship. Indeed, think carefully. Aside from me, would you bear a child with anyone else? Sasuke, with utmost patience, guided him. Of course not. Naruto declared emphatically, acknowledging that only with those closest to him could he create a family. As he spoke, a flicker of realization dawned upon him. Aside from Sasuke, there seemed to be no one else. He paused momentarily. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, thinking, finally, he's awakening. It was true. Aside from himself, who else could Naruto envision building a family with? Yet, the fact remained that they were both men, and the idea of surpassing mere friendship baffled Naruto. He wore a serious expression, reasoning that raising a child alone could not possibly transcend the boundaries of friendship. He drew a comparison, citing the profound bond between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in their previous lives, asserting that their feelings, despite being intense, were merely pure friendship. But isn't that just friendship? Naruto earnestly questioned Sasuke. Have we really crossed the line of friendship? Where exactly have we crossed it? Sasuke found himself momentarily speechless. Fugaku slowly typed out a question mark. Setting aside the complex relationship between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama and his own son with Naruto, he observed Sasuke's perplexed silence, nearly unable to contain himself. Son, what is with that contemplative expression? Have you been ensnared in this as well? What are you pondering? Could it be that you, too, are confused? Naruto's inquiry indeed left Sasuke at a loss. As a person who prioritized results over processes, it posed a significant challenge for Sasuke to articulate his feelings. His reasoning was quite straightforward. Minato is our child. Naruto and I will form a family. Those who create a family must love one another, and Naruto loves me. It was all so clear. Yet now, with Naruto's question, what is love? What evidence do I have of my affection? Sasuke found himself at a loss. Had it not been for Minato's arrival, he would have believed his bond with Naruto to be purely platonic. Thus, he was engulfed in a sea of uncertainty. At that moment, Minato could no longer contain himself. Struggling to rise, he resolved to be strong, determined to prove that they were indeed a loving family in the future. Minato exclaimed, "It's not friendship. You share more than mere friendship." He pulled out the birthday gift Kakashi had given him. The title boldly emblazoned on the cover, How to Date. Flipping to a certain page, Minato began to read aloud. Love fundamentally comprises three primary components: passion, intimacy, and commitment. The bond between best friends and soulmates is one of the primary manifestations of intimacy. In other words, love can encompass friendship. It may even include familial bonds. To distinguish between them, there is a simple method. Is the other person unique and irreplaceable? Naruto's dad. Do you not believe that no one can intrude upon the bond between you and Sasuke's dad? Not even me. Naruto nodded, gradually coming to a realization. Although it may not seem favorable for Minato, it was indeed the truth. Minato did not mind. He simply wanted to shout, "If that is the case, then it is love. You love Sasuke's dad." "Ah, is that so?" Naruto exclaimed, enlightenment washing over him. "So love can indeed encompass friendship? If that is the case, then I truly..." He raised his gaze to Sasuke, feeling that perhaps he was indeed correct. In a surge of excitement, he declared, "I love you, Sasuke." Wait, does that mean Sasuke loves me too? His thoughts raced, operating at an unprecedented speed. Naruto had come to a realization. I love Sasuke. We will build a family together. Sasuke loves me. For reasons unknown, the mere thought of this conclusion filled Naruto's eyes with light. his heart racing faster, his smile nearly impossible to contain. He fixated on Sasuke, pressing, "Sasuke, do you like me too?" In that instant, as he posed the question, the world around him faded into silence. With only Sasuke in his view, Sasuke attempted to evade Naruto's intense gaze, but felt it unnecessary. Why did he feel so guilty? "What kind of foolish question are you asking?" He replied stiffly, his face burning once more. From the outcome, was it not already evident? While staring at Sasuke, Naruto also found his face uncontrollably flushing. Yet, upon hearing Sasuke's response, he sensed something amiss. "What do you mean by from the outcome?" Naruto's intuition flared, striking true. "Could it be that you do not even realize your feelings for me?" Sasuke, once again, froze. How quickly the tables have turned, Fugaku mused, feeling the sting of embarrassment. The soft voice of Minato beside him only amplified his discomfort. "I believe we must begin emotional education for the Uchiha clan from a young age. Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed. You are right." Uchiha Fugaku's gaze appeared vacant. At that moment, "Let us enroll Sasuke and Naruto in the psychological education class together," Minato Namikaze remarked. "I believe Naruto need not attend. They are quite evenly matched, and neither should disdain the other." A shared thought flickered in the minds of Minato and Fugaku. The prospect of Sasuke and Naruto being together in the future is truly a remarkable feat indeed. It is no small achievement. Moreover, Kakashi, I extend my gratitude to you. Minato grasped Kakashi's hand with heartfelt sincerity, were it not for your presence. The path towards Naruto's future relationships might not have been as smooth. After all, the two adults hardly seem reliable. Sasuke's enigmatic silence, in contrast to Naruto, wielded a greater emotional impact. Once again recalling his interaction with Sasuke's father, it was evident that he steadfastly refused to acknowledge any connection between himself and Naruto. This realization sent a pang of discomfort through him. He inhaled deeply and pointedly recited from the text, Sasuke's father. "Do you not agree that no one can intrude upon the bond between you and Naruto's father? If so, it stands to reason that you too harbor feelings for Naruto." He paused, catching a glimpse of Naruto's gaze fixed upon him. "Wait a moment, what expression is that you wear, you straggler?" "What expression?" Naruto rubbed his face, struggling to suppress the broad grin that threatened to overtake him. In that instant, he felt he had grasped the entirety of the situation. Though his own feelings remained somewhat nebulous, he had come to a clear understanding of Sasuke's sentiments. Sasuke's response had laid it bare. The only question that lingered was. Naruto cleared his throat, astonished that he would one day hear Sasuke confess his feelings for him, and even more so, that Sasuke harbored a secret admiration. "Wait, when did I ever say I had a crush on you?" Sasuke retorted, finding Naruto's smile irritating. He coldly scoffed, "You have a crush on me?" "No. It would be more accurate to say you have a blatant affection for me." Naruto placed his hands on his hips, indignant. "What do you mean I have a blatant affection for you? It's clearly you who has a crush on me, unable to contain your emotions, and thus confessed. And the manner in which you did it was quite peculiar, starting with 'I like you.' If you were going to confess, you should have said 'I like you' first." Sasuke insisted. "You were the one who liked me first," he emphasized, "and I never intended to confess." The two locked eyes, each detecting a stubbornness and determination reflected within the other. At that moment, the distinctions between love and friendship were no longer relevant. There was no need for further discussion. Their feelings for one another were unmistakably clear. Now, a far more pressing matter loomed. An odd competitive spirit surged forth, for this was a contest of dignity and honor between two men, who had the secret admiration, who had been the first to harbor feelings, who had confessed first. A resolution must be reached. Naruto felt the situation spiraling out of control, utterly perplexed. He attempted to intervene. "Wait, why don't you both clarify your feelings before discussing anything else? Look, this book also states that after confirming one's feelings, it's imperative to express them promptly. At this juncture, whoever confesses first loses." But they paid no heed to Naruto's words. Sasuke interjected. "That book of yours is labeled for ages 12 to 17. We have long surpassed that age group." Naruto nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it seems quite erroneous. I believe that my relationship with Sasuke is still rather pure. However, if Sasuke wishes to explore a different relationship, I wouldn't be opposed to considering it. So, in the end, whoever confessed first would be the loser." Naruto slammed the book shut, the sound interrupting the mutual glare exchanged between Sasuke and Naruto. Both turned in silence to face Naruto. "Naruto, perhaps you should calm down a bit." The Sharingan had emerged, and not just any Sharingan, but the Mangekyo. Sasuke and Naruto felt a twinge of alarm. Chapter 48 concludes. During his childhood, many of the bedtime stories were narrated by Naruto's father. The tales were rich, half of them recounting the amusing escapades of Naruto's youth. Like most children, Naruto's son was naturally intrigued by the love story of his father's. In an effort to lay a solid foundation for his child's worldview and to correctly guide his understanding of the essence of love, Naruto, akin to many parents, inadvertently introduced slight deviations in certain stories, not out of malice, but for the sake of his child's education. Thus, in Naruto's eyes, his two mature, admirable fathers, who had known each other since childhood, shared a deep understanding, mutual respect, and love that blossomed effortlessly. This cultivated a positive worldview and values for young Naruto, who, during his adolescent years, had, in his naivete, yearned for such a harmonious love. However, upon returning to the past, he encountered his two young fathers, who were not yet 20, lacking the emotional experience of their peers. It was a disheartening revelation. Setting aside their slow reactions and strange feelings, their immature antics alone left him feeling exasperated. You too, are you denying your feelings just to settle who confessed first? Covering his eyes, he could hardly bear to witness his father's. He shouted in frustration, "Is this really appropriate behavior, especially in front of me? As parents, can you exhibit a modicum of self-awareness? I've been anxiously pondering whether I will even exist in the future or if we can form a family. And you're bickering like this before me." Sasuke and Naruto sat before Naruto's son, nodding obediently, sincerely acknowledging their faults. They indeed lacked the self-awareness expected of parents. As role models, they had fallen woefully short. Thus, could they please, in light of their sincere apology, tone down their tempers? Having evolved to the Rinnegan, Naruto was sweating profusely, feeling more anxious than during the Fourth Great Ninja War. He quietly turned to Sasuke. "Is everything truly alright?" Observing Naruto's son's state, Sasuke whispered back. Previously, I sealed part of his power to facilitate better growth. Now, his six paths power is gradually adapting to his body, and the seal is weakening. Under certain stimuli, the seal has been completely broken, activating all his powers, and the Rinnegan has manifested. Naruto nodded in understanding. So, his Rinnegan is innate, and it simply wasn't time for him to awaken it before? It's possible he hadn't faced any severe stimuli. After all, he is Uchiha. The two exchanged glances, feeling a bit sheepish. "Naruto, we are truly sorry. As role models, we have been far too immature." Naruto's son, with his purple seven-tomo Rinnegan swirling, gazed at his fathers, who were now whispering closely together, seemingly as intimate as ever, with interactions that bore no difference from their future selves. Remarkably, they were only 8 years his senior. Were it not for their identities, addressing them as brothers would have been more fitting given the age gap. Naruto's anger subsided slightly. "I have no authority over how you argue privately." He crossed his arms, deciding to be forthright. "But as your future son, I need to know whether you two have come to terms with your feelings for one another. Do you truly harbor affection for each other?" "Yes, very much so." "Will I be born in the future?" "Yes, most certainly." "Will we be able to form a normal family of 3? "Of course." "And we eagerly anticipate it." Satisfied, Naruto sighed, his youthful face bearing a wisdom beyond his years. "Then I have no concerns. As for the rest of your private quarrels, I choose not to engage." Clearing his throat, Naruto suppressed his own feelings of anxiety and embarrassment, realizing he needed to take further action. As he bent down to embrace Menma, the latter found solace in a familiar embrace, momentarily taken aback, as Naruto's voice resonated. "Menma, there's no need to worry about whether you will be born into this world. Regardless of what the future holds, your fathers will always love you." The comforting words echoed in his ears, and he felt another paternal embrace envelop him from the other side. The burdens weighing on Menma's heart dissipated entirely. He thought to himself, well, his two rather immature fathers simply needed a little more time to grow. At least, in the future, Menma believed that they would prove to be exceptionally capable fathers, the finest in the world. Gently closing his eyes, he succumbed to slumber within the warm embrace of his fathers. After successfully soothing Menma, Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow, finally grasping the challenges of parenthood. The mental well-being of a child required constant attention. Menma's chakra stabilized within him. Naruto affectionately patted Menma's head. At that moment, Menma appeared peacefully asleep under the covers, looking particularly serene. The state of his eyes seemed similarly stable. After a brief silence, Naruto inquired of Sasuke, "Does this mean Menma will return to his original timeline?" Sasuke nodded, lowering his gaze slightly to affirm Naruto's conjecture. Time was drawing near. Once the six paths power stabilized, his Rinnegan's ability to traverse time and space could be activated at any moment. It was only right that he return to the correct timeline. Although he said this, the smile on Naruto's face betrayed his reluctance. After all, it wasn't as if they would never meet again, just that it would be a wait of 11 years. Noticing Naruto's silence, Sasuke furrowed his brow, wishing to offer some comfort. Just as he prepared to speak, Naruto posed a question first. "Did you suspect Menma's Rinnegan ability all along? As long as Menma's chakra stabilizes, the issue of time travel will be resolved. So, when you suggested Menma come to Konoha to address the time travel problem, Was it actually so I could spend some time with him? Sasuke remained silent, tilting his head slightly in tacit agreement. He understood how deeply Naruto valued his family. Upon confirming that Menma hailed from their timeline as future, he allowed Menma to spend time with Naruto, knowing that their shared blood would create joyous moments together. Naruto smiled broadly, his expression radiating joy. Sasuke, he paused, speaking with utmost certainty, he really likes me. Very much. Sasuke coolly retorted, shut up. Ignoring Sasuke's feigned indifference, Naruto's eyes sparkled as he looked at him. You've had a crush on me for quite some time, haven't you? You were the one who had a crush on me first. They exchanged stubborn glances once more. However, they quickly decided to set aside the significant question of who had feelings for whom, at least not in front of the child. Someday, they would find an appropriate moment to engage in a thorough discussion regarding this crucial matter. Before leaving Menma's room, Naruto cast a lingering glance at the sleeping child, still feeling a twinge of reluctance. 11 years, how can that be so long? Sasuke replied. Perhaps the situation regarding reforms has yet to stabilize, preventing a secure environment. He looked at Naruto, calmly stating, has my bounty level risen again recently? It surpassed the previous highest level, Naruto replied with a frown. The feudal lords of the 5 great nations have joined forces to issue a bounty. They even pressured you, as the Hokage of Konoha, to make a statement, right? Sasuke remarked nonchalantly. Naruto didn't mention that he wouldn't sign the bounty order. Both understood he would not do such a thing. I will find a way. Just give me some time. It's unnecessary, Naruto, Sasuke replied. Those worthless orders won't affect me, and you need not get involved. Naruto disagreed. What do you mean I need not get involved? We agreed to reform together, we are one. Our goals may align, but the means I employ differ from yours. Sasuke explained calmly. After communicating with Kakashi, I realized I need not learn your political tactics as a shinobi. The best method is to directly control others using a different approach. He outlined his vision involving scientific ninja tools and the establishment of a future base. Kakashi was correct. Calculating human emotions was indeed not Sasuke's forte. Politics demanded a keen insight into the human psyche. After careful consideration, he concluded that leveraging his own strengths through irresistible power to direct others in accordance with his vision was the way forward. But Naruto, you likely have different thoughts on the matter. Indeed, Naruto nodded. I prefer to work alongside those who share my vision for transforming the village and assisting others who seek change. He also elaborated on Shikamaru's proposed path. Shikamaru suggested that after addressing Konoha's internal affairs, they could help others in different villages resolve their issues, ultimately uniting to form an alliance of shinobi villages. The name had yet to be decided, but the fundamental principle of mutual assistance and benefit was firmly established. Sasuke immediately recalled a phrase from Naruto's chronicles and quietly said, "The Alliance of the United." In that case, it seems we indeed pursue reform through different means, Naruto remarked after hearing Sasuke's explanation. 2 distinct paths. Yet, their destination remains the same. Just as Naruto had told Shikamaru, despite their differing methods, there was no concealment. They communicated openly and treated each other with sincerity. Thus, you need not interfere with my efforts to establish the base. Even so, I can't help but worry about you, Sasuke. Sasuke thought to himself, what is there to worry about? In any case, it is you who bears the greater burden now, isn't it? The pressures of internal reform, alongside the external pressures from nobles and feudal lords. Therefore, he articulated his upcoming plans. During this visit to Konoha, aside from taking Orochimaru away, I have another matter to address. I intend to sever all ties between the Uchiha and Konoha completely. Since I plan to establish my own base, I should, in the name of the clan leader, relocate our ancestral graves. For the Uchiha who had been abandoned by Konoha, and for that foolish individual. During the relocation of the ancestral graves, only Menma and Naruto were present. As they passed the desolate and dilapidated ancestral home, Sasuke paused for a long moment. Upon reaching the endless rows of graves, he remained silent, simply taking out the clan registry and solemnly inscribing his name on the page for the clan leader. Ordinarily, registering a new clan leader on the family tree required at least 2 Uchiha elders as witnesses. Sasuke glanced at Menma and Naruto beside him, silently deeming it acceptable. Unbeknownst to him, this scene was being projected through a light screen into another world, where his clan members and father could see it clearly. From the crumbling old house and the endless graves to the powerful stroke of his pen, the new clan leader of the Uchiha, and also the last, was Uchiha Sasuke. They witnessed this moment together. But my name is not written there, Menma observed through his Sharingan. Now that his condition had stabilized, he could switch between his eyes smoothly. He looked troubled. I remember, Dad, you never wrote my name in the clan registry either. Just like the surname Uchiha or Uzumaki. It was said that I would decide when I came of age. Why? The last remaining descendant of the Uchiha gazed at the desolate graves before him, clutching the heavy clan registry in his hands. This was because, when Sasuke gazed at Menma with such warmth, he saw the youthful face filled with hope. Like the rising sun, Sasuke smiled gently. You represent a new future. Menma looked up at Sasuke in confusion, not fully grasping the meaning. Naruto, however, chuckled, ruffling Menma's hair. Indeed, Menma, you represent a new future. In the hidden leaf village of Konoha, a new future dawns for the Uchiha clan. Notably, after inscribing his name as the newly appointed clan leader in the family tree, Sasuke's first act was to erase the name of Uchiha Obito from the records. Upon learning from Naruto that Obito, astonishingly, was still alive, the name became a smudge of illegibility not only in the family tree, but also in various Uchiha genealogical tomes. How could he still be alive? A seething anger enveloped Sasuke. Had he not been reduced to a mere corpse? Where was he? This time, after killing him, I shall unleash the Amaterasu. Naruto sheepishly scratched his head. He hasn't exactly come back to life. I feel like it's been a struggle for him over the years. Sakura and I have discussed that Obito's survival likely hinges on the cells of Hashirama Senju within him. However, this support must have reached its limits. Even if we were to excavate him from his grave and attempt to activate the Hashirama cells to restore his body, it would require an immense amount of time. Reviving him would be nothing short of a miracle. Yet, if we could master the technique to activate the dying Hashirama cells, it might benefit the future cultivation of Shin's body. Naruto conveyed Sakura's thoughts, adding that even if we could imbue Shin with life using yin-yang release, his physical form would still necessitate alternative cultivation methods. Well, I have asked Shin before. He can indeed use wood release. After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke's face contorted in disdain. That trash can come back to life, but I hope I never have to see that garbage again. Otherwise, I shall dismember him. Well, this dilemma shall be entrusted to Kakashi-sensei. Naruto decisively passed the troublesome matter onto Kakashi, pondering that his teacher had been avoiding him for the past few days. I mean, if I haven't had the chance to inform you about Obito, it's not entirely my fault, right? He then began to devise a way to leverage this information to keep Kakashi involved in the arduous reform of Konoha. It was said that even a dog passing by the Hokage Tower would be dragged into overtime. One could verify this with Pakin. On the day of Shin's farewell, the weather was splendid. The snow had melted, and the essence of spring was in the air. So, all I have to do is perform this technique. Shin gestured a few times, his azure eyes transforming into the purple Rinnegan. Due to the allure of chakra, the destination would automatically locate itself beside either him or Sasuke's father, correct? Yes, no need to worry. Naruto encouraged Shin with a supportive gesture. If it doesn't work the first time, we'll try again. Sasuke and I will be right by your side. There's nothing to fear. Shin glanced at his two fathers nearby, feeling reassured. With the two of them at his side, he truly felt courageous and rather exhilarated. After all, he was returning to his rightful world. I will miss you both. Shin tightly embraced Sasuke and Naruto, exclaiming, even though it seems I'll be able to see you again after going back, I will miss you. We will miss you too, Shin. Naruto replied, holding Shin close. Ugh, it will be 11 years before we can see you again. There was no way around it. The timing of Shin's birth was immutable. Furthermore, objective circumstances did not permit. The technology for creating life had yet to be developed. The current situation remained unstable. Konoha was still undergoing reform, and the sound research base had only just been established. From every conceivable angle, it was clear that they could only reunite when the time was ripe. However, at least this time, besides Shin, Sasuke and Naruto still had each other. Without further ado, to avoid prolonging the bittersweet conversation, Shin bid a final farewell to his youthful fathers. With a decisive release, the powers of the Rinnegan activated. The familiar sensation of rotation enveloped him once more, and as Shin opened his eyes, he beheld the mature versions of his two beloved fathers. Welcome back, Shin. The adult versions of Sasuke and Naruto embraced him warmly upon his return. Thus, the curtain fell on Shin's journey, the luminous screen dimming in conclusion. After parting with Shin, the youthful Sasuke and Naruto resolved to seek out individuals to seal away memories pertaining to Shin. When they encountered Kakashi, he cheerfully produced several tomes. Upon closer inspection, they were all beginner's guides for parenting, accompanied by a couple of books on love and relationship dynamics. Kakashi remarked, "These are all the tasks Shin asked me to assist with before leaving, requesting that I ensure you both diligently read through them. You wouldn't let down Shin's heartfelt intentions, would you? Be sure to write a 1,000-word reflection after finishing each book. The teacher will be checking." Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances, a shared thought flickering in their minds. Let Kakashi continue to sweep the empty grave for a few more years. After all, he seemed to be enjoying himself. End. Chapter 49. Epilogue. Before the grand stone faces of the Hokage at the Hidden Leaf Village, a young boy clad in an orange tracksuit gazed upward at the monumental sculptures. His golden hair and azure eyes strikingly vivid. Ah, Indeed, the statues hardly resemble the real people, mused Naruto, at merely 10 years of age. Squinting at the statue above him, his cherubic face adopting a solemnity that belied his youth. He nodded thoughtfully. I must master Earth Release. Otherwise, when I become Hokage, my statue will not capture even a fraction of my handsomeness. But boss, you didn't sculpt the Hokage statue, did you? Interjected a bespectacled boy, his hands clutching a hefty bucket of mud excavated from the base of the stone. The bespectacled boy scratched the back of his head, oblivious to the large clump of mud smeared across his face. Right. I heard from my neighbor's sister's uncle's cousin that the statue of the fourth Hokage was contracted by their construction team. Chimed in another boy, freckled and similarly muddy, holding a bucket in the same manner. The freckled boy looked somewhat dejected. Boss, don't you like the fourth Hokage's statue? My dad said that when I grow up, I should work with the construction team, and I was hoping I could help you fix the statue then. Young Naruto hesitated for a moment. In that case, I certainly believe in you, Yada. He clenched one fist while raising the other with a shovel aloft. All right, when I become Hokage, I'll leave the statue's restoration to you. Deal. I promise I'll make you look super handsome. Yada replied enthusiastically. Young Naruto gave a thumbs up. Yes. It's a promise. Make sure it's more handsome than that arrogant Uchiha Sasuke. Absolutely. As the two excitedly embraced, a large clump of mud slipped from Naruto's shovel, splattering both of them in the process, inadvertently creating a life-sized replica of the stone statue. Inuzuka Kiba, wielding a similar shovel, impatiently tossed a hefty clump of mud into the bucket, urging the statue-forming Naruto, hurry up, boss. The battle time is approaching, and we still need 2 more buckets of mud. Those Uchiha guys will be finishing their tutoring sessions soon, and our trap isn't even set up yet. Akamaru barked in agreement from the sidelines. Naruto remained unfazed, casually wiping mud from his face and gesturing grandly, causing mud to fly in all directions, even splattering Akamaru with a bit of yellow muck. I've already made arrangements. With my arms crossed and a serious expression, I declare that Shikamaru and Choji have already begun their actions. There's no need to worry. This time, we will surely win. Yes, we will win. The others cheered in unison. The honor of Class A's flag shall undoubtedly belong to our Uzumaki team. While passionate emotions are essential for an exciting experience, it is equally crucial for your mental and physical well-being to learn to regulate emotional fluctuations. You have all attended the youth mental health class at the Ninja Academy, but for the Uchiha, the knowledge to be mastered is far from sufficient. The lessons from the tutoring sessions must be firmly grasped. The teacher droned on from the podium, while beneath, a dozen Uchiha children appeared to sit attentively, though how many were genuinely listening remained uncertain. Sasuke propped his chin on his hand, his gaze fixed on the words written on the blackboard, yet his mind wandered aimlessly. He silently counted down in his head, 3, 2, 1. Ding dong. The class was over. The teacher had intended to adhere to tradition and extend the lesson by another 5 minutes. However, before she could finish her sentence, a few particularly young students, clearly those who had just been thrust into the cram school this year, could hardly contain their excitement and had already begun to cheer and rise from their seats. Class is dismissed. They paid no heed to the teacher's attempts to retain them, offering only a perfunctory farewell before scampering out of the classroom, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The teacher watched the group of 6-year-olds with a resigned sigh. Amidst the rebellious antics of the Uchiha clan, there remained a semblance of the traditional upbringing that accompanied their esteemed lineage. It was indeed difficult for the slightly older teacher to feel anger towards them. She glanced at the students who remained seated in the classroom, though it was clear they too were becoming restless, and smiled in resignation. All right. Class is dismissed. Thank you. Teacher, Sasuke, and several peers of his age rose in unison, bidding farewell to their instructor, and were about to leave when they heard her call his name. Sasuke-kun, please wait. Is there something you need, teacher? Sasuke quickly recalled his demeanor during class, relieved to confirm that his daydreaming had gone unnoticed. If the cram school teacher were to report back to his parents, his summer would be spent in psychological counseling sessions, a fate he decidedly wished to avoid. The mental health classes at the cram school had been arranged by the Uchiha clan with the aim of nurturing the next generation, employing a teacher with extensive knowledge in adolescent psychology. The students, all merely 6 years old, were under her tutelage. This teacher had benefited from the Uchiha family's patronage and had deep ties with the clan, rendering her somewhat of a quasi-member of the Uchiha household. Therefore, her evaluations of students were taken very seriously by their parents, including the clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku had made it abundantly clear that he would ensure his son attended supplementary classes until he achieved passing grades, and the teacher was satisfied with his progress. Adjusting her glasses, the female instructor spoke gently. I recall that Sasuke-kun is Itachi-kun's younger brother, is that correct? Yes. Then, do you happen to know what Itachi-kun has been preoccupied with lately? He hasn't submitted the assignments for the mental health class recently. I had hoped to speak with him, but he hastily leaves after each class and is impossible to catch. Moreover, he appears burdened during lessons, which has me somewhat concerned. As Itachi-kun's brother, could you inform me if he has been well at home recently? Or has he mentioned any troubling matters to you? It is no small feat for a cram school teacher to not only educate the Uchiha children, but also to assume the role of a psychologist, constantly monitoring their mental well-being. Alas, in this day and age, there are far too few teachers skilled in psychology, and this one was a product of the Uchiha clan's considerable investment in education. Hence, those capable often bear the greater burden. At the age of 15, Uchiha Itachi had already earned the title of the youngest jonin, yet he too was required to attend cram school. However, he was in a larger class while Sasuke was in a smaller one, thus the two brothers were separated. Sasuke, however, was aware of Itachi's situation at home. He reflected on Itachi's recent behavior. It seems my brother hasn't changed much. He just appears colder and more aloof than usual. He has been deliberately snarking at our father at the dinner table, returning home late without explanation, and frequently rejecting my invitations to train together. All these signs point to one conclusion. The academically proficient Uchiha Sasuke, renowned for his performance in the mental health class, solemnly articulated the answer. My brother might be entering puberty. Sasuke, Uchiha Chihiro, a fellow clansman and classmate, waved at him. Sasuke, his expression still grave, approached. What's wrong? Uchiha Chihiro's mood darkened upon seeing Sasuke's countenance and tentatively inquired, did Naruto and the others devise another grand scheme? He recalled the last encounter with Naruto and his crew, where Inuzuka Kiba had rallied all the dogs of Konoha to ambush them on their path, catching them completely off guard. The chaos of flying fur and cacophonous barks ensued, and though they managed to counterattack, the opportunity was lost, resulting in a humiliating defeat. It was a bitter experience, one that demanded a victory to reclaim their honor. Sasuke. The other Uchiha classmates clenched their fists, their eyes reddening, not from the activation of their Sharingan, but rather from sheer frustration. It's nothing. Sasuke quickly composed himself, deciding to set aside thoughts of his brother's adolescent rebellion. Maintaining his composure, he waved his hand decisively. I have everything planned out. This time, Naruto shall not escape unscathed. Hooray! The group erupted in cheers. Thus commenced yet another battle between Team Fan and Team Uzumaki. Sasuke and his fellow Uchiha classmates, each clutching a hefty volume from the neighboring literature, strolled back to their clan's gathering place. Upon reaching a fork in the road, they were met with their first challenge. The usual route is closed for repairs. Uchiha Chihiro pointed at the orange repair sign, his urgency palpable. Sasuke scrutinized the sign, puzzled. It hadn't been there during class, and it appeared that the road was in no obvious state of disrepair. What should we do? Another Uchiha child began to panic, glancing towards the left path with a mix of trepidation and longing. Are we really going to have to go down that street? Sasuke's expression grew serious. Indeed. It seems we must traverse that street. Darn it, we can't afford to waste time. Follow me closely, and don't stop. We'll charge through in one go. Understood? Okay. They glanced at one another, nodding in agreement, though not many appeared particularly resolute. It couldn't be helped. The left path led through a street infamous as the nemesis of elementary school students, from which not a single child emerged unscathed, not even the strictest Uchiha. That street was none other than the snack street. They trudged heavily into the alley, disappearing around the corner. All right, clear the way. Nara Shikamaru emerged from a concealed entry point, calling out to his companion, Choji. The chubby boy followed suit, retrieving the no-entry sign from the center of the right path. Choji looked at Shikamaru in admiration. Wow, you're amazing. You lured Team Fan right into the trap. Now, even if they were outnumbered by more than a dozen, how many could truly navigate through Snack Street? This time, victory was assured. Shikamaru, chewing on a blade of grass, mused that it was not so simple. If Sasuke's resolve were strong enough to rally a few teammates, they could match Naruto's numbers. Moreover, among Naruto's group, there was one who relished stirring the pot. It was quite uncertain who would emerge victorious this time. However, the unfolding events were no longer his concern. As long as Naruto had tasked him with reducing Team Fan's numbers, he had successfully accomplished that. It was time to relax. Indeed, the true essence of work is to take it easy. Shikamaru ambled leisurely, hands behind his back, seeking a rooftop with a clear view to enjoy the spectacle. Snack Street, a place where children find it increasingly difficult to locate an exit once they step inside, resembled both a paradise and a hell, particularly for Uchiha children, who face temptations far greater than their peers. As humble vendors in the marketplace, the common folk have grown quite fond of the pocket money that the young Uchiha brings their way. They not only know the names of every Uchiha, but some even possess the uncanny ability to discern how much money he has left in his pockets, surpassing even the boy himself. Among them, Sasuke undoubtedly captures the most attention. Sasuke, Would you care for some tomato-flavored chips? The cheerful vendor calls out, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Sasuke wrinkles his nose, attempting to resist the alluring aroma of the chips wafting towards him, but alas, his efforts prove futile. He clutches his neighbor's novel tightly, shaking his head in rejection of the vendor's offer. Thank you, but I shall return another time. With that, he quickens his pace, determined to evade this overwhelming temptation and head towards the battlefield. He even takes it upon himself to drag along a teammate who is ensnared by the same delicious allure. Let us not forget, we have no time to linger in the snack street today. Sasuke's gaze grows serious. Those guys are still waiting for us. Slurp, all right. His teammate replies, a pained expression on his face as he glances back longingly at the delicious dango, reluctantly abandoning it to join Sasuke on their journey. However, with only one hand to grasp a teammate, Sasuke can only save two from the clutches of temptation. He surveys the remaining teammates still entranced by the street's delights and counts. Excellent. Aside from myself and the two I am dragging, only two others have managed to escape the grasp of the snack street. From a starting group of over 10, nearly 2/3 have succumbed to the temptations. The losses are indeed severe. Sasuke's expression grows graver. He casts a backward glance at the still inviting street of treats, yearning to rescue the remaining teammates. Yet he knows his willpower is hanging by a thread. The others seem equally unable to resist, their bodies leaning toward the street's entrance. Resolutely, he leads the remaining four to flee this place and head toward the battlefield, lest they fall victim to the tragedy of falling before the battle has even begun. They hurriedly arrive at the designated meeting spot at the edge of the woods, scarcely pausing to catch their breath before facing a large bucket of muddy water. Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto exclaims from a branch above, looking down at his longtime rival with a mischievous grin. Today, you shall surrender without a fight. One after another, Naruto's companions emerge from the trees, each carrying large buckets filled with dark, murky water, showcasing their labor from the afternoon. Having narrowly avoided the initial muddy assault, Sasuke looks up at his rival, letting out a scoff. No, it is you who should be conceding, fool. Sasuke's teammates align behind him, holding their makeshift shields, bracing for the impending confrontation. It seems that today, a decisive battle is unavoidable. When the time comes, don't come crying back, Uchiha. The only one who will be crying will be you. The two rivals lock eyes, a charged silence descending upon them, the air crackling with tension. A sudden movement, perhaps a foot shifting or a branch falling, triggers the chaos. Prepare to perish. Behold my mud attack. You thought I was unprepared? How naive. Sasuke and his companions react swiftly, launching their makeshift shields, a wide canvas that catches the incoming mud. They work in perfect unison, each holding the fabric, encircling Naruto's team with their long cloth. They trap the enemy's mud, hurl it back, and take advantage of the moment to ensnare their foes, making them taste their own concoction. The canvas even possesses waterproof qualities, rendering it a formidable countermeasure against Naruto's team. Mud pellets rain down like hail with an unstoppable force. Yet the canvas expertly absorbs the impact before being hurled back. After several exchanges, Naruto's team finds themselves at a disadvantage. Infuriated, Naruto reflects on the sleepless night spent devising this clever strategy, only to see his nemesis handle it with such ease. No, how could you be so prepared? This is infuriating. In his frustration, Naruto squeezes the bucket, launching a barrage of mud projectiles, inadvertently splattering his own face with yellow muck. Meanwhile, Sasuke, deftly catching the retaliatory throws, maintains a clean visage amidst the chaos. For a moment, it is impossible to discern who has been struck by the yellow mud. You think your strategy is flawless? How naive, Sasuke mocks, eliciting a furious response from Naruto, who bellows, everyone, throw all the mud you have. From a distance, Shikamaru observes the unfolding battle, turning to the dark-haired boy beside him. You were the one who informed Sasuke, weren't you? Though framed as a question, his tone conveys certainty. The boy, Sai, closes the book he was reading, How to Mend Friendships, and sighs with a maturity beyond his years. The book advised that when your friends are engaged in battle, one should support them. Yet, both Sasuke and Naruto are my friends. I cannot choose sides. His tone is resigned, yet the smile on his face betrays his true intentions. I must remain impartial. They are all my friends. Shikamaru rolls his eyes, but says nothing more. The battlefield continues to rage on, with mud and grass flying in a whirlwind of chaos. The mixed mud and water, hurled back and forth, falls like rain, and even the protective canvas cannot shield everyone from the drenching. By the battle's end, no child remains unscathed. Mud drips from every head, and tempers begin to flare. Boss, we have only one bucket of mud left. Naruto, as companion, reports. Sasuke, we only have one piece of canvas remaining. Sasuke's teammate echoes. All right, then, for the final blow. They declare, locking eyes with fierce determination. Naruto readies his bucket, his fists clenched, while Sasuke tightens his grip on the fabric. 3, 2, 1. A great bucket of muddy water is hurled forward, and the canvas, laden with yellow muck, flies into the fray. At the moment of collision, a swirling vortex emerges. A boy, aged around 12 or 13, with black hair and blue eyes, suddenly appears. His eyes barely open, he is immediately engulfed by the canvas and a torrent of muddy water cascading down upon him, transforming him into a living statue of filth. In Chapter 50, during a particular day, Naruto is taken aback to discover that his well-behaved child, Menma, has inexplicably transformed overnight. Once cheerful and chatty, he now wears a perpetual scowl, responding to inquiries with nothing more than a curt "hm." He defies direction, opting to wander off instead when urged to study. He chooses to take the dog for a walk. Most often, he stands in a corner with crossed arms, casting a disdainful gaze over the world. Naruto looks up at Menma, who stands on the rooftop, arms crossed, coldly surveying the adults in the yard below with an expression that seems to read "foolish humans." It is the height of midday, the sun beating down mercilessly, yet Menma remains unmoving, seemingly impervious to the sun's oppressive rays. What has happened? Naruto laments, biting into a slice of watermelon. It was not long ago that Menma delighted in joining their barbecues, reveling in the fun and refusing to leave when it was time to go. Now, he merely responds with a cold expression when called. "Ah, it's just puberty," Sakura offers. "Just puberty," Shikamaru echoes. "Just puberty," Sai concurs. Sasuke sighs. "Indeed, just puberty." Naruto, overwhelmed with worry, exclaims, "But it happened so suddenly. There were no signs at all. Even during the tumultuous period of adolescence, it ought not to be this challenging, should it?" Shikamaru, "Your child does not exhibit such behavior, and neither does Sai's. It's equally troublesome." Shikamaru reflected on his own child's situation, a wearied expression on his face that appeared more tragic than having to work overtime for 3 days straight due to Naruto. Climbing upstairs and lifting tiles would be a mere trifle compared to simply relishing the sun's rays, for which he could only be grateful. Sai's smile also faltered. 3 instances of running away from home in a week, not to mention the ink splattered on my paintings before each escapade. The most distressing part was witnessing my artwork being desecrated, all the while suppressing my fury to first ensure the safety of that unfortunate child before unleashing my wrath. Truly, it would bring tears to the ears of those who heard, and shake their heads in disbelief. Suddenly, Naruto felt that Mei's actions might be somewhat justifiable. He pondered over her recent antics, walking dogs, cockfighting, and sprinting through the night, before hastily jotting down the phrase, "This illusory world." Naruto exclaimed, "This is still incredibly troublesome. When will this phase of adolescence ever pass?" Sasuke nodded in agreement, expressing his own exasperation. Every inch of the walls in the Sound Research Office had been inscribed with Mei's juvenile proclamations, such as "I am the destroyer of worlds," and "I am the king," evoking expressions of disbelief from those who sought counsel in his office. Even Sasuke, who typically remained indifferent to others' opinions, found this bias against the Uchiha clan excessively burdensome. "We never experienced this so-called adolescence," Naruto lamented, gnawing on a piece of watermelon, driven to despair. "That is due to your aberrant upbringing." Sakura rolled her eyes. As a leading physician of her time, she possessed substantial authority in the realm of adolescent physical and psychological development. Ordinarily, every adolescent traverses the labyrinth of puberty, a pivotal phase where they not only undergo physiological growth, but also significant psychological maturation. Transitioning from a child who obediently heeds parental commands to an independent youth with self-awareness is crucial, she elucidated. Adolescence is a particularly vital period for children, determining their ability to detach from parental influence and forge an autonomous, well-rounded personality. Rebellion and defiance are natural. If Mei were to behave as obediently as before, that would be a cause for concern. Of course, having never traversed the path of adolescence, forced to mature prematurely by life's tribulations, is equally alarming. Premature maturation is not something to be commended. Children have their own growth trajectories, and being compelled to mature prematurely signifies a harsh environment that suppresses their innate nature, compelling them to shield themselves. For instance, Naruto, who always plays the role of the sun, radiating warmth and positivity while concealing negative emotions, or Sasuke, whose singular focus on vengeance leaves no room for anything else. The consequences of suppressing one's true nature are evident in their prolonged journeys to decipher their own emotions, taking many years more than others. This is but a trivial consequence of missing the optimal period for personality development. To become a strong, self-sufficient, and healthy individual necessitates immense time and effort for self-healing, with no guarantee of success. Sakura observed her 2 companions, one cradling his head, the other wearing a stiff expression, both with vacant gazes that spoke of their torment. She couldn't help but smile. Her two comrades had spent nearly 20 years processing their childhood and adolescent experiences to emerge as emotionally healthy individuals, a veritable miracle. Perhaps it was simply that they were exceedingly well suited for one another. The journey of self-healing is arduous, yet mutual healing proves to be more effective and simpler. Indeed, it is a miracle. Now, one should truly savor the adolescence they missed. After all, nurturing children allows one to glimpse their own lost experiences from youth, serving as a form of compensation. May, what has happened to you? Why did you suddenly faint? It appeared she had succumbed to heatstroke after basking under the sun for nearly half an hour. Furthermore, this process of compensation is quite intriguing. As Sakura treated May for heat exhaustion, she silently nodded in approval. Upon regaining consciousness, the first thing May uttered was, "I have grasped the correct application of time-space ninjutsu." With a serious expression, he recounted the insights he had gleaned prior to his fainting spell. "My Rinnegan not only permits me to traverse the original timeline, but also enables me to journey through other worlds. Thus, the notion that the future exists and that the immutable past cannot be altered is fundamentally flawed." He lowered his head, his eyes reflecting a trifecta of excitement, calmness, defiance, and the last vestige of caution. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, the purple, seven-tomo Rinnegan was revealed. May extended her hand forward, clenching it into a fist as if grasping the very fabric of the universe, proclaiming with a dominating presence, "As long as I can venture into different worlds, I can intervene in events with my prescient abilities and save the world. In that case, whether it be the Fourth Great Ninja War or the Third Great Ninja War, the Uchiha or Konoha, they shall never again endure such tragedies. Everyone will live well and alter everything." Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances, their years of tacit understanding allowing them to communicate without words. How should they proceed? Should they reveal the truth to him? The journey through time a year ago had indeed altered another parallel world. Let us wait a bit longer. His current state does not seem conducive to absorbing such information. "I too find it rather implausible," Sasuke remarked, casting a glance at Mei's audacious visage. Both men cradled their heads in agony, lamenting. When will this phase of adolescence truly end? Regardless, the preparations for traversing another parallel world were now complete. Naruto, still uneasy, reiterated the precautions. He tucked the locator into Mei's collar, reminding her once more, "Although your chakra has stabilized somewhat compared to a year ago, the energy expended during time travel is immense, likely only allowing you to locate the parallel world, and you may not be able to remain there for long. Remember, do not push yourself. If you sense your chakra dwindling, return immediately. Do you understand?" When it comes to her safety, Mei heeded her father's repeated admonitions. In matters of significance, she was never careless. However, rebellion was still essential. Thus, Mei crossed her arms, pouting impatiently. "I know, Dad, you're so verbose. You've repeated this numerous times. My ears are about to develop calluses. After all these repetitions, do you not trust me?" Mei was quite vexed. Naruto silently clutched his chest, feeling as though struck. In the past, Mei would never have complained about his verbosity. Sasuke stepped forward, intending to warn Mei, but she interjected, "I already said, I know. To conserve chakra, the Rinnegan should only be utilized during time travel, once in the parallel world. It would be best not to maintain the Sharingan for prolonged periods to avoid depleting her chakra reserves. You've reiterated this many times, Dad. I possess 2 Rinnegan, so I am undoubtedly aware of the magnitude of their consumption." Mei rolled her eyes at her 2 Rinnegan. Sasuke, with only 1 Rinnegan, felt defeated and silently closed his mouth. After delivering a sharp retort to both of her fathers, Mei eagerly activated her Rinnegan abilities. After a year, the familiar vortex reappeared. Mei stepped forward, pausing momentarily before departing, and awkwardly turned to bid farewell to her 2 fathers. "Do not worry, I will alter history and save the world," she declared resolutely. "But Mei, you have already changed history." Sasuke and Naruto gazed at Mei's departing figure, exchanging glances of resignation as they waved their hands in a gesture of helplessness. A year ago, the eruption of the Rinnegan's power triggered temporal fluctuations that not only transported Menma back 22 years, but also affected another dimension. Through years of computational data, the Research Institute had already estimated the general circumstances of the involved parallel universe even before Menma's transference. Sasuke, leaving a mark on Menma, managed to catch a glimpse of the state of that universe. In a casual motion, he even discarded a piece of trash into outer space. Understanding their predecessors, they speculated on the changes their parents might enact upon learning of the future state. Thus, they felt at ease allowing Menma to embark on a solo journey. Of course, necessary precautions were not overlooked. They simply chose not to inform him of the safety measures set in place, aware of the child's rebellious nature. This journey for Menma could serve as a validation of their thoughts. They hoped that all individuals in the other world would thrive and lead better lives. However, To Sasuke and Naruto's utter astonishment, within 10 minutes, Menma returned, albeit drastically transformed. He had turned into a muddy monkey. They gazed at him with bewilderment. While Menma's expression mirrored their confusion, he wiped his face, revealing a layer of half-dried yellow mud that clung stubbornly to his skin, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. Water dripped from his hair, and he appeared as though he had just emerged from a swamp, utterly unclean. What on earth happened? Naruto asked, his urgency palpable. Did you land in the wrong spot and end up in a swamp? Menma, dazed, explained to his two fathers. I got into a fight. I was supposed to save the world, but I landed and was ambushed with mud. How could he tolerate such a situation? Certainly, he could not. Upon discovering the culprit, he was shocked to find it was none other than his own father. Despite both fathers appearing significantly younger and even shorter than him, they were still in their rebellious teenage years. They were not prepared for an unprovoked attack from their two fathers. Even though they were younger, Menma's rebellious spirit recognized only the significance of lineage and identity. Furthermore, the attitude of those two was abysmal. Upon Menma's sudden appearance, they mistakenly believed he was an ally summoned by the other side and sought to eliminate the greatest threat first. They all launched an assault on him. By the time Menma realized what was happening, he found himself engaged in a one-on-many brawl with a group of children, and emotions ran high on both sides. Sasuke and Naruto, leading the charge, quickly comprehended their error in identifying their target amidst the chaos. Yet, Menma retaliated most fiercely against them, relentlessly pursuing them in the fray. Even when surrounded, he took the hits just to deliver a punch to them. Could he tolerate this? Absolutely not. Seizing the rare opportunity to set aside their grievances, Sasuke and Naruto united, deciding to first deal with the audacious assailant before delving into their own issues. Thus, the nth battle of Team Fan versus Team Uzumaki was rebranded as the inaugural battle of Menma versus the father team. A one-on-many clash unfolded. The scenario was entirely unforeseen by Sasuke and Naruto, leaving them momentarily speechless. Menma, still visibly irate, had puffed cheeks. After a brief silence, Sasuke mustered the courage to inquire. Did you win? No, I didn't lose. Menma paused, his anger reigniting. What do you mean by asking that? You don't believe in me? Do I look weak? Can't even defeat you both? With a steely expression, he declared, I won. I, Uchiha Menma, single-handedly took on a group and successfully thrashed my two fathers from another world. In a booming voice, Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances. All right, we get it. No need to glare at us. Ah, Menma, you did great. The two fathers from the alternate world applauded. Chapter 51, Side Story, Fourth Hokage Era. Upon entering his home, little Naruto did not change into his indoor shoes. Instead, he tiptoed barefoot towards the bathroom. As he approached, excitement surged, prompting him to quicken his pace until he collided with the bathroom door. Just as he was about to burst in, the collar of his shirt was seized, yanking him into the air. Naruto shivered, turning his head to see a panicked face. Mom. Kushina's hair stood on end in her fury, her smile twisted as she gritted her teeth. Did you go farming? Or did you roll around in a mud pile like a little pig? You're covered in dirt. Are you trying to rebel? Little Naruto stammered, unable to meet his mother's fierce gaze. Answer me. What on earth were you doing? I was discussing taijutsu with Shikamaru and the others, he said, swallowing hard and closing his eyes to fabricate an excuse. Discussing taijutsu. Kushina scoffed coldly. You were fighting with Sasuke, weren't you? That guy is so full of himself. Under pressure, Naruto had no choice but to sheepishly admit the truth, striving to justify his actions. I'm furious. That jerk dared to mock my taijutsu. Well, I think his skills are lacking too. He can only throw shurikens and can't even hold a shadow clone for 2 minutes. Yet he has the audacity to laugh at me. His anger surged, and he became more convinced of his righteousness. He always gives me that scowl while being gentle with everyone else. Isn't that deliberately targeting me? I used to play with him when we were kids. It was fine back then, but he still holds grudges. He deserves a beating. Kushina watched her son, incredulous as he repeated the same grievances he'd harbored for years. Son, it's not that I favor anyone, but provoking Sasuke time and again isn't a wise approach to rekindle childhood friendships. Speaking of Naruto and Sasuke's tumultuous bond, one must mention the events that transpired after the light curtain. Not long after Naruto's birth, Kushina learned of all the stories from Minato. Shocked and saddened, she turned to see little Naruto peacefully sleeping in his crib, a complex wave of emotions washing over her. Once she steadied herself, she heard Minato proclaim, "It has already changed. The future has been irrevocably altered." Indeed, it had changed. At this moment, Naruto had just celebrated his 100th day in this world. Minato decided to join forces with the Uchiha clan, as both families, whether from a standpoint of interest or events revealed by the light curtain, had no reason to be enemies. At least for the foreseeable future, they would not be adversaries. Thus, It was entirely natural for Naruto and Sasuke to grow up together. From childhood, they played together, their bond as strong as brothers, seemingly inseparable. Of course, Minato found that description a bit hard to digest. Whenever he saw the two boys huddled together, his expression grew peculiar. While he understood that the future would change, he did not impose any expectations on his children regarding their future relationships, allowing them to develop freely. Whether together or with others, he was indifferent. Yet, the thought of how those two would fare in another world stirred a complicated feeling that required self-regulation. However, before Minato could fully adjust his mindset, the two boys had already fallen into a feud. The reason for their quarrel had become trivial and was already forgotten. In any case, by the time both families realized it, the labels of sworn enemies had been affixed to them, impossible to remove. They quarreled and fought incessantly, their mere glances igniting fury. To ease their relationship, both insisted that the other concede first, each with a sulky face, refusing to back down until they heard an apology. Fine then. If you want to keep fighting, we'll separate you into different classes so you won't always be together. They stubbornly rejected that idea. I won't leave. I won't let him think I've admitted defeat, they declared in unison. Both families were left speechless, as I observed the two individuals glaring at each other. I couldn't help but ponder the peculiar entanglement of fate that had brought them together. It was evident that they had been taught the necessary skills and emotional intelligence to navigate their relationships. They had even been able to play well with other children and become leaders among them. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, they found each other utterly disagreeable, reluctant to part ways, and unwilling to offer an apology. If it weren't for the lack of historical records, Minato would truly be intrigued to know whether Indra and Ashura shared a similarly convoluted relationship in their youth, perhaps due to some marvelous hereditary influence, unrelated to their upbringing. The moment they encountered each other, they transformed into prideful little prodigies, a behavior certainly not instilled by their parents. One of these prideful prodigies, Naruto, was not particularly irked by Sasuke today. While he had initially felt a surge of anger that Sasuke's trap had failed to ensnare him, the subsequent emergence of a bizarre interloper, which disrupted their battle, had effectively siphoned off Naruto's animosity. This strange figure had appeared out of nowhere, startling us all. I initially thought Sasuke had summoned some external aid. To my surprise, he retaliated by delivering a punch to each of us. Naruto, with chopsticks in hand, animatedly gestured as he expressed his grievances and boasted to Minato and Kushina. Just look at Sasuke's expression. He clearly has no idea who that strange person is. And without even a greeting, he attacked us. How outrageous. Thus, Sasuke and I resolved to team up and give that intruder a good thrashing first. Minato, having learned the entirety of today's events from the Umbu, patiently listened to Naruto's retelling, responding with exclamations of surprise and curiosity. And then what? Did you win? No. Yes. We won, Naruto declared emphatically. Sasuke and I had nearly 10 people on our team. So what if that strange person looked a few years older? We managed to give him a good beating. Wow. Naruto, that's impressive. Minato applauded in agreement. Naruto beamed with pride, reveling in his father's praise, feeling like a champion. It should be noted that the strange individual possessed exceptional ninjutsu and speed, making it quite an endeavor to subdue him. It required not only teamwork, but also a certain synergy with Sasuke to achieve victory. Well, there remains some semblance of understanding between me and Sasuke. Our cooperation was fairly effective. Naruto judiciously assessed this skewed battle and decided to award Sasuke a commendation, second place, of course, with himself as the undisputed champion. Tomorrow at school, he planned to hold a debriefing session to share their battle outcomes. If that fellow had any sense of decency upon learning of his ranking, it would be best for him to seize the opportunity to apologize, perhaps even shedding tears and crying out, "I was wrong." Little Naruto nodded to himself, feeling that he could indeed find it in his heart to forgive him. Kushina and Minato exchanged glances, silently lamenting the fact that their son would likely return home the next day in a huff. Minato sighed, resigned to the realization that, even with parents around, children's emotions could not be easily navigated. The following day at school, it took merely a single morning to utterly deplete the fragile remnants of their camaraderie, culminating in yet another altercation. A month later, during the second solo expedition of the time traveler, he spent an entire month accumulating the chakra necessary for traversing time and space. He prepared meticulously for this journey, donning a raincoat, mask, and diving goggles. As Naruto glanced up at the blazing sun and then at the fully equipped traveler, he contemplated whether he should slip a few bottles of heat relief medication into his bag, recalling the previous incident of heat stroke. This time, due to the uncertainty of the temporal coordinates, there was a possibility that he might arrive in that world at a different time than before, perhaps years apart. Naruto, still anxious, reiterated his warnings. Yes, I understand. The traveler replied, somewhat impatiently. Once I arrive in that world, I will first ascertain the time, then deliver a letter to Grandpa Minato. After that, I will locate you both and engage in a decisive battle. When the time is right, I will retrieve Grandpa Minato's reply and return the same way, correct? I've memorized the process thoroughly. I won't forget. Naruto interjected. Actually, the decisive battle part can be overlooked. Forget it. As long as you're happy, Naruto replied. Well then, I wish you safe travels. Goodbye. Await my victorious news. Upon returning to the fourth Hokage's world, he found Sasuke and Naruto engrossed in their lessons. The traveler landed beneath a tree just outside the classroom. He scrutinized the two fathers from another world. Compared to his last visit, they had noticeably matured, appearing almost the same age as himself. It was indeed 2 years later. Once he confirmed that the time and place were correct, he wasted no time and headed straight to the Hokage Tower to find Grandpa Minato from the other world. Though this is our first meeting, I have long awaited your arrival, the youthful Minato said as he embraced him, eliciting a feeling of familial warmth that the traveler had never experienced before. Despite being of a similar age to his two fathers, their connection felt profound. After a brief exchange of sentiments, the traveler produced a letter adorned with the Hokage and fan symbols, which Minato immediately recognized. This is a letter from Sasuke's and Naruto's fathers, meant for you. They said you have the right to decide who may read this letter. Ultimately, the future of this world rests in your hands, and they have no authority to intervene. However, should you seek assistance, they will do their utmost to help. These are the exact words of Naruto's father. Taking the envelope, Minato traced the overlapping symbols with a hint of moisture in his eyes. Why must I have my child worry about me? Is it not a sign of my inadequacy as a father? Understood. Please convey to Naruto and the others that I will fulfill my mission, so they need not be overly concerned. Although I may lack their considerable strength, I too have companions, Minato smiled, the sunlight glinting off his golden hair, dazzling to the point of being blinding. My ultimate efforts may not yield results as brilliant as those of Naruto and Sasuke, but at the very least, the torch has been lit. Where the leaves of Konoha flutter, the flame shall continue to burn brightly. The traveler gazed at Minato's face, feeling a mixture of confusion and enlightenment. These concepts were too intricate for a mere 12-year-old to grasp fully. Nevertheless, he was certain his fathers would understand Minato's intentions. His task was simply to relay the message to them. As the time for class dismissal approached, the traveler indicated he had matters to attend to and promised to return for the letter later. Minato paused, inquiring, "Is there something you need to do?" The traveler's expression darkened as he replied coldly, "I intend to engage in a decisive battle with the two fathers of this world." Very well. Just be mindful not to damage public property, avoid crowds, and steer clear of teachers, Minato cautioned. Rest assured, this time, I shall vindicate myself from the previous humiliation and compel them to acknowledge my strength, bringing them to their knees before me. The traveler radiated an aura familiar to Minato, reminiscent of his own son's rebellious teenage spirit. Minato suddenly realized why Naruto from the other world had not intervened in the traveler's impending confrontation. This was the reason. The rebellious nature of adolescence, coupled with the desire to challenge paternal authority, served as a means to assert one's existence. Ah, I see, Minato thought, shaking his head internally. What irresponsible fathers they are, casting the rebellious phase of their son upon their alternate selves, allowing them to battle in order to alleviate the traveler's struggle for autonomy. How irresponsible indeed. Thus, Minato spoke again. After school, Naruto and Sasuke would rendezvous in the eastern woods. You can simply go there and catch them. Watching the enthusiastic figure of Mikama, who was eagerly cracking his knuckles and leaving, Minato felt a pang of guilt and cleared his throat. Well, being unreliable is one thing. Channeling a child's rebellious phase can indeed be quite effective. Minato, who also grappled with Naruto's adolescent issues, expressed that if a little scuffle could restore familial harmony, he was more than willing to pay that price. After all, Mikama was facing two fathers, and the pressure he bore at this stage was undoubtedly greater than that of other children. I am doing this for their own good, he reasoned. Moreover, at this age, boys fighting might even strengthen their bonds. Yes, I shall explain this to Kushina upon my return. A duel, an ambush, an ambush. The scene almost mirrored the previous cement battle. However, this time, it was Mikama who was thoroughly prepared. After ensnaring Sasuke and Naruto with traps, Mikama looked down upon the two fathers from his elevated position, letting out a smug chuckle. His month-long efforts to persuade his fathers to teach him how to deal with his younger self had certainly paid off. The rebellious Mikama had, after a long time, finally acknowledged the prowess of his two fathers. Yet, facing two fathers of similar age, he thought to himself, "Indeed, you cannot defeat me. Surrender graciously. You oddball." Naruto shouted in frustration, recalling their previous encounter 2 years prior, a one-on-one against a group. Sasuke also remembered that battle. After returning home, he had been reprimanded by Mikoto for quite some time. That rascal had the audacity to show up again. Exchanging glances, Naruto and Sasuke silently agreed to set aside their grievances for the moment. Together, let us punish this brat. Thus commenced the nth battle of Mikama versus the Father Squad. Chapter 52, Epilogue concluded. This year, Uchiha Sasuke is 13 years old, the second son of the current Uchiha clan leader. Besides his parents, he has an elder brother. Just like any ordinary family, his father is strict, his mother gentle, and he shares a close relationship with his brother. Nothing particularly noteworthy. Ordinary to the point of being mundane. Except for one detail. At 13, Sasuke is amidst his adolescence. His family finds the rebellious teenager rather bothersome. However, Sasuke himself does not share this sentiment. At this moment, he is pestering his brother. Then Naruto and I surrounded Mikama. But that clumsy Naruto slipped and fell, causing me to trip as well. Just like that. A golden opportunity slipped away. That detestable Mikama took advantage of our tumble and bound us with shuriken wire. How could he master the Uchiha clan's shuriken techniques? Could he have stolen the knowledge from somewhere? That wretched little thief. Sasuke seethed, gesturing animatedly while also lamenting about the food he detested. Uchiha Itachi, suppressing his frustration, could no longer hold back and warned, "Do not be picky with your food." "But your cooking is awful," Sasuke retorted, scrunching his nose in disdain. "It's far too sweet. Disgusting." Itachi forced himself to calm down, suppressing the veins popping on his forehead, reminding himself that a younger brother is still a younger brother. He could scold him, but in the end, he would be the one to face their mother's wrath. Sigh. How adorable Sasuke used to be as a child, obedient and considerate, always eager to cling to him. Now he was a far cry from that, frequently arguing back. And a single harsh word could set him off. He even dared to defy their father and enjoyed skipping classes to pick fights. Coming home every few days. He was either bruised here or scraped there. Though he hadn't even graduated from the ninja academy, his injuries surpassed those of his older brother, a jonin. A younger brother is indeed a younger brother. The more one looks, the more irksome they become. The rebellious phase of a younger brother is truly exasperating. Sasuke protested. "I am not rebellious. Don't paint me as childish." Like all adolescents, he vehemently denied being in a rebellious phase. Not content with his protest, feeling embarrassed, he launched a taunt. "Besides, brother, aren't you also in a rebellious phase? Father scolds me far less than he scolds you. You're almost getting kicked out of the house." He crossed his arms, mocking. Itachi replied, "Being kicked out of the house would be fine. I can't stand his ways. We are fundamentally incompatible. I have recently joined the Umbu, and it's better to follow the fourth Hokage's commands." Mentioning this, Itachi's expression darkened. Ever since he was 5, Uchiha Fugaku had inexplicably hired several tutors for him, along with bi-weekly psychological counseling sessions and parent-teacher meetings. For someone like Itachi, who had been labeled a prodigy since childhood, having numerous teachers wasn't a bother. The psychological counseling was beneficial, too, as the aftermath of the Third Great Ninja War had left him with significant psychological scars. Timely resolution of these issues was crucial. The problem lay in the parent-teacher meetings. Weekly, he was dragged into late-night heart-to-heart discussions with his father. Initially, Fugaku was at a loss for words, sitting in silence as they exchanged glances. Finally, he managed to utter, "If you have any concerns, you can share them with me." For the first 5 years, he had perceived his father solely as a traditional patriarch. Hearing such unexpected concern nearly made Itachi believe he had fallen under a genjutsu. His Sharingan was genuinely activated. However, as the late-night discussions persisted, they eventually found a suitable rhythm, paving the way for genuine communication. Fugaku would recount the history, glory, and current state of the Uchiha clan, while Itachi would rarely share his thoughts and confusion regarding the Third War. As their bond deepened, their understanding of each other grew as well. Until the year Itachi turned 15, when the first signs of rebellion emerged. 2 years prior, the alliance between the Uchiha and the fourth Hokage was thriving. Konoha was indeed improving, and the Uchiha clan's prestige had risen significantly during those years. Yet, his father's ambitions grew increasingly grandiose. After removing the Elder Council, he sought to take their place, claiming that for the Uchiha to endure and remain unassailable, they must become an indomitable force within Konoha. Itachi frowned, reflecting that while these actions were ostensibly for the clan's benefit, he understood that his father lacked the resolve to eliminate the internal maladies plaguing the Uchiha. Harsh on others, yet lenient towards oneself, this path would inevitably lead to estrangement from the fourth Hokage. The fourth's philosophy was the Uchiha clan's salvation, as well as Konoha's and the ninja world's. Itachi concluded with pride that his father should resign from his position as clan leader and allow Shisui to ascend. Sasuke, somewhat dazed, reached a conclusion. "Wow, brother, are you going to overthrow father and become the head of the family? How cool." His grand aspirations were undermined by his younger brother's comment. Itachi facepalmed, thinking, well, Sasuke is still young. It's normal for him not to understand. It would be easy to enlighten him. During their evening discussions, he could casually mention it and request 2 or 3 teachers to guide him. Thus, the prodigy happily determined his younger brother's tutoring journey. Indeed, even if Itachi planned to clash with Fugaku and get kicked out, the late-night heart-to-heart sessions were unavoidable. In the stillness of the night, in the study, the two were locked in a silent standoff. Fugaku listened with a headache as Itachi sharply declared, "Father, if you do not intend to continue collaborating with the 4th Hokage, then you should promptly step down from the position of clan leader." "My own son. This is my own son." Fugaku comforted himself while covering his head. "No matter how displeasing, he is still my son. One can scold him, but in the end, he would be the one to report to Mikoto, and he would be the one to face the consequences. Communication requires a tranquil and composed demeanor." After taking several deep breaths, Fugaku Uchiha felt that his Sharingan should be subdued. He paused, reflecting, and explained, "Let us not dwell on previous matters. The alliance between the Uchiha and the 4th Hokage shall remain unbroken." He contemplated the 4th's philosophy. A moment of silence enveloped him as he recalled the haunting nightmares of his past, the indifferent faces of the youth juxtaposed with familiar names etched on gravestones. The shadows of desolate graves casting dark red strokes across yellowed pages. This would become the collective ideology of the Uchiha clan. Ultimately, he resolved, his voice solemn. After more than a decade of collaboration, any desire to deviate, to ascend to greater heights, or to secure an invulnerable position boiled down to a singular wish, to prevent those nightmares from resurfacing. Yet, the specter of those nightmares was destined not to return. Fugaku recalled the grandson he met yesterday from another world and the letter he had brought. Regardless, this world would not see that nightmare again. Itachi Uchiha exhaled with relief, thinking that his father had finally come to terms after nearly 2 years of internal conflict. "You were hesitant just last week. Why the sudden resolve?" Fugaku grimaced slightly, his gaze vacant, murmuring, "Well, we are in-laws now. It would be unwise to sever ties." Hadn't he seen the grandson from another world come to visit? The hints from that world's younger son were not lost on Fugaku. Alas, unfilial descendants. Both of his sons favored the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. In-laws. Itachi was bewildered. With whom? Who is getting married? Certainly not me. It cannot be Sasuke, can it? He is merely 13. Itachi's expression conveyed incredulity, as if questioning whether his father had fallen under a genjutsu, his Sharingan manifesting. Fugaku replied, "Your own son, who is now 18. Perhaps I shouldn't strike you, but I certainly ought to give you a sound thrashing." The following day, Itachi, sporting 2 lumps on his head, prepared a meal for Sasuke, only to be met with relentless ridicule from his younger brother. Observing the particularly irritating demeanor of his sibling, Itachi smirked, deciding to teach Sasuke a lesson. He certainly wouldn't resort to violence against his brother. There were far more effective methods to impart wisdom. "Did you know? Our family and the 4th Hokage's family had an arranged marriage for our children." Itachi stated slowly. "An engagement? With whom?" Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. "We are all boys. Who could we possibly be engaged to?" "Why, you and Naruto, of course. You two are the only ones of the same age, are you not?" Itachi calmly dropped this bombshell. As for the fact that they were both male, that was hardly a concern. It was rumored that Orochimaru had mastered the art of gender transformation. Once learned, it would be a simple matter for a man to become a woman. Moreover, our families are now allies. A union would only strengthen our ties. The engagement is inevitable, merely waiting for you both to grow up. Naturally, between the two of you, who transforms and who bears children will be a matter for your own discussion. Sasuke, do not continue to fight with Naruto. In the future, you are destined to become a couple. Sasuke. Terrified, Sasuke fled in disarray. Itachi shook his head, thinking that his brother was still too naive and gullible. Perhaps he should add a couple of tutors to teach him the art of manipulation, lest he be easily deceived in the future. The next day, Naruto, puzzled, noticed that Sasuke, who had recently been warming up to him, was now adopting a stance of rivalry, keeping his distance. Naruto, feeling both aggrieved and angry, exclaimed, "What is your problem? If you don't want to collaborate, just say so. I don't care. I can defeat Pain by myself." Sasuke thought, "You winning? That would be a miracle. Pain has learned various skills, specifically targeting our weaknesses. Together, we barely managed to hold our ground against him. Facing him alone would surely leave us battered and lost." It was quite remarkable. Before Pain's arrival, he and Naruto were at each other's throats. However, upon the emergence of a common enemy, they began to cooperate, their relationship gradually warming, reminiscent of their childhood camaraderie. But now, recalling Itachi's words about marriage and transformation, Sasuke resolved, "For everyone's sake, it is best to keep our distance, you fool." Naruto retorted, "Arrogant Sasuke, do you think I care about you? Fine. Let us keep our distance. Whoever speaks first is the little dog." Their frosty tension lasted less than half a day, as after school, they were again forced to cooperate in the face of Pain's assault. Pain proclaimed, "You foolish duo, accept my challenge. Behold the techniques I have learned from my father after begging him for over a week, specifically designed to counter your strengths." Pain exclaimed triumphantly. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances and once more chose to join forces. For now, matters of grudges and unions could be set aside. Defeating this insufferable brat was their priority. With lumps adorning his head, Pain hurried over to collect a reply from Minato, who was now adept at retrieving the medical kit to apply ointment to Pain's injuries. Pain, undeterred, beamed, "My father Sasuke is indeed formidable. He can disrupt their combined assault with a single shuriken technique, and Naruto's method for countering shadow clones is superb. Now Naruto cannot rely on sheer numbers to win." Pain animatedly recounted, while Minato praised him in return. He also planned to provide some extra training for his son, hoping to help Naruto overcome Pain's techniques. It was essential that their child did not always face defeat. Mutual growth required exchange. As for the rebellious children and their rebellious grandson engaging in mutual combat, it was, in truth, a scheme devised by both sets of parents to channel their children's energy and redirect conflicts while simultaneously enhancing their ninjutsu skills. Both parties were well aware of this, and there was no need to disclose it to the children. "Ahem. This is my reply," Minato said, handing over 2 thick envelopes to Pain, one of which contained Kakashi's response. "Please ensure it reaches Naruto and the others. Due to the laws of time and space, 2 identical individuals cannot coexist on the same timeline. The Sasuke and Naruto from another world are destined to communicate solely through Pain as a bridge. However, this posed little issue. Letters could also convey feelings. Knowing that the other was living well was sufficient." Pain glanced at Kakashi's letter, puzzled. "By the way, I have visited several times, yet I have never seen Kakashi-sensei." Minato smiled as he explained, "That is because I have dispatched him on a long-term mission. In truth, he was overseeing Obito and his Akatsuki organization to ensure they did not embark on any overreaching endeavors. Nagato and Konan had been removed from the Akatsuki by Jiraiya and were once again under direct guidance. After eliminating the dark seals left by Kagaya, Obito had fully taken control of the Akatsuki. Beyond the veil, Obito arrogantly declared, "I shall carve out a better path. Konoha is beneath my disdain. What of collaborating with me?" Minato interrupted Obito's proclamation, extending an invitation. "I wonder if my ideals align with yours. If they do, we might become allies once more. Obito, let us become comrades again." Thus, the Akatsuki and Konoha officially established diplomatic relations, bringing a previously illicit organization into the light. As for sending Kakashi to the Akatsuki, it was not due to a lack of trust in Obito. Rather, Kakashi was preoccupied with tutoring and could not return for now. Minato shook his head, uncertain whether Obito had diligently completed the extensive assignments he had set. Sighing, he hoped Kakashi would not show leniency. Assisting with homework was hardly a commendable habit. Well then, Pain concluded, tucking away the 2 letters and wiping the ointment from his forehead, preparing to return home. "The next meeting shall likely be in 3 months hence, Watergate. Grandfather, do you have any final words to impart?" Watergate gently tousled the hair of his grandson, smiling as he said, "Please convey to your 2 fathers that all is well here. The Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan are progressing in a positive direction. The future brims with promise." The end. If you enjoyed this, kindly like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.